Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the first page of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
The room's at the end of a long corridor in a building on the Thames Embankment, somewhere between New Scotland Yard and Somerset House. There's nothing very unusual about it. There's some old panelling, a fairly decent carpet, a few score books against one wall, a fireplace in another, a desk, a telephone, and a window. At this moment, just on 2 o'clock in the morning of the 15th of November, 1949, there's nothing in the room but a man going crazy and a dossier. The man going crazy is me, Major Gregory George Athelstan Keen, Special Service, Home Security, all right if you insist, MI-5. The dossier contains all we know about the life and times of a man called Dumetrius. I'm going to tell you about it. I have to tell someone the story, so here it is. Well, the first thread started coming together, it's quite a good while ago now. I'd been pretty busy at the time. There was a gang of Poles operating around Soho with very skillfully forged papers they'd brought with them from the continent. I was trying to get at the source of these forgeries, and I thought I was really getting close when we picked up a fellow with a knife in his back in a hotel near the old Cromwell Road. He was an American called... No, it began before then. Let me think now. Yes, I was sitting here in this same room when Coutts came in, that's right. Now I remember. Yes, what is it, Coutts?
Colonel Fentress's compliments, sir, and will you kindly give him a few minutes of your time?
Oh, right. How's the weather at the other end of the corridor, Coutts?
Barometer's rising, sir. Fair and warmer, I'd say, sir.
All right, Coutts, thanks. You'd better stand by for a few moments. What's it about, any idea?
Something to do with the DP forgery, I think, sir. I heard the Colonel talking to Barker on them, sir.
Well, we'll soon find out.
Oh, Keen.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. Well, then, about these chums of yours, the Polish gangsters with forged passports and so on. The chaps working on it in Berlin say they've struck something that may alter the whole complexion of what we've already found out.
What have they done? Picked up some poor devil with a homemade travel permit or something?
This time, old chap, it's not an occasion for droll remarks. They've sent us a long screed on the subject. No usual thing up to a point, you know. People with good reasons for wanting to disappear are buying forged papers from this organized ring, getting into the DP camps with them as refugees, getting away from Europe altogether on the strength of them, or from the gallows as well. You know how it goes on. The underground traffic on the continent. You pay the price, finish up in Australia via the displaced persons camp.
Yes, we know all that, sir. What do they think we do here on the embankment? Sit about playing canasta?
Just a minute. According to them, there are good reasons for believing the man behind this document traffic is one of our own chaps in Berlin. Who, they can't say, but someone.
Oh, that sounds to me, sir, like pure, unadulterated rubbish.
Yes, nevertheless, they seem to know what they're talking about. The facts of the matter are, some people in Berlin are selling safety to vermin and making a fortune at it. They must be operating from somewhere. Now, where?
All right. What's being done about it?
One of our military intelligence chaps is flying over from Berlin today. He's ostensibly heading for London on 2 weeks' leave.
Why do they always adopt these childish subterfuges?
Maybe it's not childish. There's an organization getting criminals out of Germany on forged papers. If I had any special information about them, I'd be inclined to adopt a subterfuge or two myself.
Well, possibly, I don't know.
A chap will be making for the War Office as soon as he lands, and we'll be seeing him tomorrow. That's if something doesn't happen to him in the meantime.
The weather's perfect for flying.
My dear fellow, I had something quite different in mind. Anyway, that's a lot for the moment. I won't keep you.
Oh, by the way, what's this character's name?
Scammell. Carl Scammell. And come to think of it, he should be leaving Templehof Aerodrome sometime about now. Yes, that reminds me. Time I should be leaving for a whiskey and soda. Coincidence.
Can I have your attention, please?
Can we take off in 5 minutes? Captain Ridgway?
Yes, right here.
Captain Mitchell?
Uh-huh.
Private Bergner?
Yes.
No kidding. Are you Private Bergner?
Yes, but it should be Miss Bergner. I'm within, sir.
That's okay, miss. I'll see your papers in a minute. Lieutenant Godowski?
Hold it, Bud, while I get me a picture. Hold it. There she is. Okay, got it.
Hey, don't you know there's an order about taking pictures?
Take it easy, mister. The war's over, and I want to get me something to show the folks back home, don't I? Something like a picture of Miss Bergner here.
Well, okay, we don't have time to argue. Major Scammell? Major Scammell?
Oh, sorry, old boy, right here.
Have your papers ready, please. You first, Major Scammell. Your movement order, travel warrant, and pass. 2 weeks liberty to London?
Leave, I suppose, you mean? Same thing. That's if you chaps don't ditch us into the North Sea.
Don't let it get you, Major. You're flying with Yanks. Next, please, Captain Ridgway.
Say, Miss Bergner, I hope you didn't mind me taking that picture of you just now.
Not at all. I'm used to it.
Well, I've been thinking. Are you going to be around in London with time to spare, maybe?
I'll be around, but not in uniform. My contract's up. I'm going back for a lease. Why?
What do you say we make a date? I've got 5 months flying pay burning a hole in my jeans. Come on, honey, what do you say, huh?
No, I'm sorry. I couldn't possibly.
But, baby, you don't know me. When I go to town...
Listen, little boy, London's full of girls who'll help you to spend your flying pay. And you won't have to be traveling in the same airplane to find them, either. And in case you hadn't noticed, you're being cold.
Hey, Lieutenant Godowski, you want to stay right here for your liberty? Or maybe we should hold the ship up for you, huh?
Gee, mister, can't you see I was like everything else here in Deutschland? I was occupied. Oh, see, how hard can these aluminum seats get? Am I glad we're not flying the Atlantic in this crate? You smoking, Bud?
Oh, thanks very much.
My name's Hank Godowski. Yours is, Ridgway, something like that, isn't it?
Yes, Peter Ridgway. I've been admiring your camera.
Yeah? It's one I, liberated.
Did you get a good snap of the glamorous Miss Bergner?
Well, it might come out okay. That other guy, Scammell, there, turned his head just as I clicked her. He might spoil it, maybe.
Oh, you got the two of them, did you?
It was only the one I wanted. Say, how do you like that dame? The way they go for rank. I tried to make a date with her at the airport back there in Berlin, but she gave me the brush. Now she's making with the guy Scammell, or whatever his name is, the Major.
I shouldn't let it get you down. There are 4 or 5 brigades of Popsies reserved for you chaps in the general vicinity of Rainbow Corner.
Yeah, but they don't have the same class. Say, are you going straight up to London when we land?
That's the general idea. I'm being demobbed. 6 weeks on full pay, then back to civvies.
Well, if you don't have anything lined up, why don't we get together and tie one on? Tonight!
Hank, my friend, you've twisted my arm.
Well, but come on, let's cook something up. And if you don't have any place to sleep yet, I can even fix that. I've got a room in a hotel called Bailey's in Knightsbridge. Some place, they told me.
Passengers, flight 8 from Berlin. The bus is ready to leave.
Lieutenant Godowski, wait for me. I won't keep you a minute.
Hello, Miss Bergner. We thought you went off with that British Major guy.
Oh, good heavens, no, I don't even know the man. Hank. Your name is Hank, isn't it? I heard someone call you that at Tempelhof.
Yeah, sure. Hank's my name,
Look,
but...
Hank, I just wanted to say I'm terribly sorry I was so rude to you. You know, when you asked me to go out with you in London. Actually, I'd like to very much.
You would?
Quickly, before the bus goes, give me your address. You are booked in somewhere, aren't you?
Oh, sure. I'm going to Bailey's Hotel in Knightsbridge. You got
I'll
that?
ring you there in the morning. Goodbye now, and whatever you do, don't lose that adorable camera of yours. I want you to show me the photo.
Oh, boy, what a babe. Did you ever see anything quite like that, Pete Ridgway?
No. Quite like that. Never before. I don't get it.
You don't get what?
That was an over-anxious, overplayed act. It'd be interesting to know just exactly what Miss Bergner wanted your address for. Oh, well. Come on, Hank. I'll buy you a pint of bottleless British beer.
Yes?
Heddy,
Did you get his address?
he'll be at Bailey's Hotel, Knightsbridge.
Good, I know the place.
If he's there when you go to get it, what then?
It'll be so much the better. You understand, don't you, Heddy?
Yes. Yes, I understand.
That you, Coutts?
Yes, sir.
After 11, I thought I told you to go home.
Neither of us will be getting home early tonight, sir. There's an urgent signal for AMG Berlin, sir.
Oh. All right, read it, will you?
Body of Major Karl Alexis Scammell found in the rubble near Orgartenstrasse tonight. 2104 hours. Identification positive. Imposter on London plane with Scammell's papers. Collins.
Colonel Fentress was right, eh? Something did happen to Scammell. I walked down the corridor that night thinking there must be more to this forged document racket than we'd thought. They could kill a man because he had special information and put someone else in his place. I was right. There was more to it than we'd thought. Scammell was only the first.
Who is the imposter of Major Karl Scammell? Be listening for the next episode in this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns the second page of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
That first day, when this affair of Dumetrius began, an American plane left Tempelhof Aerodrome in Berlin for London. It was carrying, so we thought, a major of intelligence named Scammell, a fellow who had some special information for us about a racket involving forged papers and the DP camps and so on. Well, the plane left Tempelhof all right, but Scammell wasn't on it. They found his body under some rubble near the Orgartenstrasse in Berlin. And the man who'd killed him had taken his papers, boarded the plane in his stead, walked calmly through the movement control on his arrival at Northolt, and disappeared. But there were other passengers on the plane. There was a fellow called Ridgway, a very beautiful girl named Heddy Bergner, and Godowsky, an American pilot. And all of them had seen the man who was passing himself off as Karl Scammell. Well, things began to move when the plane arrived in London. Godowsky was booked in at a hotel in Knightsbridge, and by this time, by the way, he'd scraped up an acquaintance with his fellow passenger, Peter Ridgway. They found a cab and headed for Knightsbridge.
Okay, cabby, Bailey's Hotel in Knightsbridge, and you can step on it. If this here hackney don't come apart at the seams. Now, what do you say, Pete? If you gotta stay in London for a few days before you go home to your folks and you don't have any place to park, why not share my room at Bailey's?
Well, it's very decent of you, Godowsky.
Say, what's this Godowsky? The name's Hank.
All right, Hank. I just don't want to make a nuisance of myself, that's all. I can easily find a room somewhere.
Just as you like. But here we are, both on leave.
Well, if you're sure I wouldn't be in the way.
I'm asking you, aren't I? I like you. You're a nice guy.
All right, then. Settled. Thanks very much.
Anytime, bud. Say, you remember that babe Heddy Bergner at the airport? I wonder if she's got a girlfriend, maybe. We could make it a foursome.
That's if she does ring you tomorrow.
Gee, she came rushing up specially to say she would, didn't she?
I still say there was something funny about that. I think she was just after your address. Don't ask me why. You tried to make a date with her before we left Berlin. She turned you down. The minute we landed at Norfolk, she rushed over and said she was sorry and she'd love to go out with you. That's rather odd, don't you think?
Well, if she's on the make. See, what are we worrying about? If she shows up tomorrow, we'll soon find out if she's on the level, won't we?
I'll bet you an even quid she's not.
So what's it to us? Plenty more babes in London. And at least I've got me a picture of her right here in my liberated Leica. Yeah, man. Hey, cabby, when did you buy this heap? Back about 1910, maybe? I could walk faster than this. On my hands. Okay, boy, just drop the bags anyplace. Say, Pete, this Bailey's hotel isn't half bad. Here you are, kiddo. Beat it downstairs and bring up some soda, huh?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I grabbed me some scotch at the PX before we left Berlin. What do you say we open her up?
There's nothing I'd like better, old boy. Go right ahead.
Excuse me, sir. Just wanted to see if you've got everything. Lieutenant Godowski, isn't it? Room 26.
That's right, honey. Come right in. How's about joining us in a little drink?
Oh, no, sir, I couldn't do that. Wouldn't be proper like me being a housemaid. Did I leave you your towels?
I guess so. Yeah, there they are. What's your name, honey?
My name's Dora, sir.
Well, this guy here is Captain Ridgway. We'll be sharing the room 2-3 days, maybe longer.
I hope you told them downstairs, sir.
Relax, baby. We fixed it.
Will that be all, sir? Would you like me to unpack your things?
We're going to freshen up some and change, and then we'll be out for the night. You can come back and straighten up later if you want, honey.
Very well, sir. This door gives a bit of a squeak like sometimes. I hope it doesn't trouble you. They're trying to get it fixed.
That's okay. Say, Pete, would you look at the time? If we're taking in some joints, we'd better...
I wonder what that Jerry camera of yours would be worth, Lieutenant Godowski. I wonder.
Well, Major Keen, I had to shake him up a bit, but I finally got it. Here's the list of passengers.
Oh, good man, Coutts. Let's have a look. Yes, there were 5 passengers on the plane altogether, eh? Digby Mitchell, Peter Ridgway, both 2nd Airborne Division, both home for release from the service. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Godowski, American flyer by the look of it, Army Air Force, and Miss Heddy Bergner. An Ensign girl, she shouldn't be hard to trace.
No, sir.
Oh, and then, of course, there was a fellow calling himself Carl Alexis Scammell.
Do we get to work on him tonight, sir?
Yes, Coutts, we do. Right, well, let's see what's become of these people. Mitchell's address is in Birmingham. He'll have to wait. Ridgway, home address Bobbin Hill, near Maidstone in Kent. Well, he'll have to wait, too. Miss Bergner, Harrington Gardens, South Kensington. We'll be right after her.
Yeah.
And Godowski staying at Bailey's Hotel in Knightsbridge. Good. Well, that's 2 of them right here in London. Should have a description of our man before morning.
Which one do we see first, sir?
We'll call in at Bailey's first. It's on our way to South Kensington, though I doubt very much if he'll be there. You know the Americans, Coutts. I'll lay a 10-to-1 Godowski's within 200 yards of Piccadilly Circus right this minute.
Well, that's what I'd be, sir, if I was paid the same as those blokes. I'll have the car round to the front in 2 shakes, sir.
Right.
Yes? Who are you? What do you want?
Are you Miss Heddy Bergner?
Yes?
I'm very sorry to disturb your disarm, Miss Bergner, but it's terribly important. My name's Keen. May we come in?
Well, yes, I expect so, but what is it?
Miss Bergner, this is Sergeant Coutts, by the way. You're on an aeroplane from Berlin today, I believe.
That's right.
One of your fellow passengers is believed to be a murderer. He was wearing the uniform and carrying the papers of a murdered man called Scammell. Now, we have to get a description of him as quickly as we can. Now then, with you were 2 British captains and an American lieutenant. The 4th man was wearing a major's crown. What do you tell us about him?
Well, you'll have to let me think. I didn't really take much notice.
Do you recall the man I mean?
Yes, I think so.
Well, surely you can give us some idea of what he looked like.
Well, as nearly as I can remember, he was about medium height, about 35, I suppose, but I couldn't be sure.
Was he an Englishman?
He sounded like one.
You were talking to him, were you?
Oh, only a chance remark or two.
Look, Miss Bergner, I'm sure you can do better than this. Now, do think back. Was he dark or fair, clean-shaven, colour of his eyes, complexion? Must have noticed something about him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Keen.
Major Keen.
In tweeds.
Never mind about me, Miss Bergner. Tell us about this fellow on the plane.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm not terribly observant. I was tired. I'd done a show the night before, and there were parties after it. I wish I could help you more, but I simply didn't take much notice of the man.
I see. Very well, Miss Bergner, we'll leave it at that for tonight. We'll be getting in touch with you again in the near future, no doubt. If you remember anything you think we should know, ring this number and ask for me.
What about the others on the plane? Haven't they been able to help you?
Well, two we won't be able to get hold of till tomorrow, and the third man, the American, he wasn't at his hotel when we called. Lord knows when he'll get back. Well, good night, Miss Bergner. Next time we'll try to call on you at a reasonable hour.
Oh, that's all right, Major Keen. Good night. Oh, they found the body in the Gartenstrasse. They shouldn't have found it for weeks. It's Heddy. You have to make certain of the American tonight. They're after you already. Yes. Yes, a man who said his name was Keen. No, I told them nothing. But you must get to the American before they do. At Bailey's Hotel. Yes. Yes, all right. Good night.
Shh. It's all right, Ducks. Only me, Dora. Got his camera, the Yankee lieutenant's. Ought to be worth £100 at least. And I know just the bloke who'll buy it. Piggy Quinn, the pawnbroker. There was some other stuff, Ducks, but the camera's best. It's one of them flash-jerried ones. Might get more than 100 with a bit of luck. And it's half and half, Ducks, same as last time. Ha! Fresh Yanks. Easy pickings, I'll say. Shh! Listen! It's them. Godowski and the other one.
Be careful.
Oh boy, what a night. I'm gonna hit that hay and I'm gonna sleep and sleep and sleep. I say, Pete, how's about a nightcap, huh?
Oh, no, not for me.
Oh, come on, not even a little one?
There is a little man with the green hat sits right there.
Where?
There. When he's there, no more. Not even one.
Okay. Where you going?
Hot bath, cold shower. It's the only way, old boy, if you want to beat that hangover.
Well, I'm gonna lay me down right now. When you get back, I'll be dead. Good night, pal. Guess I better give that Dora something in the morning, unpacking for us, no? 1-2 pounds, maybe. Never mind, 49. Hey, where'd she put my camera? That's funny, I left it right here. I know I did. Oh, what the heck? Maybe she put it back in the bag. Maybe she put it in the closet. I don't know. Hey, that's you, Pete? You forget the soap? Pete, listen, I can't find the cat. Hey, who are you? Hey, you're the guy... You're the guy... What's the big idea?
We should have gone straight back to Bailey's Hotel and waited that night, Coutts and I, but we didn't. When we left the girl Bergner, we hung about for an hour to give Godowski time to get home. How could I know? How could I have foreseen what we'd find when we did get there?
Who was the assailant in Bailey's Hotel? Be listening for the next episode in this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the third page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
At 3:00 in the morning of the second day, we were sure of only two things in the affair that started us compiling this dossier on Dumetrius. An intelligence chap named Scammell had been murdered in Berlin, and his body hidden under the rubble of the Argartenstrasse. That was the first. And someone, almost certainly the man who murdered him, had taken his papers and used them to get to London on an American plane. We thought then that we'd catch him without much trouble. There were 4 other passengers on the plane: Mitchell, Ridgway, Godowsky the American, and the girl from the entertainment unit, Heddy Bergner. They'd all had a good look at the imposter. Godowsky and the girl were in London. We went to Godowsky's hotel about 1:00. He was out somewhere, of course, so Coutts and I moved on to South Kensington. The Bergner girl was vague. She couldn't tell us much at all. And after we'd left her, we decided to wait till 3 or so and then pay our second call on Godowsky. I never made a more ghastly mistake in my life, because back at Bailey's hotel...
All right, Jotty. Start looking for the camera. It shouldn't be hard to find.
Yeah. You want me to do anything about this one first?
Leave him just as he is.
Yeah. You say his name was Godowsky?
That's right, Godowsky. What's the matter with you?
Here is a trunk marked Ridgway.
What? Let me see. Yeah, Ridgway. Hand me that battle dress on the bed.
This?
Yes. 2nd Airborne Division flash. They were sharing this room. Ridgway must be about somewhere. Quick, get the light out. Get over against the wall on the left of the door.
What do you want? The same as this one on the floor?
No, let's not kill. Maybe we can fix it so he'll take the blame for this one. Yachty, as he comes in the door and goes past you, you know what to do.
What do you make the time, Coutts?
10 to 3 by me, sir.
Right, we'll make a move in a few minutes. Oh, I hope Godowsky's back at the hotel. I want a description of our man before the people on that plane have had time to forget him.
Wouldn't it be just as well to wait till the morning, sir?
Huh? Why?
Well, if I was Lieutenant Godowsky, sir, I doubt if I'd be sober enough to answer questions, sir.
Yes, you might be right, Coutts. We'll try him anyway. Look here, does anything about this business at the moment strike you as, well, being particularly odd?
Well, sir, the bloke that pinched Major Scammell's papers and hopped on the Yank aeroplane must have had a flaming nerve, sir. How did he know none of the other passengers wouldn't give him away? If any of them had known the real Major Scammell, he'd have been skittled in 2 ups.
Precisely, Coutts. He couldn't have just chanced it, so what's the conclusion? The impostor must have been close enough to Scammell to know that he was running no risk.
I hadn't thought of that. Blimey.
I have an idea the closer we look into Major Scammell, the better idea we'll get who killed him and took his place. Well, let's get going. I hope that fellow Godowsky can do better for us than Miss Bergner. Come along, Coutts, you drive.
Come on, matey. Wake up. What sort of a night porter did you call yourself? You ought to be ashamed. The Major wants to go upstairs again.
Yes, you remember me, Major Keen. I called a couple of hours ago to see one of your guests, a chap called Godowsky. Has he come in yet? Oh, it's all right. We'll find our own way up. Room 26, wasn't it, Coutts?
That's right, sir. I shouldn't care to have that bloke on sentry go, sir. All he can do is yawn and nod his blinking head. You could have your throat cut before you bloomin' well knew where you were. He must be asleep, sir. Might be hard to wake up.
I'll try again.
Must be sleeping like a log, sir.
All right. Try the door. Let's go in. You find the switch?
Just a jiff. Here we are.
Cool.
Better shut the door, Coutts.
Is it Godowsky?
Yes, Godowsky, all right. Stabbed in the back. And then look at this room. Must have been a devil of a fight.
This is one of the 4 passengers who won't be giving us a description of anyone, sir.
Oh, right you are. Take a look around, Coutts. See if you can find
Major
it.
Keen.
What?
The foot sticking out behind that chair, sir. There's another one. Huh. Only this bloke sounds as if he's alive.
Let's have a look. Oh, so this is what happened. No, don't touch him, Coutts. Or the knife.
What happened?
Looks like he's had a crack on the head, sir.
Who are you two?
There's a trunk marked Ridgway over here, sir.
I came back from the bathroom. Godowski must have gone mad. He made a clout on the skull.
You'd better take it quietly, fellow. Godowski's dead.
Oh.
Hand over that carafe if there's any water in it, Coutts.
Listen. Who are you? What's been going on?
Well, when you've pulled yourself together, we thought you might like to tell us that. Here, hold your head up. Yes, it might buck you up a bit. Hop downstairs, Coutts, and get on the phone. Get the yard, see if you can locate Frayne. If you can, get him here at the double, but ask him to send someone round at once.
Will you be all right, sir?
Yes, jump to it. I'll look out for him.
Be careful of him, sir. You never know.
Well, how do you feel now, eh?
Perfectly foul, thanks.
Your name wouldn't happen to be Ridgway, would it?
How did you know? Oh, yes, the trunk.
My name's Keen. I'm a policeman of sorts. Now, suppose you tell me how Godowski there comes to be dead, stabbed, and you happen to be lying here in the room in a shambles and a parachute knife in your hand.
Knife in my hand? Yes, really. Yes, well, that's it. Godowski dead?
Yes. You must have quite a story to tell, Ridgway. Here, get a cigarette going and let's hear from you. Start, say, when you got on that aeroplane at Tempelhof. And you may as well be a good chap. Let's hear the whole story. What did you want to kill Godowski for? There's not much sense in keeping anything back now, is there?
Leave the light out, Heddy. I want to be able to watch the street.
Aren't you taking a risk to come here at all? To my flat?
It's quite safe. Yachty's keeping watch across the street.
What happened?
We didn't get the camera. It wasn't in his room. Did you remember that fellow Ridgway on the plane? He was.
Well, tell me quickly, what happened tonight?
We got in and out of the hotel without any trouble. Yachty attended to the American. It was really very unfortunate for the poor chap, but we were certain we'd find the camera.
So it was for nothing. You killed him for nothing. What about Ridgway?
We made Ridgway a present of Yachty's knife and left him to take the blame for killing Godowski.
But you'll never get such an opportunity again. If you'd got him out of the way too, there'd only be one man left who saw you on the plane, Mitchell.
It was better this way. They'll arrest Ridgway and there'll be nothing to connect me with the American.
Are you going mad? There's the camera to connect you with him, and the film in it. The film with the picture of you.
It's not developed yet, and Ridgway must know where it is. They'd only been in London a few hours, not long enough to get rid of it. That's why we left him alive.
But how can you get anything from Ridgway if they arrest him and hold him for murder?
That's where you come in. Don't worry, we're in no danger yet. They'll never suspect the truth, who I am or why I came here. They'll hunt for me high and low, but they'll be hunting a phantom.
Oh, I'm afraid. Everything's going wrong. They found the body in the Gartenstrasse too soon.
If you start getting scared, my dear girl, you'll no longer be any use to me.
Don't say that. Never, never say that to me.
Well, be quiet. I want to work out the best way of getting you to Ridgway. I think better in the dark, Heddy, when you're quiet. We'll have to kill him, eventually, of course.
You know, you can't expect us to believe that, Ridgway.
But it's true, I tell you.
You came home together a little bit tight. You went off to the bathroom. Godowski said he was turning straight in.
He said, when you get back, I'll be dead.
You came back from the bathroom, according to your story, and opened the door. You were feeling for the switch, and somebody knocked you on the head.
Well, you can see the lump, can't you?
I can also see the corner of the table you fell against. Oh, now, look, old man, why not tell us what actually happened? Did you come home drunk and start fighting?
I've told you no.
Well, just take a look at the room, and yourself. The dressing gown's ripped to shreds, there's a bruise on your face. Not to mention the knife you had in your hand when Coutts and I walked in. Where did you get it, by the way? German paratroop knife, isn't it?
Yes, but I've never seen it before in my life.
I got on to Inspector Frank, sir. He'll be along in about 10 minutes. Went on something wicked he did about being dragged out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning.
All right, Coutts. Get over by the door and stay there. You're feeling a good deal better now, aren't you, Ridgway?
Much, thanks.
Well, don't try anything, then. There's a sensible chap. Coutts is really very good.
Well, I haven't got me green ferry with me at the moment, sir, but I'd hate to see anyone try to get through this door.
Come on, they will. Remind me to try you out sometime.
It'll be a real pleasure, Mr. Ridgway.
All right. Don't let's start getting dramatic. Ridgway, in a few minutes, a Scotland Yard man will be here to arrest you for the murder of that chap there on the floor. I don't believe a word of your story, and I think I know why you killed him.
Wouldn't care to tell me, would you?
You killed him because he was one of the people who saw a friend of yours on that plane from Berlin. Ridgway, what do you know about a man called Carl Alexis Scammell? Yes, I know I was wrong, but it looked open and shut at the time. You see, we didn't know about the camera. We didn't even know Godowsky had taken that photograph at Tempelhof Aerodrome. And it was a long time before we found that it had been stolen by Dora, the second story maid. But I should never have made that appalling mistake about Ridgway. It made it so much easier for the fifth man on the plane.
Can Ridgway prove that he had no part in Godowsky's death to Major Keen's satisfaction? Be listening for the next chapter in this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the fourth page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
It didn't take us long after we learned that a man named Scammell had been murdered in Berlin and someone had flown to London in his place before we began to realize what sort of people we were up against. There had been 4 other passengers on the same plane from Berlin, and already one of the 4 was dead, and we were holding another of them in a room at Bailey's Hotel in Knightsbridge for killing him. The dead man, poor devil, was a chap called Godowsky, an American. The other was Peter Ridgway. And, of course, we jumped to the obvious conclusion that Ridgway and the impostor were confederates, and Godowsky had been got rid of because they had to keep him quiet about something. But Ridgway seemed too decent a chap to knife anyone. At least that's what I was thinking while we waited for Inspector Frayne to come and take charge. Coutts was there, too, of course. I'd posted him on the door.
Who did you say?
I said, what do you know about a man called Carl Alexis Scammell?
I've never heard of him. Listen, Keen, you seem to be taking a lot for granted. You walk in here and find me covered in blood and a knife in my hand and Godowsky dead on the floor. What about telling me something? What were you doing here anyway?
We wanted to see Godowsky, and we'd have worked round to you pretty soon, too.
Oh, what's going on? What's behind all this?
You don't know.
Would I be in this mess if I did? Would I knife a man and lie about to be caught in pyjamas and a dressing gown?
Well, I don't expect you intended falling against the table after the fight and knocking yourself out.
Look, Keen, just tell me what it's all about before I go stark staring crazy. Why should you be after Godowsky or me?
Well, my dear chap, since you insist, there were you two and a couple of other people on that Berlin plane yesterday afternoon. We wanted a description of the chap calling himself Major Scammell.
What for?
Because he wasn't Scammell. Scammell was found dead in Berlin at 9 o'clock last night.
Oh. This is beginning to make sense. But, look here. Am I going to be arrested?
You surely don't expect a pat on the back, do you? You either killed Godowsky in a drunken brawl, or you're hand in glove with our mystery man on the plane. Which is it, Ridgway?
What's your bet?
I say you're in with the imposter.
Uh-huh. Any particular reason?
You'd like me to believe that you're in the dark. The chap on the plane came in here, unseen, killed Godowsky, and then walked out again, right?
Well, that's what must have happened.
Then, my dear good chap, why didn't he kill you, too?
Good Lord.
So you see, do come off it. It's too late, and I'm too tired to play games with you. Just pipe down till the yard fellow gets here.
Do you mind if I put on some clothes?
No, have a look among these things, Coutts.
Oh, I left my armory in Berlin.
Just let's make sure for ourselves. You don't mind, do you?
Nothing to worry about here, sir.
All right, Ridgway, go ahead. I suggest a pair of pants, a sweater, and you'd better shove on a coat.
You're too kind. Is that what they're wearing in stir these days?
Coutts.
Quite an amusing chap, isn't he, Major?
Just as a matter of interest, Keen, who and what are you?
Just as a matter of courtesy, Ridgway, I'm a major of MI-5.
What, no cloak? No dagger?
Suppose you get a move on with your clothes and leave the cracks to competent jokers.
Hey, you there at the door? Heave that trenchcoat over, will you? Thanks.
My name is Coutts.
I'm enchanted.
Here, just a minute, Ridgway. Stay where you are.
I was only going to put the window up to get some air.
Leave the window as it is.
Oh, well. In that case, I hope they make you pay for it. Sorry, chaps. Afraid I can't stay.
Coutts, downstairs. Let's get after him, man. Quick.
I can't see him, sir. The fog. There he is.
What?
No, sorry, sir.
Oh, come on. Have to double down to the car.
He couldn't get far, sir. Seemed to me he was limping.
Well, so he should be. Taking a header out of a window 15 feet up.
We'll catch him. He was heading in the direction of Gloucester Road.
Yeah. We'd better catch him, Coutts. There are still 2 more people for him to kill.
Not going to get far on a busted ankle. Here they come. Thank heaven for this fog.
Well, I'm hanged if I know. Coutts, where the devil could he have got to?
Looked to me as if he was heading for the Gloucester Road tube, sir.
Yes, but we should have headed him off. Sure he was limping?
Yeah, looked like it to me. The one glimpse of him I got.
If they get out of the car, I'm done for.
Shine the spotlight round these doorways, Coutts.
Oh, how fat can you squeeze yourself, Ridgway? Here it comes.
All right, Coutts. Cruise slowly up and down the street. If he's hiding... Just a minute. There, that doorway. All right, Ridgway. Stand exactly where you are and don't move. Go get him, Coutts. I'll cover him.
Now then, Mr. Ridgway, out you come. Come on. And don't let's have to come and get you. Quick march.
I'm staying right here, thank you very much.
Well, you can chase me on, Fanny It's a girl, Major.
Well, let's have a look. Bring her over. Oh, what are you doing here, miss? What's your name?
Sally Jones. And I don't see that's any of your business.
I think you'd better tell us. We're looking for an escaped criminal.
Well, I haven't seen any escaped criminals.
How do you come to be on the streets at this hour? Or shouldn't I ask?
I work at the Red Feather Club in Soho, and I never get home till 4. And I'm a respectable girl.
I see. Well, I advise you to get indoors now. I'm sorry if we gave you a fright. Come on, Coutts.
Good night, miss.
I have to worry about is the girl seeing me. Oh, good grief, here she comes. There. I'm sorry I had to do this, Miss Jones.
All right, Coutts, let's stop here for a minute. We had to face it. We've lost him.
Looks like it, sir.
We'll have to get the yard onto the job. And they have the facilities of finding people we haven't. Look here, Coutts. I wonder if we were right about that chap.
Well, I've been thinking, sir. While we've been driving about. We should have asked him if there was anything missing from the hotel back at Baylor, sir.
Yeah, I should think that if he was telling the truth, Godowsky might have had something vitally important to the murderer and was killed so he could get it. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, sir, Ridgway didn't act like the sort of chap who'd stab another bloke in the back. Not from the way he looked to me, sir.
Well, we'll have to have another word with Miss Bergner. And we'll have to get hold of the fourth passenger on that plane.
Mitchell.
Digby Mitchell. Well, we better get back to the hotel and see what Frayn's up to. I'll leave it to him to put a man on watch outside Miss Bergner's flat and get a word of warning to Mitchell.
Yes, sir. If they could kill Godowsky, what about the others? One down. Two to go, as it was, sir.
Coutts, how right you are. All set, start her up. But I would like to know just what became of Ridgway.
Listen, Sally, I'm not going to hurt you. I just have to get away from here. I'm the man they were looking for. Oh, keep still. I don't want to hurt you. I have to keep you quiet until they're well out of the way. Look, if I let you go, will you be quiet? Do you promise? All right. There you are.
You nearly choked me.
Look, I'm terribly sorry, but I couldn't help it. You see, I'm in the very devil of a fix.
But they said you were a criminal.
I'm not. There was a man murdered, and they think I did it. Oh, dear. What's the use of telling you?
I can see you're hurt.
I've a busted ankle.
They'll catch you. And there's blood on your head.
Look, I have to get away from here.
You won't get half a mile. Where do you live?
I've nowhere to go. Where's the nearest taxi rank? Can you tell me?
Well, there's one in Kensington High Street.
Oh, good Lord, that's miles away. Oh, what the deuce am I going to do?
Turn your face.
What for? Here, turn that torch off. Turn it off. You want to bring Keen back here? Now, what did you do that for?
What's your name?
Peter Ridgway. What's my name matter, for the love of Mike?
You're hurt and you're lame and you're hunted. If you don't find somewhere to hide, you haven't much chance, have you?
The longer I stand here talking to you, the less chance I've got. Sally, thanks for keeping quiet.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I'm going to find that taxi rank.
Oh, no, you're not. You're coming with me.
While Ridgway was being hidden by a girl he'd never seen before in his life, Coutts and I were going through Godowsky's room with a fine-tooth comb. We found nothing. We didn't even know what to look for. Before morning, the hunt was on for Peter Ridgway, but not only the police and MI-5 were looking for him. The fifth man on the plane and his friends were looking for him, too.
Ridgway in hiding. Can he escape the dual threats of MI-5 and Dumetrius? Listen for the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns page 5 of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
Of the 4 people who had seen the unknown man on the Berlin plane, one, the American pilot Godowsky, was dead, and we'd let his murderer escape. That was Peter Ridgway, another of the passengers on the plane. He took a 15-foot jump out of a window of Godowsky's hotel in Knightsbridge, and we lost him in a fog. But what was behind it all? Coutts and I hunted about for a while that night, and then went back to the hotel to join Inspector Frayne from Scotland Yard. Feeling darned fools for letting Ridgway get away.
I shouldn't worry too much, Keen. You say the fellow was limping, and you know how he was dressed. I'll bet you an even 10 bob we pick him up within 24 hours.
I hope you're right. Well, what do you make of it?
Well, the question presents itself. Why should this chap Ridgway shove a knife into the American?
Mm-hmm.
Was it because he could have given us a description of the 5th man on the plane?
That's my guess.
But why do it like this? What chance had he of getting away with it? They went to the desk together, according to the hotel manager, the best of friends. Godowsky offered to share his room with Ridgway, and they were headed for Piccadilly to make a night of it.
Yes, I know. Coutts and I have been over and over the same ground.
And here's another thing. Suppose Godowsky was killed because it had a good look at your imposter. What's the sense of killing Godowsky unless they kill the other 2 as well? The Bergner girl and the Airborne Division chap Mitchell.
Oh, of course, you're quite right. What have you done about them, by the way?
The Birmingham police are looking Mitchell up. We've posted a man to keep an eye on Miss Bergner's flat. He's dressed up as a street cleaner. Well, what's the next move?
Coutts and I need some sleep.
Just on 6. I've sent a chap to wake the housemaid on this floor. The thing that really sticks in my mind, Keen, is this. This room was a mess when you came in this morning, wasn't it?
Oh, good Lord, yes, frightful mess.
If Ridgway and Godowsky had been fighting, why hadn't they woken anyone up?
If you're trying to make me out a thundering fool, Frayne, well, you're doing a jolly good job. When Coutts and I got here, Ridgway was on the floor with a blood-stained knife in his hand. That was enough for me to go on at the time. And if Ridgway was in the clear, why did he take that header out of the window?
Oh, you're the housemaid, I presume. Come in and shut the door.
Dragging people out of their beds in the middle of the night.
You'd have had to get up in a half an hour anyway. What's your name, miss?
Dora.
This is Major Keen, and my name's Frayne. I'm from Scotland Yard. You'll have heard what happened here early in the night.
The night porter told me just now over a cup of tea. Proper gruesome, I'll call it.
You're permanently assigned to look after this floor, aren't you, Dora?
That's me job, and I do it.
I'm sure you do. Did you hear anything out of the ordinary around about 3 o'clock this morning?
When I'm asleep, I'm asleep. Takes a good bit to wake me.
You heard nothing at all?
I just told you, didn't I?
Do your duties include unpacking for the guests?
I don't have to. Sometimes I do.
Did you unpack for Lieutenant Godowsky?
He asked me to.
Well, look, Dora. I want you to go over all his belongings here. I want you to think as hard as you can and tell us if there's anything missing that you remember seeing when you unpacked. Take your time. We'll be back in 10 or 12 minutes.
Don't know that I'm too keen on pouring through a dead man's belongings.
Just do as we say. It's important. Very important. If there's anything missing and you can tell us, it might help us to catch the man who did this. You want to help, don't you?
Well, all right. But don't you think I like it?
That'll be all, miss.
Don't worry. I don't want no invitation to stay. Coppers. Think I'm going to tell you the camera's gone when I've got it to sell myself? You coppers must think a girl's balmy, you know.
Look here, Frayne, I'm going to get the Bergner girl up to our place this afternoon after I've had some sleep. I'm going to take her over this affair from the time those 5 people came together at the Temple of Aerodrome. Care to be there, too?
I'll have to see the Assistant Commissioner first. The murder of Godowski's our business, but the rest of it's yours.
Well, do your best, will you? I'd like to have you with us.
I'd like to have Ridgway with us. At the moment, old man, Ridgway's the key to the thing. I say, I wonder if that night porter could rustle us up a whiskey.
There you are, Peter. Drink that. Whiskey and not coffee. And you're lucky to get it.
Thanks. Yeah, you're a funny girl. You meet an absolute stranger at 4 o'clock in the morning, take him in, hide him from the police.
Never mind what sort of girl I am. You should be worrying about how to get yourself out of this mess. Peter, from what you've told me, the man who killed your friend must have wanted something. Badly.
Yes, I know. If he'd only been concerned about us seeing him on the plane, he'd have killed us both. Don't let's talk about it anymore now. There's something sticking in my head, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Something about the room when I was there with Coutts and Major Keen. There was something missing. I want to forget about it for a while. Maybe it'll come back. Listen, Sally. Just suppose I was a murderer. Aren't you taking a frightful chance?
No. Because you're not.
Do you do this sort of thing very often?
I've never had a man in these 2 rooms before in my life.
Who are you? And what are you, Sally?
Just a girl.
Where do you work?
I'm a cigarette girl at the Red Feathers Club in Wardour Street. I get £3 a week and tips, and I've been on my own since I was 10.
No people of your own?
Not a soul. I've been kicked around. You get kicked around when you're on your own. Nobody can tell me anything.
I still can't make you out.
Do you have to look twice when someone does you a good turn? You don't know how you looked last night when I shone the torch in your face. You're going to say I'm silly. But something happened, honest, Peter. I've been in trouble, and I've been hungry, and I've been cold. And I've said to myself, if you ever see anyone like you, Sally, anywhere, anytime, no matter what they are or what they do, you do something to help if you can.
If I'd been told anything like this could happen, I wouldn't have believed it. But Sally, you must let me give you some money.
If you ever talk about paying me again, you can get out.
I'm sorry, I'm out of my depth. I won't mention it again. Oh, this is a good snap of you. Was it taken long ago?
About a year. It's at Regent's Park Zoo. An American took it.
Jolly good. Must have been a good camera.
It was one of those German ones with knobs and little bits all over it. He used to say it was liberated.
Just a minute. What did you say?
The camera. He used to say it was liberated.
That's it. Yes. That's what they were after. That's what was missing. Godowski's camera. Now I remember. At Tempelhof, he snapped Heddy Bergner and Scammell was in the background. The man who wasn't Scammell.
What are you talking about?
Now we're getting somewhere. Sally, where can I sleep?
You can take my room. I'll make myself comfy on the sofa.
No. The sofa's for me. You've done enough. I'd like to kiss you.
No, thanks.
I wasn't offering you that kind of kiss.
All I've ever had with that kind. Come on, get some sleep.
Yes, miss. And when I'm back on my toes, I'm going to do some hunting on my own account. I'm going after a certain Miss Heddy Bergner, who so badly wanted Godowski's address. Sally, I'm beginning to see the light.
Well, you ought to. The sun's coming up. Let's get some blankets out of my room.
Well, what kept you, Heddy? We've been waiting half an hour.
You should have a more accessible hideout.
You've seen the papers. Ridgway got away from them.
Before we start talking about Ridgway, get Yachty out of the room.
Yachty, you're not deaf, are you?
Thanks. The sight of that creature makes my blood run cold.
How do you expect a man who'd kill you for a pinch of snuff to look? About Ridgway, this is bad.
I know. I won't be able to make love to him and lead him to you so you can make him tell you what became of the camera.
Until the police get him, or by some extraordinary fluke one of Yachty's poles find him, we're tied hand and foot. There's £1 million at stake. 2 men killed for it already, and we're tied hand and foot because a fool of an American snapped a picture of me at Tempelhof Aerodrome.
You paid him in full, didn't you?
But until the negative of that picture's destroyed, I daren't show my face to anyone. The whole structure of our plan falls to pieces the moment MI-5 lays its hands on that camera. Where is it, Heddy? Where is it?
We have to get to Ridgeway.
Where is it? Where?
Good morning, miss. What can I do for you?
I want to have a look at some bracelets. But they must be made of jade.
Jade bracelets, miss? Here, come into the back room. Hey, well, what you got this time, Dora?
It's a Jerry camera, Quinn, and I want 120 quid for it.
Oh, another American guest at Bailey's,
Never you mind. 120 I want, not a penny less.
Mm-hmm. Like a film 3 parts exposed. You know, as you get older, Dora, and get a bit wiser, you'll have film in stolen cameras developed. Give you 100.
Well, all right, give me the money.
Hey, wait a minute. You read the papers, ain't you, Dora? Wasn't used to have that American, was it? Wonder if I ought to offer you only 50.
While Dora the housemaid sold the camera that would have led us to a murderer, while the murderer and his thugs waited for us to find Ridgeway, while Ridgeway hid with the cigarette girl from the Red Feathers Club in Soho, we groped in the dark. But not for long.
A lucky break gives Major Keen a much-needed clue. And the next chapter of suspense in Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
I left Inspector Frayne at Bailey's Hotel that second day with the sun coming up. We'd done all we could. Godowski's body had been taken away. We'd talked to Dora, the housemaid, and other people in the hotel. Ridgeway, the chap who'd been found in Godowski's room with the knife, had escaped and we'd lost him. And for the moment, there wasn't a thing we could do but get some sleep. I arrived back at our headquarters on the embankment at about 3 the next afternoon. We'd made arrangements to have another word with the Ensign girl, Heddy Bergner, and in the meantime, we dug up all the background information we could about Karl Scammell and the people who'd been on that plane from Berlin. But we were still completely in the dark about the imposter, the man who'd murdered Scammell and taken his place. Coutts was waiting for me when I got there. Good chap, Coutts. Seems to get along with practically no sleep at all.
Well, here we are, sir. All the reading matter under the sun, sir. Kindly supplied by War Office Records.
Good. The Bergner girl hasn't shown up yet, has she?
Not yet, sir.
No word of Ridgeway from Inspector Frayne?
No, sir. It wouldn't surprise me if you collected that 10-bob note from the inspector, sir.
I'll willingly lose 10 bob cuts to get my hands on Ridgeway before the day's out. All right, now. Let's see what records have to say about Karl Alexis Scammell. Born 1912, Vienna. Father naturalized British subject, mother Hungarian. Educated in France, Oxford, the Sorbonne, and Heidelberg. Accomplished linguist. Believed to have been in Spain during the Civil War, later in Balkans and Greece. Left Romania before Nazi advance in 1941, interned Ankara 1941, escaped to Syria early 1942. Joined British forces in Cairo, April 1942. Sounds just the sort of chap they'd grab at for intelligence, Coutts.
Sounds to me, though, sir, as though he'd been wiser to stay and turned in Turkey.
Well, let's have a look a bit further. Yeah. Commissioned Army GHQ, Middle East, 1943. Oh, here's something. Parachuted into Yugoslavia, November 1943. I know a bit about that sort of thing myself. Detached for special duty with French forces of the interior, 1944. Captured. Escaped January 1945.
He must have been a pretty slippery customer, sir. Not too many of them got away from the Gestapo.
Well, he's certainly been around. And since then, it seems, he was with military intelligence in Germany. Ah, listen to this, right at the end of the summary. All information on this man prior to joining Middle East forces in 1942 supplied by himself. Most details of pre-war background impossible to verify now. Rather significant, that last bit, wouldn't you say, Coutts?
Yes, sir. Sounds as though he could have made it all up as he went along.
Well, it doesn't matter now. Odd way for a chap to finish up, though, after all that. To be found dead under a pile of rubble in the Gartenstrasse in Berlin. Yes? Oh, all right. Ask her to come up, will you? Miss Bergner. Tell me, Coutts, how does she impress you?
Oh, I'd say she was a pretty sweet dish, sir. Well, a bit out of my class.
Yes. It's almost too attractive to be running about Germany with an entertainment unit. But, of course, her singing mightn't be as good as her looks. Righto, Coutts. Do your stuff.
Yes, sir. Come in, Miss Bergner. The Major's waiting on you now.
Hello, Major Keen.
How are you? It's very good of you to come along to this rather sinister pile of ours. Do sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Well, now, we have asked you to come along for two reasons, Miss Bergner, and I'll get the first one out of the way at once. I don't want to scare you unduly, but we've reason to believe you're in very grave danger.
What on earth for?
You and 3 other people saw that 5th man on the plane I talked to you about last night. One of the others has already been killed.
Godowski? The American?
You've seen the papers.
Yes. But I didn't dream there was any connection. How utterly appalling.
We're putting a man on to guard your flat, 24 hours a day.
You've... a man outside my flat?
Oh, he won't get in your way.
Oh, but this is terrible. They've nothing to kill me for. I couldn't even give you a description of the other man.
Miss Bergner, he doesn't know that. And it looks as though the man who called himself Carl Scammer will stop at absolutely nothing.
But who is he? What is he?
That is something we'd very much like to know. Now, don't let it upset you. You'll be all right. Tell me something about yourself. What are your plans?
Well, my contract with ENSA has expired, and I'm not renewing it. I'm looking for a job.
You sing, don't you?
Yes, but you'll never hear me at Covent Garden. I'm a cabaret singer. You know, nightclubs and all that. I really think I get by on my looks more than my voice.
Well, I wish you luck at any rate. Are you English?
No, I'm Austrian. Viennese. My father brought me to England in 1933 when I was 14, and we both became British subjects.
I see. Well, since last night, have you thought of anything more you could tell us about the imposter?
No. I'm terribly sorry. I'd like to help you.
Can you think of any little incident on the plane? Anything that happened before the plane took off, perhaps? Anything at all that might have given Godowski a priority on the imposter's list of those he had to get rid of?
No. No, I can't think of anything at all.
Pity. Well, that seems to be that. I won't hold you up any longer, Miss Bergner. Thank you very much for coming along. And do remember, if anything out of the ordinary happens, get in touch with me at once.
You can count on me for that, Major Keen.
Oh, by the way, let me know when you get that job, would you? I'll be along to hear you one night.
I think I'd like that. Goodbye, Major. Oh, thank you, Coutts. Goodbye.
Afternoon, miss.
Coutts. Follow her.
Taxi! Taxi! Bookman Sanatorium, please, cabby. 34 Pellman Road, Hampstead Heath.
Right you are, miss.
He told me always to be certain I'm not followed. Perhaps I should have taken the tube. Oh, good Lord. It's Coutts getting into another cab behind. Cabby, I've changed my mind. Drive me to Leicester Square Tube Station. If the cab behind turned this corner... Yes. Yes, he's following me all right. Oh, what have I done wrong? Where did I give myself away? Where? Oh, stop that. It's driving me crazy.
I don't know I do it. So there was a man outside your flat. And this fellow followed you from the embankment.
But I'm certain I lost him. He was left on the platform.
I don't like it. Why should they suspect you?
I can't imagine why he should.
We'll have to throw them off. I need you too much. You must be free to come and go. You're my only link with Keen and his MI-5.
Don't you think I realize that? What are we going to do?
I think something can be arranged. A convincing attempt on your life, perhaps.
Plan in Berlin was perfect. Now, with the camera lost and Ridgway at large and the fourth man, Mitchell, anything can go wrong.
You worry too much, Heddy. I'm not concerned with Mitchell. Do you remember his condition on the plane?
That still leaves Ridgway.
The police will find Ridgway for us, and in the meantime, I carry on here as a patient in Dr. Buchman's sanatorium. The perfect retreat. Why don't you relax? You forget they still don't know who I am. We can afford to wait until they pick him up.
You weren't long, Coutts. Did you see her safely home?
It's got me properly puzzled, sir. You'd think she knew I was right behind her and didn't want to be followed.
Yeah? What happened?
Well, she hopped in the cab and I grabbed another one. Then she gets out at Leicester Square Tube and waits on the platform for a Piccadilly line train. Waits till it's just going and hops in as the doors slam in my face, sir.
Oh, that's odd. Confound it, they only sent you along for her own protection, on the spur of the moment.
Well, I'll swear she gave me the slip deliberately, sir.
That makes you think. Of course, it could just have happened like that. Oh, I should have had enough sense to send you along with her. Keen speaking.
Keen, it's Frayne here. I've got something for you.
You picked up Peter Ridgway?
How soon can you get to Guy's hospital?
Well, 10 minutes. What's up?
I'll tell you when you get there. It's another of those forged passports. Chap's on his last legs. Step on it. There's a good fellow if you want to question him. Might lead to something.
Where will you be?
I'll be waiting for you in the casualty ward.
Right. Coutts at the double. The car. Guy's hospital in 10 minutes.
You might have to wait a few minutes, Keen. Chap called for priest. Here they come now. And that's the doctor beckoning to you. If you want to ask the fellow where he got his forged passport, you'd better hurry.
Can he talk?
He's been muttering in German, I think. How's yours?
Oh, good enough.
What happened, Inspector? Who is the bloke?
We can't tell his nationality. He was hanging about outside a jeweller's shop in the Tottenham Court Road. The chap on the beat was only going to move him on, but when he saw our fellow coming, he bolted for his life with the constable after him. He tried to dodge across the road and slipped. A bus went over him.
What's his name?
The forged passport said Polikoff.
Polikoff? We've got a bloke called Polikoff on our list of black market Poles.
He's keen now. Do you have any luck?
I had the kind of luck you get once in a lifetime. That fellow in there bought his passport 6 months ago in Germany. And he told me the man he bought it from came to London yesterday afternoon. On an American plane.
Did he tell you the man's name, sir?
Yes, he even told me that.
Well, come on, men. What is it?
Dumetrius. Now we had something to go on. Scammell was coming to London with information about the forged document traffic, but someone had taken his place. On the same afternoon, a supplier of forged papers had come from Berlin to London, also on an American plane. It was too much to be a coincidence. We knew who that someone was. Dumetrius. The man we were after.
A gunman and a pawnbroker have a conversation which vitally affects the fate of Dumetrius in the next suspenseful episode of Dossier on Dumetrius. gunman and a pawnbroker have a conversation which vitally affects the fate of Dumetrius in the next suspenseful episode of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
By an extraordinary stroke of fortune, we discovered the name of the man we were hunting. The man who'd put Carl Scammel's body under the Berlin rubble and had come to London in his place. It was Dumetrius, and you could say what's in the name if you like, but it made the very devil of a difference to the way things turned out later on. But we still weren't sure who'd killed the American pilot Godowsky, or why. We had a pretty good idea it was Peter Ridgway. But Ridgway escaped the night we found him in Godowsky's room with the knife in his hand and hadn't been seen since. The two other passengers on that Berlin plane, Digby Mitchell and the girl Heddy Bergner, we'd warned. The girl we were guarding, because if Godowsky'd been killed because he'd had a good look at Dumetrius and could give us a description of him, well, so had the others, and we wanted those two to stay alive. We also wanted the answers to a couple of questions. Was Ridgway a confederate of Dumetrius? And where was Ridgway? Yes, that's what we wanted to know. Where was Peter Ridgway?
Peter.
Huh?
Wake up.
Oh, where the devil am I?
It's me, Sally.
Oh, waking up in this strange room, you wonder where you are. What have you got there?
Tea and toast. Come on, sit up.
Oh, good. Thank you. You're an angel. What's the time?
4:30. You've been asleep for 10 hours. You must have needed it. Let me look at you. Peter Ridgway. You look awful.
Yes, I guess I do need a shave. But I've no razor. I certainly can't charge around the streets in these clothes looking for a barber shop.
That's why I woke you up. You need a lot of steam, and if I hurry, I can get to the shops in Kensington High Street before they close. You can't go about in army trousers and a sweater, even if you do wear that trench coat all the time.
Would you get me some clothes?
Well, if I
You'd better
can,
try
but
for some grey corduroy trousers and a tweed jacket of some sort and a brown hat. Here, grab my wallet and take what you need. Thank the Lord I had enough sense to shove it in my pocket before I took that hater out of the window at Daly's.
It's all in the papers, Peter. They're after you. You didn't stab that man, did you?
No. He was a good fellow, Sally. One of those open-handed Americans with a heart the size of a soccer ball. Just a big kid from the farm in Iowa, trying to make out he knew all the answers. I'd like to get my hands on the people who did him in. And for what? Because he took a picture of a pretty girl at a German aerodrome. And a certain someone was in it, too.
You liked him, didn't you?
Yes, I liked him very much.
The girl? Heddy someone.
Heddy Bergner.
You think she has something to do with the other man on the aeroplane?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
How did the murderer know where to look for Godowsky? Heddy knew where he was staying. She made a special point of finding out. The murderer was in the snapshot, and the camera disappeared from Godowsky's room. It all adds up, Sally. And I'm going to get hold of that girl.
But you don't even know where she lives.
I can find out.
How can you?
She's a singer, a cabaret girl. And all those sort of people get their bookings through agents. She told Godowsky her contract with Enzer had expired, and she was getting a job in London. Well, I'll go round all the agents. Her address will be on someone's books, probably several.
No, you'll have to let me go.
Why?
Oh, with your ankle and everything, if you walk about London in broad daylight, you're bound to be caught.
You're doing enough. I'll get away with it somehow. My ankle's a lot better already.
Oh, do be terribly, terribly careful.
Sally, don't you want me to be caught?
No, Peter. The last thing in the world I want is for you to get caught.
Yes. Oh, come in, Coutts. What have you got there?
Wire from Digby Mitchell, sir. He's coming up to town from Birmingham today, and his train is arriving at 7, Euston Station.
Oh, good show. Mitchell at the moment's our last chance of getting a description of our mysterious friend Dumetrius.
It's a very unusual name, that, sir.
Seems to be a very unusual character. Look here, Coutts. I'm worried about the Bergner girl. She's too vulnerable. And I've been trying to figure out how the murderer, if it wasn't Peter Ridgway, got onto Godowski's address so quickly.
I've been wondering about that too, sir.
Now just suppose Heddy Bergner was next on his list. How could he possibly find her, eh?
Well, I couldn't rightly say on the spur of the moment, sir.
Then I'll tell you one way. He could make the rounds of every agent booking entertainers for nightclub floor shows. Give me the phone. Get me Inspector Frayne at Scotland Yard. Right. You know, Coutts, I have an idea we haven't even started on this thing yet. Here's a man, kills someone, hides his body under some rubble, takes his papers, and uses his identity to get away from Germany and into this country. Then he kills a man who saw him on the plane. Why?
Plenty of people would give their right arms to get away from the continent right now, sir. And for plenty of different reasons.
Yes, but you can do it simpler than this. You can buy forged passports. No one should know better than we do, Coutts. And you don't have to kill people to get yourself a seat on a plane if your papers are in order. What's this fellow Dumetrius got at stake? Why should it be so necessary for him to hide his true identity?
Best way to find that out, sir, is to catch the blotter.
Yeah. Put salt in his tail, I suppose.
Well, we're only groping about in the dark, sir.
Just a minute. Yes? Oh, yes, Frayne. Now, look here, how's this for an idea? What about sending a man round every theatrical agent in London with instructions to... Yes. Well, wait a minute and I'll tell you. Ask the agents to detain any man inquiring after Heddy Bergner and get hold of the nearest constable. Well, tell him why. You think it's worth it? Good for you. I'll leave it to you. Goodbye.
Oh, the man I'm waiting to hear from is Captain Digby Mitchell, sir. Surely one of those four can tell us what Dumetrius looked like?
Yes, but of course you can't catch a chap with his description alone. You know, it's the very deuce of a temptation to use Miss Bergner as bait. We could give a false report to the newspapers that she had accurate information for us about Dumetrius. Might force his hand.
Flush him out into the open, as it were, sir.
We could have men watching him morning, noon, and night, so that if he tried anything, well, we'd at least have a chance to pounce on him.
Well, why not, sir?
Goes against the grain.
Yeah. She's very pretty, isn't she? Sir?
Coutts, sometimes you see too much.
Yes, sir. Well, I've been thinking, sir. Isn't it about time we had a word from one or two of the informers? We haven't heard from Eustace Mannerley for a week or so. And what about that pawnbroker, Quinn? He ought to be able to give us a tip.
Well, I'm afraid we won't be able to use Quinn much longer. Frayne says he's a fence, buying stuff from the Poles.
Oh, he's a nasty piece of work, all right. Piggy Quinn, they call him round Jennifer Street, sir.
Piggy Quinn? Well, you have to admit the name suits the chap.
Well, what do you want to see?
Jade bracelets, Quinn.
Uh-huh. All right. Come into the back room. Here we are. Well, what do you got for me this time, Yachty?
6 German cameras, Quinn. Good ones.
How much do you want for them?
600, yeah?
No, don't want them. Got 3 Ligers in the safe already.
Were you buying cameras not from me? Who else? Last time I was here, you had only 2.
I got customers, Yachty.
Where? You better tell me, Quinn.
Oh, all right. My girl who does a little lifting in a hotel not far from me, a Bailey's. A couple of nights ago, she grabbed one from a Yank who got himself knifed the same night.
You don't want these cameras?
See me next week.
Yeah. Maybe we see you before next week, Quinn. Yeah. This is Yachty. Yeah, Yachty. Yeah, you said don't never use telephones. But wait till I tell you. I found the camera. Yeah, I found it. Piggy Quinn. Piggy Quinn. Piggy for Schwein, you understand? Yeah. He is buying it from a girl working in Bailey's 2 nights ago. Yeah. That's where it went. What? The telephone in the underground that... I cannot say it. G-L-O-U... Yeah. Gloucester Road. Yeah. I wait. We go back when you get here and see Piggy Quinn. Yeah?
Coutts, you have that wire from Captain Mitchell handy?
Oh, it's here somewhere, sir.
Well, have a look and make sure he said he was arriving at 7.
That's what he says. Arriving Euston, 1900 hours, sir.
That chap get away to meet him and bring him straight along?
Gave him his instructions myself, sir.
Well, it's just on 20 past now. What the devil's keeping them?
Well, the train might have been late. And Euston's a fair step from here, sir.
Oh, confound it, I know that. And Heddy Bergner didn't take any notice of our man. Kudowski's dead. Ridgway's heaven only knows where. Mitchell's so darned important to us. He's the only one left who can give us any idea what Dumetrius looks like.
They'll be here in a few minutes, Major.
Keen speaking. Who? You're certain? You're absolutely positive? No, that's all. Well, Coutts, that's that.
What is it, sir?
It looks as though he's beaten us again. Captain Digby Mitchell was not on that train. So we had Ridgway and the girl left. We hadn't another thing of any sort to go on. We had to find Peter Ridgway quickly or do the thing I hated the thought of, use Heddy Bergner as bait. But bait to catch what manner of fish? What sort of man was this Dumetrius?
Dumetrius and Yachty visit Pokey Quinn with unhappy consequences for the porcine pawnbroker in the next chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Looking back on it, I can remember the moment we heard about Mitchell as though it were only 5 minutes ago. We were after Dumetrius. We knew nothing but the name. We were groping in a fog. 4 people could have told us what he looked like. 4 people could have given us at least that to go on. But of the 4, 1 was dead. Heddy Bergner simply hadn't taken any notice of him on the plane. Peter Ridgway was in hiding, wanted on suspicion of murder. And the 4th man? Well, Digby Mitchell had wired us to expect him on a train from Birmingham arriving at 7 o'clock. And we'd just been told that he hadn't turned up. It looked pretty grim. And then there was Heddy Bergner herself. Coutts swore she'd deliberately given him the slip when he followed her the day before, and that was something that needed looking into. I had her address, of course. It seemed a good idea to see the chap outside was on the job, Miss Bergner, and then, of course, being on the spot, it seemed a better idea to drop in. Sure you don't mind?
Of course not. You know, I've looked and looked, and I can never see anyone keeping an eye on my flat.
Oh, he's there. He was the man pruning the trees all day, for instance, and now he's just a rather brawny character, hanging about doing nothing in particular, but keeping out of sight.
It's exciting. And rather frightening, too. I've never been guarded before.
You've probably never been in such danger before. Digby Mitchell wired us he was arriving from Birmingham at 7 o'clock this evening. We met the train, but he wasn't on it.
That's all of us.
Yes. Mitchell was the last of the four. Miss Bergner, why didn't you want Coutts to follow you yesterday afternoon?
Are you trying to scare me more than you have already?
It's a very simple question.
I didn't even know I was being followed.
Tell me quickly, where did you go when you left our place on the embankment?
Well, I took a cab, and then...
Quickly.
I went to Leicester Square Tube Station, and when I got down to the platform, I couldn't make up my mind whether to go straight home. Oh, really, Major Keen.
Go on.
Well, I didn't know whether to come straight home or get out at Hyde Park, and I jumped on the train just as it was going.
That's just the way people behave when they want to lose their shadows.
If you think I haven't told you the truth, if you think I'm not telling you the truth now, why are you having me protected?
Mine's that sort of a job, Miss Bergner. We have to be sure. I'm hunting a desperate man, and what do I know about you? Except that you have the,
I have the what?
It doesn't matter. I wasn't having you followed, actually. I sent Coutts along on the spur of the moment to see you on your way.
And because he lost me, you began to suspect... Oh, how absurd. Major Keen, do I look as though I'd have anything to do with a murder?
The widest eyes, the most innocent mouth, the most demure and childlike demeanor I ever saw belonged to a girl who'd poisoned 4 people and betrayed her brother to the hangman.
Well, my eyes aren't particularly wide, and my mouth certainly isn't innocent. Next time you want Coutts to see me safely on my way, let me know, would you? So that when you call again, I can offer you a drink, instead of having to defend myself against your preposterous suspicions.
How terse are you, really?
I'm not terse. I'm just plain frightened.
I'm sorry about that. Well, there doesn't seem to be much point in hanging about. I expect I may as well shove off.
You don't have to go. Would you like that drink?
I think I would.
You can sit there and tell me what's made you look the way you do. And why you believe only the worst of people. Even people like me. How old are you, Major Keen?
36.
Nice. You don't talk about yourself much, do you?
Right this minute, Miss Bergner.
Heddy. Wait there till I get some glasses.
Right now, I'd rather talk about the man I'm after.
Yachty. I thought I told you not to come back until next week. Who's this with you?
You're Piggy Quinn, aren't you?
My name's Quinn. Now, see,
Don't
Mr.
argue. Get into your back room. Shut the shop, Yachty. Put the lights out.
Hey, what is this? And who are you?
Get in there.
Why? Look, mister. What do you want?
I want to buy a camera.
And why is Yachty shutting the shop?
Do you expect any more customers at this time of night? You should be grateful, my dear fellow. Now then, let's talk a little business. You have some Leicas for sale, haven't you?
Yeah, maybe I have, but I don't see
Where
how...
are they?
In the safe.
Don't stand about. There's a good chap. The smell of this place. Is that why they call you Piggy? You know, it's quite amazingly apt.
Look, how would you like to take a swim?
Yachty, Mr. Quinn's decided to be difficult.
No, look, just a minute, mister. You want to see some cameras? Well, all right. Just get this blooming safe open. Never can remember this combination. Well, there you are. There are only 3 Leicas in the place.
I want a particular Leica.
They're all the same. Take your pick.
No, Mr. Quinn, they're not all the same. One was stolen from Bailey's Hotel 2 nights ago. That's the one I want. You don't mind, do you?
Where's that one? The one in the alligator case?
Open it.
Yeah.
I'll take it now, thanks. Yachty, it's been emptied. We, rather expected to find some film in this camera.
There wasn't no
Quinn.
film in it when I got it.
You know, Mr. Quinn, I'm one of those people who detest violence. I can't bear the thought of people getting hurt. When they're sensible, there's really no reason why they should. Apart from your remarkable porcine appearance, you look a sensible sort of fellow, Mr. Quinn. Where's the film?
If you want it that bad, what's it worth?
I see you completely misunderstand me. You should ask yourself what's it worth to you.
Oh, yeah, I'll sell it, all right, I'll sell it.
Much as I regret this, I really think we'll have to make you see reason.
What do you mean?
We haven't all night, you know. Yachty.
Hey, now, look. Wait a minute. All right, if you want that bloomin' film, you'll get the bloomin'. Just take the bloomin' film and get out of here. I don't know who you are or what you are, but just take this film and get out. There.
Thank you.
Now, will you go, the both of you?
It's remarkable how often you find very fat men very timid. Of course, tonight, Quinn, you've something really to be timid about. Let this be a lesson to you. You really shouldn't go about buying stolen cameras.
Who are you?
It won't mean anything to you, but my name's Dumetrius. Good night.
Hey, mister, just a minute. What about him?
Who, Yachty? Oh, he'll be staying for a while. You didn't think we could leave you like this, did you, Quinn? You know too much. I'm leaving Yachty to have a word with you.
Hello?
Listen, Heddy, you can tell Keen about the camera and the photograph whenever you like. We have it.
Why, that's marvelous news, Anna. But my agent says I needn't worry for a moment. And I'd love to, but at the moment I'm not alone.
Who's with you, Heddy?
A perfectly enchanting Major Gregory Keen.
How very convenient.
Yes, isn't it? I'm having some glamour pictures taken tomorrow. It's such a frightful time since I had any done. Except for a snapshot taken at Temple of Aerodrome by an impassioned American flyer. I've had no photographs since I don't know when, and the agents do carry on so. Yes, all right, darling. Bye. That was a friend of mine, wanting to know how I'm getting along for an engagement.
Heddy.
Yes?
What did I hear you say about a snapshot of you taken at Temple House?
Why, yes. Yes, that very silly young American who was killed. Just as we were getting onto the plane for London.
And who else was in it? The man calling himself Scammell?
I believe he was standing close to me at the time.
Why couldn't you have told me this before?
Well, I simply didn't think of it. Is it important?
Important? Don't you realize that's what Godowsky was murdered for? How could you have been so incredibly stupid?
But a photo of me? How was I to know it had any significance?
No, the picture of you didn't matter tuppence. It was the picture of Dumetrius.
Oh, did you say?
Dumetrius. The man who came to London as Major Scammell. Oh, if only I'd known about this before. We'd gone back to Bailey's Hotel that night a mere half hour earlier.
How did you discover his name?
That's not important. Listen, Heddy, I must get back to the embankment. Not that there's much I can do about the camera now. Good night.
Come and see me again, please.
What's wrong with the chap outside?
I don't want you for protection. Goodbye now. Oh. Hello? Yes, he's here. It's for you.
Must be Coutts. Hello? Yes, Coutts. What's that he has? Well, hang on to him. I don't care if he drinks gallons of my whiskey. If it's the only way you can keep him there, break open a case of the stuff. All right, give me 10 minutes. Right.
What is it? Anything to do with Dumetrius?
Yes, something very much to do with Dumetrius. One can't be on the wrong leg all the time. Good night, I must bolt.
But tell me, what is it?
Captain Digby Mitchell showed up after all. Tearing back to the embankment that night, I felt pretty confident. Surely Mitchell could tell us what Dumetrius looked like. But there was something else in the back of my mind. What was it about Miss Heddy Bergner? She had beauty, she had intelligence, but she had something else, too. Something I couldn't quite describe. Something that didn't quite add up.
Gregory Keen discovers what he thinks is an important clue for the discovery of Godowski's murderer in the next chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
When I left the embankment that evening to see what Heddy Bergner had to say about giving Coutts the slip when he followed her, I thought we'd run into a dead end. Digby Mitchell, the last of the 4 people who could give us a description of Dumetrius, hadn't turned up, and we had every reason to believe he'd gone the same way as the American Godowski. Ridgway we still hadn't laid hands on. The chap had disappeared completely, and although there was a trap sprung for him, he still hadn't been caught. Heddy had an explanation for her movements, and there, it seemed, we were stuck. But then the phone went. It was Coutts. Mitchell had turned up at the embankment, so I hopped in my car and broke all the rules getting back there. It was about 10 o'clock, I suppose, when...
Bad show, I admit, Keen. Jolly bad show. But when I wired you, I thought I'd be coming up by train. Then this cove offered to drive me up, promised faithfully to get me here by 7. I was going to know he was going to blow a tyre, and the silly ass had no spare.
Well, never mind that. You're here now, and that's all that matters. Let's hear from you about that plane trip from Berlin. You know the general situation, don't you?
Coutts here has brought me up to date. But aren't you exaggerating?
About what?
This character, Dumetrius. You can't tell me the fellow just goes about blithely giving people a whiz.
Well, he's attended to one chap already, hasn't he?
You don't know it was Dumetrius who killed the American after all.
Look, suppose we leave Godowski for a minute and get back to you. The 5th passenger on that plane from Berlin was Dumetrius. We do know that. Now tell us what he looked like, Mitchell. Give us a description of him so Frayne and his policemen will have someone they can hunt.
Well, I'm sorry, old boy, but I can't.
Why can't you?
Well, the facts of the matter are I had a simply prodigious hangover. There was a send-off in the mess the night before, and you know the effects of that German gin.
But you must have taken some notice.
I wouldn't have taken any notice of Scammell or Dumetrius or whoever he is if he'd had 2 heads.
Oh, it's incredible. 4 people and not one of you...
I'm bound to admit I feel a bit of an ass. I slept most of the trip. I could barely open my eyes before we took off, and the moment we landed at Northolt, I literally tottered off in search of a beer.
And I nearly ripped the tread off my tyres getting up here to talk to you.
Bad show. Sorry. Mind if I take another lash at your grog?
Oh, help yourself.
Oh, thanks. Coutts here tells me you're after Ridgway. He's under suspicion for knocking off Godowski or something.
That's right.
A lot of silly rot, you know.
Decent of you to give us the benefit of your opinion.
Not at all. You see, I know Peter Ridgway. He'd no more shove a knife into another chap than I would.
Forgive me if I'm not impressed. Wouldn't you knife a chap in a fight? If you thought you had a good reason.
Well, that's totally different.
In Godowski's room 2 nights ago, it was totally different. And if Ridgway did stab that chap, he's quite likely to have you on his list and Heddy Bergner as well. That's why we're guarding the girl and hunting Ridgway. We're letting you look out for yourself.
If you didn't, I'd feel downright embarrassed.
Of course, if anything does happen to you, now we know you're no help to us, we'd still be heartbroken. Wouldn't we, Coutts?
Yes, sir. Look here, Keen. If you begrudge me these drinks, I can always shove a quid on the mantel.
Oh, shut up, man. I was counting on you.
I said I'm sorry to have let you down. Next time I fly to or from Berlin with Dumetrius, I'll go on the wagon for a week beforehand. I'll even take a camera.
Just a minute. Did you notice Godowski do anything in particular just before your plane left Tempelhof? Anything involving the Bergner girl?
Such as what? Clasp her to him or something? She was worth it, by Godfrey.
Old man, would it be too much to take this seriously?
I'm taking it a good deal more seriously than you think.
Did Godowski take a picture of her?
Now you mention it, yes, he did.
Now, with Dumetrius in the background.
Could be.
The girl's in the clear, Coutts. That settles it.
Yes, sure, sir.
She told me about it herself tonight.
Sir, the American was knocked off for the film in his camera.
Well, you give me a better reason.
Why chase about after Ridgway, then?
I'll tell you that when we catch him. And with any sort of luck, that shouldn't be long. You see, we've set a little trap.
Ah, yes, all your spies rushing about with false beards and so on, eh? You chaps make me ill. You go about in tweeds and so forth, but you call yourselves Major this or Colonel that. MI-5. It was the same years ago when there was fun to be had in battle dress and a tin hat. While better coves were in the line, you and the rest of you were back at GHQ, pinning things on maps. And if you went up as far as Corps, they gave you a DSO. Now you're hunting about for some tuppenny-halfpenny crook, and you've nothing better to do than run fellows like Peter Ridgway into the ground. I said it before, you make me ill.
Why, you... It's all right, Coutts, let him talk.
What's he, your personal strong-arm man?
Finish that up and run along, Mitchell. I don't see how the airborne troops can do without you.
They get along. But just a minute, this trap for Ridgway...
Oh, you want me to tell you about it, all right. We'll catch him if he goes near a theatrical agency asking for Miss Heddy Bergner. There. Now you can go back to your chums and tell them you know one of the secrets of MI-5.
I don't think my chums would be very interested in MI-5 or any other comic strip characters. Bung-ho, Keen. When you catch Peter Ridgway, give him my regards. And you can tell him if he wants a hand, just let me know.
So much for Digby Mitchell. Oh, come on, Coutts. We'll start again in the morning. I've had enough for tonight. You know, I don't think that fellow liked us a bit.
No, sir.
I don't care what you say. I don't like the idea of you traipsing all over the place in broad daylight, Peter.
But what else can I do?
You might have to go to 50 agents before you find the one with the Bergner person's address. And every bobby in London will be on the lookout for you.
But I can't sit about here until I petrify. Listen, Sally. They have a cast-iron case against me for sticking that knife into Hank Godofsky. The police won't look any further for the man who did kill him. So I have to do just what I can myself.
But hunting around for Heddy Bergner, whatever her name is...
Do I have to tell you again and again? Someone found out where Godofsky was staying, and Heddy was that someone. She must have been. She's mixed up in it somehow. So, for want of a better lead, I just have to get hold of her. Don't you understand?
They'll catch you. I know they will.
They'll be looking for a cove in army trousers and a trench coat. Not a slightly arty-looking waller in corduroy trousers and a tweed jacket. And I think it was a stroke of genius buying me the pipe. The only trouble is I'll have to learn to smoke the darn thing.
Peter, you know what you'd do if you was wise?
What?
You'd go to this Major Keen and tell him about Heddy and the way she got the American's address at the aerodrome.
And finish up in the dock on trial for my life? Oh, no. Not me, thanks.
You won't let me go round the agents for you?
I don't want you mixed up in this any more than you are already. And, I've been thinking I can't stay here much longer.
Why can't you?
Well, hang it all, if I do get myself collared and they find out you've been keeping me out of sight, they might come down on you, too.
But it's so much safer for you here.
Aren't you worried about your reputation?
Cigarette girls at places like the Red Feathers clubs don't have reputations.
You shouldn't say things like that, Sally.
Should I kid myself?
When this affair's cleaned up and I'm out of the wood, we're going to do something about you. Do you realize how pretty you are? With a little practice and a little training, we could make a very decent mannequin out of you. I know what I'm talking about.
No, not you too, Peter. I've heard that line before. So often.
From fat men in their 50s with cunning expressions and no hair. I can see we'll have to do something about your attitude, too. The world's not made entirely of those sort of people, Sally.
I'm sorry. I should know by this time that you're not like that.
As a matter of fact, I'm not.
Peter, don't go out in the streets today. Wait just a little longer.
What's the difference? Today, tomorrow, next week, the police will still be on the job.
But I've such a dreadful feeling. I just know you won't be back.
Oh, cheer up. I'm a pretty slippery customer, Sally. And I'm going to take some catching with what I have at stake. Oh, of course I'll be back. Think I'm going to miss that dinner you're going to cook for me? I hope.
Afternoon. What can I do for you?
My name's Benson.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Benson.
Thank you. I'm starting a little club not far from here. On the small side, you know. 4-piece band, room for 20 or 25 tables and so on. I'm looking about for an entertainer.
What in particular?
Well, I thought of a girl to sing 4 or 5 songs a night. Not in the same class, of course, but something in the manner of Josephine Baker.
Yes.
Have you anyone on your books who might fit the bill?
When are you auditioning?
As soon as an act I'm after turns up.
Well, let's have a look. There are several girls open for engagement.
Oh, just a minute. I ran into a chap the other day who mentioned a girl called Heddy Bergner. Just out of Enser or something. He said she'd be just the ticket. You couldn't put me on to her by any chance, could you?
What name did you say?
Heddy Bergner.
Heddy Bergner? Yes. Yes, now I believe... Well, she's not actually a client of mine, but I might have her address here somewhere.
Oh, good man. Dig it up for me if you can, will you?
Well, I'll have to look in this other room. I keep my records in this other room, you know. I shan't be a minute. Now, just wait there. I might be 4 or 5 minutes, actually.
It's perfectly all right. Take your time.
Just wait there, Mr. Benson. Now, just wait. Now, don't go away. This is the fellow Ridgway. Get the police here, but quickly.
Keen speaking. Yes, Frayne. You have? Where? Yes, just a minute. 138 Shaftesbury Avenue. Chap's hanging on to him, eh? Right. I'll meet you there. Grab your hat, Coutts. Ridgway's in an agent's office. 138 Shaftesbury Avenue. You drive and step on it. Ridgway wasn't Dumetrius, but he was the next best thing. As we tore up Whitehall in the Haymarket that day, I imagined Ridgway leading us straight to our man. But I couldn't have been more wrong about anything. At that stage, the chase for Dumetrius had hardly begun.
Surprising developments occur in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
On the assumption that the man who'd killed Godowsky in Bailey's hotel that night might also want Digby Mitchell and Heddy Bergner out of the way, we'd set a trap. We'd ask ourselves, how could the murderer, Dumetrius himself or Peter Ridgway, find out where Heddy lived? Well, one answer was more or less obvious. She was a nightclub singer looking for a job, and that meant she was almost bound to be on the books of some theatrical agent. So all the murderer had to do was go round all the agents and on some pretext or other get her address. Inspector Frayne at Scotland Yard handled it for us. He warned just about every agent in London to keep anyone asking for Heddy hanging about while he either called the nearest constable or phoned the yard. We didn't have long to wait. Not 24 hours after the trap was set, it was sprung by Peter Ridgway. An agent phoned the yard that he had a chap in his office asking for Heddy Bergner. Frayne tipped me off, and Coutts and I headed for Shaftesbury Avenue just as hard as we could go. There's the police car just pulling up on the other side, Coutts. Come on, never mind about parking this thing. Frayne.
Shake it up, man. Won't wait in there all day. The agent's office is on the ground floor, third door on the right.
What are we waiting for? Let's go in and grab him. Think he'll play hard to get? Well, we may as well be reasonably careful, I expect. Now, Coutts, open the door with a rush. I'll lead the way. Right?
Don't happen to feel a fool at the moment, do you, Keen?
Just an empty theatrical agent's office. Oh, wait a minute. Let's try that door over there. Same drill, Coutts. Ah, who are you?
Are you gentlemen the police?
No, we're an Adagio team looking for a job. Where's the man you phoned us was here?
Isn't he in there?
Not now.
And you know, I didn't hear a thing. He must have crept out. Criminals are that cunning.
So the bird has flown.
Yes. And Ridgway would seem to be a wilier bird than we gave him credit for. Well, come along. There's no sense in hanging around. Not unless you want to go on the stage, Keen.
If this sort of thing happens much more, I'll start thinking about it. Oh, one of your chaps coming by the look of it, Frayne.
Yes. What is it, Sergeant?
Look here, Mr. What's your name? Willing? Did you ring Scotland Yard the moment you could?
Yes, the man promised to wait. And you know, he really didn't look like a criminal, more like James Mason. I could have fitted him into the chorus.
Not this chap you couldn't, I assure you.
There's been another call to the yard. Fellow asking about Heddy Bergner, an agent at Longacre.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on, we'll catch that beggar yet. Longacre's the nearest agent.
Peter. By Jingo, I've run you to earth at last.
What the devil are you doing here, Digby, old man? I thought you were in Birmingham.
I haven't time to explain now, Peter. You have to bolt for your life.
But there's a chap in the next room digging up an address for me, an address I simply must have.
He's been phoning Scotland Yard to bring a platoon of police after you.
What, another one? I cleared out from an agent on Shaftesbury Avenue because I overheard him talking to the yard. What the devil's happened?
No time to explain. Grab my cab. It's outside. Quickly. Where can I get hold of you?
22 Larkspur Street, Knightsbridge. Make it late tonight, and I'll be looking out for you.
Well, I'll be there. Tell you the score then. Do get going, you blockhead. They're probably on their way this minute.
Good show, Mitchell.
Get down those stairs. This is going to be rich when Keen and his minions get here.
Right we are, Frayne. Let's hope we have better luck this time. Do your stuff, Coutts. All right, Ridgway, stand up slowly and turn around.
Well, well, well. Major Gregory Keen, the bloodhound of MI-5. Come on in.
Mitchell.
At your service.
What goes on here, Keen? Isn't this Peter Ridgway?
His name's Digby Mitchell. You've some explaining to do, Mitchell. You're the chap who's been running about asking for Heddy Bergner's address?
Yes. She swept me off my feet with her beauty. My life's a desert without her.
Yes, I see. Just inquiring from one agent after another and not waiting while they rang the yard, eh?
Something like that. Did you think I was Peter Ridgway?
This is obstruction, you know. I could have you arrested.
I doubt that very much. Since when's there been a law against asking for a pretty girl's address?
You're doing it to keep us from catching Ridgway.
Yes. Now let me tell you something, Keen. I'm going to keep doing it all day long. You can either forget about your trap for Ridgway or detail a squad to chase about after every theatrical agent in London. Please yourself. My time's my own. I can have agents ringing the yard all day long, if you like.
Mm-hmm. Bright boy.
Just a minute. I don't get this.
I'll explain later, Frayne. Now, look, I don't know if you're pleased with yourself, Mitchell. I'm hunting a criminal, a murderer. A man I know exists, a man who's right here in London this minute.
You won't get him by chasing Peter Ridgway.
Well, you better be right, Mitchell. Because if you're not, look out. If Ridgway is connected with Dumetrius, and you're working this stunt's helped either of them, well, I'll see you in Wormwood Scrubs if it's the last thing I do. That's all. Come along, Frayne.
The fact that they've discovered my name is Dumetrius doesn't mean a thing, not a thing.
I don't know how you can be so sure of yourself.
It's because I'm a conspirator in the grand tradition, my dear Heddy. Sometimes I think you underrate me. I'm possibly the last of a great company. Perhaps the tragedy is that I was born after my time.
And the three you've disposed of so far? What was their tragedy?
They were just pawns to be swept out of the way, off the board. And who were they? Some fellow in Berlin, chosen because he bore me a superficial resemblance. An ignorant, loutish American flyer. A fat pawnbroker dealing in stolen cameras. Do you seriously suggest that I should give a thought to them? Of course, it's tiresome at the moment, scurrying all over the place, working in stealth, hiding from the police.
Even the necessity of using creatures like Bookman and Yachty. It's a bore, but what can you do? We have to move with the times. We have to adjust ourselves, as I've done. Europe will never offer the old opportunities again, and this will be the final coup. After this, Heddy, we'll go, the pair of us, to the only places left on Earth for people like us to live in.
But how much longer do we have to wait?
Not long.
Oh, tell me. The film in the Americans' camera has been destroyed. Keen doesn't suspect me. Why can't we go ahead with the plan?
Because of Ridgway and because of you.
Ridgway?
Yes. Ridgway is the one person in the world besides us who actually knows, that he didn't kill Godofsky. He must have said to himself, how did they find Godofsky so quickly? They must also have the answer, that you went to special pains to find out his address.
I can make anyone believe I spoke to the American in all sincerity.
Could you make Ridgway believe it? In his situation, he must be desperate. And to be sure of success, we mustn't leave one loophole. We must be sure all the time in everything we do. That's why we're going to stage the attempt on your life. If Keen has any lingering suspicions of you, that'll dispel him. To be perfect, of course, we should contrive to have Ridgway blamed for it. But we'd have to be satisfied to see him caught by the police and held for murder. Really very unfortunate for the poor fellow.
But if they don't arrest him, do we have to wait and wait and wait?
No, they'll catch him. I have a profound respect for the London police, and they'll catch him, probably quite soon. And then we'll achieve the masterpiece of Dumetrius. You wait and see if I'm not too late.
Oh, all the fantastic good luck, Ridgway. 2 attic rooms, a telephone and everything. Oh, you'd never be found here in 100 years. What did you say the girl's name was?
Sally Jones. She's at work, huh? Red Feathers Club in Soho. Some artist left the phone here when he moved. That's how she comes to have it. Well, Mitchell, what happened with Keen this afternoon?
He was very terse, but there wasn't a thing he could do. And now look here, Peter. I've stuck my neck out pretty far for you. Now let's have it. Did you or didn't you? You know, the American at Bailey's Hotel.
Don't be a fool. Of course not.
You're in the very devil of a fix.
You're telling me. That's why I was running such a risk to get hold of Heddy Bergner. She's my one and only lead. Pretty slim one at that.
I worked that stunt today on the off chance of running into you as much as spoiling Keen's trap. You know, Peter, I'd be inclined to clear off if I were you. You haven't an earthly hope of finding the Bergner girl, so what chance have you of getting at this character Dumetrius, if he exists?
Oh, this character Dumetrius exists, all right. Don't worry about that.
Yes, but you've not one show in a million.
Uh-oh, who's this? Hello? Yes, it's me. What's that? Yes. Yes, that's wonderful, Sally. All right. All right, I'll wait up for you. Who said miracles couldn't happen, Mitchell?
Well, come on, man, come on.
Miss Heddy Bergner's taken a job singing at the Red Feathers Club in Soho.
Yes, they were pretty pleased with themselves that night, Mitchell and Peter Ridgway. Mitchell had messed up our trap, and they had every reason to pat themselves on the back. But before very long, they were wishing they hadn't been quite so clever. It didn't pay to underestimate Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
Well, we'd set a trap for Peter Ridgway, but through the intervention of a friend of his, a chap called Digby Mitchell, he'd slipped through our fingers. We didn't worry much. You can't charge about London for long with the Metropolitan Police after you. And with Inspector Frayne, catching Ridgway had become, you might say, a personal matter. Heddy Bergner was fairly safe. We had her guarded, as I believe I told you before. Oh, by the way, she found that job. She'd taken a job singing at the Red Feathers Club in Soho. But while all this had been going on in London, we'd had other irons in the fire. We had a general inquiry out for the man we knew as Dumetrius, with all the European authorities that were cooperative, and we were also finding out all we could about Karl Alexis Scammell, the chap they'd found dead under the Argartenstrasse rubble in Berlin. The investigation of Scammell bore fruit first, if you could call it fruit, that is, and I want you to remember, this whole affair began because AMC in Berlin thought the forged papers traffic was run from their headquarters, and they were sending Scammell to London in connection. You can wait about if you like, Coutts. I shouldn't be with Colonel Fentress long. I'll give you a lift home.
What kept you, Keen?
I've been on the phone to Frayne at the yard, sir.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Look here, would you like a trip to Berlin?
Well, not particularly, thanks.
Well, you're going. And you're off side of Coutts, too, if you want him.
Tonight?
They're putting you on a BEA Viking in the morning.
You have something on Scammell?
Correct. We very definitely have something on Scammell. Take this away with you and read it later on. Very Keen, I don't know. What the deuce are things coming to?
Summary of intelligence report leading to the implication of Karl Alexis Scammell in forged document traffic in Berlin. What the devil is this?
The time he was murdered, the writing was on the wall. It looks very much as though being sent here to us to give us some special information was a risk they couldn't take. He was killed to keep him quiet.
So he was handling the investigation in Berlin and running the traffic at the same time. Perfect position to be in.
Until things got too hot for him.
He couldn't have been the top man, then?
Obviously not. Taking a shot in the dark, I'd say the top man in the racket was, Dumetrius.
And why do you want me to go to Berlin?
Look here. Scammell was killed at the moment when he was in possession of papers authorizing him to travel on that American plane. The man who disposed of him knew that. Knew the time of the plane's departure, knew who else would be on the plane, knew none of the other passengers could say, "You're not Karl Scammell," knew exactly what to do to disappear on his arrival at Norfolk. Now, that man must have had access to every detail of Scammell's movements, past, present, and future. So, Keen, what's the conclusion?
I know. Scammell and whoever got him out of the way must have been very closely associated.
Yes. You're going to Berlin to find out who of the people closest to Karl Scammell hasn't been seen since that plane left Tempelhof Aerodrome. And that man must be Dumetrius, because Dumetrius is here.
Unless, of course, Dumetrius kept in the background in Berlin all the time.
Then how could he have known enough about Scammell to take his place on that plane? Who could have supplied him with all that massive information? Who could have got rid of Scammell for him at exactly the right moment, eh? Who?
Well, I was thinking of Peter Ridgway. If he and Scammell were together at all...
You can find out, can't you? Yes, you can find out, Keen. And you'd better. We don't know who Dumetrius is or what he is. But one thing we do know, Keen. He's not here in London for nothing. And he must be caught.
Peter? Are you awake, Peter?
I just dozed off for a minute. What's the time?
4:10.
Here, give me your coat.
Thanks.
That's right. Now then, Sally, quickly. Tell me about Heddy Bergner and this job of hers at the Red Feathers Club.
Yes. Well, I could hardly believe it at first, but it's true.
Has she started there yet? Did you see her?
Yes, but she's not starting till tomorrow night. Tony Marsotti, he's an Italian or something. He runs the club. Well, he was in his office upstairs, and I had to run up with some cigarettes. She was there. Oh, she's beautiful, Peter.
Never mind what she looks like. Just tell me.
Well, Tony said, this is Miss Bergner, and introduced us, and said, would I look after her because she was our new entertainer?
Do you know what time she'll be going and coming?
No, but you can bet your life I'll find out for you. The other girl, the one who was left last week, well, she used to sing her last song about 2, and then she'd change and go. There's a little dressing room upstairs just along the passage from Tony's office.
We'll have to work this out. According to Digby Mitchell, they're guarding her flat, so it's no use trying to follow her home and see her there. We'll be asking for trouble. I could see her in the street, or contrive to jump in her cab or something like that. She could always scream and call a constable. Look, Sally, how well do you know this Red Feathers place?
You mean the building it's in?
Yes. Is there any back way into it?
What are you going to do?
Never mind, just tell me. Is there any way of getting into Heddy's dressing room without going through the club itself?
Well, there's an outside stairway from a lane at the back. It leads up to a little landing. But the door from the landing to the passage is always kept locked.
No windows?
Yes, there's one.
Could you unlock it for me tomorrow night? I'd like to tackle Heddy in her dressing room after her last performance.
You'll be taking an awful risk.
I don't know. Why should I?
Well, a lot of funny things go on at the Red Feathers Club. If you ask me, it's only a front for something else.
Such as what?
They say if you know your way around, Tony Marsotti can get anything for you. And he keeps 2 men there, gangsters they look like. They're supposed to be bouncers, but I'll bet they've got other jobs besides quietening down the occasional drunk.
Such as keeping unwelcome visitors from looking too closely into Tony Marzotti's office? Oh, cheer up, Sally. I've done more than cope with the odd pair of bouncers in my time.
But they're both bigger than you.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Flex my muscles at you? No kidding, darling. I'm really tough. I'll cope. I have to. I have to get something out of Heddy Bergner. It's my only chance.
But, Peter... Oh, you're so much in the dark. How do you know she'll tell you anything?
She won't tell me anything in words. Not if she's connected with the murder of Hank Godowsky. But I'll find out just the same.
How can you? All I can see is you're going to run these risks for nothing. Oh, I do wish you'd go straight to Major Keen.
Listen, Sally. They killed Godowsky. If I can make Heddy believe I'm dangerous to them, and she is mixed up in it, they'll try to kill me too, won't they?
Yes, but...
After I've seen Heddy tomorrow night, I'll arrange to meet her somewhere again. Why, if she even agrees to see me again, it'll look almost certain that she's involved somewhere or other. And if, when we meet, something out of the ordinary happens, then I'll know, won't I?
Do you mean you're going to risk your life to...
Oh, don't worry, I won't be alone. They'll think I'm alone, but I won't be. Just get me into the Red Feathers Club tomorrow night. Just help me get face-to-face with Heddy Bergner, that's all. Well, why don't you get some sleep? Just look at the time, it's nearly morning. Come on, off you go.
Shut dead window for heaven's sake, Darwell. Get 5 minutes peace and quiet. Yeah, they ought to have banned German bands along with the Nazi party. Now, where was I, Keen? Oh, yes, well, I'm sorry you've had this trip to Berlin for nothing. Now, there's all the dope on Scammell. You can see for yourself how he got away with this racket so long. As for Ridgway, he couldn't possibly have had anything to do with Scammell or the document record either, because he wasn't even in Berlin.
Where was he?
He was stationed at Hamburg. He only came to Berlin a couple of days before he flew home.
But you tell me there's a chap who used to work with Scammell who's disappeared in the last few days.
That's right, but if that poor inoffensive customer was your man Dumetrius, then I'm the king of Siam.
Well, who was he and what was he?
Oh, he was a German civilian called Otto Schmidt, as ordinary as his name. We employed him here as a clerk of records. Hasn't been seen since, when was it? The night, 4 days ago when he left here. About 9, I suppose.
That fits in.
Oh, but he was a married man with 3 kids, spoke no English. How the devil could he have impersonated Scammell on that plane?
All right, let's forget it. Where exactly did you find Scammell's body?
I can run you around to the actual spot, if you like.
Might be an idea.
Well, hop to it, Darwell. Bring the jeep round to the front.
Right, well, here we are. There's no need to get out. Now, do you see the remains of that wall?
Yeah.
Well, Scammell's body was found at the base of it. Now, whether it was intended or not, we don't know. But after the body was dumped, about 5 tons of masonry collapsed on top of it. And it was only by pure luck that we found him at all.
He was in a mess, I take it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We only knew it was Scammell by the uniform, the color of the hair, and the stuff on him. You know, cigarette case paper, watch on the wrist, all that sort of thing. Yeah, a big bit fell on his head.
So we're no further forward. Ridgway's in the clear, and the only man close to Scammell who's disappeared couldn't possibly have been the man on the plane.
That's right.
Haven't you any idea what happened to that chap Schmidt?
Not the foggiest, and actually we're too darn busy to worry about him. Plenty of odd jerrys disappearing these days, you know.
Didn't you mention something about a wife and 3 kids?
Well, the wife's been pestering the life out of us, right, left, and center, that her husband was murdered. But well, you don't want to have a look at her, do you? Sheer waste of time, old chap, I can assure you of that.
Can you?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I'd very much like to have a word with Fräulein Schmidt. And I'll tell you something, Briggs. I don't think it'll be a waste of time at all. Why did I say I wanted to see the German clerk's wife? Well, whatever made me do it, it was a good thing. Fräulein Schmidt forged us another link in the chain that finally led to Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
In his room on the Thames embankment, Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
While I was in Berlin, Peter Ridgway was busy chasing after Heddy Bergner and trying to get himself killed in the process. Although, of course, I didn't know about that at the time. I was in Berlin because I discovered that Karl Scammell, the fellow who'd been murdered, was up to his neck in the forged documents racket, even though he'd been a major of intelligence in charge of investigating it. The point was, someone close to Karl Scammell had killed him, and that someone was Dumetrius, the man who'd come to London in his place. I wanted to know if someone close to Scammell in Berlin had disappeared, because that man would also be Dumetrius, according to all our reasoning. Well, someone had disappeared, all right. A nondescript German clerk called Otto Schmidt, a chap who didn't even speak English. Dumetrius? Well, hardly. But because I was floundering about in the puzzle without a solitary clue, I decided to have a word with Schmidt's wife. A sorry-looking creature, if ever I saw one. Living in a cellar near the Wannsee. Coutts and Briggs came along, too, of course. Are you Fräulein Schmidt?
Yeah,
I want to talk to you about the disappearance of your husband.
he was murdered. He was murdered, and no one is listening to me. He was murdered, my Otto. 3 children. 3 children.
Fräulein Schmidt, what makes you say your husband was killed?
He is knowing too much. They murder him. And I, with 3 children, see... Wolfgang, Carlotta, Lisa. 3.
Yes, Mrs. Schmidt, I can see you have 3 children, but your husband... You say he knew something, so he was killed?
Yeah, killed.
He knew something about what?
I tell you, my Otto, he is coming home the last time I see him. He is saying, I have found about the papers. They are selling false papers to the Schweinhund so they can escape. We were not Nazis, you understand.
No, of course not. None of you were.
Otto is saying if I tell about the false papers, maybe we get into trouble. We want no trouble. We have too much.
And that's all you can tell me?
Find out also about the man. His name is not Deutsch. This other name I cannot remember.
Was it Scammell?
No, it was not Scammell. Major Scammell we know about, too. My Otto knows.
What?
He was making the papers. My Otto says there's another name, but we cannot tell about it. What is Major Scammell doing to Otto if he tells this other name? And then we think, maybe we could get a little more to eat. See these three, Wolfgang, Carlotta, Lisa, all the time they are hungry.
I'm beginning to understand. There was another man in this forged papers business. Otto discovered who he was and tried a little blackmail, hence his disappearance. Fräulein Schmidt, do try to remember that other name.
I try and try and try. Otto tells me only one.
Was it Dumetrius?
What you say?
Dumetrius.
Dumetrius, yeah. That was it. Dumetrius, the name Otto tells me is, Dumetrius.
Oh, it's all coming together. Dumetrius and Scammell were running their racket amid the ruins. Otto Schmidt caught on, tried to make a little something out of it. Scammell was being sent to London. Dumetrius saw the writing on the wall. He got rid of Otto, disposed of Scammell, took his place, and neatly faded from the scene. And if you chaps hadn't turned up Scammell's body, we wouldn't have known a thing about it. We'd have thought that Scammell got as far as Northolt Aerodrome and then disappeared without a trace, and we'd have searched for him forever and a day. Never even suspecting the existence of Dumetrius. It was jolly neat, you chaps. You can't get away from that.
That's right, sir. No.
Well, we may as well make a move, I expect. Can you get us on a plane tonight, Briggs? I want to get back to London and see what's happening about Ridgway. It's our only remaining lead.
$2:00. According to Sally, Heddy should be singing her last number about now. You better not get caught here, Ridgway, old boy. Creeping up the stairs behind a joint like Tony Mazzotti's Red Feathers Club wouldn't look good at all. Ah, here's the window. Did Sally manage to unlock it for me, or didn't she? I'm going full blast downstairs by the sound of it. Good. And down any noise I'm making. I'd better leave it up slightly so I can get a grip if I have to bolt for it. Sally said the door to Heddy's dressing room was the second on the right from the window. Yeah. No light under the door. Room's empty. Hinsky. Oh, we just sit and wait patiently for Miss Bergner and hope she's the one who opens that door.
Und das geht 1, 2, 3 in einer Nacht im Mai.
Thanks, Tony. Glad you liked me. See you at 9 tomorrow night.
Sure.
What is it? Just after 2. I should be at the sanatorium by 2:45 if I can get a taxi without too much trouble. Oh, it's cold up here. I'll put this window up. Now, where is that light switch? I'm not used to this place yet.
Fairly high on your left, Heddy. There we are. What's the matter, darling? Surprised to see me? But you do remember me, don't you? Peter Ridgway on the plane, you know?
What do you want?
Information. Be a wise girl, eh? Don't try anything. Don't yell. If you do, I might have to choke you.
I'll call Mazzotti. I'll bring
I'd much rather you didn't, beautiful.
You're the man who stabbed the American.
If I did, I wouldn't have much compunction in killing you, would I? Going to sit down and be quiet? There's a good girl.
No, I remember you.
Heddy, who did kill Godofsky?
You must be insane.
He was killed for the photo he took of you and Major Scammell. You know at Tempelhof. You made a very special point of getting his address that day. Why?
I told him at the time. I wanted to see more of you.
You're a liar, darling.
Whatever you're
Those
thinking...
beautiful eyes are wasted on me. You wanted Hank Godowski's address so someone could go to Bailey's Hotel and kill him.
Ridgway, listen.
Call me Peter.
Peter, then. If you give me a chance, I can prove you're wrong. I can show you definitely that... Just give me a chance. I'll have to bring something to prove it. Could you meet me somewhere tomorrow?
Darling, you wouldn't be planning to turn up at a tryst with a gaggle of bobbies, would you?
Oh, trust me, I won't give you away. I just want to prove to you that I didn't have anything to do with that awful murder.
You'll meet me tomorrow?
Yes, I want to.
Where? When?
Well, if you're hiding from police, it'd better be late and somewhere out of the way.
Yes, hadn't it?
Well, what's wrong with the underground? If you like, I'll meet you after I leave here tomorrow night. Say 2:30. In the Hyde Park Underground. We can get on the first train that comes along and you'll be safe.
You'll definitely be there? Alone?
I promise you. But what about you?
Darling, I'll be very much alone. I'm wanted for murder.
All right, then. 2:30 tomorrow morning on the platform at Hyde Park Underground. Now get out of here quickly before you're caught. Wait a minute. No, there's no one about. Come on, quickly.
I'll be waiting for you.
Go. That's one of my appointments Yachty will have to keep for me. Yachty's quite busy these days.
Very well done, Heddy. That's splendid. You think he'll turn up?
I'm quite certain he will. Of course, I could have let Mazzotti and his guerrillas handle him, but I rather thought it was something for us.
And you were perfectly right. Excuse me a moment. This is one occasion when you'll have to put up with Yachty. Yachty? Yes, and he suggested the Hyde Park Underground himself, did he? What an incredibly stupid individual he must be.
You don't think he's being too stupid, do you?
I don't see that he can be anything else. Yachty, haven't you enough sense to shut the door? Come here. Now sit there. Now listen carefully, and don't open your mouth. I'll give you your detailed instructions later. Now, as I was saying...
You were saying that Ridgway must be incredibly stupid. He doesn't look stupid. And you might bear in mind that he found me. How? I haven't the faintest idea.
That's not important. Tomorrow night's important. And that, of course, is where our expert Yachty comes in.
It couldn't be a trap of any sort for us, could it?
Well, I shan't be there. You won't be there. Who's Ridgway going to trap? Surely not Yachty. Ridgway's not even aware of his existence. And with Ridgway off the stage, there'll be no reason for any further delay. After tonight, we'll be ready to make our opening move. A trap for us, Heddy? Oh, no. Things are really taking shape very well.
On the plane with Coutts that night, coming back from Berlin, one question kept repeating itself over and over in my mind. Who was Dumetrius? He couldn't conceivably be the German clerk Otto Schmidt, and yet he'd been hand in glove with Karl Scammell. You know, I had the answer in my pocket that very moment, but so much was to happen before I knew.
Dumetrius and his men close in on Peter Ridgway in the next chapter of suspense in Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
This job of mine taught me long ago that when you think you're most completely in the dark, that's the time you can expect to find some little strand of information that ties all your loose threads together. That strand was coming up, although there wasn't any sign of it at the time. We had a dossier headed Dumetrius, 13 pages of it. And what did it actually tell us about this man except that he was a murderer, had already disposed of at least 2 men we knew of, Scammell and Godofsky? Absolutely nothing. We couldn't even find Peter Ridgway, and if we did find him, we weren't sure he could tell us anything about the man we were hunting. Dumetrius cast a shadow. We could see that well enough, but we couldn't get a glimpse of the substance. And yet he was in London that very moment, very much alive, very busy, very much in command of his grand design. Yes, it's easy enough to reconstruct now with the dossier on the desk in front of me. But then it was rather different.
You were a long time, Yachty. Did you get it?
Yeah. There is the plan. Hyde Park Corner underground. I drew it myself. Not bad, eh?
It'll do. Now then. Ridgway will be on the underground platform at Hyde Park Corner at 2:30. He'll expect to meet Heddy there, and he'll be alone. How do you count on doing it?
If there are many people about, a crowd, good. We push Ridgway under a train as it comes in. If there is no people about, maybe we throw a knife from one of the doors onto the platform.
Let's have a look. How many doors are there?
See? 3. 1 to the stairway. 1 to the, what you call it, steps going up, moving, so?
Escalator.
Yeah, escalator. And 1 to the lift. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the lift don't work. The fellow goes at 12.
Why 2 men besides yourself, then?
We put 1 man in each door, each entrance to the platform. I am chased. They help to chase, but get in the way. Police ask them questions after. Oh, they don't know what I look like. They don't know me. I get away.
I don't want you to use a knife unless you have to. If it can possibly be arranged to look like an accident, so much the better. Whether there are people about or not, try to get Ridgway under the train. You can push him without appearing to do so, can't you?
He's standing near the edge of the platform, yeah?
There's every chance that he will be. He'll be expecting Heddy to turn up so they can get on the train.
You think better no knife?
It won't look like an accident if you stick one of those paratroop knives into him, you fool.
It makes certain.
What do you expect Ridgway to do after he's been run over by an underground train? Get up and walk away?
We do it as you say.
How's the time? You better collect your men and make a move.
Yeah. Where's Heddy?
Heddy should be with Gregory Keen almost any minute now, covering our tracks in case you miss Ridgway tonight.
I don't miss.
See that you don't. I want Ridgway off the scene tonight. Finished. Out of the way. And Yachty, if you do fail tonight, we won't be accepting any excuses. Understand? That's all. Get on with it.
Major Keen, I was so glad when Tony told me you were here. Where have you been?
I've just come back from Berlin. Your message was waiting for me. What is it?
I've seen Peter Ridgway. Right here in the Red Feathers Club.
The devil you have.
Last night in my dressing room. I don't know how he found me, but when I finished my last song, I went upstairs and there he was, waiting.
Why on earth didn't you call a constable or someone immediately?
I was terrified. He said if I opened my mouth, he'd choke me.
Well, what in the world did he want? Did he threaten you?
Yes. He said he could kill me any time he wanted to. And if I didn't do as he said, he would.
Well, come on. What did he actually want?
I have to meet him at 2:30 tonight in the underground.
Where?
Gloucester Road.
Now, look here, Heddy. Surely Ridgway must have known you'd warn the police and they'd have the place surrounded.
I can't help it. That's exactly what he said. 2:30 and the Gloucester Road tube.
What's the time now? 1:45. Do you have to sing again?
Just once again.
All right. I'll get onto the yard immediately with this. They'll throw a cordon round the tube entrance and put half a dozen fellows down on the platform.
You can ring from here if you want to.
I know. Now listen, Heddy. The moment you're free, I want you to rush upstairs and change, and I'll drive you home. Don't like the sound of this a bit.
Don't you want to be there when they take Peter Ridgway?
Oh, Inspector Frayne can attend to Ridgway if he's there in the tube at 2:30. But tonight I'm making you my responsibility. Now, come on, show me to that phone. There's a good girl. If Ridgway's such an utter fool as he seems, we still don't want to miss the chance to grab him, do we? Get me Inspector Frayne, please. Hello, Frayne. It's Gregory Keen here, old man. There's a job for us to attend to. Yes, you guessed it, Ridgway. According to the Bergner girl, Ridgway will be on the platform of the Gloucester Road tube at 2:30 sharp, waiting for her. What's that? Well, of course it is. Fishy is the very devil. That's why I won't be with you. I'm looking out for the girl herself. Yes. Yes, well, that's what suggests itself. Ridgway wants to make sure we're hunting for him somewhere else so he can attend to the girl on her way home. All right, Frayne, all right. It's up to you. Good luck, and watch out. This fellow Ridgway's right on the job. He found the Bergner girl, didn't he? All right. Cheerio, Frayne, and watch yourself. Well, if Ridgway turns up at Gloucester Road, that's the end of him. And I'll bet anyone 20 to 1 he doesn't. See if I'm not right.
I tell you, Peter, I don't like it. And I won't like it so long as my name's Digby Mitchell.
Then show me a better way to find out if that Bergner baby's in with the people who killed Godofsky or not.
Yeah, but to stick your neck out like this...
It's been out often enough before.
In the Hyde Park Underground at 2 o'clock in the morning.
But I've been down there by the hour studying the layout of the place. The lift won't be working. So if anyone comes after me, they'll have to use one of the 2 other entrances to the platform. You'll be down there first. You'll be reading your newspaper and not taking 2 pence for notice of me.
The dickens of a lot of use I'll be if someone takes a shot at you from either entrance and then bolts for it.
Well, that's the chance I'm taking. I'm going to stand facing the line. You, with your newspaper, can watch both entrances at once. And Digby, old boy, I'll have my ears fairly flapping for that shout of warning from you. One yell from you and I'll go flat on the platform. What happens after that will have to take care of itself. What's the time?
10 minutes to 2.
Did you bring your Aggie?
Here she is.
Yeah, beautiful things, aren't they? I've always said there's something about a Luger. But you'd better not let Major Gregory Cloak and Dagger Keen catch you walking about London with this, or he'll tear a strip off you a mile wide.
I'll buy Keen a drink one day. I think if you ever got him away from his MI-5, you'd find him quite a decent egg. Listen, old chap, once again. You won't call this off?
No.
What if the Bergner girl does turn up?
Then we'll know we've been on the wrong track. But if she doesn't, and if someone has a pop at me tonight, then we'll know where we are. We can decide what to do. Fair enough?
It's your neck.
You know, now that it's coming to the point, I'm getting just a slight touch of the wind up. You know, up and down the spine sort of thing.
So you should have. As far as I'm concerned, you're crazy. But since I'm committed to this thing, oh, well, I only hope you're around tomorrow, that's all.
I'll be around.
You better be. You owe me a quid, you silly blighter. Come on, let's get going.
I've spoken to Inspector Frayne, Heddy. If Ridgway gets into the Gloucester Road tube tonight, he'll certainly never get out again. I'll have 10 or 12 men there.
Oh, that's a marvelous relief. You've no idea the state I've been in. Oh, well, will you wait for me now? I'll only be 5 or 10 minutes changing.
Mm-hmm. Now, don't be too long. There's a good girl.
Good evening, Heddy.
Are you completely insane? What are you doing here?
There's no particular risk.
How did you get in?
Well, not through the club, obviously. Tony Mazzatti let me in through, his office.
Is everything arranged for Ridgway's reception tonight?
Of course. Yachty and his fellows are quite looking forward to it. What about you and your Major Keen?
Oh, he thinks I'm in such dreadful danger from Ridgway that he's seeing me home himself. And he's arranged for about 20 of Inspector Somebody's lumbering minions to play hide-and-seek in the Gloucester Road Underground.
Splendid. Should be rather amusing, actually. It was all so absurdly simple. If there is any hitch tonight, well, Keen can't possibly suspect you because you did tell him all about Ridgway the first chance you had, didn't you?
I'd much rather Yachty didn't make any mistakes tonight, just the same.
I don't think he will. Ridgway will be so completely unsuspecting.
But will he?
Absolutely. You see, Heddy, in addition to a foolproof trap for the poor fellow, Yachty's added a little variation of his own. I only wish I could be there myself to see the outcome. Of course, one can't have everything. Ridgway hasn't a dog's chance. Take it from me, Heddy. Peter Ridgway is as good as dead already.
And there was the strand I told you about. For the first time, the threads came together. Oh, they parted again. They formed no pattern at that early stage of the affair of Dumetrius. But in the London Underground that night, something happened to show us what was actually going on.
The underground trap for Peter Ridgway is baited and sprung in the next chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Coutts and I came back from Berlin to find that Peter Ridgway hadn't been idle while we were away. Somehow or other, he'd found that Heddy was singing at the Red Feathers Club, managed to get into her dressing room, the Lord only knows how, and made arrangements to meet her the following night in the Gloucester Road Tube Station. Of course, there was something wrong somewhere. Ridgway, up to date, had given every indication of being a pretty foxy customer. Would he arrange to meet Heddy, knowing she'd tell us, and we'd be waiting for him down in the tube? But just the same, we had to act on it. So Inspector Frayne and his chaps gathered in the tube just before 2:30. At the same time, I was waiting in the Red Feathers Club for Heddy. I wasn't taking any chances. I was seeing her home myself. You know, she definitely had something, that girl. I watched her go up the stairs to her dressing room to change. I suppose if you went over her with a tape measure, you'd get much the same figures as 100 other girls. I don't know. Anyway, there I was waiting with Heddy upstairs in her dress.
And now, just before I go down and put myself under Gregory Keen's wing, where will you get in touch with me again?
At Bookman Sanatorium. I'll be waiting back there for Yachty.
I won't be able to get there tonight. Keen will possibly want to come upstairs to the flat, so you'd better not ring me either.
You'll hear from me in the morning. And as for Ridgway, you should be able to see how he fared from your morning paper.
Yes, if this sort of thing goes on much longer, I won't be able to face Gregory Keen without bursting into screams of laughter.
Very soon now, you won't be plagued with Keen anymore. But I quite see your point. Yachty's attending to Ridgway in the underground at Hyde Park Corner, while Scotland Yard and 20 policemen stand hopefully about waiting for him at Gloucester Road.
And Keen sits hopefully about downstairs waiting for me.
Well, don't keep him waiting too long. It might be embarrassing if he came up and found me here.
As what would he do, I wonder? If someone went to him now and said, Dumetrius himself is in Heddy Bergner's dressing room.
Never make the mistake of underestimating our opposition, Heddy. I almost did in Berlin when we were getting our working capital with the forged papers. And that, my dear, is actually why I'm here tonight. I wanted to see this Major Keen. How old is he?
About 35.
To me, he looks resolute, cultivated, and tempered, one might say.
You surely went down in the club.
I watched you through the hole in Mazzotti's office, and I noticed something I didn't quite like. Keen's not getting interested in you, is he?
Possibly.
It would be wise of you never to forget to whom you belong.
Hand me the fur coat, will you?
Heddy, did you hear what I said?
I heard you. Earlier you said something about Yachty adding a variation of his own to the trap for Peter Ridgway. What is it?
Yachty will appear in the Hyde Park Underground in the guise of an old, grey-haired woman. He's very good at that sort of thing. Ridgway will ignore him.
An old woman? Oh, how utterly ghastly. But I suppose it's Ridgway's own fault for getting in our way. I'd better hurry. Gregory Keen won't wait for me forever.
Before you go, Heddy.
I know. You've said it before. Listen to me. Yachty, Bookman, and Tony Mazzotti you can watch and use, but never trust. But the moment you include me in their category, then I'm finished with you. I'm no ordinary woman.
That I concede you.
Then leave the handling of people like Gregory Keen to me, will you?
Can I trust you, Heddy?
I'm going down to rejoin Keen. You can trust me. You, above all men, are no fool. But only a fool would ask such a question as that. Of course you can trust me. Always.
Only a fool trusts anyone but himself, Heddy. That's why even you don't exactly know what's going to happen. Well, it might be a good idea to get out of here. It's getting close to Ridgway's appointed hour.
What do you make the time, Digby?
23 minutes past 2.
Same here. You go down first. Take your position on the platform, and if there's anything fishy when I get down there, give me the signal.
How long will you be?
I've still 7 minutes. When my watch says 2:30, I'll step off the escalator and walk onto the platform.
Watch yourself, Peter.
Same to you.
I've got the Luger.
Well, see that you keep the darn thing handy. But there's something we hadn't thought of. Suppose some sort of scrimmage develops down there and we have to run. Shall we make a bolt for it together?
I say no.
Why?
It'll associate us. No matter what happens tonight, it might come in handy later if no one knows we're together. None of the gang, I mean.
No, I'll pay that. And we bolt separately if we have to and meet back in the attic at Sally's place.
Roger.
I say, old boy.
Huh?
Suppose these people are too good for us and well, you know, suppose I catch it.
At least 2 of them will catch it, too.
Yes, but that won't help Sally.
Sally? Where the deuce did... Now, listen, Ridgway, you haven't gone overboard, for the love of Mike.
Oh, don't be a fool. But you might still do what you can for the poor little kid.
There's no time to be thinking about Sally. And if that's the way you feel, you'd better call this harebrained stunt off right now.
Nothing doing. One way or another, I'm finding out if Heddy Bergner helped to kill Godowski. Tonight.
We natter here all night, we'll find out nothing. Time I made a move.
Go to it.
Hey.
What?
Good luck, chum.
Just keep your finger on Aggie the Luger. I'll get going.
Well, here we are, Heddy. At least you're as far as your flat without us seeing any sign of Ridgway.
But how could we? He'll just be arriving at the Gloucester Road Tube.
I don't think Ridgway has any intention of showing up at the Gloucester Road Tube.
Why not?
Well, he wouldn't be such an unutterable idiot. I think he has some idea of focusing our attention there while he... Well, he might be somewhere in this vicinity right now, waiting for you.
But if Ridgway wanted to get rid of me, why didn't he do something last night when we were alone in my dressing room?
Only the chap himself can tell us that.
You know, there's something about you, Major Keen. You always give the impression of knowing more than you say.
Well, I wish I knew more about the relations between Ridgway, Digby Mitchell, and Dumetrius.
You're sure Ridgway has something to do with Dumetrius.
There was the American Godowsky, wasn't there? And he was almost certainly killed because he'd taken a picture of Dumetrius at Templehof.
Look, take me up to the flat now, will you? I don't know why, but I feel safer inside.
Oh, let's just wait around for a few minutes. Coutts is somewhere handy watching for Ridgway. When he shows up, we'll go inside together.
Coutts, too?
Yes.
You're rather well organized, aren't you, Major Keen?
It pays to be. I have 3 names, you know. Gregory, George, and Athelstan. Take a pick.
Athelstan's pretty, but I'll call you Keen. You look it. Tell me, Keen, how do I look?
Oh, just like someone I'd hate to see hurt. By Ridgway, or Dumetrius, or anyone else.
I think you mean that.
I do. Just a minute, I'll get my radio on. Oh, look at the time. It's 2:30 to the dot. Inspector Friend and his men are at Gloucester Road Tube. We're right here, and Tommy Coutts isn't far away. At the moment, I only want to know one thing. Where's Peter Ridgway? Yes, where is Ridgway?
2:30 by the clock in Hyde Park Corner Underground. 5 people on the platform. No sign of Heddy Bergner. Mitchell 2/3 of the way up with his paper. A little dark, fat man with a black overcoat and a black Homburg hat. Might as well wander up towards Mitchell. No one will notice the odd word. Ah, a character with his collar turned up, lounging in one entrance tunnel, the stairway tunnel. Paying no attention to me by the look of him. An elderly lady with grey hair. Scarcely anything to be scared of there. We can safely ignore her. That leaves one other. A girl in slacks with a Pekingese on a leash. Why the peak? Oh, can't you guess, Ridgway? Now for that word with Mitchell. I beg your pardon. Can you give me a light?
Certainly.
I don't get it. The only possibles are the chap in the tunnel and the little fat fellow. But they don't seem to be taking any notice of you.
My bet's the chap in the tunnel. Keep your eye on him.
It's 2 minutes past the half hour.
I'll wait for one more train.
Watch yourself. And the little fat chap.
I'd rather watch you for that signal.
Now get away from me. Little fatty's onto us.
Thanks very much. Good night. Little fatty in the Homburg hat, eh? Uh-huh. Train's coming by the sound of it. Fatty's nowhere near me. The nearest, the elderly lady with grey hair. Chap in the tunnel's coming out now. Girl in slacks has picked up the peak. Fatty with the Homburg's going to the other end. Woman with the grey hair's round behind me. Maybe it's all a lot of rot. Maybe Heddy's on this train coming in now. What's there to be afraid of? What's running down your spine, you fool? Mitchell's watching him for you. There's no danger. Only an old lady behind you and 4 others you can see getting ready to board the train. Get a grip on yourself, Ridgway. There's no danger. Only an old woman. There's nothing to be afraid of, you fool. Only an old woman.
Ridgway, look out!
Ten minutes after the affair in the Hyde Park Corner Underground, I knew about it, and Coutts and I were heading for the scene. Dumetrius had found Ridgway before we had, and another little piece of the jigsaw clicked into place. Did they really think I was such a fool?
What happens to Peter Ridgway in the Hyde Park Underground? Listen for the next chapter in this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page on the Dossier on Dumetrius.
At 2:30 that morning, we thought we had Peter Ridgway sewn up tight. Coutts and I were waiting outside Heddy Bergner's flat in case he showed up there. And Inspector Frayne and some Scotland Yard types were waiting to grab him the moment he put his foot inside the Gloucester Road Tube station. But all the while, Dumetrius or some of his hatchet men were busy trying to push Ridgway under a train in the Hyde Park Underground. They dressed up one of their chaps as an elderly grey-haired woman, if you please. And he took up a position behind Ridgway as the train came full tilt into the platform. We had no idea what was happening till a report came over the police radio from the yard about trouble in Hyde Park Station. But I'd have given my right arm to have been on the spot at that very moment.
Ridgway! Look out!
You all right, Ridgway? Yes. You get out with the old woman.
About yourself. Cop will be here in a minute.
You get out with that old woman. This is where I make a run for it. But fast. Let me in, Sally, quickly.
Peter! Oh, I've been half off my head worrying about you. I got off early from the club to race home and ask you not to risk it. Oh, I'm that glad you're back safe.
Hey, I just had one escape by the skin of my whiskers. I don't want to be throttled on top of it. Oh, do I need a drink?
I'll get you one. What happened?
Well, they were pretty darn cunning, Sally. One of them was dressed as an old woman, grey hair and all. He tried to push me under an incoming train.
Oh, Peter. Here you are.
Let that work its way down.
So that dreadful Bergner woman is mixed up in it to the hilt.
That we now know. We've at least that to go on.
But what actually happened at the station? Surely pushing you under the wheels almost didn't pass unnoticed.
Good Lord, no. It's a very devil of her to do. Digby Mitchell took off like a jet after the old grey-haired woman, who had a turn of speed you generally see at the Olympic Games. I couldn't stay around. I was pretty busy getting out of there before the bobbies came on the scene. The last I saw of Dig Mitchell, he was sprawling on top of a little fat man in a black Homburg hat, who seemed very much to have got in his way.
So you didn't catch the person?
No, Sally, we didn't catch the person.
Well, now it doesn't matter. Now you'll be able to go to Major Keen and tell him all about Heddy Bergner, and he'll have to believe you. He'll have to now, Peter.
Yeah. I wonder if the blighter would.
But you just can't go on taking any more such awful risks.
Oh, I don't know. You see, there are two of us now, Mitchell and me. And with you, our insider of the Red Feathers Club. It's the very dickens of a temptation to follow it up ourselves and see just what Heddy does with her spare time.
No. If you don't go to Major Keen, I will.
But what if Heddy led us to the rest of her crowd? She must communicate with them in some way, or they'd never have known I was going to be in the Hyde Park Underground at 2:30 this morning. No one else knew but we three and Heddy.
I don't care. It's the Bobby's job to catch a gang of murderers, not yours, Peter Ridgway. And I haven't been hiding you and looking after you just to see you pushed under trains by all women with grey hair.
Well, you can take it from me, Sally. I'm not getting any fun out of it.
You have to promise me you'll tell all this to that Major Keen. I won't argue with you, Peter. If you haven't any more sense than a newt, I'll have to have some for you.
Now, hang on a minute. You pipe down like a good kid. Wait till Mitchell gets here and we'll let him decide. How's that?
Well, if he agrees with me, you'll do as we say?
I suppose so.
And that's better than nothing. But if you ask me, Digby Mitchell's as silly as you are. Anyone would think the pair of you wanted to get yourselves killed.
10-1, that's Digby now.
Well, I'd better answer it just the same. Hello? You were right, Peter. Here you are.
Thanks. Hello there. How'd you get on?
You got back there all right?
Well, what does it sound like?
I wanted to make sure before going back there myself. I've news for you, chummy.
Well, what happened?
Tell you when I get there.
Shake it up, there's a good chap. Sally's making tea and toast. I'll tell her to make it for 3.
Good show. But if you eat mine before I get there, I'll shove you under a train myself. Bungo.
Digby's onto something, Sally. When we finally go to Major Gregory MI-5 Keen, maybe we'll really have something to tell him. Come on now. Let's give you a hand with that toast. Where's the fork?
Keen speaking. Yes, friend. Yeah, not a thing, eh? But it was quite definitely Peter Ridgway. Girl in slacks with a Pekingese dog. Yes, professional interest. And it's lucky someone could give us an accurate description of him. All right, we'll make a fresh start in the morning. Well, Coutts, what do you make of it, eh?
We've run clean off the rail somewhere, sir.
Yes, but where?
Going after Peter Ridgway for stabbing that American in Bailey's Hotel, I'd say, sir.
Well, I'm hanged if I know. If Ridgway killed the American for Dumetrius because of the picture in his camera, who the devil's trying to kill Ridgway and why?
And if he was meeting Miss Bergner at Gloucester Road at 2:30, what was he doing in the tube at Hyde Park Corner?
No, he could have been on his way late. It's only 3 or 4 stops. Now, the thing that sticks in my head, Coutts, how did those people know Ridgway was going to be in the tube at just that time?
Would they have to know, sir? Couldn't they have followed him from somewhere?
No. No, it must have been planned. There was the fellow disguised as the old grey-haired woman, remember that? Tonight was planned from first to last. Not only for Ridgway, but for me and for Frayne and his chaps from the yard. I can feel it. I know it. Oh, but nothing adds up.
Well, sir, it'd add up a bit if Peter Ridgway had promised to meet Miss Bergner at Hyde Park Corner instead of at Gloucester Road.
The Bergner girl mixed up in an attempted murder. Oh, don't talk like a fool.
I'm only taking a look at it from every blooming direction, sir.
Look, Coutts, if Heddy'd told someone she was meeting Ridgway, someone who wanted to bump him off, would she tell me she'd seen him at the Red Feathers and give herself away? The idea's fantastic.
If you ask me, the old blooming affair's fantastic, sir.
Yes, you can say that again.
Now, what about us getting a bit of sleep, sir, eh? We could go on like this all night.
Well, I'd like to pay one call before I turn in tonight.
This hour?
Listen, Coutts, we're in an absolutely blind alley. We haven't a solitary lead of any description. And all we know for certain is that Dumetrius came to London and someone killed an American called Godowsky, right?
Too blooming right.
We simply have to get hold of Peter Ridgway. If we wanted him before, now we want him twice as badly. So we have to tackle 2 people. Digby Mitchell's one. He knows where Ridgway's hiding. And we know where to get hold of Digby Mitchell.
Well, he's not likely to tell us much.
Then we'll just have to take the gloves off.
Right off, sir?
Right off.
And who's the other one we tackle?
Someone let Ridgway into the Red Feathers Club through the back way. So I think it's about time we had a word with Tony Marzotti.
Him it'd be a pleasure to take the gloves off with. Everyone else seems to be playing rough. Blimey. Fancy putting a bloke under a train down in the tube.
Or anywhere else.
Seems to make it twice as horrid right down underground like that.
Yes. Start indulging your imagination in our job, Coutts, and you'll finish up draped over a bottle of gin down in Shoreditch somewhere.
Don't care much for gin, sir. I generally stick to beer.
Well, you're not getting a beer tonight till we've had a chat with Digby Mitchell. Come on, let's make a move.
Here he is, Sally. I'll let him in.
Any of that toast left?
We left you some, you greedy beggar. But never mind that. What's the score?
Don't rush me. Hi, Sally.
Hello. Digby, talk to Peter and make him have some sense. The pair of you have to go to Major Keen.
Oh, no, not on your life. Well, not just yet, anyway. Now, wait till I tell you. Peter, do you remember the little fat chap down in the underground? You know, with the black overcoat and the Homburg hat.
I was telling Sally. You went down on him like a fullback going for the kill.
Well, don't be funny about it, chum. He deliberately brought me down so the chap dressed as the old woman could get away. He was full of apologies, and all I could do was to let him go. But, Pete, old boy, what do you know?
Oh, come, don't string it out.
We now know where to lay our hands on 2 of the gang. Little Fatty with the black Homburg hat, and Mistress Bergner with the dark brown eyes.
What?
I've just come from the general vicinity of the West India Dock Road.
Oh, don't maunder, for the love of Mike. Where did you go tonight, and what happened?
Isn't it obvious? I followed little Fatty home. Followed him home and watched him go inside. So, before we put you in Gregory Keen's hands, Peter, old boy, we've a job to do. On Fatty. And for mine, it's going to be a pleasure.
If only those two idiots had taken the girl Sally's advice. But they didn't. And after one of them had been nearly shoved under the train, I don't suppose you could blame them. We'd been taking it fairly easily up till then, but we couldn't afford to have Peter Ridgway running about any longer. So off came the gloves, and on went the brass knuckles. And, not only ours.
Dumetrius makes plans to discover Ridgway's hideout, and further tangled skeins are woven into this web of black market activity and murder. In the next chapter of Suspense in Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page on the Dossier on Dumetrius.
After Dumetrius or some of his henchmen had tried to get rid of Peter Ridgway by pushing him under a train in the underground, we decided we absolutely had to get hold of Ridgway before it was too late. Ridgway himself, of course, was hiding because he was still wanted for the murder of Godowsky in the Knightsbridge Hotel. But the way things were shaping, it was getting more and more difficult to go on suspecting him. Dumetrius had found some way of getting at him, but our only lead was through Digby Mitchell. We knew where Mitchell was staying in London. He was in a private hotel in Bloomsbury. So after the affair in the underground, we headed in Mitchell's direction. It was late, too, going on for 3 in the morning.
Any luck, Coutts? Night porter says he hasn't come in yet, sir.
Hop in.
Well, what are we doing? Leaving him till tomorrow?
Oh, we'll hang about for a while. The early hours, you know, Coutts. Pounce on people when they least expect it, and you'll get the advantage straight away.
Yes, sir. I only hope me Aunt Minnie's not waiting up for me, sir.
No more an Aunt Minnie than I have. Well, start her up, Coutts. Back a few yards away from the entrance, and then switch off again.
Just, how tough can we get with this, bloke Mitchell?
Oh, tough as he wants it. But we shouldn't have to get tough at all. If he's an ounce of sense, he'll take us to Ridgway tonight. But if he hasn't, well, it'll be just too bad.
Yes, sir.
Because I have a pretty good idea Ridgway and Mitchell know more about this affair than we do.
Well, they wouldn't have to know much, sir, now would they?
I was lucky enough to get a cooperative cabbie who did a marvellous job, Peter. You know, hanging well back all the time, but not losing sight.
So, the fat man from the tube who got in your way lives in the West India Dock Road.
In a little street off it, actually. I marked the house down. We can tap him on the shoulder any time we like.
I'd very much like to get at these people before Keen.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Why don't we do something about it tomorrow night? If we scowl at the chap convincingly enough, he might just sing us a little song.
You've been seeing those movies?
I like those movies.
I didn't care much for that stunt tonight. Chaps trying to shove you under trains. Irritating, to say the least.
Very.
And I don't much care for being saddled with a particularly filthy murder.
Don't snarl at me, chum.
Well, will you be with me tomorrow night if we have to be really nasty to little Fatty?
Well, up to a point.
You don't have to be, Digby. You're having a noose round your neck. You've been jolly dear to rally round as far as you have.
No, don't talk like a fool.
It's just that if things get really sticky, I don't want you to feel you're obliged to declare yourself in.
Listen, chummy, I'm already in. I didn't like that underground business any more than you did. If they want you out of the way, why don't they shoot you or something? You see what I mean?
Oh, right, huh? Enough said.
Well, there's no need to bring it up again. I'm with you. Now, how's the time? Oh, good grief.
Time you pushing off?
You're darn right. If I'm going to get any sleep at all tonight.
Out you get, Coutts. I think this is our man. And don't take no for an answer.
Leave it to me, sir. Good evening.
Who the devil are you? Oh, yes. Mr. Coutts.
Care to step over to the car, sir? Major Keen's waiting for you.
Hello, Mitchell. You keep late hours.
What do you want?
Hop in. I thought we might go for a little drive.
No, thanks. It's past my bedtime.
But, Coutts says yes.
Like that, eh?
We don't want any trouble, sir. Not when everything's so nice and quiet in Bloomsbury. You be a good bloke and jump in the back with the Major.
I appear to have no choice.
Good man.
Where are we heading?
Oh, just around, you know. Where's Ridgway?
Tucked up in the sleeping bag somewhere, I expect. How should I know?
Oh, be a good chap, Mitchell. You and Ridgway are only getting yourself deeper and deeper into the soup.
And you're the cove to get him out of it, I suppose. Listen, Keen, if you think I'm going to help you shove a rope round his neck for that chap Godowski...
You know, the trouble with fellows like you don't move with the times.
No? I didn't see any signs of you or your man Friday in the tube a couple of hours ago, when they were trying to whiz Ridgway under a train.
So you were there, too?
Of course I was there.
That puts a rather different complexion on matters, Coutts. If you were there with Ridgway, old man, you must have some idea of what he was doing there himself.
You bet your sweet life I have. He was there to meet a popsy called Bergner.
Well, that's not news. Why did he want to see her at all?
How do you MI-5 people get your jobs? By qualifying as the most utterly, completely bird-witted clowns they can find.
Spare us the personalities, Mitchell. Talk sense, you'll find yourself somewhere a sight less comfortable than the back of this car. Why did Ridgway want to meet the Bergner girl?
He's after her because she's working with the people who knifed Godowski.
How do you know?
She made a point of getting Godowski's address at North Ole Aerodrome.
Well, what else?
Ridgway arranged to meet her tonight to make sure she's involved. If she'd turned up and nothing had happened, we'd have known we were wrong about her. She didn't turn up, and plenty happened.
Where was she supposed to meet him?
Hyde Park Corner.
Not Gloucester Road.
I'm telling you, Hyde Park Corner.
So that's how Dumetrius and his people knew where Ridgway would be at 2:30 this morning.
Well, of course it did. Who did you say?
Dumetrius. Dumetrius is the mainspring of this business. Pull up here, Coutts. Now, you listen to me, Mitchell. After the affair down in the tube, we began to revise our notions about Peter Ridgway. Now, start at the beginning. Tell me every detail of what you and Ridgway know and how you arrived at it, from first to last. I think we're getting a bit nearer to our friend Dumetrius, and between you and I, it's not before time.
So, you bungled it. Ridgway stood on the edge of the platform as the train came in, but you still had to bungle it.
There was another fellow yells at him. Ridgway went flat on the ground. There was nothing we could do.
Nothing you could do, you blundering idiot. After this, the police won't be sure he killed Godowsky. When they catch him, they'll start getting ideas about Heddy.
Why should they? She tells them Gloucester Road.
She had to tell Keen something, you incompetent idiot. If he ever found out she'd seen Ridgway at the Red Feathers, how would it look if she hadn't told him?
We do our best, Dumetrius. We expect him to be alone.
Did you get a look at him, the other one?
It happened too quickly. He's wearing a long coat.
What about your own man? Couldn't they have finished Ridgway as he lay on the platform?
There's this other fellow. He pulls out a Luger. There's a girl with a little dog gets in between. One of my fellows guards the tunnel, so I get away.
You were supposed to have 2 men with you near the platform.
The other one I put at the top of the stairs.
So I make plans, and you take it upon yourself to change them.
There's nothing I can do down there.
Everything depended on getting rid of Ridgway last night. He knows too much. He must be certain now that Heddy's one of us. We must silence Peter Ridgway.
How can we kill him now? We don't know where he's hiding even. Maybe he come to Heddy again. But not to make meetings in the underground no more. She don't act that stupid.
Ridgway found her at the Red Feathers Club. He got into the place without going through the club itself. He knew where to find a dressing room, and he knew what time she'd be coming up to change.
Looks like there's a friend of his works at the Red Feathers, maybe, yeah?
Get me Tony Mazzotti.
You want him now?
Yes, now. Get me Tony Mazzotti, bring him here to the sanatorium, and hurry. If we're going to settle with Peter Ridgway, we've no time to waste. Maybe Mazzotti can give us an idea which of his people let Ridgway into the club. And when we know that, perhaps we'll find out where he's hiding.
Yeah, I go now.
Just a minute, Jotty. Those who work for me are allowed one failure, no more. No one's indispensable, Yachty, not even you.
I go now and bring back Mazzotti.
See that you do. We must take their eyes off Heddy and focus them on Ridgway again. They could conceivably suspect her after last night. Just possibly. But not after tonight. And this time I'll attend to it myself. Hello, Heddy. Come to Bookman Sanatorium. Yes, but take every precaution. No, your potential lover, Major Keen. We've waited long enough. We're acting tonight. Yes, tonight.
Even after talking to Digby Mitchell, even after being almost convinced of the impossible, that Heddy was involved with Dumetrius as murderers, I still couldn't possibly have foreseen what Dumetrius was up to. Not even a crystal ball would have shown us the shape of his design, or what was to happen within 24 hours. And I had no crystal ball, only myself.
Tony Mazzotti and his Red Feathers Club come under the spotlight of MI-5 in the next chapter of suspense in Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen is here, turning the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
The dossier on the man with the unlikely name was growing every day, but it still didn't tell us much about him personally. That we hoped would be forthcoming pretty soon, because I'd finally managed to get some sense out of Digby Mitchell. He and Ridgway had been running their own show, and getting Ridgway almost killed in the process, but they had turned the spotlight on Heddy Bergner. When I say they, I mean Mitchell. After that affair down in the Hyde Park Underground, Coutts and I buttonholed Mitchell on his way home early in the morning, with the intention of finding out from him where Ridgway was hiding. He didn't tell us, but he brought us up to date on one or two other angles. And it didn't look too good for Miss Bergner.
Now I've given you enough information to keep you busy for a while. Do you mind if I get myself some sleep?
You still haven't told us where to find your chum Ridgway.
That's right.
There hasn't much to be scared of. Now let's have it.
Nothing doing.
You're only going to make it tough for yourself, old man.
I can take it. Showing you how a Bergner could be working for Dumetrius doesn't make any difference to Pete Ridgway being found with that knife in his hand. The American stabbed dead in the same room.
I agree with you there, but that's a police inquiry. I want Ridgway for the help he can give me in running Dumetrius to earth.
And I'm not telling you where to find Ridgway till he's clear of Godowski's murder.
How the devil's he ever going to clear himself of anything? Running about like a headless hen, getting himself pushed under trains.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put it up to the chap himself.
What would you do in Ridgway's shoes?
I'd be along to the embankment, I think. For another slug of that whiskey of yours.
Well, you're not quite so much of an arrant fool as I took you for.
Listen, Keen, are you more expensive to clip than any ordinary copper?
Hold it, Coutts. That's a bit childish, don't you think, Mitchell?
Ask me sometime when you haven't got your personal goon around.
Mitchell, Coutts is not a goon.
Then what is he? What do you do every time he stops someone hanging one on you? Throw him a fish?
Drive him back to his hotel, Coutts, and then pick me up here again.
I'll save you the trouble. Plenty of cabs about.
Well, that'll suit us fine. The door handle pulls upwards to open.
Thanks.
I'll expect to see Ridgway at the embankment within 24 hours.
I told you. That'll depend on Ridgway.
Well, in that case, you might mention to him that you'll be arrested if he doesn't appear. That's all. Good night.
Going to arrest me, eh? Oh, yeah? Where's he going to find me?
Heddy, I've tried to explain to you 50 times. When engaged in enterprises such as ours, you must always secure your line of retreat.
Well, I don't like it. If that clumsy butcher Yachty hadn't fumbled in the underground last night, it wouldn't be necessary.
But it is necessary. Ridgway's alive. You must now be certain that you're in some way involved with this. And if Keen catches up with him before we do, you're going to be under suspicion.
But what can they do?
Nothing. It's not a crime to ask an American for his address. It's not a crime to meet Ridgway in the tube. But as for the actual place of meeting, you can always say Ridgway was wrong. The meeting was to have been at Gloucester Road. That's all completely beside the point. Once Keen begins to suspect you, you'll be out on the sidelines. And I need you. You're vital to me. Hence tonight.
Whose car are you using?
Bookman's. Bookman will report it stolen at about 3 o'clock in the morning, when I've finished with it.
We'd better not bungle it again.
Well, there won't be any bungling. This time I'm handling it myself.
What about Tony Mazzotti? Has he given you anything to go on yet?
Not yet. But I don't expect we'll have much trouble finding out who let Ridgway into the club.
What happens when you do know who it was?
Well, we can't have people making such terrible nuisances of themselves. We really can't. I imagine Mazzotti will attend to it.
10 minutes with those two thugs of his in a dark lane, I suppose.
Something like that. Mazzotti's coming here tonight after we've completed tonight's work and he's closed the club. You won't lose your nerve, will you?
Have I ever?
I'll be there in Bookman's car from 2:20 onwards. If the fellow on guard outside your flat gets inquisitive, that'll be just too bad for him. But if you have to call it off, I'll signal you when you arrive by flicking my lights. Now, are you sure you understand exactly what to do?
I know what to do.
Yes. I doubt very much if we'll have any trouble with Gregory Keen after tonight. Hadn't you better be on your way to the Red Feathers?
I expect so.
Till later, then. Till 20 minutes past 2 tonight.
Are you Tony Marzatti?
Sure, that's me.
That your office in there?
What do you want?
I'll tell you inside. Lead the way, will you? Righto, Coutts.
Now, who do you think you are, eh?
My name's Keen. Major Gregory Keen.
Major Keen. Major Keen, it's too bad. I don't think we met.
Well, I shouldn't let that cost you any sleep, Marzatti. Who are these two characters?
No, those are two of my boys. That one's a Frankie Cal. He's the one's a jelly boy. He's kind of fat, you know. We call him Jelly Boy.
Mm-hmm. Get them out of here.
Never you gentlemen like to get them out of here for me, huh?
What about that, Coutts?
Just say the word, Major.
Now, look, Marzatti, why don't you be sensible? We don't want to wreck your place.
Well, okay. You boys will wait outside, huh?
And you won't mind if Coutts keeps them company, will you? That's right. Mind if I sit down? Now then, let's get down to business, Marzatti. If I were a friend of yours, which you have to admit's not very likely, I could get dope from you, couldn't I?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, never mind. I'm not particularly interested. I leave that sort of thing to the yard and the narcotics people.
How's about you telling me what do you want, eh?
Do you know a fellow called Ridgway?
The guy that stabs that Yank a week before last? Hey, you try to be funny, eh?
You've a girl here called Heddy Bergner.
Uh-huh. So what, she's a sing good?
A couple of nights ago, someone let Ridgway into Miss Bergner's dressing room. Who?
Oh, if that's all you want to know, why don't you say so? I'm a-telling you, that's just something I like to know, too.
You didn't let him in yourself, did you?
Listen, Major Keen, I'm gonna need a good comedian for my floor show. You want a job, maybe, eh?
And if you'd rather, Marzatti, I can ask these questions in a little basement room I know. Now then, let's have a straight answer.
Sure, all right. This guy Ridgway gets in. I don't know how. But if I find how, there's someone gonna be get roughed up a little, see? I run a good club. Drinks, few girls, good music, dancing. I don't know nothing else. Nothing, you understand?
Mm-hmm. You'll run a good club. All right, Marzatti, that'll do for now. But if anyone else tries getting in here up the back stairs, let me know. Because, Marzatti, if you don't, do you know what'll happen to you?
What's it happen to me, huh?
I can make it pretty tough on aliens. Now, be a good chap. Bear that in mind.
Yeah, sure. I'll bear it in mind.
Where's Miss Bergner now?
She's downstairs. Just to finish singing.
I'd like a few minutes with her. Get me a table and ask her to join me, will you?
Sure. I'll ring downstairs. You want something? It's on the house. For guys like you, Major Keen, everything's for free.
You're too kind.
I wanted there would have talked to the boss about that guy. Maybe he's a meeting with a little accident, eh?
Hello?
Mazzotti. I wanted the boss, eh?
Wait a minute. What is it, Mazzotti?
And this guy Keen's here, boss. He's acting tough about how Ridgway gets into the club. Now he's down with Heddy. What if he wants to drive her home, eh?
Can you pass the word to Heddy almost at once?
Why, sure. That can be arranged.
This is important, Mazzotti. Head is on no account to ask Keen to drive her to the flat herself. She mustn't even suggest it, understand? But if Keen offers, that's different, Mazzotti.
Well, Heddy,
Well, Keen,
I've been talking to your Italian friend, Marzotti.
he's no friend of mine.
Isn't he? Do you know a man called Digby Mitchell?
No, I've never heard of him. Why should I? Who's Digby Mitchell?
He's a very good, very close friend of Peter Ridgway's. And he was also the 5th man on that plane that brought you from Berlin.
Well, so what? What's the matter with you tonight, Keen? Aren't we friends anymore?
Early this morning, I had a long talk with Digby Mitchell.
I don't care who you had a long talk with early this morning or any other time. What are you driving at?
Can I intrude, please, Miss Bergner? You give me a minute, eh?
What is it, Tony?
And the guys in the band. The arrangement for your last number. There's a change they want to make, you know?
Would you excuse me, Keen, just for a moment?
Go ahead.
What is it, Tony?
Word from Dumetrius. Keen don't know it, but coming here tonight, he's making it twice so easy for us, see? Tonight, he's going to be taken for a little ride, eh? Now listen, Heddy.
I didn't think for a moment that Marzotti wanted to talk to Heddy about the arrangement of her song. But just the same, I walked into their little scheme for that night with my eyes wide open. You know, I had to hand it to those people. They were good. And within the next hour and a half, I learned firsthand just how good they were.
What are Dumetrius and Marzotti planning for Gregory Keen? Listen to the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns page 18 of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
The Red Feathers Club was one of those places you find dotted about London. Good food, good wines, and pretty girls with music imported strictly from across the Atlantic. And often they're only a front for other, shadier doings. I'd had a long yarn with Digby Mitchell, you remember, and going on what I learned from him, it looked as though we'd been very much taken in by Miss Heddy Bergner. Oh, there was nothing definite, only good grounds for suspicion. She'd gone out of her way to get Hank Godowski's address at North Old Aerodrome. And she'd made that arrangement to meet Ridgway in the underground the night they tried to do him in. Katie herself said Gloucester Road. Mitchell said the arrangement was for Hyde Park Corner. So someone was either stupid or lying. But it was inconceivable that Heddy should have been mixed up with Dumetrius. It was absolutely fantastic. I tried to find out from Tony Marzotti, the fellow who runs the Red Feathers, how Ridgway got into Heddy's dressing room that night. And that's how I came to be in the club. I just had a drink with Heddy when Marzotti appeared and took her away for a minute. Something about her next number.
Sorry I had to run away, Keen. Those idiots in the band, they're never satisfied. They always want to mess about with the arrangements.
Shall I order for you again?
No, thanks. I'll keep this one warm. What were you saying about Digby Mitchell just as I left you?
Only that I'd seen him and had a long talk.
But it was the way you said it. Do tell me, Keen, what's on your mind?
What are you doing tomorrow?
Nothing in particular.
Will you be up and about by 11:30?
I could be.
Good. Coutts will call for you in a car at 11:30 sharp.
Well, there's nothing I'd like more than to go driving all over London with Coutts, but where does he take me and why?
Our place on the embankment.
Why?
Oh, I don't want to worry you, but there are one or two points about Mitchell, Ridgway, and you that we simply have to clear up.
About Dumetrius, the man on the plane?
Mm-hmm. About the man on the plane.
Oh. And suppose I refuse to come. I don't like being treated like a criminal.
No one's treating you like a criminal.
Oh, Keen, what's the matter? I thought you liked me. What did Mitchell tell you? No, I don't care what it was. It must have been lies, or you're putting a wrong construction on something. Do tell me.
Tomorrow. And for tonight, I'll wait here till you're free and drive you home.
You'll do nothing of the kind, thanks.
Why not?
I accepted before because I thought... Well, you know what I thought. But you're not driving me home tonight.
Why? What other arrangements have you made, Heddy?
I'd rather walk home if you're going to be like this.
Now, don't let's argue. I'm driving you home. Oh, look, I think Marzotti is trying to catch your eye.
It's time for my last number.
So I gathered from his pointing to the watch act. Don't forget, I'll be waiting.
All right, then. Wait.
I'm hanged if I can figure you out, Heddy. If it is an act, it's a good one. Oh, where's that phone? Better ring Frayne at the yard, see how they're getting on at her flat. Hello, Frayne. How'd you get on? Oh, no, you could scarcely expect her to leave the place stuffed with incriminating letters or anything. Quite. Have they finished putting the tap on her phone? I insisted on driving her home so I could keep her away from the place where you needed more time. Yes, that's right. If she leaves the flat tonight, Coutts will tail her, and your chaps can take over in the morning. Oh, you're perfectly right there. As a matter of fact, I sincerely hope we're wrong about her. In fact, I'm almost positive we are. All right. Goodbye. If we're wrong about Heddy, we must be right about Ridgway and Mitchell. Can't have it both ways. We only know one thing for sure. Dumetrius has the inside running some.
Well, there you have it, Peter. Chapter and verse. Keen didn't say much, but I've an idea he was jolly impressed. So what about it?
Gregory Keen can go to the devil.
Well, I think you're making a mistake.
You didn't see the frame they hung round my neck that night in Bailey's Hotel. There I was, the room in a shambles, Godowsky dead, blood all over the front of my dressing gown, and the knife in my hand. It's already darn well for Keen to turn round and change his tune just because some character dressed as an old woman tried to shove me under an inner circle train.
Well, not only because of that, old man. Because of what I was able to tell him about Heddy.
But what does it amount to?
It amounts to plenty.
Deuce it does. It's possible that she only wanted Godowsky's address to see him again. And it's possible she said Gloucester Road and I got mixed up and went to Hyde Park Corner. It's possible.
While Demetrius's goons follow you about from pillar to post.
I'm hanged if I know. But I'm certain in my own mind that that baby's in it right up to here.
So am I.
Will Keen be. Who was found with the knife and Hank Godowsky, for crying out loud? Heddy Bergner or me?
Yeah, it's awkward.
And then there's this. Keen's not Scotland Yard or the coroner or the judge and jury. He's not even the police at all.
I can see your point,
I tell you, Digby, I can't risk it. Don't you realize I could hang? We've been drinking like fish that night, Godowsky and I. And fellas have had fights, and fellas have been stabbed in drunken brawls. I'd be arrested and flung into quad the moment I poked my head in Gregory Keen's door.
So your answer is no?
My answer's very much no. Not till we found out a bit more about this gang. What did Keen say the fellow's name was?
Dumetrius.
Our major of MI-5 must be on the job to some extent if he's found that out.
He's on the job, all right, old boy. Don't worry about that. And, Peter, he really wants you badly.
Yeah, we'll let him want. While I've this hideout here with Sally, I'm going to carry on. Follow the affair up for a while.
Through our little fat man from the underground.
And we'd have been tackling him tonight if you hadn't brought up this argument about Keen.
There are plenty more nights, aren't there? And I still say you're being a
pipe
goat.
Down about it. Now, listen. We know where Fatty lives, but it might be difficult to actually catch him coming or going, right?
Yep.
And it might be even more difficult getting him somewhere nice and quiet where we can have that little pry into his business.
All right, so what?
I have a better idea. Perhaps it won't be necessary to get tough with little Fatty at all. This character, Dumetrius, must have a headquarters, and if Fatty's one of the gang, why shouldn't we let him lead us to it?
It's going to mean a lot of hanging about near Fatty's place, old boy.
I'd rather spend my time standing about in West India Dock Road than squatting on my hunkers in a cell at Wandsworth Jail.
All right. Shall we leave it at that for tonight?
Suits me. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
What does it look like?
You can leave a man something to drink, can't you? Hand over that Applejack. You never know, but I'm supposed to be on leave.
Tony, listen.
Uh-huh. I thought you were gone, eh?
I'm going down to join Keen now. There's something up. I won't know just what till tomorrow morning. But you have to ring the sanatorium and tell them not to come near me. Not to ring me at the flat, and not to expect me near the sanatorium till they've heard from you.
Is that a guy Keen?
Yes.
Huh. You think maybe MI-5's tapping your phone, eh?
I don't know. But Keen's got something on his mind, and we can't possibly take the risk.
Uh-huh. Maybe the boss changed his mind for him tonight, eh?
We still can't take any risk till I've been to the embankment tomorrow.
Now, don't you worry, Heddy. Leave it to me. I'm going to the sanatorium tonight myself. I'll be waiting there for Dumetrius when he gets back from attending to Major Keen. Tell you something, Heddy. You see this?
I can't wait while you wave paper knives at me, Tony.
I'd like to stick this into Mr. Keen some day.
Well, maybe you'll get your chance.
Yeah, maybe.
Before I go, have you heard from him tonight?
Dumetrius?
Yes.
Everything's fixed. As soon as it's finished with and parked somewhere, Bookman reports his car stolen. Now, you better get along. You don't want to keep him waiting.
Gregory Keen? Oh, let him wait.
I don't mean Keen. But let me tell you something, Eddie. Mr. Major Keen, he's a nice-looking guy. The boss wouldn't like it if you were seeing too much of him.
Oh, don't make me laugh, Marzotti. And don't forget what I said.
Forget? I don't forget a thing, Hattie. Not a thing. So long. No. Not a one thing.
Well, there you are, Heddy. I'll be seeing you again soon after 11:30 in the morning.
Aren't you going to turn round?
I'm going straight on.
I didn't ask to be driven back here. And the way you're acting makes me wonder why you insisted. So I'll be darned if I'll think you're keen.
The pleasure was all mine.
Good night.
Good night.
I'm going to take something from you. Something I've wanted since I first set eyes on you.
What?
This. Good night, Keen.
Well, what was that, Heddy? The kiss of death. What's this? Car going faster. Good grief, it's heading straight for Heddy! I can see it now. I can see myself sitting behind the wheel of my car. I can see Heddy walking across the street. I can see Coutts come running out of the shadows with the Luger in his hand, and I can hear the crescendo roar of the other car coming in first, then second, wide open. Dumetrius was playing for keeps. He came far too close for comfort that night. It was a long time before I was so close to him again.
Sally Jones finds herself in danger at the Red Feathers Club as the hunt for Peter Ridgway is intensified. In the next chapter of this suspenseful story, Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
When Digby Mitchell told us about Heddy Bergner and her arrangements to meet Ridgway in the Tube, and how she went after that poor beggar Godowsky at Northolt Aerodrome, it began to look as though she could be the link connecting Dumetrius with some of the queer things that had been going on since he arrived in London. I hated the thought, and I wouldn't believe it, not that girl. But we had to put a tap on her telephone, and we had to have her followed wherever she went. I couldn't ignore Mitchell's story just because she was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. I kept her at the Red Feathers Club that night to give Inspector Frayne and his fellows time to search her flat and make their other arrangements, and then I drove her home to Harrington Gardens. For some reason, she kissed me. And then, as she was crossing the street, another car started up from about 50 yards away and headed straight for her. It made straight for her and mounted the pavement as Tommy Coutts came out of the shadows running with his Luger. Coutts, get after him! Heddy, are you all right?
They tried to kill me. Keen, it was Ridgway. He tried to kill me with that car.
Ridgway?
Yes, he came up onto the footpath. Keen, he only missed me by an inch. They're trying to kill me, too.
Look, I'm going to get you inside. Come along, you'll be all right.
You said you'd look after me. You promised I'd be safe.
Yes, Coutts was on the job, Heddy. Now keep your head. There's a good girl. Come along up to your flat. You'll be all right. There you are. Feeling better?
Oh, yes, much. I'm sorry to have lost my head down there, Keen.
That's all right. Anyone would. Like another drink?
Yes, please.
Having someone try to run you down wouldn't steady anyone's nerves. Here we are. Listen, Heddy. Are you absolutely sure it was Peter Ridgway at the wheel of that car?
Just for an instant, the light down in the street shone through the windscreen. I saw him distinctly. I swear it was Ridgway.
Peter Ridgway, Dumetrius, and you. They killed Godowsky, tried to kill Ridgway. Now Ridgway tries to murder you. Listen.
Who is it? Can you see from the window?
Yes. Yes, it's Coutts. He's coming up. Before it's too late, Heddy, is there one solitary thing about this business you haven't told me? I must know.
Would I keep quiet when perhaps my life is at stake? Oh, questions. In the club tonight, and here now again. 5 minutes after Ridgway tried to kill me in front of your eyes. What sort of a man are you, Keen? Don't you care about what nearly happened to me tonight?
Heddy, I'm glad about what nearly happened to you tonight. No, it's all right. I'll let him in.
Any luck, Coutts? A big double-unit milk lorry crossed in front of me at Barron's Court, sir. I lost him.
Get the number of the car?
GOC 446.
Yes. Better phone it through to the yard now.
I already have, sir. The car belongs to a Dr. Martin Buckman, Petunia Road, Hampstead Heath. And it was reported stolen just before 2 o'clock tonight.
All right, Coutts. Wait down in the car, will you?
What's happening, Major?
Look, be a good chap, will you? Wait down in the car.
Anything you say. Sir?
Come here, Keen.
How much closer do you want me?
You're glad about what happened tonight?
Yes.
Why?
Because now I don't have to go on believing that you let Ridgway into that trap in the underground. And I don't have to go on believing that you found Godowsky's address so they could go to the hotel and kill him.
But how could you ever? How could you let yourself believe such things of me, Keen? Of me?
Digby Mitchell.
Oh, they're all in it together. Mitchell and Ridgway and this man Dumetrius, there must be.
I know that now.
Will you put your arms around me and tell me something?
There you are.
Why should you care what you have to believe about me?
Isn't it obvious?
You love me?
Of course. I I'd better go. Coutts will be waiting for
I'll
me.
send him away. Please.
Yeah, I'm late. This is sanatorium of Buckman's, Dumetrius. It's a good place to hide, but you don't want to be tailed. You take your time getting here. How's it go tonight, huh?
I was followed from Heddy's place, someone in a fast car. I lost them in Baron's Court.
Mm-hmm. Where's the Buckman's car, huh?
Tottenham Court Road.
Hey, what's on your mind, eh?
Tonight I could have shot Gregory Keen so easily. He sat in his car while Heddy crossed the road.
And why don't you?
Keen's only a cog in the MI-5 machinery. He killed one. There are a dozen more to take his place, like the hydra-headed monster, but I doubt if you'd know anything about that.
Yeah, maybe I wouldn't. But how's it gonna be if Heddy's a get us stuck on this guy, eh? Maybe you wish you kill him then, eh?
What did you say?
You hear me.
Mazzotti, suppose you just look after the Red Feathers Club and leave Heddy to me.
Sure, that's fine. But we're all in pretty deep. Me, Buckman, Yachty Bloom. You make a mistake, we all finish.
What about you, Mazzotti?
Me?
Yes, you. I make no mistakes. But Ridgway found Heddy at your club and someone of yours let him in. That was bad. We'd better hear a little less from you about mistakes, Mazzotti. We might have to find someone else to run the Red Feathers. Accidents are so prone to happen. Like the one that befell Piggy Quinn. Understand?
Yes, sure. I understand.
And suppose you tell me what's happening at the club. Any ideas yet about who actually let Ridgway in to see Heddy that night?
One of the girls looks like...
Which one?
Sally Jones. She's a sell cigarette.
You certain?
How can I be certain if she's a don't talk?
What do you pay those two fellows of yours for? Make her talk.
Okay. Tomorrow night, huh? I give her 10 minutes with Frankie and the Jelly Boy.
If she knows where we can find Ridgway, and you don't get it out of her, Mazzotti, I wouldn't like it. Yachty Bloom wouldn't like it either. So you'd better have something for us tomorrow night, because we must find Ridgway.
If she know anything at all, she'll sing.
Just see that she does. That's all. Now get out of here.
You can sit down if you want to, Coutts. Now, look here. After the attempt on Heddy last night, we can't have any more doubt about it. Ridgway's our man.
Did anyone but the girls see him driving that car, Major?
Coutts. The fact that they want to kill her at all, isn't that enough for you? She couldn't have led Ridgway into the underground. And I know why she got Godobs's address that day at Northolt Aerodrome.
You should, Major Keen.
I told you to go last night.
So I did, sir.
But you came back.
That's right, sir.
Any particular reason?
I'd hate to see anything nasty happen to you, sir.
Since when have I needed a bodyguard to protect me from a girl like Heddy Bergner?
If she happened to be somebody else's girl, it mightn't be her I was protecting you from.
All right, Coutts. Out with it.
You could be wrong about her. She could be making you a pigeon, Dumetrius and her, knowing every move we make and laughing their blinking heads off while you run about playing ringer-ringer-rosy with Miss Heddy Bergner.
Coutts, get out of here.
No, sir. We've been together too long.
I said get out of here.
There we are.
What do you think you're doing, Coutts?
Door's locked. There's the key. You want me out of here? You'll have to get it.
You seem to have forgotten. You take your orders from me.
Not for the next half hour, I don't, sir. It's about time we had a bit of a talk, especially on the subject of a certain young woman, sir. Miss Heddy Bergner.
Did you send for me, Mr. Mazzotti?
Oh, that's all right, Sally. Yeah, come on in. Come on. You shut the door after the Jelly Boy, huh?
What is it, Mr. Mazzotti?
Now we're gonna have a little talk. You and me and a Frankie and a Jelly Boy. All nice and cozy, huh? That's all right, boys?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Tony.
But There's nothing the matter, is there?
That's what we want you to tell us, Sally. You're a good girl. There's nothing happened to you. You're not a good girl. Just too bad.
But, Mr. Mazzotti, what have I done? I haven't done anything. True, I haven't.
A little while ago, there's a guy called Ridgway. He's a-coming in here to see Heddy. Someone's let him in the back windows. You, maybe?
No, true, I didn't. I don't know what it's all about. True, it wasn't me.
There's a window. She's shut at 1:30, eh, Frankie?
Yeah, sure.
Ridgway, he's in Heddy's dressing room, and sometime about it, too. There's only you comes up here, Sally. You to come up here with cigarette for me. You, want to change your mind about letting Ridgway in, eh?
No, please, I didn't do it. I didn't let anyone in.
Okay, boys. Maybe you change your mind for her, eh? She's all yours.
Yes, it was rough on poor little Sally Jones. They knew that if we got to Peter Ridgway first, they'd have lost half the game. And there was nothing they'd stop at to find him before we did. At that moment, we were right on the brink of our first real discovery about Dumetrius. The door was opening, but I was looking in the wrong direction. I was blind. Only Coutts could see.
Tommy Coutts pays a call to the Red Feathers Club and meets Sally again in the next chapter of this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen, in his room on the Thames embankment, turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
When they tried to get rid of Heddy Bergner by running her down with a heavy car, it was like a tremendous weight being lifted from my mind. Digby Mitchell's story had made it look as though Heddy was one of Dumetrius's confederates. And do I have to say it? I'd gone overboard for the girl. Can you understand the relief when I thought that she was on Dumetrius's list, too? Yes, and can you understand why I'm coming apart now that I know the truth at last? But to carry on with the dossier, I didn't know it then. I didn't know what was happening at the Red Feathers Club with Sally Jones and Marzotti's two goons, or with Ridgway and Digby Mitchell in their hunt for the strange little fat man from the underground. All I knew was that Coutts had locked me in my room, and I had to make a stand about Heddy Bergner.
Major, I'm not saying she's a crook. I'm not saying she's an accomplice in one murder or two, or the three we know about so far. I'm not saying she wanted Godowski's address so they could stick a knife in his back. And I'm not saying she led Ridgway down the Hyde Park platform so they could push him under a train.
Then what are you saying, Coutts?
That you can't afford to make up your mind about her one way or another, Major. You have to keep your mind open. They could have faked that stunt outside her flat for your special benefit.
The car missed her by a fraction of an inch.
I could have done it and missed by half as much. Stand in the street and I'll take the buttons off your coat at 60 miles an hour.
Yes, everything you say could be right, but...
Well, Major?
Look here. It's possible, it's just barely possible that Heddy could be working with Dumetrius. You could be, I could be, and so could Heddy. But I tell you she's not.
What makes you so sure?
Well, it's none of your business, Coutts.
Oh, I'm sorry you're taking this attitude, sir. It's just that I don't want to see you make a horrible mistake, that's all. You want me any more tonight, sir?
No. Do what you like.
I thought I might pay a call at the Red Feathers Club on my own account.
I said go anywhere. Do anything you like.
That's what I'm doing, sir. I've got an idea Mr. Marzotti knows a few things he didn't tell us the other night, and it won't do any harm to have a bit of a nose around. We might want to get in there one night without Marzotti knowing. Him being the link, as you might say, between Heddy Bergner and Peter Ridgway.
Coutts, you're wrong about Heddy. I know you are. I'd stake my life on that girl.
But if you're making a bloomer, sir, what other lives will you have staked on her besides your own?
Just exactly whose side are you on, Coutts?
When have you ever looked around and I haven't been there right behind you? Eh, Major King? And I'm right behind you now. Just the same as always. That's why I'm having another look at Marzotti.
Coutts, look here, just a minute.
Good night, Major. This looks as though it might be it. The lane Ridgway came up. Stairway up to a shuttered window. Top half of a nailed-up door. So that's how Mr. Ridgway got into the Red Feathers Club. But who let him in? Oh, just climb up these stairs and have a look. Now, what about you, Sergeant Coutts? What about these shutters? Maybe Pete Ridgway didn't have anyone to let him in. And if he could get in by his blinking self, so ought you. Well, won't do any harm to try. You're supposed to be an expert, aren't you?
Now, maybe you gotta listen to me, Sally. Frankie and Jelly Boy, they don't mind if they hurt you a little.
No.
They don't mind if they maybe mark you up. Me, it's a different. I say, a girl with a pretty face. It's a too bad if we're spoil it. Yeah, it's too bad.
Please let me go.
You tell us about Peter Ridgway, then we'll let you go.
But I've told you 50 times. I don't know how we got in the club.
I'm getting kind of bored. I'm a-telling you 50 times you're a little liar. Now make up your mind. You're going to tell us why you let Peter Ridgway into this club and where he's a-live?
I don't know. I don't.
We think you do. Now you gotta tell us. So this time, does the Jelly Boy get really rough? You let Ridgway in, eh?
No.
You let him in, you know where he's a-live.
No.
Look, Sally, I give you one last chance. And then you're not a pretty no more. You let Ridgway in the club.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Well, okay. Now it's a Jelly Boy's turn.
No, please.
She didn't let me in, Marzotti.
You're looking for trouble, mister? Before we throw you out of here?
That's no way to behave, Mr. Marzotti. Unless you want your blokes hurt, you'd better tell them to stand still. That's right.
I know you. You're a Coutts.
That's right.
How'd you get up here?
I've got a spaniel dog at home that'd open those shutters and the window in 5 minutes.
Breaking and entering. That's what you do, eh?
That's right. If you want to cool the bogies, Inspector Frame's a bloke I can recommend. Well, come on. I'm holding the phone out to you, aren't I? You don't want the police. I didn't think you would. And that's why I'll take the risk of bashing either of you three blokes flat if you move a step with this. Come here, miss. What's your name?
Sally Jones.
Sally. Did they knock you about?
Yes.
Which one?
The fat one.
Do you want to get out of here?
Oh, yes, please. I'll never come near this place again.
Where do you change?
Just along the passage.
I'll give you 5 minutes to get a coat on, then come back here.
All right.
What was it for, Marzotti? Did you think she might have let Pete Ridgway into your rotten dive?
They tell us the lock on the shutters couldn't be worked from outside.
It took me 55 seconds in the dark. Ridgway could have done it quicker. But you still had to take a 20-year-old girl and chop her about. Trio of blooming heroes, aren't you?
Uh-huh. Would you be a hero without that gun in your pocket?
When the girl's out of the way, I'll see you without it. That's a promise. Starting with you. You over there, pigface.
Oh, now, you don't have to take this personal.
I'm ready.
Just a minute, miss. Come in here again. Where do you keep your cash, Mazzotti?
Oh, now you want the money? You got some funny ideas.
The girl's leaving. She wants her wages. She's not going without them.
Well, now you take it as a very personal, Mr. Coutts. Sure, Sally can have her wages. Maybe a little bonus on account of we'll make a mistake.
I don't want your filthy money. Just give me what I'm owed and let me get out of here.
Sure. There she is. 5, 6, 7. Okay?
That right, miss?
Yes, that's right.
Come along, then. I've a car down the street of it. Don't be downhearted, Mr. Mazzotti. You'll be seeing me again.
Sapristi. Next time, maybe we arrange a little reception committee. Hand me that phone, Jelly Boy. I think we better have a talk with Dumetrius.
Your name's Sally Jones, is it, miss?
Yes. I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Coutts. They called you Coutts, didn't they?
Tommy Coutts it is, miss.
I can't thank you for getting me out of here.
Oh, no trouble, miss. Glad to be of any help. Did they hurt you much?
Oh, not much. But if you hadn't come... Oh, it fair gives me the shudders.
They thought you'd let someone in the back way, was that it?
Oh, but I didn't. True, I didn't even know what they were talking about.
Oh, that's all right, miss. It's nothing to do with me. Where do you live?
Well, if you'll just drop me at the tube station, it'll do.
Oh, no sense in that, miss. Might as well drive you right home.
Oh, but I couldn't put you to so much trouble.
No trouble at all, miss. Which way do we go?
Well, it's 24 Larkspur Street, Knightsbridge. But I don't want to sound ungrateful, Mr. Coutts, but I won't be able to ask you in. It's my sister. She's ill.
Oh, don't worry about that. Miss, haven't we met somewhere before?
No, I don't think so.
You don't remember me from anywhere?
No, I'm sure I haven't seen you before.
Oh, well, I must be mixing up with someone else then. Round we go. Across Sloane Square's the best way to Knightsbridge, isn't it, miss? Well, here we are, miss. You're home.
Well, good night, Mr. Coutts. And thank you again.
My name's Tommy.
Good night, Tommy, then.
Couldn't meet you again, could I, Sally?
No, I'm sorry, Tommy. I wish I could, but I...
That's all right. But if you ever want me for anything, or you have any more trouble with Mazzotti, ring Sloane 4444.
Goodbye, Tommy. I won't forget tonight.
Sally Jones, 24 Larkspur Street. The girl in the doorway that night. Not 10 yards from where we lost him. And he hasn't been seen since. She's as nervous as a cat. Someone let Ridgway into the Red Feathers Club. He couldn't have worked that lock on the back window without a blowtorch and a kit of tools. It was Sally, all right. So, there's only one answer to it. I've found Peter Ridgway.
But while Coutts had been stumbling on Ridgway's hiding place, Ridgway and Digby Mitchell had been after their little fat man from the West India Dock Road. And although no one knew who he was, he held the key to the mystery of Dumetrius. We were getting closer.
A new
character emerges from the shadows in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
If you remember, when the attempt was made on the life of Peter Ridgway down in the Hyde Park Underground, Digby Mitchell tried to hobble the fellow who almost pushed Ridgway under the incoming train. But he missed. A little fat man got in his way and tripped him up. He was quite obviously one of the gang, planted on the spot to balk any pursuit. Mitchell followed the fat man to a house in a lane off the West India Dock Road, and they went ahead from there, counting on him to lead them to the headquarters of Dumetrius. But events had been moving in other directions. Coutts had rescued a girl called Sally Jones from the Red Feathers Club. The girl we'd talked to in the street the night we'd lost Peter Ridgway. And the combination of surrounding circumstances made it look very much as though we'd found him. Coutts phoned me from a public box near the girl's address and went back to watch her house. We didn't want Ridgway to slip through our fingers again. I joined him there, and we went up to Sally's rooms while Inspector Frayne and his men guarded the street below. Get set, Coutts.
Who is it?
Open the door, miss.
But who is it?
Major Keen and Sergeant Coutts. You'll have to let us in. We don't want to have to break your door down.
Just a minute. What do you want?
We're coming in. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, Miss Jones, but we've reasons to believe you've been hiding a man called Ridgway, have you?
No. No, I haven't. I never heard of him.
Look, there's no sense in lying. Come along. Let's have a look round.
There's pipe ash over there, Major. And some shirts.
You see, Sally? Now come along, be a good girl. Tell us all about it.
Peter Ridgway hasn't done anything. He didn't kill that American.
You took him in off the streets, did you?
He was hunted, and he'd been hurt.
Well, where is he now? You'd better tell us, you know.
He's not here. Major Keen, it's the others you should be after, not Peter Ridgway. That Heddy Bergner woman and someone called Dumetrius.
I'm the one to decide that. We have to get hold of Ridgway for what he can tell us, whether he murdered the American or not. Now, where is he?
I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry, but we'll have to wait here till he gets back. We won't be able to let you use your telephone or leave your rooms. I think you'd better go back to sleep. We'll try not to worry you.
I wish they'd beaten me up in Tony Marzotti's office rather than this.
I'm sorry, miss. It can't be helped.
Ridgway won't blame you, Sally. Coutts, get that chair over here so he won't see you when he comes in. I might have a long wait. At least we'll nab the fellow this time. Wonder where the deuce he is.
Do you think he spotted us, Digby?
If he has, he hasn't let on. There he goes across the road.
Looks as though he's heading for home.
Look here, Peter, this could go on for months. This is the third night we've followed him about, and he might never go near Dumetrius. Why don't we tackle him and see what we can find out?
Well, we could be making fools of ourselves, but it's our only chance.
I say go for him. We don't even know who he is yet. Now take it easy, we're getting too close.
He turned into that lane there by the look of it. Hope this fog doesn't get any thicker.
This is a fine way to spend a leave. Chasing a little fat character about the West India Dock Road. Oh, where's he gone?
Returned in here, I'm certain he did.
I can't see a thing.
Hold it. I think I can see him by that loading platform.
Where the devil are we?
Behind some sort of a factory or warehouse or something.
Hold on a minute.
What's the matter?
We've lost him.
He must be in here somewhere. Listen for his steps. Hear anything?
Not a sound. Only that ship.
There's someone behind us.
Looking for me, gentlemen? No, please don't turn around.
Who are you? The little fat man?
That is an unflattering description, but unfortunately true. To avoid unpleasantness, gentlemen, let me inform you that I am armed, that I am not 6 feet from you, that I will have no compunction in shooting you both, and that I would like you to walk straight ahead, if you please.
Where are we going?
That you will presently see. Come, gentlemen, I must insist that you do as I say. Walk straight ahead.
What about it, Mitchell?
I'm inclined to take him seriously.
Yeah, me too. All right, whoever you are. Here we go.
At the end of the lane, you will turn to your left into an alley. At the head of the alley, you will find some steps going up. I will be close behind you, gentlemen. Do nothing unwise. Now, very slowly and carefully, if you please. There is enough light for you to see what you are doing. On your right, fairly high, the light switch. That's correct. You will both sit side by side at the table, if you please. Place your hands flat and in sight upon it. So we walk right into it. I am afraid so. I have been studying you with care the last 3 nights, gentlemen. You are obviously amateurs. I decided that tonight it was time to make your acquaintance.
And suppose we skip the small talk. You're one of Dumetrius's gang. What are you going to do?
I beg your pardon?
You were one of the people who tried to kill Ridgway before at Hyde Park Corner. Do we get taken to Dumetrius, or do we both catch it here and now? Or are you Dumetrius?
Me? Dumetrius? Why do you say I was one of those who tried to kill Ridgway? Why, yes, of course. Now I recognize you, my friend. You are Peter Ridgway, the young man from the underground that night.
Oh, it's nice to know that we're not absolute strangers.
Oh, that is why you have been following me. Because I got in your way that night, and you thought, mon Dieu, and I thought I was being hunted by Dumetrius myself.
You get it, Digby?
It's over my head.
It would appear that explanations are in order, gentlemen. And to show you that what I am about to tell you is true, here, take my pistol. I assure you I am not mad. Take it.
Well, I'll be hanged. But if you're not one of Dumetrius's chaps, who the dickens are you?
Paul Bonnet, a citizen of France, at your service.
Well, if it's not too much to ask, just exactly how do you fit into the scheme of things?
That I propose to tell you, Mr. Ridgway. But first, since I trust we will in future be working together, I have a bottle we might share. It is a long story you are about to hear. I need friends. I am going to tell you all I know. And I want you to listen with care, because I am going to tell you the story of Dumetrius.
Major Keen, I can't keep still. Waiting and waiting and waiting. They've never been back this late before.
They, Sally.
Peter and Digby Mitchell.
Look here, why don't you tell me what they're up to? You don't think I'm an ogre, do you? If Ridgway's an innocent man, there's nothing to fear from me. And you won't protect him by keeping quiet.
Oh, if only I knew what to do.
Don't you see? We'll have him any minute now. There's a police car just down the street. Once he walks up your stairs, he can't possibly escape. Now, come on. What do they go out together for every night?
They're after one of Dumetrius's men.
No, don't answer it. Keep away from that phone, Sally. If it's Ridgway, I'll have to think you've gone out.
Major!
What is it, Coutts?
One of the plainclothes men coming up, sir.
All right. You see what he wants when he gets up here. I'll take over at the window. Come here, Sally. Don't mind if I hang on to you until the phone stops ringing, do you? Ah, it's all right now. But come over here to the window. There you are, Sally. See the police car? and the man leaning up against the wall, and those two other men further down. And there are men in the tube station down there, too. Yes, what does he want, Coutts?
Wireless message from headquarters, sir. There's a young lady been there, sir, wanting to see you, urgent.
Heddy Bergner?
Oh, no, not her, sir. She wouldn't leave her name.
All right. Tell them to hang on to her if they can, or put her on to someone else.
Well, she won't talk to anyone else, sir. Only you.
Then she'll just have to wait.
Right we are, sir.
Oh, just a minute. Tell them down in the street to keep a particular lookout for cabs. Ridgway hasn't a car, so if he's not on foot, he'll almost certainly turn up in a cab.
Yes, sir.
Sally, I have an idea Ridgway won't be much longer. If he's been up since 4 yesterday afternoon, he'll be home soon for some sleep. I want you to go into the other room, and I'm going to lock the door behind you.
I won't call out. I promise I won't.
Come along now. You must do as I say.
Oh, I can't stand this waiting, Major. How much longer? It's driving me crazy. There won't be any shooting, will there?
My dear, we have to take Peter Ridgway prisoner. If he resists or tries to run for it...
Oh, no. No.
Look, we don't want to hurt him any more than you do. Now into the other room you go like a sensible girl.
Major Keen.
Yes?
There's a cab coming up the street.
Stopping here?
Just a minute, sir. Just a jib. Yes. Yes. Right at the door, sir.
Good. I'm glad it's over. We've finally got our hands on Peter Ridgway. The stage was set. Coutts was covering the cab from the window, and the street was sealed off at either end. Sally was locked in her bedroom. She couldn't warn him. There wasn't another vehicle in the street. 10 or 12 pairs of eyes were focused in the one direction. I didn't give a thought to the girl who wanted to see me on the embankment. I was waiting for Peter Ridgway to get out of his cab.
While the girl waits for Gregory Keen at the embankment, Paul Bonnet throws new light on the mystery of Dumetrius. In the next chapter of this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
Coutts had found where Ridgway was hiding, the man we thought could lead us to Dumetrius. We went in force to the place, 2 attic rooms in Larkspur Street where the girl Sally Jones lived. We didn't catch him at once. Sally told us that every night he and Digby Mitchell went off to shadow a little fat man they thought was a henchman of Dumetrius, somewhere around the West India Dock Road. So we waited. But I have to go back a few hours. While we'd been at Larkspur Street, Ridgway and Mitchell had found their little fat man, and some of the mysteries about Dumetrius weren't mysteries anymore. Because in a certain house, in a lane off the West India Dock Road...
Oh, you see, my friends, Dumetrius is one of a disappearing breed, the international criminal. He has always moved in the high places.
That's all very well, Bonnet, but where do you come in?
My quarrel with Dumetrius is a personal one. One day you will learn of it.
What keeps you from going to the authorities?
Like you, Ridgway. I have been forced outside the law. But please, let me continue. Dumetrius, as Dumetrius, I have never seen. No picture of him exists. He is a creature of the shadows.
I've seen him. On that plane from Berlin.
But not as Dumetrius. To you he was Karl Alexis Scammell. Now, when Dumetrius first emerged, when I first became aware of his existence, was at the time of the Stavisky scandal in 1936, 20 years ago. Dumetrius was an accomplice of Stavisky. It is even said that he was the executioner when they put Stavisky to death because the politicians could not afford to have him alive. But I will not tell you of my travels, the lengths and breadths of Europe on his trial, or of the crimes he was involved in, or the people he betrayed. I will take up the thread in Romania in 1941.
The thing I'd like to know is what's he doing here in London? What is it he's prepared to kill anyone to get?
That I shall come to in a moment. I was ready to strike at Dumetrius in Bucharest. I thought I had his identity established. He was calling himself Pierre Delahaye when he disappeared, leaving no trace. Then, a year ago, I needed some forged papers. I was in Germany. I had connections. I had acquaintances who know how to arrange these things. There was a man named Scammell, they said, an officer of British intelligence. And there was someone else, they whispered. There was Dumetrius.
You hear that, Digby? Amazing how it all fits in.
So, I bought my papers. They permitted me to enter this country, but not yet. I resumed my hunt for Dumetrius in Berlin. I could get only as far as a man called Yachty Blum, professional murderer. But I learned not only about Yachty Blum, I learned about the smuggling into Great Britain of a hoard of precious stones and paintings and the works of art worth more than £1 million. It had been gathered by the SS. And here, somewhere in London this minute, that treasure exists, is hidden, and Dumetrius knows where it is.
Look here, Bonnie. How the devil do you know all about this?
I have suffered to learn it. I have killed to learn it, as I shall kill again if I have to get my hands on Dumetrius. But let me tell you, there was a man, a Pole. He knew of the treasure, and what had become of it. He had to escape from Germany. His life was at stake, but he had no money. So, for the pipers Dumetrius could supply, he gave up his secret. Once Dumetrius had learned from him all he could, he called on Yachty Blum. Yachty bungled his work. When I came upon this man, he could still talk. And before he died, he told me, enough. I follow Yachty Blum to this country. He is the man who will one day lead me to Dumetrius. I know where he lives. I follow him. I was following him the night he tried to kill you, Ridgway, when I tripped in Mitchell's way in the underground. And that, my friends, is what has brought we three together.
So this is what we're mixed up in. Dumetrius is after that hoard, and nothing's allowed to get in his way.
Take yourself. You can tell this Major Keen too much about the man calling himself Karl Scammell and the girl Bergner. So, you must go the way of all the others.
Where does Yachty Blum live?
Not far from here. Tomorrow night, I will show you.
You mean tonight, don't you, Bonnet? We've kept you talking such a time, it's after 10 in the morning.
Oh, so we must get some sleep. We meet here again tonight?
We'll be here at nightfall.
I shall be waiting. Tonight we shall be three watching for Monsieur Blum instead of one. I am glad to have friends, gentlemen. I have been a long time alone.
You're not alone now, Bonnet. Oh, come on. Show us the way out of here. I have to get back to Larkspur Street. Sally, poor kid, will be worried out of her mind. You right, Digby? Well, let's see if we can't find a cab.
One moment. Something suggests itself. If we are to take up the hunt again tonight, and if we wish to be sure of meeting again, would it not be wise if we...
Ridgway and Mitchell left the house in the lane near the West India Dock Road at a few minutes past 10. And then, a little later, the cab came slowly up Larkspur Street in Knightsbridge and stopped at Sally's door. Coutts had it covered from the upstairs window.
Just a gypsy. He's got a raincoat on. He's paying the driver by the look of it.
Yes, if he tries to make a run for it, you'll have to bring him down.
Door's opening. He's getting a... Well, chased me Aunt Fanny round the bomb craters.
What is it? Get away from there, let me see.
It's not Ridgway. It's a girl.
Oh, confound it. This isn't doing my nervous system much good.
Nor mine, neither. Of course, there are other tenants in this building.
Exactly. That's something we'd forgotten. Good grief, what next? Oh, it's all right, Coutts. I'll answer it.
Oh. Who are you?
Good morning.
I thought... Where's Sally?
Are you a friend of hers?
Why, yes. You gave me a shock. I expected Sally to open the door.
Were you expecting her to be alone?
Of course. What on earth's going on here this morning?
What's your name?
Margaret Richardson.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Richardson, but you won't be able to see Sally this morning. We're expecting a suspect to appear here at any minute. I advise you to leave at once and get well away from this house.
Oh, good heavens. Yes, I'll clear off at once. But I wish someone had told me to hang on to my can.
See which way she goes, Coutts.
Yes, sir.
Oh, here she is. Heading for the Gloucester Road tube by the look of it. Not bad either, eh, Major Keen?
Can't you ever attend strictly to business, Coutts?
Depends how classy the distraction is, sir.
That must have been Major Keen. Peter described him in his letter. But if they're waiting for him up in Sally's rooms, where's Peter? I'll have to wait round here somehow to warn him. If only I knew where he was this minute. Car coming. There's the little fat man driving. And, yes, it's Peter with him in the front. Peter, keep going. Police waiting for you. What? Police waiting for you. Now I'm in the soup. Just look at that police car. There they go after him. And here comes someone for me.
All right, miss. Don't try to get away. I think Major Keen will want to have a word with you.
All right, Miss Richardson. Suppose you tell us exactly what you're up to. You're responsible for us losing a man who's wanted for murder. Now, who are you, what are you, and what's your interest in Peter Ridgway?
It's perfectly simple, Major Keen. My name's Margaret Ridgway. I'm his sister.
I see.
Peter wrote to me twice giving me this address and all the facts of this affair. He knows them. I live in the country. I arrived in town this morning. Been trying to get hold of you at your place on the embankment.
So you were the girl they rang through about?
Yes. And I'd like to say that if you think my brother Peter's a murderer, you're the most perfectly brainless idiot of a man who ever went about calling himself a major of MI-5.
I'll answer your last remark in a minute. Yes? Speaking. What? Too fast for you? Well, why the devil don't you people get yourselves some decent cars? Oh, did they? Well, it's nice to know they got close enough to read his number. All right.
Well, Major? No Peter Ridgway?
I hate to spoil your enjoyment, but I suppose you know I could have you arrested for obstructing the police.
Well, are you going to?
What's your address in town, Miss Ridgway?
62 Fenchurch House in Mount Street. I've been lent a flat.
All right. You can go.
You, don't want me anymore?
No, you can go. Open the door for her, Coutts.
Well, goodbye, and thanks.
What's the matter, Major? Why didn't you have her arrested?
Because she's the perfect bait I've been looking for. You know, Coutts, things aren't really so bad after all. So, although we'd lost Ridgway the second time, matters had taken a turn for the good. I knew how I could use Margaret Ridgway to bring her brother into the open. And she did. But that's on the next page of the dossier.
informer brings Major Keen some vital new information in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Here is Gregory Keen turning a further page of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
So now we had another character on the scene. Peter Ridgway's sister, Margaret. Our luck was appalling. Through her, Ridgway had slipped through our fingers for the second time, and I was on the mat with my immediate chief, Colonel Fentress. He had rather a large stick to wave, too. There wasn't a chance in the world of Ridgway going near Sally Jones's place again, and we hadn't a clue in the world whose car he'd been in when he escaped, who the little fat man driving was, or where he was going to hide out next. And Ridgway was our one and only lead on Dumetrius.
It's 3 weeks. 3 weeks since this fellow Dumetrius stepped off that plane at North of Aerodrome. In that time, you've got no further towards him than you were then. What's the matter with you?
I can't get my crystal ball in focus.
No? Well, these people don't seem to be doing so badly with theirs. Carl Scammell was murdered. The American was murdered. His camera disappeared. A fellow called Piggy Quinn, who was a fence for stolen cameras, was murdered. Ridgway is still at large. They're trying to kill this girl, Heddy Bergner. And so, help me, Keen, you don't even know what it's all about.
Well, what do you want me to do, Colonel? Ask to be relieved?
Look here, Keen, I know you must be up against it, but surely you've overlooked something. Good grief, this isn't Chicago, this is London. People don't rush about killing people in London without leaving some sort of a trail behind them.
Peter Ridgway's left a trail behind him. It's a mile wide. I just can't catch him. Frayne and his chaps at the yard can't catch him. Now, take this car he turned up in at Larkspur Street this morning. It had dummy plates. It was a fast make, of which there are 60,000 odd in the metropolitan area. And it's because we don't know what the whole infernal business is about that we've no point to start from.
I'm not happy about Ridgway, you know.
Neither am I.
Chap with a splendid record. Not a mark of any sort against him. There's something funny somewhere.
Well, the same applies to Mitchell. But Ridgway is still the only pointer we have.
What are you doing about his sister?
Oh, I'm working on a stunt to force Ridgway to get in touch with her. She's in a flat in Fenchurch House. Frayne has 4 men working in shifts. She's never out of their sight till she enters the building.
You've missed somewhere, Keen. There must be some way to get at Dumetrius besides Peter Ridgway. Look here. You're absolutely certain about the Bergner girl?
I saw that car go up onto the curb and miss her by a millimeter. Oh, it's open and shut. Ridgway and Mitchell are in this thing with Dumetrius. They must be. They want the girl out of the way, like the American Godowsky, because of something significant that happened on the plane. Something that could give them away. I tell you, Colonel Fentress, you can't look at that girl in any other light.
You don't have to get so impassioned, my dear chap. Nothing personal in it, is there?
What? Oh, no, of course not. Nothing of the kind.
I'd take you off the affair in 5 seconds if I thought there was. Now, what about Digby Mitchell? He's gone into hiding too, has he?
Frayne has a warrant out for him. Suspicion of being an accomplice before and after the fact.
Just a minute. Fentress? Yes, he's here. It's for you.
Oh, thanks. Hello. Keen speaking.
Is that Major Keen?
Yes, Keen speaking.
This is Eustace Maniley.
Oh, yes.
Can I see you somewhere tonight?
Yes. At the embankment.
You You know I can't afford to be seen running in and out of your headquarters. And besides, the place gives me the horrors.
Where then?
The Red Feathers?
Why there particularly?
Because I often go there, and you've been seen there. And nobody will dream we're meeting each other, of course.
I'll be there at 9 o'clock. What's it about?
I'll tell you tonight. And you won't forget. It's cash on delivery with me, Major Keen.
If you deliver, Manningley. 9 o'clock.
Eustace Manningley?
Yes, the informer. I've had him working on the polls for information about who killed Piggy Quinn. It's a long shot, but it might lead to something.
Old man, I hope it does. I don't want to have to come down on you, but something has to be done, Keen. And it has to be done pretty darn soon.
I'm not making any excuses, Colonel. I've covered a lot of ground, and once I lay my hands on Ridgway, I'll break this thing in a week.
Well, you'd better, that's all. Because if we don't get some action soon, they'll be putting pressure on me to break something else.
Me?
You've been in the service long enough to know, old chap. Oh, good hunting.
Hey, what do you want to whistle that a tune for? What are you going to do, eh?
You can read, can't you, Mazzotti? Read the evening paper. There. Aloud.
A high-speed chase in Knightsbridge. Alleged the murderer escapes police trap.
Ridgway from the girl's place. The girl you had working for you here, Mazzotti. The girl you let Coutts take away from you single-handed. You and your too strong-arm men.
Now, wait a minute. He's a jumpus. If he could have got in, why couldn't Ridgway, eh? That's what we think. Anyone could have made a mistake.
Listen, I know where to lay my hands on $1 million. Some of it in dollars, some of it in unframed canvases, most of it in stones. You could get the lot in a cabin trunk, Mazzotti, but I can't make the first move until Ridgway's done for. Ridgway's the one person who can convince MI-5 where Heddy stands. And if they look hard enough at Heddy, if they go back far enough, they'll learn through Heddy who I am. And if they know that, we'll never get away, any of us. That's why I want Ridgway. But you had to let him through your fingers.
Well, it's not my fault. We can't have a shooting here. This guy Coutts, he's a take it away, and...
This is your last chance, Mazzotti, and it's all yours. I should have had that haul by now. I should have been in Portugal on my way to Cuba. You'll have to do better this time, Mazzotti.
Well, what do you want me to do, eh?
You're going to get that girl Sally Jones tonight and bring her to the sanatorium.
But Ridgway don't come near her place no more.
He was hiding with her for just on 3 weeks, wasn't he? She might know where he is now. And if you couldn't make her talk, Bookman will.
Okay. She's a talk. What about after, eh?
That'll be your job, too. You don't suggest we should pass her back into circulation, do you, Mazzotti?
No. After she's been to Buckman's, she don't go back nowhere.
Well, don't bungle it this time, Mazzotti. We want that girl tonight.
Okay. You got her.
Yes, what is it, Heddy?
You have to get away from here. Keen's downstairs.
Has he seen you yet?
No.
You'd better go down and look out for him till I'm clear.
Yes, but go at once.
All right, Mazzotti, spring to it. And be at the sanatorium with the girl tonight.
Hello, Keen.
Hello, Heddy.
Here to see me?
Uh-huh.
More questions or just me?
Just you.
What's the matter, darling? You don't look very pleased with yourself.
Well, I'm not. I have a job to do, and I'm falling flat on my face.
Well, don't let it worry you, darling. Take me home again tonight, please.
Listen, Heddy. I wish you'd leave this place. Get away from it. Get away from the whole atmosphere of it.
But why, darling? These sort of places are all the same. You just don't let yourself be touched by them. And Mazzotti pays me well enough.
But there are things going on here, Heddy, that are bound to touch you. They're only waiting to round up the whole ring, and Tony Mazzotti will be put away for 15 years.
Whatever for?
Narcotics. There are people behind him they want to catch.
Oh. Oh, but I didn't dream of anything like that. That's dreadful.
And that's why I'd like you to get out of here. Where are you going now?
It's just on 10 o'clock I have to sing. Wait for me now.
I'm so sorry. But you got up so quickly. Really, I don't see why people can't look where they're going. Did I spill any of the drink on you?
No, it's perfectly all right. But you won't mind getting out of my way now, will you?
It'll be a pleasure.
I'll be back in a little while, Keen, darling.
Clear off, Manningley. I'll see you back there in 5 minutes. Marzotti should do something about his hot water system. It's stone cold.
You have to let it run. Did you bring a little something for me?
Wait till that chap's gone, you fool. Hand me over one of those towels, would you, old man? No, thanks. All right, he's gone. Let's have it, Manningley.
For 20.
For a chap who's been an informer as long as you have, you should know the drill by now. What have you got for us?
It's about Piggy Quinn.
Well, what about Piggy Quinn?
There's a Pole who used to work on the Black. He got into an argument with some other Poles in a pub near Leicester Square. They knocked him about. It was quite brutal.
Yes, come along, Manningley. Get to the point.
Well, because he was beaten up, he's spreading it about that he knows who killed Piggy Quinn.
Who?
A man called Yachty Blum, who works for someone else. Now, do I get the 20?
Yachty Blum, eh? You've heard of him. Yes, you get your 20. And for once, Manningley, you've earned it. Yachty Blum was on our list of black market Poles, but that wasn't the only reason we'd had our eye on him. We thought he had something to do with the forged papers racket, the racket Carl Scammell had been in. So we had Dumetrius, and Godowski's camera, and Yachty Blum, and the murder of Quinn, the camera dealer. The next question stuck out a mile. How soon could we get hold of Yachty Blum?
MI-5 spread the net for Yachty Blum in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen commences with another page from The Dossier on Dumetrius.
At the beginning of the 4th week since we'd begun to compile the dossier on the mystery man Dumetrius, Ridgway and Mitchell had gone into hiding for the 2nd time. We hadn't the faintest idea where, and we still didn't know what had brought Dumetrius to London. But the score wasn't all against us, far from it. From one source or another, mostly European, we were beginning to piece together quite a lot about his activities in the past. And the time wasn't far off when we begin to learn something about his plans for the future. But who he was, or what he was, there we were still in the dark. At that time, we had 2 leads to follow up. Margaret Ridgway, Peter Ridgway's sister, had come to London, and we were setting up a situation to force her to lead us to him. That was the first. And an informer of mine, a rather willowy chap called Eustace Manningley, had told us what the black market Poles round Soho were saying. That Piggy Quinn, the dealer in stolen cameras, had been murdered by a certain Yachty Bloom. Well, we knew something about Yachty, and we spread the net for him.
Coutts!
How's the time? 11:30.
Yes, sir?
Oh, I'm going back to the Red Feathers to wait for Heddy Bergner. If they pick up Yachty Bloom, get hold of me there at once.
Right you are, sir.
We were after Yachty Bloom, but Dumetrius was after Sally Jones. So while I sat and racked my brains in the Red Feathers Club that night, it was Coutts who carried the ball.
Hello?
I want to speak to Sergeant Coutts, please.
Sergeant Coutts speaking.
It's Sally Jones here. You said if I ever needed you to ring your number. Well, I'm frightened.
What's the trouble, miss?
There's a man across the street. He's been watching my window for half an hour.
Are you sure he's watching your place?
Well, I don't know for certain, but I think it's one of Tony Marzotti's men, Jelly Boy Boone.
Is there a back way into your place, miss?
No, there's not.
Well, do exactly what I say. Pull your blind down, and every little while stand in front of it so he can see your shadow. Don't put the light out. Don't let him think you've left your room. Do you understand that?
Yes, Tommy.
I'll be there in a few minutes. But don't open your door to anyone but me.
No, I won't.
Well, hang up now. But just a minute. Jelly Boy's the chap what knocked you about in Marzotti's office, isn't he?
Yes. Why?
Just ask him, miss. Now, you wait there for me. I won't be long. Got a light on you, mate?
Yeah. Here you are.
Ta. How are you, Jelly Boy? Remember me?
Coutts.
Don't move.
Okay, I don't move. What do you want?
I want a nice, quiet little natter. With you. Turn around, Jelly Boy.
You got a gun. You're the captain.
Now, straight ahead and into that alley. That's right. This is far enough. Face the wall. Put your hands against it. Now, come on, matey. Back a pace. Lean forward. That's right.
What you gonna do?
Well, we'll just have this thing off you first. Rather have a look at myself. Right you are, Mr. Jelly Boy. You can turn around again now. Give us a look at your ugly dial. Now then, what's the idea of hanging about Sally Jones's place?
I was going to ask her to the pictures.
Who sent you, Marzotti?
You find out.
What's the matter, Jelly Boy? Can't you throw a punch at anyone but a young girl?
This won't get you nowhere, Coutts.
Come on, let's have it. What are you doing here? What's Marzotti's still interested in Sally Jones for? Well, right you are, matey. Have it your own way. You're just about my size.
Yes, I'd like to get out of it, Heddy. Just for 24 hours. I'd like to take you somewhere one day and escape. Just for a day to forget this mess. No, but I can't. It's there all the time. The certainty that I've missed my cue. That somewhere in this labyrinth of murder and viciousness and intrigue, the truth is there. Evident, staring me in the face. Oh, I don't know. It seems almost as though... Oh, just a minute. There's a girl heading in our direction.
Major Keen,
Yes.
telephone for you, Major.
Oh. Sorry, Heddy. I'll only be a minute. Wait for me. Where? Larkspur Street. Oh. Jelly Boy Boone, eh? Well, it's all a matter of whether you can believe him, or whether they want her for something else. No, not tonight. Marzotti'll keep. Right you are. Yes, good idea. Right, stay with her. Well, if that means what I think it does, someone's getting desperate. If the only way they can do it is through Sally Jones, I'd better speed it up and put the pressure on Margaret Ridgway. That's my only bet at the moment.
Fenchurch House, flat 62. This should be her door. Ah, yes. Margaret Ridgway, it says on the card. Straighten your tie, Bonnet. This is a pretty girl.
Good evening.
Good evening, Miss Ridgway.
I don't know you. Who are you?
Please, may I come in? I am from your brother.
You're from... Oh, yes, come in.
Permit me to present myself. Paul Bonnet.
Hello. Do tell me, where's Peter and is he all right?
Your brother is safe and well.
Thank heavens for that. We'll go into my sitting room if you like. I have a fire. Come along.
Now, I will tell you at once, and we can proceed from there. You do not recognize me.
I'm sorry, but should I?
I was the driver of the car you hailed in Larkspur Street yesterday morning.
Why, of course. Everything happened so fast.
It was, what you call, hell to pay. And it was good luck, too. Your brother Peter and Mitchell, they were going to get a cab when they left me, but I say, no. Bonnet has good fast car. Bonnet has many sets of number plates. Bonnet shall drive them. And so, we escaped from the police. And now your brother and Mitchell live in a quiet little house of mine. Not much, maybe. Near the West India Dock Road.
How extraordinary. That's twice Peter's found someone to hide him.
Miss Ridgway, do you know why you were not arrested? I tell. Because Major Keen wants you to lead him to your brother.
But I didn't even know where he was myself until you told me.
Nevertheless, I have been near you very much of today. They have men following you from the moment you leave this building until you re-enter it. Yes, it's true. You open your eyes at me, but they want your brother, so they let you go.
Police following me, but that means I won't be able to go near Peter.
Why not? These things can be arranged.
But how? If the police...
Look, here are the 2 tickets for the Odeon Cinema near Marble Arch, the evening session tomorrow. See the numbers? Row S, seats 20 and 21. You will arrive at half of it. Your brother will be waiting for you.
You mean I keep one ticket, Peter gets the other? Oh, Bonnet, I could kiss you.
Mademoiselle.
Yes, well, I meant surely you'll stay for a drink.
If you will forgive me, another time. I must not be here too long.
Well, I expect you know best. Tell Peter I'll see him tomorrow night, and thank you tremendously.
Good night, Miss Ridgway.
Goodbye.
Oh, one thing.
What is it?
I hope at the Odeon they are showing a good cinema. Bonsoir.
Let me see your hand, Tommy Coutts. How did you cut your knuckles like that?
Quite all right, miss. Jelly Boy wears one of those big buckles on his belt, and I wasn't treating him Marquis of Queensbridge, you might say.
Tommy, I wish you'd tell me what happened down there.
When I've seen the Major, miss.
Well, come along. Let me wash your hand.
Oh, it's quite all right, miss.
Stop calling me miss. My name's Sally.
It's Miss Jones to me.
Oh, what's the matter with you? I thought you liked me a bit. Well, sort of.
Can't you be satisfied with Mr. Ridgway? Other blokes' girls never have interested me, Miss Jones.
Well. I'm not his girl. Don't you dare think that about me, Tommy Coutts. Don't you dare.
What else do you expect me to think?
Tommy, I only looked after him.
Honest?
Yes, Tommy. Cross my heart. Honest.
Well, if I'm going to believe you, I'd better make up my mind. We can't leave you here all alone. And you'd like my Aunt Minnie. She's a dear old duck.
Your Aunt Minnie?
Major Keen makes out there isn't any Aunt Minnie, but there is. And she's got a spare room. That's where you're going to live till we clear things up a bit. And I'd like to see any of Marzotti's toughs get at you there.
That you, Coutts?
Yes, Major.
I want you to get back to the embankment straight away. They've picked up Yachty Blum.
It was one thing to pick up a gangster for questioning, but it was another thing altogether to get any information out of him. So on the way back to the embankment that night, I kept my fingers crossed. I needed to. The night wasn't over. Not by a long chalk.
What does Gregory Keen learn from Yachty Blum the murderer? Listen to the next chapter in this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns page 25 of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
I was at the Red Feathers Club when word came from Inspector Frayne at Scotland Yard that they'd picked up Yachty Blum, the fellow my informer Eustace Manningley said had murdered Piggy Quinn. Whether the murder of Quinn and Yachty Blum himself had anything to do with Dumetrius, we still had to find out. But there were pointers. Quinn, apart from his other activities, had been a dealer in stolen cameras, and we'd a pretty good idea that Yachty Blum was mixed up in the forged papers racket. But that wasn't all. It was beginning to look as though we hadn't focused enough attention on Tony Marzotti and his Red Feathers Club. He was still after Sally Jones, the girl who'd hidden Peter Ridgway. She'd left his club, so why was Marzotti still interested in the girl, unless he, too, wanted to lay his hands on Peter Ridgway? Anyway, we attended to first things first. While I was getting back from the Red Feathers, Frayne and his fellows brought Yachty Blum to our headquarters on the embankment. Frayne turned to me and said,
"What line are you going to take with him, Keen?"
"Well, the obvious thing's to get some statements out of him you can check on. Anything definite against the chap?"
"No. His papers are in order. Came to the country about a year ago on the DP quota. He's a legitimate source of income."
"What does he do?"
"He says it's a repair of optical instruments, and his living quarters bear him out. But it could be a front. All these black market characters have a front of one sort or another."
"Yes. All right, let's have a look at him.
Yes, sir?
Fetch Blum in now, will you?"
Yes, sir.
Move that big lamp round a bit, would you, Frayne? Yes, that's right. We'll sit him down facing it. Over here, Greg. That's right. Sit him down in that chair. Well, my name's Keen. You're Yachty Blum, are you?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
112 Wall Street.
Down near the docks, eh? Do you hang about Knightsbridge much?
Yeah. Sometimes I am in Knightsbridge.
Know a fellow called Piggy Quinn?
Piggy Quinn? I never heard of him in my life.
Well, 2 weeks ago, Piggy Quinn was found murdered. Knifed. We've information that you could tell us something about it.
How am I telling you? You're wasting your time. I never heard of this Piggy Quinn.
Where were you the night he was killed?
You are telling me when he is killed? I am telling you where I am.
It was the night of the 14th.
14th? Was Wednesday. You let me think. Yeah. That night I am playing cards with some friends. It's good luck. I win little.
Where did you play?
A back room of place in Soho. It's Green Street. You want to see? I'll show you.
And who with?
There's 4 or 5 with me. There's Martin Gonski, Joseph Blitz, Mike Melikoff, and there's another one, Fritz Werfer.
Get that, friend?
Stick together, don't they?
You want me to play cards with strangers, maybe? You ask them. They tell you.
Yes, we know. Just a minute. There's something here I want to show you, Bloom. There. Go on, take it. Do you know what that is?
Looks like a hilt of some kind of knife, maybe?
You don't know what sort of knife?
I never see one like this before. The blade is hidden, eh?
It's a German paratrooper's knife. The blade's recessed into the hilt so it can be carried without a sheath. You say you've never seen one before, eh?
Never am I seeing one like that.
All right, hand it back. How much do you earn, Bloom? Repairing binoculars and microscopes and so on.
Oh, maybe maybe £7 a week.
Mm-hmm. I don't like your tailor, but that's rather an expensive suit you're wearing. And that ring and the pin in your tie. Not bad on 6 or 7 a week.
Oh, I win little money on pools and dogs sometimes. You pull me in to talk about how I'm dressing.
You do pretty well on the black, don't you, Yachty?
Oh, first I know about Piggy Quinn, and now I'm on the black. Why don't you make up your mind?
It's already made up about you.
Then maybe I can go now. You don't arrest me for nothing. I think we are talking enough.
Did you get those 4 names, Grigg?
Yes, sir.
All right, Bloom, you can go. Grigg will take you downstairs.
Thank you, Major Keen. Oh, sorry, I am not helping you more with this fellow, Piggy Quinn.
Well, maybe you'll have another opportunity later on. Oh, just one more thing. This knife again. Here, catch.
Okay, I catch it. What do you want?
Have a look at the blade.
The blade?
Yes, the blade.
What about it? It's only ordinary sharp blade.
So you've never seen a German paratroop knife before. But you know just where to press that tricky little button to make the blade spring out of the handle.
Oh, so it was accident.
No. All right, take it from him, Grigg. There was no accident, Yachty. Those things are well made. The button's part of the hilt. If you didn't know where to look, it'd take you 10 minutes to find it.
Okay. I am working the knife. What you going to do about it?
Take him into the other room, Grigg.
Yes, sir. Come along, you.
Well, friend.
What sort of a character do you call that? Notice his eyes? I'll lay you 50 to 1. If Manonley, the informer, wasn't right about him killing Quinn, he could still tell us a good deal about it.
I couldn't agree with you more.
But look here, Keen. I don't know how the devil I'm going to hold him for you.
Oh, I don't want you to hold him.
What?
Let him go. But keep after him.
Is that wise?
I want him loose. That fellow and Marzotti's thugs, I want them all loose. Because sooner or later, someone's going to step out of line, and then we'll pick up the thread that ties them all together.
I only hope you know what you're doing.
Crane, Godowsky and Piggy Quinn were both killed with paratroop knives, weren't they? Now, let's see if we can't round up some of those chums of Yachty Bloom. Come on, let's go.
Bringing you the world today. Special news flashes from Lake Success.
The Odeon near Marble Arch. Row S, seat 21. According to Paul Bonnet, Peter should be 6 seats in from the aisle.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. I beg your pardon.
All right.
There's one vacant seat for me. Is that Peter next to it?
Margaret?
Yes. Whew.
Good lass, you made it. How are you?
Fine now, thanks to your little French chum, Bonnet. Peter, what's happening?
Plenty. Digby Mitchell and I are hidden at Bonnet's place. And we're hot after a chap who might get us somewhere. The story's too long to give you a chapter in verse. But his name's Yachty Bloom. He's a murderer. And Dumetrius' hatchet man.
What about the Bergner girl? The one who works in that Red Feathers place?
You keep away from her. I don't want you mixed up in this at all.
Tell me what you can about it just the same.
I don't know a thing more. But I'm still certain she's one of the gang. Did Keen say anything to you about Sally Jones when he had you on the lap?
No, why?
I'm worried about her. They must know by now that she was the one who let me into the club that night.
Then she couldn't possibly be still working at the Red Feathers, could she?
No, of course not. Hey, what's on your mind?
Nothing really. Look, Peter, I'd better clear off. The longer we're together, the more risk we run. Do you need any money?
No, I've tons.
When will I see you again?
Bonnet will get in touch with you.
Do be careful, Peter. That's all.
I'll be all right. I'll tell Bonnet next time he books us into the pictures like this to pick a decent show. Bye now. And Margaret, thanks for rallying round, lass.
Ah, ha. Come in. What is it, Frankie?
The dame to see you, Tony. Says she's looking for a job.
Okay. Let her in.
This way, sister.
Mr. Mazzotti?
Sure, that's me. Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you, eh? You don't want a job?
Yes, that's right.
What's your name, eh?
Margaret Richardson.
You to work in nightclub before?
Well, no, not actually, but...
Well, what do you do, huh? Sing, a dance, or hostess, maybe?
I thought there might be room as a hostess, or perhaps as a cigarette girl.
Mm-hmm. Well, stand up. Come on. Stand up there. That's all right. But, aren't you a kind of too classy, maybe, huh?
What's wrong with a little class, Mr. Mazzotti? Even if it is only skin deep.
Listen, I'm going to give you a job here as a cigarette girl. Yeah, I need a cigarette girl. But if I give you a job, well, the customer, they like a skirts on a cigarette girl's kind of short like you know, huh? How are you going to look, huh?
Anything wrong with those, Mr. Mazzotti?
The name's Tony. You got yourself a job. Welcome to the Red Feathers Club, Margaret. You're to start tonight.
She had plenty of nerve, Margaret Ridgway, taking Sally's job at the Red Feathers Club to find out what she could about Heddy Bergner. But if she'd known what she was letting herself in for, and her brother Peter as well, she wouldn't have gone within 5 miles of the place. And she didn't have long to wait, either.
Tommy Coutts finds himself in trouble through dramatic new developments in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Another page of the dossier is turned by Gregory Keen in A Silent Room.
The fact that we had our hands on neither Dumetrius nor Peter Ridgway wasn't for the want of trying. We had Ridgway's sister Margaret shadowed wherever she went, and we were getting ready to force her to lead us to him. We had a score of informers and undercover people at work listening for a whisper about Dumetrius. And now we were keeping tabs on a chap who was suspected of the murder of Piggy Quinn, a fellow like a fat black spider who went by the name of Yachty Bloom. We were definitely getting somewhere at last. And then, suddenly, out of the blue, we ran head first into trouble. And my good friend and right arm, Sergeant Coutts, was in it up to the neck. I was at our headquarters on the embankment when there was a phone call from Inspector Frayne of Scotland Yard. And I heard the news. Just before midnight, eh? Now, just a minute, Frayne. I'll handle this my own way. I don't care what you say. You're not making a move till I've had a word with Coutts myself. Well, hang it all, you know Coutts. Yes. Yes, all right. I'll let you know as soon as I can. In here at the double, Coutts.
Roger, sir.
I'm covering up for that chap, and I don't care whether Frayne's right or wrong.
Yes, Major, what's the trouble?
Look here, Tom, you'd better sit down.
Did you say Tom?
That's right.
Oh. Then, there's something up, eh?
We've a pretty grim show on our hands, old man. You took Sally Jones to live with that Aunt Minnie of yours, didn't you?
That's right. Out of harm's way, sir.
And you knew she'd been knocked about by Jelly Boy Boone in Tony Marzotti's office?
That's right. Of course I did. It was me took her out of there. What is it, Major? What's happened?
Look, Tom, I don't want to intrude. But does Sally Jones mean anything to you?
Well, sir, I wouldn't say it to everyone, sir. But Sally's the girl I've been waiting to meet all my life.
That's bad. That's very bad.
What's bad about me taking a liking to Sally Jones?
Understand one thing, will you, old man? I'm on your side. Now, tell me exactly what happened from the moment you spoke to Jelly Boy Boone in Larkspur Street the night before last.
I've already told you.
Yes, but tell me again.
I tackled him in the street. He was only a few paces from a little alleyway, so I walked him into it.
How?
I gave him a look at the Luger.
Go on.
When he wouldn't say what he was doing there or who sent him, I softened him up a bit. He was easy.
Exactly how did you soften him up?
Well, I've got two hands, haven't I?
Yes, but how much of it was personal? I mean, for Sally.
Oh, plenty of it. I give the bloke just what he deserved.
And when he did decide to talk, what did he say?
That Marzotti sent him down to watch Sally's rooms. They wanted to make sure she'd be there when Marzotti turned up later on. They thought she'd been spying at the club, trying to find out what Tony did besides run a nightclub, and when I asked him, what about Ridgway, he said he didn't know nothing more.
Could have been true, too. That might have been their only interest in her. All right, what next?
Well, I gave him one more across the chops to remember Sally by and left him there, in the alleyway.
Could he walk?
Oh, he wasn't that badly knocked about.
Are you sure?
I'm telling you, Major, I chopped him around a bit and that was all. What is it? What's all the bloomin' fuss?
I've just been talking to Inspector Frayne. Jelly Boy Boone was found floating in the river an hour ago, down by Wapping Steps. He'd been stabbed in the back.
Lummy. And everything points straight to me.
Not everything, but rather too much for comfort just the same.
If I ever stick a knife in a bloke, Major Keen, it won't be in his back.
Hey, cut snap out of it. You don't have to tell me.
No, sir.
We have to cope just the same. You didn't knife Jelly Boy or heave him into the Thames. But there's one obvious chap to have a word with on the subject.
Tony Marzotti.
Tony Marzotti. Come on. We're having a word with that gent.
Why, hello, Heddy. What's on your mind, eh?
This new girl. The cigarette girl. Who is she?
She's a Margaret Richardson. What's the matter with her, huh?
She's the wrong type, Tony.
You think so, eh? You talked to her yet?
No, but it's written all over her. She doesn't belong here. What do you know about her?
All I want to know about a cigarette girl's work for me. She's a look nice in short skirts and a uniform. What happens down on the floor she's a know about, that's okay. What happens up here, she's a don't know about any more than the guys in the band or the girls at the bar. What's wrong with that, eh? You wanted me to ask for a reference, maybe, huh?
It's the girl herself. Listen, Tony. Just suppose she's been planted here by Gregory Keen.
You're a talk silly, Heddy. She don't work for Keen. She's a work for me.
What makes you so sure?
It's a guy Keen. He's a smarter cookie. He's a one to get a cigarette a girl in here. He doesn't pick a girl like a Margaret. He's a get a someone acts apart good. That's how I know she's okay.
You'd better be right, Tony.
Sure, I'm right. Yeah?
Keen and Coutts on the way in, Tony.
Okay. I've been expecting them, Heddy, on account of a Jelly Boy Boone's not around no more. Maybe you better go to your dressing room, huh? That, unless you want to see your boyfriend real bad, eh?
After your bangling over Sally Jones, Marzotti, I wouldn't be quite so ready with the bright remarks. If Keen asks for me, tell him I'm changing for the new number.
Maybe I don't make with a cracker, Heddy. What's to happen if you do fall for a Keen? That's what I want to know, huh? Too bad if you're to finish like a Jelly Boy Boone. Too bad.
Did you see what I saw when we were crossing the floor, Major?
Yes, I did.
Margaret Ridgway. Red Feathers Club's new cigarette girl. What do you make of it?
Come in. Well, Major Keen. Come in. I've been wondering what's holding you up. You want to know about a Jelly Boy Boone, eh?
You couldn't be more right about anything, Marzotti.
Well, I'm telling you, it's got me bamboozled too, huh? I'm asking you, who's a want to knife a Jelly Boy?
Yes, he was such a nice chap, wasn't he? When did you see him last?
When he's come back here, the night before last.
What time?
About at 12. He's been beaten up. Maybe Mr. Coutts knows something about that, eh? What do you look for, Major?
Oh, I'm out of cigarettes. Get the girl up here, will you?
Sure.
Yes?
Tell Margaret to come up with some cigarettes.
Okay.
So Boone came back here about midnight. What then?
He said, don't feel so good. He wants to borrow my car. I say, sure. He's taking my car. That's the last I see a Jelly Boy. They find my car down in Wapping, and then they find a Jelly Boy. It's too bad, that one.
What was he doing in Larkspur Street, Marzotti? What were you after Sally Jones for?
Sally? Oh, I'm a forget about her.
That wasn't Jelly Boy's story to Coutts.
No? Well, I don't know what he's a tell of Coutts. Too bad we can't ask a Jelly Boy himself. You know how it is. Maybe he's get us stuck on Sally. Maybe they make a date, eh? Yeah.
All right, Johnny. On your feet.
Hold it, Coutts. He'll keep. All right, Marzotti. That's about all for now. But you'd better stick to your story. Or we might begin to wonder if you didn't knife Boone yourself.
You sent for me, Mr. Marzotti?
Sure, a Major Keen here's one of some cigarettes, Margaret.
Yes, sir. What brand do you like?
These'll do. Here, Mom.
Thank you, sir. Is that all?
Sure. That's okay, Margaret.
New girl, Marzotti?
Yeah. Kind of classy, huh?
What's her name?
She's a Margaret Richardson. You like her to make a date, huh? I fix it for you. And, don't tell her Heddy.
A temptation.
Steady on, sir. You said he'd keep.
All right, Coutts, let's get out of here. There's something in the atmosphere. Rat, maybe.
It smells more like skunk to me, sir.
After you, sir. Oh, miss, just a minute.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to change these cigarettes.
Certainly, sir. What sort this time? Why didn't you give me away in Marzotti's office?
That can wait. What are you doing here like this?
I can't possibly tell you now.
What time do you go home?
Between 3:30 and 4.
I'll be waiting for you at Fenchurch House.
Is anyone watching us?
I don't think so.
Here are my keys. Take them.
Marzotti coming down the stairs, sir.
Oh, thank you, miss. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Going back over the dossier as I am now, I go cold when I remember that night. Because all the time I was talking to Marzotti in his office, Dumetrius was not 6 feet away, listening. But while I waited for Margaret Ridgway at Fenchurch House, I went over the affair step by step. From the cable from Berlin saying they'd found the body of Karl Scammell, to the murder of Jellyboy Boone. And with what I learned from Margaret later on, it suddenly began to add up. And for the first time I knew who I was after. And why.
What does Keen learn about Dumetrius from Margaret Ridgway? Listen to the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Major Keen in the room on the Thames embankment turns the next page of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
Peter Ridgway's sister Margaret was not only a remarkably attractive girl, but she had nerve as well. She'd gone along to the Red Feathers Club and taken a job in place of Sally Jones, in the vague hope that she might be able to find something that'd help her brother out of the mess he was in. Coutts and I struck her there when we went to have a word with Marzotti about the murder of Jellyboy Boone, and I made arrangements to wait for her at the flat she was living in at Fenchurch House. Boone's murder had brought a lot of vague things into sharper focus. I thought I knew who'd killed him. And after talking to Margaret Ridgway, I knew why. They stayed open late at the Red Feathers. It was close to 4 o'clock in the morning when she arrived.
I'm not used to these kind of hours. Mind if I take my shoes off?
It's your flat, Miss Ridgway.
You're going to ask me a lot of questions about Peter, aren't you?
Among other things.
Well, shall we get one thing straight? I have an enormous amount to tell you, and I'm going to. But I will not say one word about where Peter's hiding, who he's with, or where his information comes from. Is that understood, Major Keen?
You've seen your brother, have you?
Yes, despite the men you've had watching me.
Must have been, the Odeon Theatre, Marble Arch, night before last.
And Peter thinks you're a fool.
Meeting in adjacent seats in the theatre's one thing we've never found a counter for. All you can do is get 20 or 30 men to surround the building, block the exit, stop the show, turn up the lights, and screen a couple of thousand people one by one. Did your brother think of it himself, Miss Ridgway?
No, it was... Well, that's one of the things you don't get told either.
Well, now, what about making a start with some of the things I do hear about?
Just a minute till I get a cigarette going.
Yeah, here you are.
Thanks. Well, to begin with, Peter is not a murderer. Never has been and never will be. He and Digby Mitchell have learnt that a man called Yachty Bloom...
Did you say Yachty Bloom?
Yes. Does it mean anything to you?
Go on.
They've found out that Yachty Bloom definitely works for Dumetrius. And Dumetrius is here in London to get his hands on a huge collection of valuables looted by the Germans during the war. Dumetrius has a headquarters they're trying to find. 3 or 4 times they shadow this Bloom creature as far as Hampstead Heath. They always lose him there somewhere. But here's what Peter thinks is a very funny thing.
Sally Jones worked at the Red Feathers Club, and Tony Marzottis, who runs it.
Oh, do stop that. If you knew what it does to my nerves. Gregory Keen was here tonight. About Jelly Boy Boone. Why did you have to have him killed?
Because he talked. He told Coutts too much. He had to be got out of the way before they could hammer him some more, as they would have.
But he didn't know anything about us.
He knew enough to tell Keen that Mazzotti was interested in Sally Jones only because of Ridgway. And that would have connected Tony Mazzotti with me because Boone worked for Mazzotti.
All this indiscriminate killing. We should be able to get the loot from Rubenstein and go.
You're not getting soft, are you, Heddy?
Well, how much longer do you think I can go on fooling Gregory Keen? They picked up Yachty for questioning about Piggy Quinn. Soon they'll realize Mazzotti's in it, too, and then they'll find Bookman at the sanatorium. We'll all hang.
You'd better get hold of yourself, Heddy.
Well, I'm afraid. And every day that goes by without us catching Ridgway makes it worse. Rubenstein won't wait forever. Why can't we go ahead? Why?
Because I know what I'm doing. And I say we get Ridgway first. We're closer to him than you think.
When I met you in Berlin, I didn't dream it was going to be like this.
Whatever you dreamed in Berlin, Heddy, there's no way out now, even if you wanted one. Do you?
How can you ask such a thing?
Then listen to me. Neither Keen nor anyone else have any reason to connect Mazzotti with us. Sally Jones let Ridgway into the club. Mazzotti traffics in dope. MI-5 or the narcotics people must have some ideas about that. So they'll think Mazzotti was after the gold medal to protect himself.
Perhaps I could find out from Keen what they're thinking.
It's your job to find out. And as for Ridgway, won't be long now. Someone's been trailing Yachty Blum, and last night he recognized them. Ridgway, Mitchell, and a third man.
Not near Bookman's.
No. But you see how easy it's going to be for Yachty to lead them into a trap. Just a few more days, and then we'll show our hand to Rubenstein.
Whatever you have to do, do it quickly.
And whatever you have to do, Heddy, see that you keep your nerve, because there is one way out for you.
One way out?
Jelly Boy Boone's way. Remember it. Remember it, my love.
So now, Major Keen, do you still think Peter killed the American, tried to kill Heddy Bergner, and the attempt on his life in the underground was faked?
The attempt on Hady's life wasn't faked either. I saw it with my own eyes.
But you didn't actually see Peter driving the car. Only Heddy saw that.
Well, she could have been mistaken, I suppose. The whole thing happened at the 10th of a second.
You won't hear a thing against her, will you?
I know her.
But what about everything else I've told you?
I have to admit it hangs together. They let themselves down when they killed Jelly Boy Boone. It was their first real mistake. And your brother could scarcely be hand in glove with Dumetrius and give you all this information to pass on to me. Yes, it puts a lot of things in a very different light, Miss Ridgway.
It's really sweet of you not to think I'm a liar, too.
My dear girl, I knew 9/10 of it before. If you'd been lying, it would have stuck out a mile.
Oh.
Well, don't look so disappointed. I've learned from you what Dumetrius came here for, and now I'm certain about Yachty Blum and Mazzotti. Mazzotti sent Jelly Boy Boone after Sally because of your brother. We're supposed to think it was for some other reason, but if that had been all, why did they kill him? Boone was killed because he talked to Coutts, and if he talked once, he'd talk again. They were afraid he'd tell us enough to link Mazzotti with Dumetrius. And when they killed him, they did exactly that.
It's a hideous business, isn't it?
I really think you'd better get out of that Red Feathers Club.
No, not yet.
Why?
Oh, I have reasons.
Well, I don't see what purpose you can serve running the risk.
There's still a lot I'd like to find out about a certain someone there.
Look, I've told you 20 times Heddy Bergner has nothing whatever to do with this affair, except that she saw Dumetrius on that plane from Berlin.
You were wrong about Peter, weren't you?
I had enough to go on to be wrong 10 times over. When are you seeing him again?
Soon.
Well, tell him he has to get in touch with me. I'll guarantee he'll be neither arrested nor followed.
Are you serious?
There are times when I can be trusted despite my profession. This is one of them.
Oh, all right. I didn't mean that you'd cheat.
I'll be at the Red Feathers tomorrow night. If there's anything you want to communicate, slip a note into a packet of cigarettes and sell them to me.
I'll manage that. Are you off now?
Well, just look at the clock. Good night, Miss Ridgway. And, thank you tremendously for all you've told me. When we finally catch Dumetrius, you'll have contributed a lot.
Thanks for all you've told me.
But I haven't told you anything.
Oh, but you have.
What?
That you're desperately in love with Heddy Bergner. Goodbye till tomorrow night.
Hello.
Oh, come in. I'm just changing. Have they opened the club yet?
Just a few moments ago. My name's Heddy Bergner. No one troubled to introduce us, and you've been here 3 days, so I decided it was time I did something about it. You know, get acquainted.
Oh, it's nice of you. My name's Margaret Richardson. Cigarette?
Thanks. I saw you downstairs, and I couldn't help noticing. Isn't selling cigarettes at a place like this rather out of your line?
Oh, you have to live. And it can always lead to something better.
Something rich, fat, and 50, perhaps.
Hmm? Oh, yes, naturally. How's the time? Oh, good Lord, I'd better be getting downstairs. You're free till your first number, you lucky thing.
I might see you later.
Oh, forgot to close my locker. There we are. Cheerio for now.
You could have saved yourself the trouble, whoever you are. Tony has given me duplicate keys for all these lockers. Number 4. There we are. Now then, let's see what she keeps in her handbag. Tony.
Yeah?
Look what I found in your new cigarette girl's handbag. It looks like an ordinary compact, but the centerpiece comes out. Oh, no, let me show you. There. Can you read that, Tony Marzotti? Her name is Margaret Ridgway.
I told Margaret to get out of the red feathers. I told her, but I should have made sure that she did. How was I to know she was going to play right into their hands? That she'd leave a powder compact with a name in it lying about for them to find? Much less what was going to happen to her when they passed the word along to Dumetrius.
Dumetrius strikes quickly at Margaret Ridgway in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns another page of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
The murder of Jelly Boy Boone, the information we'd had from Margaret Ridgway and the other surrounding circumstances, had shown us definitely that Tony Marzotti, the nightclub operator, and Jotty Bloom, the gangster, were both involved with Dumetrius. And we also knew what had brought Dumetrius to London. He was after a collection of German wartime loot, worth something over £1 million sterling, that had somehow been smuggled out of the continent and into this country. And little as we knew about him, we were certain of one thing. He was willing to murder anyone who stood in his way of getting it. Margaret Ridgway herself had taken a job at Marzotti's Red Feathers Club. There was trouble brewing there. Although she didn't know it, they'd discovered who she was, and the girl was in very great danger. Dumetrius was getting ready to strike again. But there were still some hours to go before he did, and meanwhile I was involved with Colonel Fentress once more. I remember that night. I remember it as though it were now.
I see what you're driving at, Keen, but with people like these left to go their own ways, you're running such an appalling risk.
Well, it's calculated, sir, and forced upon us anyway. Look here. We can arrest Bloom. Crane could have arrested the chap days ago. But how are we going to make any charges hold against him? An informer passed along a whisper that he killed that fellow Quinn. Peter Ridgway told his sister Bloom was tied up with Dumetrius, and it dovetails nicely with what we know ourselves. But where are you going to get a charge of murder out of that?
What about Mazzotti?
Oh, the narcotics branch have been on to Mazzotti for 6 months. But they're letting him go because they want the rest of the ring, and they also want his source of supply. Mazzotti's only one of a couple of dozen outlets for the stuff. We could raid his place and pull him in, but that wouldn't tell us a thing about Dumetrius or Mazzotti's connection with him.
Unless he, talked.
Mazzotti can only talk himself onto the scaffold. If he knows anything at all, he's in it up to the neck. And so far there have been 3. Godowski, Quinn, and Jelly Boy Boone.
4. Carl Scammell. Well, I see what you mean.
Well, I'm counting on Yachty Bloom to make a mistake. Crane has chaps after him all the time.
Aren't Ridgway and Mitchell after him, too?
So I believe.
Well, can't Frane's fellows spot Ridgway, then?
They haven't yet.
Oh, confound it, the thing's getting out of hand. And this fellow Bloom must go about with a crowd after him the size of a queue for fish.
Our chaps are rather more subtle than that, sir. They pass him from hand to hand. And it's a darn funny thing, but they always lose him around Hampstead Heath.
Yes, there's a note here in the dossier you've made about them. Didn't Margaret Ridgway say her brother always lost him in that vicinity, too?
That's right. Their headquarters wouldn't happen to be out there somewhere, would they?
Could be. But it amounts to this. Unless Bloom or Mazzotti trip up somewhere, you've still nothing to go on.
Well, we put taps on Mazzotti's private and club phones, and Manningley says he might have something in a day or two.
It's not good enough, Keen. This fellow Dumetrius is here somewhere in London, in command, with the inside running. And we have to get him. You've European reports here in the dossier on the fellow believed to be Dumetrius from 1935 to 1942, when he disappeared without a trace in Romania. And he reappeared, to our certain knowledge, at Tempelhof Aerodrome in Berlin a month ago. Since then, he's killed Carl Scammell and 3 others we know about. Now, who's next? Who's the next one going to be? And is he Dumetrius, or is he someone else? And have you missed your footing somewhere? Well, Keen, you'd better find out. I don't want your hide, but pretty soon there's going to be someone higher up who will. So you'd better give us some action, old chap. Soon.
Yes? This is Dr. Bookman speaking. I'm sorry, madam, but I can admit no more patients to this sanatorium for at least 6 months. Quite so, madam. No, I'm sorry, but I'm not available for private consultations. Goodbye, madam. It's an odd thing, that, Demetrius. Since the growth of medical science, there's been an increase in clinical disease. And since Adler and Freud, there's been a marked increase in insanity.
Well, you're a psychiatrist. Who are you to complain?
Complain? Not at all. I merely... this should be Leo Klein. Yes? Put him on. It is. Leo? Meet me at the usual place an hour from now, with your brother. Yes, I shall want both cabs. What's that? You'll get your instructions there.
Are those two to be relied upon?
I cannot afford not to be. And I know little about me and nothing about this place at all. Now, precisely what are we doing about that girl, Margaret Ridgway?
Well, we could take us straight from the Red Feathers Club, or through the panel in the wall of Mazzotti's office into the building next door and out that way. As I come and go when I want to see Heddy or Mazzotti, but we're not going to.
Why not?
Mazzotti's attracted enough attention from Gregory Keen for the time being. Heddy will arrange for Keen to actually see Margaret Ridgway leave the club, when Leo will pull up alongside in his cab with the blind pulled down over the rear window.
Does she always take a cab home from the club?
Well, she always has. I'll be in Leo's cab waiting for her. I'll quieten her the instant she gets in.
What about the men Keen has watching her?
Well, that's where the second vehicle comes in. Leo's cab with the two of us in it will be followed. Leo will drive along Griffin Street in Barron's Court. He'll turn into Payne Street. It's narrow and lined with warehouses on either side. 20 yards along Payne Street, he'll turn sharply into an alleyway there and switch off his lights. The other cab will be waiting in Payne Street with its engine running and start up the instant Leo appears. When Keen's men turn into Payne Street, they'll see only the empty cab, and that's the one they'll follow.
Is that how Yachty Blum throws them off when he comes here?
Well, he has other ways.
And when Miss Ridgway has been delivered safely here, what then?
That, my dear Bookman, is up to you. Yachty's had no luck with Ridgway so far. They're being unexpectedly wary. So Margaret Ridgway will have to tell us where to find her brother.
And after that?
It'll be something else upon which Major Keen may ponder. The total and inexplicable disappearance of Margaret Ridgway, who entered a cab in Wardour Street, Soho, and was never seen again.
Is it absolutely necessary?
Perhaps not. But Ridgway has put us to a lot of trouble. It'll be a pity in a way. They say she's quite an attractive girl. How unfortunate that she had to intrude on our affairs.
I can go at 3:30, can I? Oh, good. Thanks a lot, Tony.
That's okay, Margaret.
The club's full of people, but I can go at 3:30. Oh, well, it's Mazzotti's club. I suppose he knows how to run it. Now, how am I going to get that message from Peter to Gregory Keen? He's still talking to Heddy, and she hasn't left his table for 5 minutes. Oh, well, I'll just have to offer him some cigarettes, I suppose. Now, I'll make sure which packet has the note in it. There, that's right. Now then, downstairs we go.
But, Keen, darling, you say over and over again you want me to leave here, go and sing in some other club. Why? What's the difference?
Well, something pretty vicious is going to break here soon, Heddy. And I don't want my girl mixed up in it in any way at all.
Something pretty vicious? You mean they're going to raid Tony Mazzotti?
Something like that.
You're not telling me exactly, are you?
No.
Oh, but why? I can see you're desperately worried, darling. Why don't you tell me?
The less you know about it, the better.
I see. You don't trust me. You adore me, but you still don't trust me.
Oh, listen, Heddy. There was an attempt on your life, and Mazzotti's involved with the people who made it. You're in danger here. If they didn't know we had you guarded, I believe they'd try to kill you again.
You mean Mazzotti has something to do with Dumetrius?
Yes, but he mustn't be allowed to realize that we know. It's vitally important.
Then you found out that Mazzotti and Dumetrius...
You're safe enough while you're actually here. Not such fools as to do anything to you openly. But you see why I simply must get you away from the place.
Yes, now I do. You should have told me before.
I wasn't sure before.
Here comes the cigarette girl.
Yeah.
Good evening, Major Keen. I'm leaving soon. Would you like any cigarettes before I go?
Oh, yes, thanks very much. Just a minute. Here we are.
Thank you, Major.
She knows you.
Oh, I was up in Mazzotti's office the other night. She must have picked up my name.
Oh. Keen, darling, if I go and get my things now, will you drive me home?
Don't you have to sing again?
No, not tonight. And I'll tell you something. You want me to get out of here. I'm going to do as you say. I'll tell Tony tomorrow and leave.
Oh, good girl.
Now something.
What?
I love you. Wait for me now. You're on, Keen. Where's your car?
Oh, just across the road. Oh, hang on a minute, Heddy. There's a pet.
What are we waiting for?
That cigarette girl's just come out of the club. Wouldn't like me to offer her a lift if she's going our way, would you?
Oh, of course not, darling. And anyway, you can see there's a cab pulling in for her.
Taxi, miss?
Yes, please. Good on you, cabby. You're the first taxi I've had right at the club all this week.
Hey, how did you get, miss?
Thanks.
Good evening, Miss Ridgway. You don't mind sharing a cab with me, do you? And do be sensible. Don't struggle or make a sound. All right, Leo, get going.
They snatched her out from under my nose, and they made sure I was there to see it, so we wouldn't have a thing on Mazzotti. And the person who made it possible for them was the exquisite creature who sat beside me in my car that night, with the soft eyes and the softer mouth. The soft mouth talking of love. That's one of the reasons why I'm telling you all this. Because on the next pages of the dossier, I had to record what happened to Margaret Ridgway.
What is in store for Margaret Ridgway? Listen to the next chapter in this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
I stood and watched it that night. I actually stood at the curb and watched Dumetrius kidnap Margaret Ridgway outside the Red Feathers Club in Soho. And they had things so neatly arranged that no one in the world could possibly have thought there was anything out of the way going on. So while I was taking Heddy to her flat in Harrington Gardens, a cab driven by a man named Leo Klein was heading for Payne Street near Barron's Court. And in the cab were Dumetrius and Margaret Ridgway. I knew the two of my fellows were following her. I thought she was safe.
If you insist on struggling, Miss Ridgway, I'll have to make you more uncomfortable than you are already. Well, it's a matter of supreme indifference to me.
Who are you? Where are you taking me?
The blindfold is to prevent you seeing where you are. Do you actually expect me to tell you?
You'll be caught. Major Keen has me followed wherever I go.
Naturally. He's hoping you'll lead him to your brother. And since you mention it, there's been a car following us since we left the Red Feathers.
You're Dumetrius.
How very perceptive of you.
What are you doing this for? If we're being followed, how can you take me anywhere?
In a moment, we'll turn into a narrow street, and immediately after that into a dark lane. When we're in the lane, our driver will switch off his lights. There's another cab exactly the same as this one waiting, and as we disappear into the lane, the other car will drive away. Our pursuers will follow the empty cab.
Why are you telling me this?
I want you to understand the position you're in. I have nothing against you personally. I regard all this as terribly unfortunate, but that brother of yours has made quite a nuisance of himself, and this is the result.
You're going to try to make me... No, I won't tell you anything. Do you hear me? You won't make me say a word.
I won't. But presently you'll meet a colleague of mine who's rather noted for his powers of persuasion. I'm hoping you'll be sensible. You're really too attractive to be mixed up in this sort of thing, but I want your brother, and you can tell me where to find him. Leo, is this Payne Street?
Next on the right.
Good. You see, my dear, There's where we throw off that car behind, your only chance of escape.
No, you can't possibly do this. You'll be caught sooner or later. Gregory Keen will get you.
Keen? Oh, no. Resign yourself to it. There, you see. We're in the lane and our lights are up. Now, listen. There's the cab driving off. And there they go after the empty cab. And by morning, Major Keen and his MI-5 will have another little mystery on their hands. How did Miss Margaret Ridgway manage to disappear from Wardour Street, Soho, and leave not a trace in the world? All right, Leo, back the way we came.
Keen, darling, when we left the Red Feathers tonight, why did you want to drive that cigarette girl home?
Oh, I don't know. Just an idea that came into my head.
But you don't go around taking strange girls home from nightclubs, do you?
Of course I don't, Heddy. Don't be silly. What's the point, anyway?
She's pretty, and I'm just a tiny bit jealous. Oh, darling, you're not after criminals now. You're here with me. Do sit down here and stop pacing up and down, up and down. You're like something in a cage. You make me... Oh, you know, nervous.
Sorry, I'm on edge. I feel caged.
Maybe I could kiss you out of your cage.
It's this business of Dumetrius. It's becoming... Well, I don't know. There's something personal about it. I feel he's close to me. Can you understand that? Can you, Heddy?
Oh, darling, that's absurd.
I have a handful of loose threads this very minute, but I can't tie any two of them together. Now, look. I had Marzotti and Ridgway and Digby Mitchell, and Carl Scammell and the American Godowski. There were Piggy Quinn, the pawnbroker, and Jellyboy Boone, the thug. 4 men killed in a few weeks. All linked together, all linked with Dumetrius, and there's not a solitary thing I can do but wait. Wait for someone to make a mistake. Wait for Dumetrius to show his hand. Wait for him to strike again, never knowing when, where, or how.
There's a lot you've never told me, isn't there, Keen?
Yeah, that's the kind of job I have. My job's to talk to no one.
Because of Ridgway and Mitchell, right down here in the bottom of your heart. You're still not sure of me, are you?
I've told you before, Heddy. You're mine. You're my woman. I trust you with my life.
You trust your life to me?
Is that so strange?
No one ever loved me like that before.
How did they love you, Heddy?
Oh, I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ever ask me, Keen. Just take me for Heddy, the girl who came from Vienna and learned to sing in nightclubs. Oh, it was ringing as late as this. Hello? Yes, just a minute. It's for you.
Yeah, thanks. Yes. Oh, yes, Coutts. They're certain. All right, I'll come along straight away. Say, 20 minutes.
What is it this time, Keen?
I have to go.
Oh, yes, but... Oh, I know, I shouldn't ask. Will I see you tomorrow?
Yes.
And will you always trust your life to me?
Of course.
Then put your arms around me. Good night.
Good night, Heddy.
You trust your life to me, Keen. But you have me followed and my telephone is tapped. Every day it becomes harder and harder to communicate with Dumetrius. And now that Keen knows about Marzotti, and I must do as he says and leave the club, it will be impossible. Oh, we'll never succeed, I know it. We'll never get what we came for. You're beginning to need this stuff, Heddy Bergner. The killings did not touch you. Nothing used to touch you but this. This is worse. I trust my life to you, Heddy. He said that. He loves me like that, me. Oh, what's happening to me and where will it end? How can I go on making love to him when I know that Yachty Bloom will... When I know what Yachty Bloom will do to Margaret Ridgway, knowing there's no escape for her. Or for me.
All right, Coutts, let's have it. What time did you hear from the fellows we had following Margaret Ridgway?
About 4 o'clock, sir. They phoned in the minute they found they'd lost her.
Mm-hmm. Where are they now?
Waiting for her to turn up at Fenchurch House, sir.
Well, come along. What happened?
Well, they followed the cab she took from the Red Feathers Club about 3:30.
Yes, I know she took a cab. I saw her get into it.
They drove her out all over the place.
through a lot of them little narrow streets round Baron's Court. After a bit, they decided there was something fishy-like and overtook. When they stopped the cab, it was empty.
Well, surely they must have seen her get out.
Well, that's it, sir. They say she didn't get out. Somewhere along the way, the cabs must have been switched to throw them off, because the cab didn't stop anywhere, nor slow down enough for her to jump out.
I don't like the sound of this.
Neither does Colonel Fentry, sir.
Look, they may have worked a switch so she could meet her brother.
If that was all, why didn't they meet in the pictures like last time?
Yes. Oh, this is a bad show, Coutts.
The bloke what was driving the empty cab said he didn't know anything. He hadn't had a girl in his cab, and he didn't know what it was all about.
Got his name?
George Klein.
All right, we'll get out a blanket call for Margaret Ridgway, and we'll have the fellow Klein up here as soon as possible. Because I'm very much afraid we have to face it. Dumetrius has got hold of Margaret Ridgway.
Well, Miss Ridgway, it's a pity we have to keep you strapped to that cot with your eyes taped, but I'm sure you sympathize with the position we're in, don't you?
How I would like to see you just once. What are you afraid of? That I might escape after seeing you?
I'm afraid of nothing. But my success in the past has so often depended on taking no chances. Your brother constitutes the only remaining threat to my success here, so he has to be disposed of.
You expect me to betray my own brother?
Not willingly, perhaps, but I'm perfectly confident that you will.
How did you find out who I was? At the Red Feathers Club?
Oh, there's always a way.
What would you do if I told you even I don't know where Peter's hiding?
Almost anything, but believe you.
Oh, I refuse to be afraid of you. You must be a monster, but I will not let myself be afraid of you. One day they'll catch you and hang you, but you'll never get at Peter through me. Never, never.
I'm impressed. Really, I am.
Why are you waiting now? Why don't you do whatever you're going to and get it over?
I told you before, my dear girl, I'm not going to do anything to you. We're simply waiting for my persuasive friend to arrive.
Oh, I won't believe it, do you hear me? I won't believe it. I won't believe things like this can happen. No, they can't.
They can. And if you want to put an end to this rather unfortunate scene, Miss Ridgway, you can do so easily. Come along now. You're on the edge of hysteria already. Where's Peter Ridgway?
No, I won't tell you.
Where can we find your brother, Peter Ridgway?
I won't say a word.
Ah, sir. You've arrived at last. Miss Ridgway, I'll ask you for the last time. Where is he? Where is he? Very well, then. Let's not waste any more time. My apologies, my dear, but when people insist on bringing these things on themselves, what can one do but this?
We thought at the time it was the worst thing that could possibly have happened. The kidnapping of Margaret Ridgway by Dumetrius. But we were wrong. And just how wrong we learned in the next 24 hours. Even Dumetrius couldn't win all the time.
The fate of Margaret Ridgway hangs on the word of a cab driver in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns another page of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
Things looked pretty black when Dumetrius kidnapped Margaret Ridgway. We knew what he wanted her for, the whereabouts of her brother Peter. But a lot had been happening in the 2 hours since Margaret had stepped into that cab at the Red Feathers Club. Paul Bonnet, the man who had been keeping Margaret in touch with her brother and Digby Mitchell, was supposed to have met her at Fenchurch House. Well, he turned up there all right, but he had a long wait.
I'll take it, Digby. It's probably Bonnet. Yes?
That is Peter?
Yes, Bonnet.
There is bad news, my friend. Your sister, she does not come home tonight.
What?
I have knocked and pressed the button for her door. I have telephoned her flat. There is no answer.
Good Lord. Where are you ringing from now?
The foyer of Fenchurch House.
What the devil's become of her? She couldn't still be at the club, could she?
I have talked with Tony Mazzotti. He is too sure she has gone. She did not only leave his club at 3:30, but to me, who mean nothings. He was so eager to say Major Gregory Keen saw her go.
I told her to get away from the Red Feathers. I told her...
You must keep the clear head, Peter. In 15 minutes, I will be waiting for you in my car at the north end of Blackfriars Bridge.
We'll be there.
You will come armed.
What do you think?
You are her brother, Peter. What I think I do not like to say. Only make haste, my friend. Au revoir.
It went like clockwork. Keen actually stood on the curb and watched her get into the cab.
You think that good, eh?
Margaret Ridgway is strapped to a cot in the next room. Gregory Keen's never heard of this sanatorium of Bookman's. The girl knows where we can find her brother. And you're supposed to have had some practice at making people talk. I think it's very good. And I suggest you get in there and present yourself. And Yachty, when you come out of that room, I want to know where we can get hold of Peter Ridgway.
Yeah.
You're amused.
Yeah, it's funny.
What is?
We don't want that girl in there. You're having all your trouble for nothing.
I won't wait all night, Yachty.
We are finding Peter Ridgway. Yeah, tonight. One of the poles. He's lucky. He's seeing little fat man. You know, Ridgway, Mitchell, and Fat Fellow been trying to follow me here to the sanatorium. Little Fat Fellow gets followed instead. Ridgway's in a house in Beadle Lane. Runs off West India Dock Road. Now what you say, Dumetrius? It's funny, yeah?
So, how very funny for Margaret Ridgway.
What you going to do about her now, You don't give her a kiss goodbye. Say pleased to meet you. That wouldn't do, nine.
Naturally, she'll have to be disposed of, but that can wait. What about this Pearl of yours? Where is he now?
He's hanging about Beadle Lane, watching the house.
Are Ridgway and the others there now?
Oh, Fat Fellow, he's going out alone hours ago in his car. Little while ago, Ridgway and Mitchell are leaving together.
Good. Good work, Yachty. This excuses your bungling in the underground, and with luck, you should be able to finish the job tonight. Now listen, Margaret Ridgway is safe here for as long as we want to keep her. We'll arrange for her to disappear entirely, but Peter Ridgway can't wait. And here's what I want you to do at once. Get Bookman's car out, bring it round here to the front door, then round up 3 or 4 of your poles, because we might have to handle Mitchell and the other man as well.
All right, Bonnet, let's hold it here for a minute. There's no sense in driving about London all night.
It is too bad we missed Mazzotti. We cannot find Mazzotti. Cannot find Eddie Bloom. What next?
If I have to sit tight and wait till morning, I'll go off my rocker. What about you, Digby?
Me too. But we do not know that your sister has been taken by Dumetrius. Her disappearance may be the work of Major Keen, and in that case she will come to no harm.
You know as well as I do, if Keen had buttonholed her, she'd have done something to get in touch with you. She knew you'd be waiting for her at Fencer's house.
Do not expect too much of her, Peter. Suppose she is with Keen. What can she do to tell us? Pick up the telephone and ring my number in Beadle Lane while Keen sits and listens to
She's
her?
not with Keen. Demetrius has grabbed her to make her tell where I am. Anything could be happening to her this minute. Don't you realize that?
This is taking us nowhere, my two young friends. I say, wait till morning.
We can't just do nothing.
When we get our hands on Marzotti or Bloom, then, if we are prepared to be ruthless, perhaps we can learn what has become of Margaret. But now, I see nothing we can do.
Listen to me. Marzotti's the chap I want to get hold of. But Keen should be told about this if he doesn't know already. I can't afford to hang about outside Marzotti's flat or go near Keen either. So what about this? You, Digby, try to get in touch with Gregory Keen. Bonnet, you take care of Marzotti.
And what about you, Peter?
If Margaret's with Gregory Keen now, sooner or later she'll telephone to say what happened to her. But if she's been taken by Dumetrius, and I'm sure she has, then there'll be some visitors at Beadle Lane within the next 24 hours to see me. You chaps understand, don't you? I want to be there waiting for them. I'm going to be.
You're going back to the house?
Yes.
I say you are insane.
Whose sister is she? Bring me the Luger, Digby.
Look here, Peter.
Hand it over. Tom. Well, good luck, you two. And Bonnet, if you can get hold of Marzotti, bring him to the house at the Double. He'll be my job, too.
I will bring him, Peter. Good luck.
Now for the West India Dock Road and Beadle Lane. If Demetrius shows up there, and I think he will, it'll be the last thing he'll ever do. I have an account to settle there.
Well, good night, Coutts. I'll be back at the embankment about noon.
Come on, Major.
Hello? Who? Digby Mitchell. What's that? Yes, of course I know about it. I had two men after her. What? Not a thing. Well, all we had was the driver of an empty cab, and we've been questioning him hard for an hour. He swears he knows nothing. Yes, but where's Ridgway? He what? Is the fellow crazy? Look here, Mitchell. Wherever Ridgway's gone, get after him. I don't care what he's waiting for. Go after him and get him away. I know it's only 2 hours since Margaret Ridgway was taken, but what sort of people do you think we're dealing with? Half an hour would be plenty of time for them. Dumetrius will stop at absolutely nothing. So get after Ridgway this minute. Maybe his only chance, do you understand that? Now, don't waste a minute. Right.
Yachty?
Ja,
Are all men ready?
ja. Gonski, Malikov, and Werfel.
Do they know what to do?
Ja, they're always knowing what to do.
Good. This time, Yachty, we have to make certain. Why haven't we been able to approach Rubenstein all these weeks?
Because we don't knock Ridgway off the first time.
Because Gregory Keen must never suspect Heddy, and Ridgway's the only person who can make him suspect her. There's £1 million sterling to be divided between us, Yachty, just waiting for you to finish Peter Ridgway, so think about it tonight when the time comes.
Yeah, I think about it. We take him from the house, but we don't kill him yet. We take him down to the river a little way, then we say, Ridgway, you made too much trouble. And then into the river he's going like Jellybone Boyne.
There are times when your single-minded approach has its points, Yachty. Is the car ready?
Yeah.
Then what are you waiting for? The door, Yachty, the door.
The lane, stairway, all dark, all empty. Not a soul about. A house in darkness. Ridgway, it looks as though it's all clear for you to get inside and wait. They'll arrive sooner or later. And when they do, first Yachty Blum, and then, after a word or two, Demetrius. After he's told me what happened to Margaret. Slowly does it. In with the key. Right.
I'll just wait for them.
Got him, Yachty? Good, let's have some lights. Well, Mr. Ridgway, we meet again. You've kept us waiting, you know. We've been here quite some time. All right, Yachty, time up. This, my dear Ridgway, is hello and goodbye. I do hope you've no hard feelings.
Mitchell was too late, and Ridgway walked straight into it. At that moment, Dumetrius must have thought he held every card in the pack. Well, so he did. All but one. And soon it was my turn to play it.
Does Peter Ridgway escape from Dumetrius again? Listen to the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns page 31 of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
At 3:30 that morning not so long ago, Margaret Ridgway was kidnapped by Dumetrius outside the Red Feathers Club in Soho. At 4 o'clock, we knew she was in his hands. At 4:30, I heard from Digby Mitchell that Peter Ridgway had gone back to that house near the West India Dock Road to wait for Dumetrius, knowing what must happen with his sister in Dumetrius's hands, but not knowing he was walking straight into a trap. Because at 4:45... 2 hours before the dawn, with the fog hanging heavy over the docks and the narrow street.
I'd hate you to overrate your own importance, Ridgway, but this is quite a satisfying moment in my life. All right, Yachty, untie him, remove the gag, let him talk.
So you got here first?
Yes, we got here first.
What did you do to my sister?
Fortunately for her, she turned out to be an unnecessary encumbrance. Of course, we can't let her go now. She'll have to be dispensed with eventually, but you'll be pleased to hear that we weren't obliged to hand her over to Yachty.
Where is she?
Oh, my dear fellow.
Why not? If I'm to go the same way as Hank Godowsky and Carl Scammell and the rest, why not indulge your vanity? You must be dying to tell me how well you organize your affairs. Where is she?
If only people would realize I'm impregnable because I have no vanity. And I take absolutely no chances.
Impregnable be hanged. You're a butcher in German Street clothes. There are one or two people closer to you than you think.
Hold his head still, would you, Yachty? That's right. Oh! Competent criticism I am always prepared to listen to, Ridgway. But never impertinence.
Would you mind telling me something?
Within reasonable limits.
Why is it so important for you to get me out of the way when plenty of people know as much about you as I do?
Surely you know.
I'm asking, aren't I?
Well, if you don't know already, it'd be unwise to tell you.
Are we waiting for anything in particular, or do you generally go through this performance before knocking your victims off?
I prefer to settle with you away from this house, Ridgway. Our car will be returning at any moment. We're taking you down the river. The tide's on the ebb, and you'll be pleased to know that your remains will be carried out to sea. Is that the car now, Yachty?
Yeah. We tie him up?
No, just turn him round. A little further. That's right. Yes. It'd be so much easier to get down to the car unconscious. Well, come along, Yachty. You surely don't expect me to help you, do you? If you can't carry him yourself, get one of your poles up there.
Yeah, I go for that.
Oh, sometimes, Yachty, I think you'll never learn.
Just a minute, Bonnie. We might as well take it quietly. Peter will naturally be waiting in the dark. And I'd hate him to take a shot at us, Dumetrius. Peter? I say, Peter. I don't hear anything, Bonnie. Peter? Peter? I don't like this much. Give me the key. Now get set, Bonnie. The door wasn't locked. Get ready to duck when I switch the light on. Oh, good Lord, we're too late. Look at that. Chair overturned, carpet pulled about. Look here. Blood on the floor. Still wet. Give me the phone, Bonnie. This time we'll have to come into the open. I'm going to get hold of Gregory Keen.
Don't I ever get any sleep? Yes.
Is that you, Keen? Is Digby Mitchell here?
Oh, yes, Mitchell.
You were right and we're sunk. We didn't get back here in time. They've grabbed Ridgway.
Oh, good Lord. How could the man have been such a fool? They must have been waiting for him.
There's no help now. What the devil are we going to do?
Where are you?
Where Ridgway and I have been hiding, of course. 5 Beadle Lane off the West India Dock Road.
Why couldn't you fellows have come into the open before?
It's too late to cry about it. Dumetrius scored a direct hit when he grabbed Margaret Ridgway. Do you think we wanted Peter to come back here? We couldn't stop him.
Look here, Mitchell. Get off the phone and I'll be with you in half an hour. I'll bring some yard chaps. They might have left traces of some sort.
I'll be waiting for you. And for Pete's sake, Keen, step on it. Ridgway might still be alive somewhere.
I'll see you in 30 minutes. Ridgway might still be alive somewhere. That I very much doubt.
Where are we exactly? Quarter of a mile from Wapping Stents. Yes, this will do very well. He's still unconscious, is he?
Yeah.
So much the better. Yachty, you there, Werfel? Drag him out of the car and over to the parapets. I want him to drop straight down into the river.
Yeah, he drops straight down.
Well, hurry up. All right, this will do here. Can you lift him up onto the edge here?
No, they can't. Here's one for you. Hold him! Hold him, can't you? Yachty, throw your knife, you fool!
Never miss it.
Straight over the parapet into the river with a knife in his back. Good work, Yachty. Any sign of him down there? No sign whatever. Goodbye, Ridgway. Now at last we can go ahead and get what we came for. Goodbye, Ridgway.
So, an hour before dawn this morning, you finally managed to kill Peter Ridgway.
Oh, Heddy, my dear, let's give Yachty full credit. In the fog at 15 paces, with Ridgway running, he really throws those paratroop knives of his brilliantly. He should be in a circus.
I don't want to hear about it. What What are you going to do with Margaret Ridgway?
What can I do? She's out at the sanatorium now. Rudolf Buchman's looking after her, but we obviously can't set her free.
Sometimes I think it gives you pleasure.
Pleasure? I am the slave of necessity.
But you do not need her. She has done nothing to you. Yet you will do away with her without giving it a thought.
Why should you concern yourself with Margaret Ridgway?
Oh, every day I grow more afraid. Every hour I spend with Gregory Keen, I become more certain that we will never succeed. And it is because you are too ready to set Yachty at work. None of them was really necessary, not one. Oh, we have to listen to that piano.
Do something about it, Mazzotti.
So, every day you grow more afraid, do you, Heddy?
Keen knows that somehow, in some way, Mazzotti is connected with you. He's watched every day. They know Yachty works for you. When will it be Rudolf Buchman's turn, and then mine? Look at us. I have to leave the club here. This is the last time I can come near it, because Keen says I must leave. Today I can return just once to collect what belongs to me in my dressing room. My telephone is tapped. Mazzotti's telephone is tapped. And followed. Tonight, when I see Keen, he will ask, why did I come back to the Red Feathers? If I make one mistake, one small mistake, if I slip just once, what then?
But you won't make that mistake, will you, Heddy?
Now that I can't come here or use my telephone, how will I know what is happening? Or pass on to you what I learned from Gregory Keen?
Oh, there's always a way. You will have an admirer who comes to hear you sing at your next nightclub and wants to prevent you going to Rubinstein to admire the paintings or the antiques in the Rubinstein galleries.
Rubinstein?
Yes, Rubinstein. In a week we'll be gone from here, and in a month we'll have disappeared forever. You should be congratulating yourself, my dear. They tell me life can be very pleasant in those Central American republics, with $1 million sterling to make it so.
I wonder, will we ever get there?
I shall, Heddy. I would prefer to have you with me. But if I have to go alone, I shall. Do you understand, Heddy? I will get there, and nothing will stop me. Not even you.
Well, there you are, Mitchell. What could you expect? People like Dumetrius and his chaps don't leave traces behind them. And I wouldn't give you a bent threepenny bit for Peter Ridgway's chances of being alive now.
You've made a pretty thorough mess of this affair, Keen.
Do you think I have to be told?
No, I don't suppose you do. Well, where in the name of fortune do we go now?
Get back to the embankment, I think. Hello?
It's you, Major.
Yes. Lighterman, eh? Yes, I expected it sooner or later. Right.
What is it, Keen?
They've found something in the river. Quarter of a mile or so down from Wapping Steps.
Peter Ridgway?
Yeah. Peter Ridgway. In the whole affair of Dumetrius, that moment was the worst. We'd been beaten to Peter Ridgway, and his sister, for all we knew, had gone the same way. What was our next move? Well, we needn't have worried, because Dumetrius made our next move for us, and we came one step nearer the end.
Gregory Keen leads Dumetrius astray in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns a further page of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
When Digby Mitchell told me that Ridgway had gone back to the house off the West India Dock Road to wait for Dumetrius, I expected the worst, and I was right. We were too late. Ridgway was gone. Frayne and his specialist from Scotland Yard went over the house with a fine tooth comb, but Dumetrius wasn't the man to leave a trail behind him. And then the phone went. Some lighter men had found what was left of Peter Ridgway in the river, down by Wapping Steps. Well, I knew that was inevitable, too, and so did Digby Mitchell.
Didn't take him long, did it, Keen? Peter was going to trap Dumetrius here and instead walked straight into it himself.
Well, when we found this house empty, old man, we had to say goodbye to Peter Ridgway.
So what do we do now? Besides worry about his sister Margaret.
Look here, Mitchell. We'd better face up to it.
No, you'd better face up to it, Keen. You're the cove who went after Ridgway for knifing Hank Godowsky. You're the cove who's lost his senses over Heddy Bergner. And for mine, no one's responsible for Peter and Margaret Ridgway but you.
I won't justify myself over this business to you or anyone else, Mitchell. But you might remind yourself. There is a character involved called Dumetrius.
Why don't you drag Mazzotti and Bloom and Lord knows who else into it to excuse yourself? You're Gregory Keen of MI-5. Why can't you haul them all in and beat something out of them? And if you won't, give Paul Bonnet and me a few hours with them alone.
No, this is London, not Buchenwald.
That doesn't stop Dumetrius murdering Peter Ridgway. And for all we know, his sister, too. Not to mention Hank Godowsky and Carl Scammell.
Oh, just a minute. Here's Frayne. Are you coming down to Wapping with me, or do you want to hang on here?
Dumetrius. For Peter, I'll go after that fellow if it takes me the rest of my life. Wherever he goes, I'll be after him. Paul Bonnet and me.
Mitchell, there's a police ambulance and a doctor heading down to the river now, and we're on our way, too. Coming?
Try to keep me away.
Good man. And, if it means anything to you, I feel at least as rotten about this as you do.
Then you must be feeling pretty grim. I tell you, Keen, if ever I get my hands on Dumetrius, he won't hang. Oh, no. He won't hang.
It was good of you not to keep me waiting forever. What's the matter? Oh, it's perfectly all right. We can talk in front of her. You don't mind if we discuss our plans in front of you, do you, Miss Ridgway? No, of course you don't.
What have you done to my brother?
I'll bring you up to date in a moment. Now then, are all the arrangements made?
Yeah.
Is Leo on his way here? The boat sailing on time?
Yeah, all is ready.
Then wait outside and let me know the minute Leo gets here with a cab.
Yeah.
Now, Miss Ridgway, you asked about your brother, Peter. He's dead.
Oh, no. No, you... Oh, you butcher.
I had to correct your brother for making remarks like that. Don't force me to repeat the performance.
How much longer do I have to sit tied here with these things on my eyes?
Oh, for another few hours or so, no more. You'll be pleased to know that you'll be away from here very soon. We've arranged a little voyage for you.
A voyage?
We'll call it a cruise, if you like. You see, lately we've been forced to get rid of our hindrances as the opportunity presented itself. There have been far too many bodies left lying about.
And mine isn't going to be one of them.
No, my dear. Somewhere between the Thames estuary and Lisbon you'll contrive to fall overboard. It may sound odd, but you'll be wearing something rather heavier than the usual female adornments. To cut a long story short, you'll never be seen again.
I still can't believe you'd have me killed, too. What kind of a survival from the concentration camps you are?
And let me make you understand once and for all, I am playing for high stakes. Few men have ever played for higher. I have a certain respect for Gregory Keen and the organization he represents, and even I could have made a mistake. You just may have been given an idea of where you are, so quite automatically you must be got rid of.
If only I could see you. You're not real. Nothing about you is real. Your voice, your name, nothing.
Perhaps if I were to kiss you, then would I be real?
No, not that, too. Not that. Yes. Kiss me, why don't you? I'll never be able to tell Heddy Bergner, will I?
Heddy? Why do you say that? What do they know about...
Yes. So even you are not invulnerable, Dumetrius. Dumetrius. What sort of a jackal are you hiding behind that name? Even if you are capable of betraying yourself.
I admire your courage, Miss Ridgway. If there was a chance for you before, there is certainly none now. Now you have to go.
Well, out we get. There's the ambulance. Let's see if they've got the poor devil's body up yet. After you, Mitchell. Shine the spotlight over towards these steps, will you, Coutts? See what's going on.
What you after?
Who's shining that confounded light in my eyes? Turn it off. And you, move aside. Get out of my way.
I'm here officially. Name's Keen, MI-5.
Oh, well, move aside anyway. We're trying to get him up from the river. Can't you see that?
Ridgway's body.
You could call it that.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm Dr. Susan Marlowe, on call from Charing Cross Hospital for police emergency. And I'm too infernally busy to be social.
Well, sing out if there's anything we can do to help. What's holding you up? What's going on down there between the piles?
What's going on? There are 4 ambulance men and 2 interns and myself.
7 of you to get a body out of a river?
Get a body out of the river. You idiot. We're trying to save the man's life. Now, do keep out of the way. They're hauling the stretcher up now.
Did you hear that, Mitchell? Ridgway's still alive.
Yes?
Dr. Marlowe?
Yes.
Dr. Gray, Dr. Lawrence, and the ambulance men will be in your office in 5 minutes.
Thanks. There you are, Major Keen. But I wouldn't mind knowing what this is all about.
Well, it'll be easier if I tell you all together. While we're waiting, how the devil does Peter Ridgway come to be alive?
Do you know anything about medicine?
No.
Then I'll make it as simple as I can. He's in a very serious condition.
Mm-hmm.
The knife entered his back fairly high up and very slightly to the left of the spine. The point was deflected by one of the vertebrae, penetrated, pierced the outer lining of the right lung, and lodged with the point... Oh, look here. I can show you so much easier on this chart.
Never mind, it's over my head. What I can't understand, he was in the river for 4 hours. Why didn't he drown?
He must have gone into the water still conscious, because he was wedged between 2 piles under one of those old docks. You saw him yourself. He was amazingly lucky to be found. Only his head showed above water. And it took us such a long time to get him out, because with the knife still in his back, we couldn't pull him about to get him free.
Will he live?
I doubt it very much. He should have been dead 3 hours ago.
Well, this may sound rather brutal to you, Miss Marlowe.
Dr. Marlowe.
I beg your pardon. What I'm obliged to impress on you is this. If he's going to die, and there's no hope of saving him, is there anything you could do to get him into a coherent state before he does? May have information of the utmost importance to me. Bluntly, if he's going to die, I want him to talk first.
I'm a doctor of medicine, not a doctor of witchcraft.
And I take no pleasure in having to hack about with the life of Peter Ridgway or anyone else who gets a knife in his back.
Steady on, steady. Let's have a look at you. How much sleep have you had lately?
Maybe if I hadn't slept at all, Oh, all right. 6 hours in the last 60.
I'll give you something before you leave here. Will you all come in, please? Now, arrange yourself somehow. This is Major Gregory Keen from, MI-5, is it?
That's right.
And we all have to listen very carefully to what he says. Major, this is Dr. Titus Green.
How do you do?
Dr. Lawrence. And
How do you do?
4 men we had with us in the ambulance.
Yes, well, I want you all to realize that what I'm about to say is terribly important. I can't stress that enough. The man you took out of the river a little while ago was to have been killed by a criminal we're sparing no effort to catch. He's already killed 4 men we know about. If we don't catch him, it's certain he'll kill some more. We believe it was vitally important to him to get Peter Ridgway off the scene, because there are certain moves he can't make while he thinks Ridgway is alive. Now, we want him to feel free to make those moves, and that's why we're going to report Ridgway dead to the newspapers. You 6 men and Dr. Marlowe here will be the only outside people who know he is not. We must request that none of you will breathe a word of it to anyone. Is that understood?
Yes, Major, I think so. Thank you.
Well, we're counting on you. That's all, and thank you, gentlemen.
Ridgway would be pleased with the notice he's attracted. Listen to this. Another body found in the Thames. The body of a man identified as Peter Denniston Ridgway was found early this morning in the river near Wapping Steps. He had been stabbed and is believed to be the victim of a gang. We must let Yachty read this. Really, Bookman, I don't see how our affairs could be improved upon. With Ridgway gone and his sister on her way to the boat, I don't see why we shouldn't pay our first call on Rubenstein. Yes, tomorrow we'll introduce ourselves to Rubenstein.
It wasn't very subtle, but it worked. And Dumetrius, for the first time, felt it safe to come out of hiding. He'd have been wiser to stay underground. In the open, we began to cope with him.
A traffic accident changes the whole course of events in the next chapter of this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Major Keen turns page 33 of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
Back at the embankment headquarters that night, we considered the situation now that we had Peter Ridgway in hospital, alive. Not very much alive and not expected to live, but there was still the chance he might be able to tell us something new about Dumetrius. And the only people at the hospital beside ourselves knew he wasn't dead. For Dumetrius' benefit, we told the newspapers that only a body had come out of the river.
He told us he was tough, Major. We should have believed him.
Yes, well, I only hope he's tough enough to tell us what happened at that house near the West India Dock Road.
Yes, sir. What are we doing about Digby Mitchell and that little fat bloke, Paul Bonnet? He's carrying forged papers, you know, sir.
He's a mystery man. The French embassy are getting us a file on him. But unless it's absolutely out of the question, he and Mitchell are going to work with us.
Things are looking up, I'd say, sir.
Yes. We now have Mitchell and Bonnet and what they know. And we also have Tony Marzotti of the Red Feathers Club and Jotty Bloom. Oh, anything new come in about Bloom?
Oh, he hasn't been seen since the night we had him in here for questioning, sir.
Peter Ridgway saw him. I laid 20-1 on that. It was a paratroop knife they took out of his back.
The same as Picky Quinn, Jelly Boy Boone, and Godofsky.
Look here, Coutts. As far as we've been able to find out, none of these people ever go near each other. Now, take Marzotti, he's one of them. His phone's been tapped for a week, but there hasn't been a suspicious word said on it. We watch the Red Feathers Club. We know every move Marzotti makes. And to all appearances, he does nothing but run an ordinary Soho dive. So tell me this. How, when, and where do they all communicate with each other?
Well, they must have a go-between we don't know nothing about.
Or there's a way in and out of the Red Feathers we know nothing about.
Why don't we raid him and see for ourselves, sir?
It's a temptation. But it's Dumetrius we're after, not Tony Marzotti. And you don't catch a rat by blocking its hole.
No, sir.
But it's better than letting them run about all over the place. Oh, I'm thinking of Margaret Ridgway, sir.
Yes, I know. Not a word, not a clue to show us where they took her in that cab from Marzotti's club. You know, she got as far as Payne Street in Barron's Court, and after that, vanish. Oh, well, how's the time? 8:30. I'm going to the hospital to see what's happening to Peter Ridgway. You hold the fort here.
Right, you are, sir.
I'll talk to Colonel Fentress in the morning. He can make up his mind about us raiding Marzotti. And if you want me while I'm at the hospital, ask for Dr. Susan Marlowe.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Marzotti's the bloke I'd like to have another crack at. It was the door of his club Margaret Ridgway disappeared from, and he's in it up to the neck. I wonder what became of that girl.
As soon as Mazzotti gets back, we'll have both doors shut, Bookman. Here it is. Shut that door, Mazzotti. How people can endure that barbaric clamor and pay to hear it, I will never understand as long as my name is Dumetrius. Now, listen, both of you. I'm here at the Red Feathers Club for the last time. According to Heddy, the place has served its purpose, and I have an idea Keen will soon be making a raid on it. Heddy herself can't come near this club again. You understand why, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
With Ridgway dead, there's nothing to hold us up any longer. We're putting the pressure on Rubenstein at once. Now, in future, you, Mazzotti, will play no further part till you're called on. Understand?
Uh-huh.
Bookman here is the only one of us who is still completely unknown to Gregory Keen. He will keep each of us in touch with the other. Heddy, if possible, will find out from Peter if they have any intention of raiding you. If so, you'll have to make for the sanatorium and go underground. Now, if she can't warn you, get out through the building next door the moment Frankie gives you the signal on your buzzer from the front entrance. They mustn't arrest you, Marzotti, and there's no reason why they should get the chance. Is that clear?
Uh-huh.
All right. Now for our immediate plans. Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, Heddy will be alone at a table for two in Lyons Corner House at Piccadilly Circus. You will join her, Bookman. She will be under observation, so you will ignore her and utter one word only. You will say 3. And from her instructions, she'll know that at 3 o'clock, I will enter the Rubenstein galleries. Any questions?
Well, what about Margaret Ridgway?
Well, how's the time? Yes. 25 minutes ago, Margaret Ridgway left the sanatorium in the back of Leo Klein's cab, securely bound under a rug on the floor. At about 10 minutes from now, she'll be taken on board a tanker of Panamanian Majesty lying in the pool. The ship sails with the tide before dawn tomorrow morning. I do hope she's not too uncomfortable on the floor of that cab.
Oh, if only I could get loose for a minute under this rug and past. If only I could get this thing off my face. I could scream instead of mutter. Please let something happen. Anything. Before they get me on that ship. Before it's too late.
Look where you're going, you crazy blighter! Hello? Sergeant Coutts here. What? Give me that address again, quickly. Whitechapel Road, Limehouse. Between Cork Street and Oliver Square. Wait, we'll be there. Just you look after the girl, matey. Me and the Major will be there.
Now, look here, Miss Ridgway. The doctor says you stay at the hospital overnight, and stay you do.
How many more times do I have to tell you I'm perfectly all right? And I'd be a damn sight better if someone had given me a double brandy instead of that revolting pink medicine. Did you grab the taxi driver?
The taxi driver is dead. Killed in the crash. I don't think you quite realize how lucky you are.
His name was Leo.
Yes, Leo Klein. The brother of George Klein, whose empty cab my chaps followed from Payne Street the night you were kidnapped. You're sure you feel well enough to talk?
Oh, yes, I want to talk. But first, tell me what happened tonight.
Well, a 20-ton truck coming up from the docks blew a front tire and went out of control in front of Leo's cab. It was the sort of thing even Dumetrius couldn't plan for.
I suppose you know he murdered Peter.
Margaret, can you stand another shock on top of everything else?
What?
Well, perhaps in the morning would be better.
Whatever it is, tell me now and get it over.
Your brother Peter's in this very same hospital. In bad shape, but still alive.
So he didn't get either of us. He lost us both. He wanted to kiss me to prove he was real, but he lost us both.
Here, hang on, this won't do.
He said he killed Peter, and then he wanted to kiss me.
Oh, you heard her. Better do something for her, Dr. Marlowe. She's had a bad time. I'll be back in the morning. Come along, Coutts. This is neither the time nor the place for us.
Well, that's the constable's report, sir. She was trussed up like a turkey, and there was adhesive tape over her eyes. The truck hit the taxicab sideways and smashed the front after kindling, but left the back part whole like.
I don't want the constable's report. I want to hear from Margaret Ridgway. Appalling luck, that chap Klein getting killed. Driver.
You can come in now, Major.
Oh, good. Come on, Coutts. Well, good morning, Margaret.
Good morning. Did you actually send in these flowers?
Well, it was Coutts' idea, as a matter of fact.
Is that right, Coutts?
No, miss.
Well, thank you both. I'm very ashamed of myself for making that dreadful scene last night. It must have been the accident. You know, the last straw.
I don't think you've anything to be ashamed of at all. How do you feel?
Fine, thanks. Get those questions going.
All right. Now, first, have you any idea where Dumetrius took you?
None whatever.
Did you see him?
No, my eyes were taped the whole time.
Where were you being taken last night?
To a ship sailing fairly soon, I think for Portugal.
That's something. You didn't hear the names of any of his gang mentioned?
Only Leo.
Leo Klein, of course, is dead. Look here, Margaret. One bullseye from you, and we might be able to go straight to him. Do you realize that? Straight and lay our hands on Dumetrius. You don't know where you were. You heard no names. You saw nothing. Did you hear anyone utter a word but Dumetrius?
Well, someone said, yeah, 3 times once. Then the door opened and shut.
Yachty Blum?
Well, it's a good guess. Come on, Margaret. Do let's have something.
Well, he... Look, please don't laugh at me.
Well, he what?
I know this sounds ridiculous, but he... Well, Major Keen, he whistles all the time. The same tune.
He whistles all the time.
Listen. No, that's not quite right. Let me see if I can do it.
So, he whistles, eh? Margaret, is that all?
No.
Well, come on, then. Let's have it.
Yes, I will. Major Keen, do you want to know where Dumetrius is hiding? Who he is, what he's doing, why he's doing it, and how you can catch him and hang him? Well, do you?
Yes, I do.
Well, go and ask Heddy Bergner.
How could I have been so blind? But maybe I wasn't blind. Maybe I could see better than anyone else, but couldn't make myself admit it. Even when there could be no shred of doubt, still I justified my faith in Heddy. Believe me, I paid. But so did others.
Dumetrius makes new plans to allow for Margaret Ridgway's escape in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns page 34 of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Not only had Dumetrius failed to dispose of Peter Ridgway, but through a heavy truck blowing a tire in the Whitechapel Road and crashing into a taxicab, we also had Margaret Ridgway, alive and well. Her brother was still hanging on to his life by the skin of his teeth. He still hadn't been conscious for more than a few minutes at a time, but through the newspapers, and purely for Dumetrius's benefit, we'd published the report that Ridgway was dead. The morning after the accident, I went over it with Margaret Ridgway at the hospital, and the results were something less than good. So you discovered nothing about Dumetrius but the fact that he whistles all the time. And if I want to know anything else, I'm to ask Heddy Bergner. Is that right, Miss Ridgway?
Yes.
Suppose you tell me why.
I was in that room wherever they took me with Dumetrius. I was tied to a chair. I told him he was a jackal, a butcher, hiding behind a ridiculous name. I said nothing about him was real.
How real does he have to be?
Listen, he said, would he be real if he kissed me? And I said, why not? I wouldn't be able to give him away to Heddy.
Well?
Then he said, and I can hear that monster now, he said, if there was a chance for you before, there's certainly none now. Now you have to go.
And on the strength of that, you want me to believe that Heddy's mixed up with Dumetrius?
Oh, I know she is.
How could he let you go anyway? Of what significance to your living or not had any mention of Heddy Bergner? Oh, it won't do, Margaret.
But you must believe what I tell you. I know. Can't you understand that? From the change in his voice when I mentioned her, from the start it gave him, from the finality in his tone when he told me there was no chance for me now. Major Gregory Keen, you have to believe what I'm telling you.
Listen to me, Margaret. For weeks and weeks, 3 men working together and in shifts have been following Heddy Bergner every step she takes. A telephone is tapped and a record made of every word uttered over it. If Heddy has anything to do with Dumetrius, she takes no part in his activities, none whatsoever. She doesn't communicate with him. She doesn't see him.
But she must, I tell you. Peter's certain of her. So's Digby Mitchell. But you've blinded yourself.
I have not blinded myself. I know the girl.
You're in love with her.
I know the girl, and I tell you, Margaret, it's inconceivable that she should be involved with such a creature as this Dumetrius.
Oh, Keen, when will you open your eyes?
What is there to involve her, anyway? She asked an American for his address at Northolt Aerodrome, and she told your brother to meet her at the Gloucester Road tube station. And from that, you and your idiot of a brother...
He's not an idiot.
All right, your brother, then. Your brother and you and Mitchell all jumped to the conclusion that the girl's one of Dumetrius's people. Quite disregarding all we know about it to the contrary. Quite disregarding the fact that Dumetrius tried to kill her. We've looked into her background from the day she arrived in this country from Vienna 12 years ago.
All right, Keen. Let it go. If you'd rather hang on to your illusions about Heddy than catch Dumetrius.
Very well. Maybe this will show you if I'm afraid of losing my illusions. Is that phone connected?
Oh, I expect so.
Good. Can I have an outside line, please? Major Keen in Miss Ridgway's room. Thank you. You know, when you've seen as much of this sort of thing as I have, Margaret, you'll realize it'd be a physical impossibility. Oh, hello. Keen here. Where was Heddy Bergner, and what was she doing at the last report? Yes. Yes. Right. Thank you.
Well?
5 minutes ago, Heddy walked into Lyon's Corner House at Piccadilly Circus. She ordered tea and 2 crumpets. She's at a table for 2 with a gentleman wearing a monocle who is a stranger to her. He was there when she arrived.
Do bring me some more tea, will you? This is quite cold.
Yes, miss.
We're being watched, Bookman. Could you possibly give me a light?
Certainly, miss.
Which?
Grey hair and a trench coat. Half right behind me.
Here's your tea, miss.
Oh, thank you. Would you pass the sugar, please? When do I meet him?
3 o'clock sharp.
Rubenstein Galleries?
3 o'clock sharp.
My bill, if you please, miss.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. I'm glad he's gone. These men of Keen's who follow me everywhere. Does Keen think I'm blind? Now I have to stuff myself with these wretched crumpets. Oh, well. It's all for a good cause. The Rubenstein Galleries at 3 o'clock. I'll be
there. That clock's at least 8 minutes fast. Why is it that really good antiques so seldom tell you the time? One moment there, you.
Yes, sir?
Be kind enough to tell Monsieur Rubenstein that I will not wait forever. Never mind, here he is now.
Ah, my dear Mr. Delahaye. How extremely good of you to wait. How do you do?
How do you do?
1,000 apologies, my dear fellow. And what can I do for you?
You've a Delvaux, a Paul Delvaux, Temptation of St. Anthony, that rather takes my eye. Tell me something about it, would you?
Well, it's quite good, you know. Not Delvaux's best work, but far, far from his worst.
Right.
An extraordinary fellow, Delvaux. Some of his paintings lively and varied enough to satisfy the most exacting taste. And some of it scarcely art at all.
If I might interrupt, what's the time by you? And not by that Louis XIV thing over there.
I make it 1 minute to 3.
Yes. Well, where's your office?
At the rear of the left. But the St. Anthony...
We can take up the subject of the St. Anthony later on, my dear Rubenstein. At 3 o'clock, a young lady will enter the gallery. She will give her name. Miss Delahaye, my sister, you know. I want you to give instructions that she is to be shown to your office where she will join us.
Mr. Delahaye, happy as I would be to give you the run of my galleries, I would much rather invite people to my office.
Would you? Then perhaps I had better explain why you have no further to say in the matter.
Are you serious?
No, I'm jesting. I just thought how amusing it would be if your name were actually Reuben Janis. Control yourself. If your name were Reuben Janis, and if you were the person who betrayed the Duchamp, the Masson, the Leger, and so many others to the Gestapo...
Not here. Not here, I implore you. Come, I will show you the way.
Have you forgotten his instructions about Miss Delahaye?
One moment, I will attend to it. Henri, a young lady will arrive at any moment. And will you please show her into my office?
1 million sterling almost in our hands.
I dropped Keen's man at Madame Reynard's. He's still outside, thinking I'm being fitted for clothes.
I'm glad of that. Would have been very diverting for the poor chap to have had to stand about pretending to admire Rubenstein's Mondrians. Rubenstein.
Who are you?
Get out of here for a while. We have a long discussion with you later about your position and your future. You know enough already to do precisely as you're told, I hope.
Tell me, who are you?
Patience, my dear fellow. Just get out for a while.
Very well. I go. But whoever you are...
Get out. Now, Heddy, you've seen the papers, I expect.
I'm frantic. Margaret Ridgway. How much does she know?
She knows nothing. The only name she heard mentioned was Leo Klein's, and he was killed when the truck crashed into his cab. Actually, it's a good thing he was. Nevertheless, we have to act quickly. Just once I made the smallest slip when she mentioned you.
Does that mean Keen will know about me?
It's just one minute thing he may add to the others. Getting the American's address and making the rendezvous with Ridgway.
Well, what must I do?
Nothing. We're still safe, but we're going to make a slight withdrawal. I've not too much confidence in Mazzotti, so I'm taking him out of the Red Feathers Club and keeping him at the sanatorium. Frankie Carl can run the club. It may still come in useful.
But what about me? How will I know if Keen is beginning to suspect me?
You must do everything you can to find out. And if he does, then you'll have to go out of circulation, too.
So we'll all be at the sanatorium. Mazzotti and me and Yachty Blom.
In a week, we won't be here in London at all. Don't worry, we can't fail. Rubenstein's going to be easier than I expected. And if the worst comes to the worst, we can even move in with him. Did you know he lives in a large apartment immediately above these galleries?
Well, whatever we have to do, let's do it quickly. Keen may not suspect me, but I'm followed and watched 24 hours a day, and my telephone is tapped. I can't keep it up much longer. I'm a woman. I'm not made of steel like you.
Once we've settled with Rubinstein, you may be as womanly as you please. It shouldn't be difficult with £1 million to play with in South America. There's a certain republic whose people are sympathetic. Quite a number of us are there already.
No, it's only a dream. I can't convince myself that we'll ever get there.
Then press that button for Monsieur Rubinstein. In an hour's time, after we've made him understand what we want, we'll be that much nearer bringing the dream to reality. And after doing so well for so long, Heddy, don't disappoint me now.
Yes. Yes, Keen speaking. Oh, it's the hospital, Coutts. Yes. Oh, that's splendid. Splendid. Yes, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Goodbye, Doctor. Well, Coutts, bring the car round at the double. Peter Ridgway is conscious, and he has something to tell us. This time, we're really getting somewhere. At last, we were going to learn something concrete about Dumetrius. But on the way to the hospital, I wondered if I was going to hear something I didn't want to. About Heddy. I couldn't believe what Margaret Ridgway insisted on. I simply couldn't. But soon, I had to.
What clue does Keen get from Peter Ridgway? Listen to the next chapter in this Story of Suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns a further page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
At this stage of the affair of Dumetrius, I knew we were heading in the right direction. We published a report that Peter Ridgway was dead when he was still alive in Guy's hospital, and Margaret Ridgway had escaped through that traffic accident when Dumetrius had arranged for her complete disappearance. But I didn't know that Dumetrius was seeing Heddy at the Rubinstein galleries, or that he was making the last moves towards getting that £1 million worth of Nazi loot that he had come to England and already killed 4 men for. But when the word came from the hospital that Peter Ridgway was conscious, perking up, and well enough to talk to us, I didn't waste any time getting there. Now, look here, old chap. We're just about up to date with your activities up to the moment when you left Digby Mitchell and Bonnet in their car and went back to the house in Beetle Lane. What happened when you got there?
They were waiting. Had I found out about the place, if it wasn't for Margaret, I hadn't the foggiest idea.
You've seen your sister, have you? Good. Well, it doesn't matter how they found you. They did.
There were only the 2 of them. Yachty Blum and Dumetrius.
You actually saw them both?
I certainly did. Yachty took me from behind in one of those judo things you can't break. Held me gagged. Dumetrius gave me a little lecture and thumped me one with a gun butt from behind. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor of a car. I played unconscious. When they dragged me out, I broke away and tried to run for it. Next thing, bingo, a knife fair in the middle of my back. I had just enough left to heave myself over the parapet into the river. I don't remember much more, actually.
Well, congratulations, anyway.
Thanks.
Now, I'm taking a deep breath. Now, let's have it. What does Dumetrius look like?
Right. He's about 40, I'd say. With that sort of distinction you see in German generals. He's slim, erect, straight hair, and brushed rather sharply back.
Light or dark?
Sort of medium brown. Very well groomed. With a monocle, he'd be a perfect type. Eyes, grey, rather piercing. Good hands. Very well turned out. He'd pass anywhere.
And speech?
You've rather got me, Keen. Speaks well, deep, resonant voice. Here's the thing, at times, only at times, mind you, there's a very faintest suggestion of an accent. German.
Look here, did he give you anything else?
Well, there were two others in the car, and when they stopped at the river, I heard him say something about one of the poles helped to drag him out.
Yes, that fits in. Don't happen to know what sort of a car, do you?
Yes, it was a 3.5-litre Jag, drophead.
Of which there are 20 or 30,000 in London.
That's the same old thing, isn't it? Wouldn't you have thought the beggar would have dropped something vital? I tried to goad him into it. Even when he was knocking me off in 5 minutes, he wouldn't say anything.
He didn't mention Heddy Bergner, did he?
No, Keen, he didn't.
Oh. Well, so we go bald-headed after Yachty Blum, eh?
Time's up, Major.
Oh, right, we're coming now. Well, look after yourself, Ridgway. When you're out of the wood and out of this hospital, we'll have a couple of jobs for you.
Well, I think you'd better sit down, Rubenstein. That's right.
In my own office? You're too kind.
I can afford to be. Rubenstein, out there in your galleries, I practiced a small deception on you. This is not my sister. It's Miss Heddy Bergner.
I am enchanted.
You might not be very soon.
And you seem anxious to know who I am. Obviously not Pierre Delay, as it said on my card. Permit me, I am Dumetrius.
Dumetrius. Dumetrius, I have heard of you.
Yes, there was a time when we moved in the same circles.
What do you want of me?
Your loot.
I have not the faintest idea what you are talking about.
Let me tell you then. Have any amount of time. As I said before, I know who you are. You're Reuben Janis.
Reuben Janis was killed in 1945 in Paris, 3 months before the end of the war.
Oh, I know all about that, too. Reuben Janis was a hero of the resistance, a fighter of the FFI. I even believe there was some sort of posthumous decoration bestowed on the fellow. That's why it would be so unpleasant for you if the French embassy here were to be told that Max Rubenstein, London's so distinguished expatriate art dealer, was an informer for the Nazis.
It's not true. My tracks are covered. You cannot prove it.
My dear fellow, I can prove it. There are documents. There are photographs. There are photostatic copies of German records. Don't force me to give you all the details. Just take my word for it.
What do you want?
I told you. Your loot.
There is no loot. If this is ordinary blackmail, say so.
It would save so much talk if it wouldn't be so tiresome. Only the Gestapo seemed to notice that the people you betrayed to them as sympathizers with the Allied cause were people of great wealth. It was so much better fun denouncing wealthy people, wasn't it, Rubenstein? And so easy for you to keep track of all the accumulated treasures the Gestapo took for themselves.
How did you discover all this?
Oh, I'm very well connected. Recently in Berlin, I traded information from a certain Levinsky, a Pole.
No.
I see that strikes a chord on your memory.
Levinsky was killed.
You're perfectly right. And since we're being frank with each other, I attended to it myself. Or rather, a friend of mine named Yachty Blum attended to it for me.
So, you want the booty it took me years to amass? Years in which I played one side against the other? Years in which I took every conceivable risk? You intend to take it or betray me?
You are scarcely in a position to complain.
Who knows of this but you?
Obviously, Rubenstein. I know of it.
Who else?
Well, certain friends of ours. I want you to understand that there is no escape for you. 3 others know of it. Yachty Blom, who looks after the unpleasant side of our business for us. Tony Mazzotti, who runs a nightclub in Soho. And Dr. Rudolf Buchmann, whom you will meet if you decide not to tell us where the loot is hidden.
After all these years, when I thought I was safe.
One is never safe, Rubenstein. Where is the loot?
It is not here in London. It is in Paris.
It is here in London. Must you insist on making difficulties for yourself?
How do you know? Well, how do I know you will not betray me if... No, I cannot do it. Do you think I was alone in this thing? I am only a guardian. There are others in Paris. They could kill me, and they would.
What's the time? Heddy, you must go back to your Madame Renard, the dressmaker. The fellow watching outside will be getting suspicious if you're in there too long.
Oh, but I'm enjoying Max's company, sir.
Oh, you will have other opportunities. Leave now. I'll follow you soon. I suggest you go back to your flat. You know what to do now to communicate with me.
Of course. Goodbye, Max. I have loved meeting you so much. How I look forward to it. Au revoir. Till tomorrow.
Now listen carefully, Rubenstein. I'll give you till this time tomorrow to think about what I have said. There's no escape for you. You will be watched if you leave this place, and I don't have to tell you how futile it would be to go to the police or anyone else. There's no way out for you, Rubenstein. So I suggest you make up your mind between now and this time tomorrow.
Hello? Yes, Rain, Keen here. Now listen, get a warrant out for Yachty Blum. Make it murder, the murder of Peter Ridgway. Yes. We've never wanted a chap before, we want Yachty Blum. And once we get him, we've as good as got Dumetrius, because we can offer him imprisonment instead of the scaffold if he'll talk. Yes, I know Ridgway didn't die, but Yachty doesn't. Now get every man onto it you can and round up every pole in Soho. Right. We must get our hands on Yachty Blum. Well, hold the fort, Coutts. I'm going out. If you want me, I'll be at Heddy Bergner.
Keen! Oh, darling, you've no idea how glad I am to see you. It's been 3 days. What have you been doing? You could have rung me up. Give me your coat. That's right. Well, do I get a kiss?
Come and sit down.
You want me to plead for a kiss?
You knew that Dumetrius kidnapped Margaret Ridgway, didn't you?
Of course, you told me yourself.
Had you read in the papers about the crash in Whitechapel Road, with Margaret in the taxi?
Yes.
Dumetrius was sending her to be murdered, to be dropped overboard from a ship. And being sure that she couldn't escape, he let a number of things slip out.
Yes.
He let slip the names of some of the people connected with him. Do you realize what that means?
Keen. Keen, what are you looking at me like that for? What is the meaning of this?
Heddy, I want you to take me to Dumetrius. Now. Never in my life have I watched anyone as closely as I watched Heddy then. Trying to forget that I loved her, but waiting for her to crack. I can see her now. She never looked lovelier, staring me in the eyes while I waited and waited and waited.
Max Rubenstein, the traitor, makes a fight for his Nazi loot. In the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns page 36 of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
Both Margaret Ridgway and her brother Peter had escaped from Dumetrius. Peter by his own courage, Margaret by the sheerest good luck. But though she'd been in his hands for 36 hours, she learned one thing only about him. He whistled a certain tune habitually, and that we had on record. But with Ridgway himself, we had more luck. The man who'd knifed him was our old friend Yachty Bloom. And since we'd told the newspapers that Ridgway was dead, there was a warrant out for Bloom charging him with murder. And we now knew what Dumetrius looked like. But with all that on the credit side of the ledger, Ridgway and his sister were more certain than ever that Heddy Bergner was involved with Dumetrius, and nothing I could do or say would make them change their minds. So while Inspector Frayne threw every resource of Scotland Yard into the hunt for Yachty Bloom, I paid another call at Heddy's flat and opened a pitfall for her right at her feet.
What did you say?
Dumetrius was so sure Margaret Ridgway couldn't escape that he told her certain things, Heddy. He mentioned some names. The names of people close to him.
You look at me like that. You said...
I said, take me to Dumetrius.
I want to sit down.
Stand up.
Oh, my arms, you're hurting me. Is this the way you treat the woman you love, Keen?
I'm not here to talk about love.
Oh, which of us is mad, you or I? Why did you ever talk to me about love? You said once here in this flat, you said I would trust you with my life. And now you say, take me to Dumetrius. What sort of man are you, Keen?
I'm a man who must get at the truth, Heddy, at all costs.
So you come to me and say, take me to Dumetrius. What did you expect me to do? Was I to have betrayed myself, did you hope? You say you love me, but you come here believing I'm an adventuress, a murderess, and heaven knows what else besides. You say you love me, but you have me followed.
So you know that?
I've known it for days. And my telephone, Keen. What have you done to make it click in my ears? Do you love me so much that you have my telephone tapped? Is it tapped, Keen?
Yes.
But you love me.
Stop saying that. Can't you understand I do? But...
Are you trying to find out if it is an adventuress, a murderess you're in love with? Or being a kind of spy yourself? Do you use your men and your resources to make certain I'm faithful to you? Which is it, Keen?
Heddy, listen to me. I'm hunting vicious and ruthless men. I can't afford to be wrong. When I tell you I love you, I do. But when Margaret Ridgway tells me certain things, I'm torn two ways.
Perhaps I should expect this kind of thing. Being loved by a policeman.
What do you think I'm made of?
I don't know or care what you're made of. I only want you to get out of here and never come near me again.
Well, that was the risk I had to take. If Margaret Ridgway was right and I trapped you into betraying yourself, then I would have to see you in prison. And if she was wrong, then I'd lose you anyway. Oh, can't you make yourself understand, Heddy? I'm after Dumetrius. I must make no mistakes. I had to do it, even if it meant losing you.
Would it be so terrible to lose me, Keen?
Yes.
Then when? When will you begin to trust me with all of you? Will you just believe me for a little while, and then when Margaret Ridgway or someone else changes your mind for you, will you think I'm a murderess again?
When I'm with you, I know they couldn't be right. None of them. When I hold you like this...
You could be with me more. I love you, Keen. Would I accept anything so monstrous as what you did tonight if I didn't?
What can I say?
Don't say a word. Just show me that never, never again will you think anything so utterly horrible of me. No matter what you're told.
No, Heddy. Never again.
There's no one but you. There's never really been anyone but you. Oh, believe me, I'm only Heddy Bergner who sings in nightclubs and wants to be loved. And it was only my bad luck to travel on the same airplane as Dumetrius. Oh, love me always, darling. Never leave me.
Come in, Keen.
Sorry if I've kept you, Colonel.
That's all right. Take a pew. Now, look here. I've just been over the dossier again, and if we're getting any closer to this chap Dumetrius, then my name's not Milo Fentress. How do things stand at the moment?
Well, Margaret Ridgway's back at her Fenchurch house address under guard. Peter Ridgway's off the danger list, but he'll be in hospital for a long time yet. We're after Yachty Bloom with everything in the book for the knifing of Ridgway. And when we get our hands on Yachty, the game will be up for Dumetrius.
You sure?
Bloom could hang. And he'll know there's no chance for him unless he sells out on Dumetrius. You're not going to tell me that a chap like Yachty Bloom will keep quiet and hang out of loyalty.
He might keep silent out of fear.
Oh, no. When we get Yachty Bloom, we'll have Dumetrius. Excuse me, sir.
Yes. What are you ringing for?
I'll show you in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Oh, has that fellow with the beard finished yet?
Half an hour ago, sir.
Right. Fetch it in.
Yes.
What have you been up to, Keen?
Peter Ridgway is an unusually observant cove. He gave us a very good description of Dumetrius. And he whistled that tune better than his sister, too.
Very odd, that. A chap as shrewd as this one should have more sense than to go about identifying himself by whistling the one tune all the time.
Excuse me, sir. Here we are, sir.
Oh, thanks. Now then, Colonel Fentress, have a look at this.
Well, this, I imagine, would be a watercolour of Dumetrius.
Correct. Painted according to the instructions of Peter Ridgway.
Not bad. Not bad at all. As a watercolour, I mean.
By this time tomorrow, every aerodrome, every railway station, every customs man, every port authority, every police officer from Land's End to John of Groats will have a reproduction of that painting. Dumetrius got into this country. I'm only certain of one thing, sir. He'll never get out of it. Alive.
You really do want Yachty Bloom, don't you?
I want Dumetrius.
You sound as though this had become a personal matter.
Colonel Fentress, it has. We'll get Bloom and he'll talk. Dumetrius will move heaven and earth to escape, but every outlet will be closed tight against him. And in trying to escape, he'll come right into the open. And then we'll have him.
And suppose Bloom goes underground and stays underground. How do you propose to dig him out?
Through Tony Marzotti.
Red Feathers Club?
Right.
I thought we decided not to raid Marzotti. I thought we agreed to leave him alone.
Any calls I pay on Marzotti will be strictly social. At least Marzotti will think so. Listen, Colonel. Suppose we let the word get out round Soho that we wanted Yachty Bloom for the murder of Peter Ridgway. Then just suppose we went to Marzotti and made him a certain proposition. We could whisper in Marzotti's ear that we were spreading a little rumor.
Oh, if I've told you once, I've told you 50 times, stop whistling that tune.
Oh, it's a habit I should make an effort to break. When I'm concentrating, you know.
Now that I've told you about Keen last night, what do you think?
I don't know. He had nothing concrete to go on, nothing whatever.
That's what's becoming so impossible to endure, the uncertainty. Last night, when he said you told Margaret Ridgway the names of your people...
But you knew that wasn't correct.
And when he said, take me to Dumetrius, my heart stopped.
You didn't betray yourself, did you?
Would I be here now if I had?
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. But how can I be sure of myself again? Oh, where is Rubinstein? How much longer?
Rubinstein will come up here to the apartment from the galleries downstairs at 3 o'clock. It was very obliging of him to give us the use of his apartment, don't you think?
Are you certain of him?
Utterly. I expect to be out of the country in 48 hours, with the treasure we came for.
And with Yachty? And Bookman and Tony Marzotti?
Perhaps only Yachty. I'll spare you the details, Heddy, but don't you think it'd be foolish to divide £1 million sterling 4 ways?
What will happen to them?
I leave that sort of thing to Yachty. Surely you've learned that by now.
Oh, it seems too simple, too easy. But you should be able to go to Max Rubinstein and say, the loot you gathered by treachery in France during the war, give it to me. If Rubinstein was capable of getting it in the first place, surely he'll make a fight for it now.
But don't you see, our position is beautiful in its simplicity. Rubinstein was a collaborator, a traitor, a murderer, and a thief. We can prove it. How can he possibly retain his loot when we can cost him his head by making a telephone call to the French embassy and telling them where to find Reuben Janus, alias Max Rubinstein? Oh, it's 3 o'clock. Fellow should be here by now. We'll give him a few more minutes. We're safer here now than we've ever been before. We have Yachty in hiding. Marzatti will soon be underground, too. Peter Ridgway is dead. Max Rubenstein we own body, soul, and his Gestapo horde. There's nothing in the world to stop us. Nothing in the world they can do. Certainly not Max Rubenstein. Certainly not Gregory Keen.
Take it, will you, Keen? Find out what they want, if it's for me.
Major Keen speaking. Colonel Fentress is... Oh, it's for me.
Oh.
Yes? Yes, what name? You're quite certain he wants to see me. Yes, all right. Show him up in, say, 15 minutes, eh? Right.
Who's there?
There's a character downstairs who wants to see me. Says he has important information for us, but must be guaranteed political asylum.
Sounds odd. Give me a name.
Yes. Max Rubenstein. Max Rubenstein. The name didn't mean anything to me. Not at that actual moment. But within the next 48 hours, the name of Max Rubenstein came second only to Dumetrius himself. And we learned some more to add to the dossier.
Heddy Bergner gets a message to Rubenstein in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns another page of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
I was up with Colonel Fentress going over the dossier when they rang through to say that this fellow Rubenstein was waiting downstairs. Max Rubenstein, the Rubenstein Galleries. It didn't mean anything to me. I told them to keep him waiting. Wanted to straighten out my line of attack on Tony Marzatti with Colonel Fentress before we tackled anything else. If there was any other way of bringing Yachty Blum up from whatever hole he lived in, I'd like to have been told about it.
Look here, Keen. Do you think it might work?
Assuming that we're dealing with sewer rats, definitely.
All right. Let's have it again.
Well, we can ignore Margaret Ridgway. She's back at the Fenchurch House address. She's guarded, and for the moment, there's no need to take her into account. Her brother Peter's still in hospital. But Dumetrius and everyone else interested, but ourselves, thinks he was taken out of the river dead.
Mm-hmm. All very well so far.
Right. Now, look here, sir. We've about a dozen chaps working for us who can spread the word round the poles in Soho. We let it get around that we're after Yachty Blum for the murder of Peter Ridgway. Now, Yachty and Dumetrius are going to say to themselves, since Peter Ridgway's dead, how did those chaps at MI-5 connect his murder with Yachty Blum?
If Marzotti's strong, this won't work.
But Marzotti's not strong, and it will work. I'll look after it myself. I'll let Marzotti know that we're putting a whisper on the Soho grapevine that he gave Yachty away to save his own hide.
Will you spread that whisper?
Yes.
You'll be signing Marzotti's death warrant.
A lot of sleep that's going to cost me. But you'll see the position it's going to put Marzotti in. I'm going to say to him, you've come to the end of your rope, Marzotti. You'd better come along to the embankment and tell us where to find Dumetrius.
Would Dumetrius have a reed as weak as that in his organization?
Well, I don't know. But if Marzotti won't fall for it, Yachty, Blum, and the rest of them will. They'll come after Marzotti, but we'll have him covered, no matter where he goes or what he does. One way or the other, we'll smoke them out.
And they'll have no one to blame but themselves, because this depends on their thinking they murdered Peter Ridgway.
Well, they had a good enough try.
And so if Marzotti gets a big enough scare and talks, we close in immediately. If not, we've a chance of getting at least Yachty Bloom when he tries to settle the account with Marzotti for having talked. Whether he does talk or not. You know, you've a devious mind, Keen. Who are you using to start the word going among the Poles?
Eustace Manley.
The informer?
Yes.
Can you rely on him?
Oh, yes, if he's paid. Eustace Manley would hang his own grandmother on a hook, provided he got enough out of it to lunch at the Savoy Grill, dine at the Café de Paris, and order some new clothes from his tailor.
Nice people we deal with, Keen.
Nice people we're after.
You know, when I was a subaltern in India a long time ago, we used to go after tiger at night. We used to tether a goat and shoot from cover up in a tree, you know.
Sorry, Colonel, I'm hearing you out of context, aren't I?
No, you're not. Because that's exactly what you're making of this chap Tony Marzotti. A tethered goat. And I've an idea he's going to bring you your tiger. Dumetrius.
Well, I could be wrong. But when we finally get Dumetrius, I think we're going to find a hyena, or perhaps a vulture, not a tiger. Now, what are we going to do about this fellow Rubinstein downstairs?
It's 3:15, Heddy. Much as I admire Max Rubinstein's apartment and his galleries below, I think it's time he appeared. Ring down to his office, would you?
Have we overlooked something?
We've overlooked nothing. Do as I say. Rubinstein is powerless. If he lifts a finger against us, he's merely walking up the steps of the guillotine.
Just the same, he should be here.
If you're not going to ring, pass that telephone over to me. Well, what do you want? Where's Monsieur Rubinstein?
Monsieur is not here. I am to give you this.
What is it?
Rubinstein is not here, but he left us a note.
Well, read it quickly.
God in Himmel.
Well, tell me. Oh, tell me quickly.
Listen. Dumetrius, since there is no other course open to me, since I will not survive if I surrender the loot to you, and since I will also not survive if I refuse and you betray me, I am asking for political asylum if I in turn betray you to Major Keen of MI-5. What would you have done in my place, Rubinstein?
He could not. He's committing suicide.
They might give him asylum if they want me bad enough.
Oh, no. I knew we couldn't do it. We're trapped.
Pull yourself together. There may still be a chance.
But what does he mean, asylum? What does he mean? How could he go to Gregory Keen?
He's a French citizen in Great Britain. They could refuse to extradite him to France. They could spirit him away anywhere. How much do they want me? How much?
We were taking his million sterling to South America in 2 days. Do you hear me? There was nothing he could do.
Heddy! Oh, don't force me to do that again. We can still get away with the loot. There's still a chance, and it depends on you.
What can I do?
If you can summon your last reserves of nerve, Heddy, you'll do this. If you can't, we're finished. Can you understand that? It depends on you.
Well, what do I have to do?
If Rubinstein has already talked to Keen, we've nothing to lose. But if not, if you can get to Keen first, or at least to their headquarters on the embankment, we can get Rubinstein back here, and then you'll pay.
Will you please ask Major Keen how much longer I am expected to wait here? My name is Rubinstein. Max Rubinstein.
Good afternoon. May I see Major Keen, please? Miss Heddy Bergner.
If you'll just take a seat, miss.
My good fellow, please attend to me.
If you'll take a seat too, sir. The Major won't be long now.
I've been waiting a quarter of an hour already, and my business is urgent. Oh, well, I suppose this sort of thing's only to be expected. I sincerely hope this Major Keen person does not keep you as long as kept me, mademoiselle.
So do I. Could you oblige me with a light?
With pleasure. Well?
Don't be a fool, Rubinstein. Tell Keen nothing. This is from Dumetrius. Say nothing. He will be at the galleries tonight. He knows how you can keep half the stuff and disappear in safety. Hear his plan before you throw us all to Gregory Keen.
Be careful. The man at the desk.
What will you do?
The gallery is at 10 o'clock. If I do not like the plan, I will come back to Keen.
Say no more now. He'll be waiting for you at 10 o'clock.
Yes? Oh, yes, ask Miss Bergner to come to the phone, would you?
Since when have you been receiving at the embankment, Keen?
That's not my idea, sir. Must be important or she wouldn't have come here. Hello, Heddy?
Yes, Keen. Can I see you just for 5 minutes?
I'm terribly sorry. I'm afraid not, just at the moment. What is it?
Oh, I know I shouldn't have come here, but after last night I'm so desperate and unhappy.
Oh, yes. Well, I really don't know.
You have someone with you?
Yes.
Well, come to my flat tonight. Or ring me or something, please.
Yes, I'll do that.
I'll wait for you from 8 o'clock. Goodbye, Keen. And don't be cross with me.
Goodbye.
I hate to intrude on you, Keen, but keep them away in future, would you? We all know you're irresistible to women.
Colonel Fentress, that girl is frantic with anxiety, worry, and fear because of a chance I took with her last night.
Do you think I don't know? Listen to me. I'm warning you, Keen. If by any chance you're making a mistake over that girl, if you turn out to be wrong in any way, you know it'll be the end of you. I'll have no mercy on you, old chap. And, I don't like to say so, but neither will I. Give me that phone. Bring that fellow Rubinstein up to Major Keen's room. What? Yes, he's free now.
Give me another drink, will you? Do you realize if they hadn't kept Rubinstein waiting, do you realize what would have happened?
But they did keep him waiting. And they cost him his life in doing so.
Oh, you won't be able to get rid of him just at the snap of your fingers. Do you think he'd be fool enough to come back here to the galleries after showing you he was willing to give you away? Unless he had some way of protecting himself?
That will be taken care of. I have conceived a violent dislike for Max Rubinstein.
But what can you possibly do to him? To get the loot and still keep him from betraying us?
You remember how I left Berlin and came here to London.
How could I ever forget?
The body of Karl Alexis Scammell was found under the Ogartenstrasse rubble. And I came here in his stead. But who was Karl Alexis Scammell?
A man who bore you a resemblance.
We'll apply the same procedure to Max Rubinstein.
You intend to kill someone who looks like him and leave the body to be found as Rubinstein's?
I see no other way out of our dilemma. Rubinstein was willing to hand us over to Gregory Keen and himself as well. Why? Obviously because it would have cost him his life to let the loot slip through his fingers. He told us he was not alone in this affair. But if we can show him how to share his treasure with us and disappear completely...
Who will you dispose of in his place?
We'll let Yachty look after that. We'll let him have a good look at our friend Max, and then set to work to find a complete stranger.
Somewhere there is a man none of us yet know. But Yachty will kill him.
Would you rather we left our £1 million behind? I see no reason to sentimentalize over someone we don't even know. Pour yourself another drink. 10 o'clock, Max will be at the galleries, Good. Tonight's interview should be as intriguing as any I can remember. For his own sake, I hope Rubinstein decides to be sensible.
But Max Rubinstein was more than capable of looking after himself. He was the only one in the affair who was a match for Dumetrius. And yet, he too made a fatal mistake, and within a very short time. He tried to tell us too little, and only succeeded in telling us too much. It was a pity he couldn't have stayed alive a little longer.
Rubinstein falls in with a plan to cheat his confederates in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns another page of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
Colonel Fentress and I finally settled on our plan that day to force Tony Marzotti, the fellow at the Red Feathers Club, either to give Dumetrius away or run the risk of being knifed by Yachty Blum. But at the same time, there was a certain Max Rubinstein waiting downstairs to see me. I kept him waiting. I thought Marzotti was more important. What a lot I didn't know. That Rubinstein had come to our building on the embankment to betray Dumetrius. That Dumetrius had already managed to forestall him. That the devil was looking after his own. By the time Rubinstein was shown up to this room of mine at the end of the long corridor, he had already made up his mind to the course he was going to take. It was after 7 when Coutts knocked on the door, and I saw Max Rubinstein for the first time.
Major Keen.
Sorry to have kept you, Mr. Rubinstein. Sit down.
Thank you. I consider it a disgrace that a man in my position should be kept waiting.
Just what is your position?
I am a dealer in antiques, works of fine art, and precious stones. And you will find the Rubinstein galleries in Old Bond Street. But I imagine such things would be outside the scope of your activities.
Do you?
Forgive me if I'm wrong.
You are, but don't let's involve ourselves in any discussion of it. Why did you want to see me, Mr. Rubinstein?
Because I consider myself to be in danger.
Oh. From whom?
That I do not know yet, but I shall. You see, Major, I'm being blackmailed.
I suggest you go to the police.
Have you forgotten that I intend to ask for political asylum?
Well, you'll have to consult our Home Office about that. And I wish you would make a specific statement or not waste my time.
Let me tell you, I'm rich. I came from France 4 years ago. I have enemies. No one was Tour de France in the terrible years of the occupation. No one in all France herself. But nevertheless, the man who is blackmailing me can produce forged documents to show that I was, shall we say, too sympathetic to the accursed Boche. I, Max Rubinstein, than whom none has a greater love.
You are being blackmailed, but you can give us no information about your blackmailer unless we guarantee you will not be extradited to France. Is that your case?
Let me impress upon you, Major. There is no truth in the accusations this man could bring against me.
Oh, of course not.
But I could be ruined defending myself.
Who is blackmailing you?
I must be guaranteed asylum in this country.
I can guarantee you nothing.
Then you condemn me to pay my blackmailer?
Well, that's a matter for your own conscience and the police.
You can do nothing for me?
Nothing.
I have always understood things were handled differently in this country.
I'm sorry to have to disillusion you.
Good day, Major Keen.
Oh, let me open the door for you. Good day, Mr. Rubinstein. Now, just what was the idea of all that? I think we'd better take a closer look into the affairs of Monsieur Rubinstein. Adams, where's Coutts? Oh, yes, of course. Were you monitoring that interview just now? Good man. You can make a start on it right away. I want you to find out everything you can about Max Rubinstein. An art dealer with galleries in Old Bond Street. Yes, that's right, the Rubinstein Galleries. Adams, you surprise me. Who'd have thought you were devoted to the arts?
So, after your word with Heddy, you thought it better to return here to your galleries, did you, Rubinstein? I can only say it was very wise of you. Did you actually see Major Keen?
I saw him, but I told him nothing. I merely prepared the way. I must be able to return with rather more detail for MI-5, if I do not care for your proposals.
You tell me that if you hand over your Gestapo loot to me, you will pay with your life.
My confederates? I hold the treasure in trust for them. But it will also cost me my life if you betray me as a collaborator to my countrymen. You see my dilemma. Whichever way I turn, there is no escape for me.
But, my dear fellow, there is. And it does not involve going to Gregory Keen to ask for political asylum.
I was desperate. It was my only chance, it seemed.
Let me know exactly the position you're in with these confederates of yours, will you?
There are 4 of them.
Here in London?
1 is in London. 2 are in Paris. The 4th is in Madrid.
Ah, so there are 5 of you. Well, listen to me, Rubinstein. Between us, we can share this wealth, $500,000 each.
Something of this sort has occurred to me often. But knowing my confederates, I have dismissed the thought as impossible.
Would it be impossible if you were dead?
Kill me, and you will never get the treasure out of my vaults.
I've no intention of killing you. You've a house in the country, haven't you?
Yes.
In a lonely part of Norfolk. If my information is to be relied upon, not 5 miles from your house on the road you normally take when driving to it, there is a deep, disused quarry.
Oh, I am flattered by the attention you have been giving me.
Suppose my Poles could find a man bearing your general resemblance. Suppose we were to take him in your car to the top of the quarry. Suppose we were to dispose of him in an appropriate manner. Spill petrol inside your car and then push it over the quarry.
Yes. Yes. It is possible.
The body, burned beyond ordinary recognition, would be wearing your clothes, carrying your wallet, cigarette case, and monogrammed watch, and that ring.
I would be dead. Being dead, my 4 confederates could hardly come to London to kill me again.
Nor could they question you on the whereabouts of our loot.
What guarantees have I that I can trust you?
None whatever. But you have this. I am powerless as matters stand at the moment. You can do nothing to get yourself a larger share of the treasure while your confederates think you're alive. We're in each other's hands, Rubinstein. So we work together for our mutual benefit.
Our mutual benefit?
You surely don't resent my appearance on the scene, my dear fellow. You should be grateful. Instead of a 5th share, you'll now get half.
It will be a pleasure.
Show me the money and the gems. You've nothing to lose. I'd like to see just what we are sharing.
Why not? As you say, we must cooperate for each other's benefit. Come with me, Dumetrius. There's something peculiarly fascinating in the actual sight of wealth. Press that little button on your left. You'll see the bookcase swing on a hinge.
If you could only tell me more, Keen. If you're getting closer to Dumetrius. I want you to catch him so terribly. Are you making any headway?
Yes, Heddy. We're making some headway.
I know I shouldn't ask, but do tell me everything you can, please.
I'd like to, but I simply can't.
But I don't want you to tell me anything definite. Just if you think you'll catch him in a certain time, and if you're sure of it.
Heddy, love me?
How can you ask?
Then never mention Dumetrius or my work to me again. Never. Not under any circumstances.
You will never trust me while he's still free. I know that, don't deny it. And that's why I want him to be caught so passionately.
Yes, I can understand that. We'll get him soon, Heddy, and then things will be different. Just wait like a good girl, that's all. Just wait.
Then I left the Rubinstein Galleries and came back here to the sanatorium. So you see, Yachty, we have to find someone to put in Rubinstein's place.
Yeah, like Karl Scammell in Berlin.
Well, there is a difference. But you must set your Poles to work. You have to find me someone who could pass for Rubenstein. Here's a picture of him. I want a man about 45 years old, with straight, thinning, black hair, medium build, his own teeth, dark complexion, no disfigurements or scars. And, we must be able to trust him.
What are you saying? You want someone we know?
Yes.
But if you are going to kill him, what we want someone we can trust for?
Do as you're told and leave the rest to me. Do you understand?
But why we kill one of our own boys? It doesn't make sense, Dumetrius. We kill him so Rubenstein shares the stuff he's getting in France.
Who said anything about sharing the loot with Rubenstein? All you have to do is to find me a suitable man and bring him here to the sanatorium.
Yeah, I'm getting a man.
I'm not finished with you yet. I don't want a word of this mentioned to either Bookman or Mazzotti.
Just between you and me.
For the moment. We're getting near the end, Jotty. 2 or 3 more days, and you and I will be on the boat for Lisbon, and then Cuba.
You and me, Dumetrius.
Jotty, why share £1 million 4 ways?
Yeah. Why should we, who do all the work?
Rubenstein is being attended to according to some particular ideas of my own. Once we have the man to pass for him, we'll put those ideas into action. Then the loot will fall into our hands of its own accord. And, I'll have a couple of final jobs for you to do. Mazzotti and Bookman would be wretched shipmates, don't you think?
Yeah.
I'm glad we see eye to eye, Jotty.
What about Heddy?
Heddy is no one's concern but mine. Now get to work. I want our man within 24 hours, Jotty, so get to work on it now.
Yeah, I bring someone here soon. He's looking like Rubenstein. Soon, Dumetrius.
Soon? You're worried about Heddy, are you, Jotty? You should be worrying about yourself. When we get to Cuba, Bookman and Mazzotti will definitely be missing, but who knows? Maybe you'll be missing, too. Yes, I think we'll be able to dispense with even you, Jotty, for half of that £1 million.
If Dumetrius had known about our plans for Tony Mazzotti, he might have been got rid of that night. But he wasn't. And he turned out to be the one weak link in the organization Dumetrius had built up. Slowly, we were gaining ground. But gaining ground we were.
Tony Mazzotti, here's a whisper at the Red Feathers Club in the next chapter in this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns a further page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
At that stage of the hunt for Dumetrius, Tony Mazzotti was our main line of attack. We were letting it be known round the Soho underworld that we wanted Jotty Blum for the murder of Peter Ridgway, because we were the only people who knew that Ridgway was still alive. But we were also going to threaten Mazzotti that we'd spread a second rumor. We were going to let it get about that Mazzotti had talked. One way or the other, we expected results. At least we'd bring Jotty Blum out of hiding, we hoped. But there was also the curious affair of Max Rubenstein. That had us intrigued, to say the least. And we were getting a line on the fellow as quickly as we could.
Oh, why did he come to you, sir? That's what I'd bloomin' well like to know.
And that's what I'd bloomin' well like to know, too, Coutts. Max Rubenstein, expatriate art dealer. French citizen, Says he's being blackmailed, but won't say by whom unless we guarantee he won't be extradited to France. Now, what would you say he was being blackmailed about, Coutts?
Collaboration with the Nazis in the occupation?
Right. And when we get something from the French embassy, we'll be paying a call on Monsieur Rubinstein.
Have you forgotten that little Frenchman, that chum of Digby Mitchell's?
Paul Bonnet? Why should I forget him?
Well, according to Bonnet, Dumetrius came to London after a big swag of Nazi loot. What had been smuggled here. He didn't know how.
Yeah, that's why I'm rather interested in Max Rubinstein.
Yeah, big art dealer nobody knows much about. He could turn loot into money, if it was jewelry or paintings or that sort of thing, sir.
And he says he's being blackmailed. Yes, Coutts, we must very definitely take a closer look at Max Rubinstein. Oh, what's the time?
Just on 9 o'clock, sir.
Time we were getting along to our appointment with Eustace Manningley. Where do we meet him this time?
In a little room over a dive in Shaftesbury Avenue. The Cottontail Club, they call it, sir.
Oh, well, come along. Let's get going. Tell me something, Coutts. Where do they get the names for these places? That's what I'd like to know. All right, Coutts, in we go. Your stuff.
Yeah, what do you want?
Righto, chummy. To one side. That's right.
What are your feet are shoving?
Here, we're coming through this door and we're going up the stairs, see? And if it's a club and we forgot our membership cards, you'd be a good bloke and overlook it. That's right. Here we are, Major. Last door in the corridor on the right, he said.
Lead the way.
Well, if it's not Major Keen and Mr. Coutts, I'm glad you decided to arrive sometime.
It's all right, Manningley. You can keep your seat. Keep your ear to that door, Coutts. Listen for steps.
Right you are, Major.
Now then, Manningley, how are you fixed for money?
You know I never have any money.
Care to earn some?
What do you want to know?
I don't want to know anything. I want you to spread some news for me.
Spread it where?
Oh, round the polls, round Soho, round places like this.
For how much?
50.
Now?
20 now. The rest when you get results.
All the same. That's what you are. Nothing but Scrooge.
Well, say the word and I'll take it somewhere else.
Well, all right. But it's practically blackmail. What's it all about?
You've heard of Yachty Blum?
Heard of him? I've more than heard of him.
Seen him around lately?
No one has.
Since when?
A week, I suppose. 10 days.
Hear that, Coutts? He went to ground after we'd had that yarn with him up at the embankment.
So would I, sir, if I'd have been Yachty Blum.
Well, get this, Manningley. I want you to let it drop, very gently, but persistently, that we want Yachty Blum for the murder of Peter Ridgway.
I don't know.
What don't you know?
It's too risky.
My dear fellow, what risk do you run? The papers have been full of the story about Ridgway's body coming out of the river.
If you're after Blum, why spread it about?
I think that's our affair. Well, Manningley, you know how to put a whisper on the grapevine, don't you?
I've had a little practice.
Then start on it tonight. You can begin at the Red Feathers Club.
Where's the 20?
Oh, yes, of course. Give it to him, Coutts.
Here it is. Catch.
Why can't you hand someone their money? Throwing it about as though I was a nobody.
Oh, shut up, Manningley. Now, there's just one other thing. In a few days, we may want you to spread another story.
What is it this time?
We may want you to say that you heard about Yachty Blum and Ridgway's murder because Tony Marzotti let it drop. Now, have you got that? Marzotti dropped a hint about Yachty Blum, and we had someone in the Red Feathers Club listening.
Did he let anything out?
Just take your blood money, Manningley. Surely the truth of your rumor spreading doesn't worry you.
What are you trying to do to Tony Marzotti? If Yachty Blum hears about this...
Tonight, Manningley, suppose you let me ask the questions. Now, you just get out of here and start whispering. I want some of my fellows to hear the story about us being after Yachty Blum by morning, understand?
You've £30 of mine, haven't you? I have to live. I'll spread your rumors for you.
Right. Now clear off.
Well, you don't have to kick me out.
No, but it'd be a pleasure. Righto, Coutts, the door.
Goodbye, Mr. Manningley.
Fug.
Well, Coutts.
You know, Major, it's a pity we have to associate with blokes like that. You know, always makes me feel as though I just turned over a wet stone.
I rather think, to get Dumetrius, I'd work with the things you find under wet stones. Oh, well, what do you say to a beer, Coutts?
Well, by tomorrow, Heddy, Yachty should have found us someone suitable to show Max Rubenstein. Max will fall in with our scheme. He can do nothing else. And that'll be the end of him.
Where are the money and the gems?
In his vault below this room, below the galleries again.
Shouldn't I be leaving here now?
Why? How long does your dressmaker generally take for a fitting?
Not as long as I've been here at the galleries several times lately. I mustn't make Keen suspicious again. I simply mustn't.
But why should he be? The men he has following you see you enter the salon of Madame Reynaud. They don't see you leave her place and come here. Neither do they see you leave here and re-enter the salon. As far as they're concerned, you stay inside.
Soon, Keen will ask to see the dress I've been having made. Oh, why can't I go? What are we waiting for?
I'm waiting to hear from This may be it now, the phone call from Mazzotti. Yes? It is Mazzotti. Yes, Mazzotti. Yes, look, I want you to wait at the sanatorium tonight. What? What? Where did you hear that? You sure?
What is it?
Be quiet. No, I was speaking to Heddy. Well, see if you can find out where it came from. When you come to the sanatorium tonight, take even more care than usual. If you can't shake them, if you think you're still being followed, phone from a public box. And remember, Mazzotti, the man who makes a mistake now won't have a chance in the world.
What is the matter? What did he tell you?
He heard a rumor at the Red Feathers Club they're after Yachty for the murder of Peter Ridgway.
But with Ridgway dead...
Exactly. With Ridgway dead, how did they connect his death with Yachty Blum?
One of the Poles must have been talking.
Someone must have been talking.
What will you do?
Keep my ear to the ground for a while. Perhaps we can find who started the story about Yachty. When we do, he'll never start another.
Yes, but... Well, if they arrest Yachty and if they've definite evidence against him...
Listen to me, Heddy. Why don't you leave those sort of things to me? I know what we'll have to do if they look like arresting Yachty, don't I?
Oh, where will it end? Where will it end? One murder, two, and... Now you have to get rid of people indiscriminately just for your own protection.
And the protection of the fortune and Rubenstein's vaults below us, Heddy. Never forget that. To me, it's worth it 10 times over.
Sergeant Coutts speaking. Yes? Yes? Huh. That's what I say. Eustace Manningley must be after his other 30 quid. Roger.
Well, what was that, Coutts?
Gaston just heard that we've a warrant out for the arrest of Yachty Blum. Murder. He heard it in the Red Feathers Club, where he saw Manningley 2 hours ago.
That's quick work.
Yes, sir. And he also saw Tony Mazzotti leave the club and make a call from a public phone box in Warder Street.
I see. If we crack down on Mazzotti tonight, Coutts, do you think it would be too soon?
No, sir.
Neither do I. Grab your hat and bring the car round. We'll see what's doing at the Red Feathers tonight with Signor Antonio Mazzotti. When I think how close we were to Dumetrius right then and there, I remember why we took so long to get just that little bit closer. It was because we weren't quite so ruthless. Time and again, he'd covered his tracks with murder. And it wasn't long before he did the same again.
Tony Marzotti loses his nerve and pays for it in the next chapter of this suspenseful story, Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
At the time when we put Eustace Mannerly to work spreading his rumors in the Soho underworld, we were trying to do three things at once, and the affair of Dumetrius was getting rather involved. Peter Ridgway was still in hospital, but we'd published the report that he was dead, so that Dumetrius would feel safe to go ahead with his plans and come out into the open. We were trying to force Tony Marzotti to betray the gang, and we were trying to find where the art dealer Max Rubenstein fitted into the scheme of things. We had a pretty shrewd idea he wasn't just the victim of ordinary blackmail. There was that hoard of Nazi loot somewhere in London that Dumetrius had come here to get. And Rubenstein had insisted on political asylum before he'd tell us all he knew. Anyway, we had every available chap on the job when Coutts and I left the embankment and headed for the Red Feathers Club. We were keeping an appointment with Tony Marzotti that we'd had for a long time.
Well, if it's not a Major Keen and a Mr. Coutts, huh? You boys must like Red Feathers Club. Too bad the Hades don't sing here no more, eh?
Shut that door, Coutts. Don't let anyone in.
Well, you make yourself right at home. Must be nice to be a copper and act tough in someone else's office, eh, Major?
In a moment, Marzotti, you're going to see just how tough we can get. You don't appear to know it, but you're right in the middle of what could be quite an unpleasant situation. For you.
Yeah? I think I'm getting along fine.
I'm here to make you a proposition, old chap. One it might be a good idea to take up. That's if you want to go on living.
Why wouldn't I go on living, eh? Maybe you ought to tell me. Who's the one to knock me off?
Dumetrius.
I've never heard of a guy called Demetrius.
Oh, you'll have to do better than that, Marzotti. Don't you think we've been onto you for weeks? You and Yachty Blum? There's a man in London called Dumetrius, and you're one of his fellows. Dumetrius was after Peter Ridgway. He couldn't find him, but someone let him into this club to see Heddy Bergner. It was Sally Jones. So you sent your thug Jellyboy Boone after her. But Coutts found Jellyboy first and gave him the treatment, and Jellyboy had too much to say. The next thing we knew, Jellyboy was fished out of the river with a knife in his back. You still want me to believe you've never heard of Dumetrius?
What happens to Jellyboy? That's nothing to do with me. I run a Red Feathers Club.
All right, Marzotti, let's get right down to it. You must have heard there's a rumor going about that we're after Yachty Blum for the murder of Peter Ridgway.
Well, what do you want me to do, huh? Run around in a ring?
Where do you think that rumor came from, old chap? Ridgway's dead. So how did we get the idea Yachty Blum might have killed him? From Dumetrius.
There's something going on here.
Marzotti, how right you are.
You to tell me, Keen.
I came here especially to tell you. Or rather to ask you. What do you think would happen to you if we were to spread a whisper about you round the Soho polls?
What a sort of whisper, eh?
You know, Dumetrius and Yachty Blum, they must be wondering how we came to be on the lookout for Yachty. They must be quite worried about it.
Listen, Keen, will you come out with it? What do you try to do, eh?
Marzotti, what would happen to you if Dumetrius heard that you had passed on the word about Yachty Blum?
It's not true. It's not true, Keen.
But since you've never heard of Dumetrius or Yachty Blum, you won't be able to go to them and tell them it's not true, will you? Well, cheerio, Marzotti. We have to be getting along.
Oh, now, just a minute, Major Keen. No, wait a minute.
You're sorry, old chap. If by tomorrow morning you'd like to get in touch with us, we might change our minds about putting that rumor on the grapevine. But understand this. If we hear from you at all, we want the whole story. You've till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Not a second longer. And once we spread that story, old chap, heaven help you. Because I don't think anyone else will.
Oh, please, I've told you 1,000 times.
Yes, I really should break myself of the habit.
What is happening exactly? How long is it going to take Yachty to find someone who looks like Max Rubinstein?
Well, he doesn't have to look like Rubinstein. We merely have to satisfy Rubinstein that he'll be an effective substitute.
But how long will it take?
Oh, another day or two at the outside.
But what if Keen's men manage to find Yachty first? Oh, it's terrible. They're after him for killing Ridgway. With Ridgway dead, how did they find out? How?
Obviously, someone must have talked. But they won't find Yachty. He stays here at the sanatorium by day and goes out only at night, unrecognizable. Rubinstein had everything to gain and nothing to lose by being sensible. Keen is getting further and further away from us. He's not even aware of the existence of Bookman and a sanatorium here. And he certainly won't get his hands on Yachty Bloom. The boat's waiting. We can sail within 6 hours of completing our work in London. And since Keen doesn't know who I am or where I'm hiding, we have only to tidy up our affairs with Max Rubinstein and go.
Is there anything that could make us fair? Anything?
If you, or Mazzotti, or Bookman, or Rubinstein were to betray us to Gregory Keen...
Well, someone talked about Yachty and Ridgway, didn't they? Who was it? Maybe we're not so safe. Who was it? Tell me who it was, and then perhaps I'll feel safe.
It would be interesting to know. Not you. Not Yachty himself, scarcely Bookman. Rubinstein doesn't know, so that only leaves Mazzotti. Would Mazzotti let a word drop in an unguarded moment, I wonder? I wonder if Tony Mazzotti has outlived his usefulness, Heddy. Might be a good idea to give it some thought. We really should do something about that fellow.
Well, good night, Coutts. You can pick me up here about 9 if you like.
Come, Major.
Well, early night for once. Oh, there's my key.
Hello, Major Keen. Do you mind terribly being accosted in the street like this?
Who is it? What? Oh, why, of course. How are you, Margaret?
I've been waiting for you. Are you going to ask me in?
If you like.
You don't sound frightfully enthusiastic.
I'm so sorry.
I tried to see you at the embankment today. I'm dying to know what's been happening. And I really do think you might have been along to the hospital to see Peter.
Be quiet about him. Down here in the street. Come on up. I'll tell you as much as I can when we get into the flat. After you, Miss Ridgway. So, there you have it. We had a picture made from your brother Peter's description of Dumetrius, and it's been circulated all over the country and pretty widely on the continent. But so far, no results.
It's amazing that he could have done so much and yet kept out of sight for so long. Ever since he killed that man, Karl Scammell, in Berlin.
Yes, ever since he killed Karl Scammell in Berlin. He and Scammell were running the forged papers racket between them, you know. We've discovered quite a lot about Scammell in the last few weeks. For instance, no picture of him exists.
No picture?
Not one. They were all destroyed before Dumetrius left Berlin.
Isn't that extremely odd?
Yes. Odder than you might think.
What about that little German clerk who disappeared? Otto Schmidt, or whoever his name was.
No trace of him has ever been found.
Gregory, how's Heddy?
Now, why bring her up?
Have you ever asked yourself how they found out who I really was when I was working at the Red Feathers Club?
I know how they found out who you were.
You do?
That powder compact of yours that had your name inside the center compartment.
Then who looked inside it?
One of Marzotti's chaps, of course.
Why not Heddy Bergner?
Look here, are you going to start that over again? I've proved to you over and over again that she's nothing to do with Dumetrius.
Oh, you've proved it to no one but yourself. Oh, Keen, how can you be so blind? How can you be such a fool about that girl? I'd give anything. Peter would give anything to make you realize...
I can understand your brother's interest. But you, Margaret, why should it matter to you what I feel about Heddy Bergner?
That's something you'll have to find out for yourself too, Keen. Haven't you any idea, really?
Not in the least.
Not even when I wait for hours outside your flat to see you.
But you've told me you wanted to know what was happening about Dumetrius.
Oh, you really are a fool about some things, Keen. Let me out of here. At this very moment, I never want to set eyes on you again.
Well, what the devil's the matter now?
Oh, go and ask Heddy Bergner. Good night.
There you are, cabby.
Oh, thank you, miss.
Good night.
Come on, miss.
What's the time? 12:30.
Oh, what's the matter, Heddy? Did I give you a scare?
Who are you?
Surely you remember me. Margaret Ridgway from the Red Feathers Club.
Margaret... Yes, I remember you. Only you were calling yourself Margaret Richardson. What do you want?
A little while with you.
Why?
I think you'll be interested when I tell you. Do you mind if I come up to your flat?
But... Well, isn't this a little ridiculous? What do you want to talk about at this hour?
Can't you guess?
Not Major Gregory Keen, surely.
Yes, darling. Major Gregory Keen.
It was only after Margaret Ridgway had gone that I realized what she'd been driving at. So now there was another complication. You'd have thought she could find someone else to fall for besides a rather disillusioned character from MI-5. But it was a good thing she did. Before this affair was over, I owed Margaret Ridgway everything. Even my life.
Tony Marzotti loses his nerve in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius.
A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
Well, Coutts and I finally put our pressure on Tony Marzotti at the Red Feathers Club. And we couldn't get away from it. The chap was badly shaken up. You see, we'd spread the word round Soho that we wanted Yachty Blum for the murder of Peter Ridgway, although, of course, Ridgway was still alive, only they didn't know that. And we'd told Marzotti that unless he came along to the embankment and betrayed Dumetrius and his associates, we'd spread another little story, that he was the one who let the information drop about Yachty Blum. We gave him 12 hours to make up his mind, and then left the Red Feathers Club. But when I got home to my flat that night, who should be waiting but Margaret Ridgway? Oh, we had another of those arguments about Heddy Bergner, and she went off at the rage. At the time, I didn't know where she was going. If I had... Anyway, she went to Harrington Gardens to wait for Heddy. They met there about 12:30 that night, both hating each other like poison.
I merely asked you up here to my flat because I don't care for scenes in the street. What do you want?
I want to know from you how they learned at the Red Feathers Club that my name was Margaret Ridgway.
How should I know? I don't even sing there anymore.
But you were there the night I was kidnapped.
I was outside on the curb with my arm through Gregory Keen's when you were kidnapped.
You went through my locker and pulled my compact bits, didn't you? And found my name on it.
Oh, really? I've never listened to anything so utterly silly in my life. Keen's told me about you. You spent half your time running about telling people I'm hand in glove with someone called Dumetrius.
Aren't you?
Ask Gregory Keen himself. I'm sorry about your poor brother. But you really mustn't expect me to put up with this sort of thing just because you're bereaved. Why did you come here tonight?
To see what sort of a creature Keen's in love with.
Why didn't you take a better look when we were both working at the Red Feathers Club?
I expected to have more time.
Well, I'm sorry. I can't give you any more now. I have a new booking coming up. Rehearsals are at 10 in the morning. So if you don't mind, might I get some sleep, do you think?
I expect so. You know, Bergner, I could give you something to dream about if I cared to.
Why don't you?
Yes. Yes, why don't I? While they were holding me, tied up and blindfolded and all the rest, all the time I was in their hands, I heard only one voice. It was Dumetrius.
How fascinating. But you can scarcely expect me to dream about that.
Oh, it was fascinating. Because Dumetrius wanted to make love to me.
I don't believe it. You're lying. I mean... Oh, it's incredible. You must be making it up.
Why is it incredible?
How could a man kill your brother, then offer to make love to you? Oh, it's too horrible.
What makes you so sure he'd already killed my brother at the time?
Well, your brother was murdered, wasn't he? Oh, get out of here. You're only confusing me. I don't know what you're really here for, but don't come near me again. Get out of my flat. Get out.
Oh, I'll be delighted to. Because now I don't mind telling you what I came here for. And I've got what I wanted.
What have you got?
My final absolute certainty about you. What I suspected before, I know now, Bergner. And if it's the last thing I ever do, I'll open Gregory Keen's eyes to you. So you can open your door any minute you please. And I do hope your dreams will be happy ones. Good night.
Yes, she knows. So would I in her place. Because she's in love with Keen. I can fool Keen. I can make him believe anything. But something has to be done about Margaret Ridgway.
All right, Keen. Manningley did his job well. You've succeeded in frightening the life out of Mazzotti. What's your next move?
I've given him till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to make up his mind. If we haven't heard of him by then, we're putting our second story on the grapevine. That Mazzotti's been talking. That Mazzotti's the chap who's given Yachty Bloom away for the murder of Peter Ridgway.
Yes, I know that. In the meantime, between now and 10 tomorrow...
Well, I've our best chaps, including Tom Coutts, watching Mazzotti like hawks. I don't want him to be able to get near Dumetrius. In fact, I want him kept away from Dumetrius at all costs.
Why?
Well, there wouldn't be much sting in our threats if Mazzotti got to Dumetrius and told him about them first.
Yes, I see what you mean. Where's this chap this minute?
Oh, I'm getting 10 minutes reports phoned through on him here. Just a minute, Colonel.
Yes, surely.
Yes, Major.
What's the latest on Mazzotti?
Still at the Red Feathers Club 7 minutes ago, sir.
Right.
Well, Keen, so much for Tony Mazzotti at the moment. Have we anything new on that fellow Rubinstein from the French embassy?
Nothing yet, sir.
Yes, a queer business. You can't get away from it. From the moment that fellow Scammel's body was found under the Orgartenstrasse rubble, I felt that somewhere or other we've completely and utterly missed the boat.
Yeah, what do you think's been driving me half silly, sir? I know there's something about this chap Dumetrius that sticks out a mile, but do you think I can put my finger on it? I've said so time and time again. There's the unexplained disappearance of the German clerk, Otto Schmidt. There's the fact of no photograph of Karl Scammell existing. There's the mystery of Scammel's background up to the time he joined the ME forces in 1942. There's the urgency Dumetrius showed to get hold of the photograph Godowsky the American took at Tempelhof Aerodrome. There's his determination to get rid of Peter Ridgway, for no better reason than that Ridgway went about swearing Heddy Bergner was mixed up with Dumetrius. Put all these things together, and what do you get?
Completely nothing, as far as I'm concerned, my dear chap.
But those things, taken with 20 or 30 more that are here, documented in the dossier, they should all fit into one comprehensive answer. And they don't. There are 50 contradictions. Oh, excuse me, Colonel.
Yes.
Yes? Yes, Coutts. Which way? Well, stick to him like a limpet. I'd rather he knew he was being tailed than you ran the risk of using him. All right, I'm counting on you. Definitely.
Mazzotti wouldn't be on the move, would he, Keen?
He just left the Red Feathers Club on foot. If he goes to a public phone box, Coutts or someone else will stop him making his call, just as a last resort, of course. But wherever he goes, they'll be right behind him.
Somehow I've got to get to the sanatorium tonight. I've got to talk to Dumetrius before that guy Keen to spread his rumors about. Yeah. There's the three of them are following. One who looks like Coutts. When the Weffel's trucker come down the street, they don't know he's a-coming down for my benefit. What's the time? Another 5 minutes, and Werfel should be here. Yeah, another 5 minutes.
I'll take it. Yes. Yes, this is Keen. Oh, good grief. Well, what the devil's the matter with you? Look, old chap, I don't give a tinker's benediction what the truck did. Haven't you ever heard of having one in front and one behind? Oh, what the deuce does it matter now? MI-5, the miracle of efficiency when it came to running people to earth. Oh, give me strength.
Instead of muttering to yourself, Keen, suppose you tell me what's happened.
Mazzotti gave them the slip, out near Hampstead Heath.
Who, Coutts?
All of them.
And we don't need a crystal ball to know where he's gone.
I know where he's gone, or at least who he's gone to see. What filthy luck. What evil spirit looks after this Duke?
Are you certain you lost them?
Sure. Werfel in the truck turns a shop behind my car so Coutts and the others don't get past him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a block the street from one side to the other. You don't get past him with a bicycle, Dumetrius.
Where did you leave your car? It's not parked outside, I hope.
Oh, you know me better than that. You think I'll leave my car outside a sanatorium? I turn a few corners after I lose the others and go down a few streets. Then I walk here.
I see. Mazzotti?
What's the matter?
MI-5 are after Yachty Blom.
Sure. I know that.
They want him for the murder of Peter Ridgway. Not the police, but the British military intelligence.
Hey, what are you getting at, eh?
How did MI-5 connect the murder of Ridgway with Yachty Blom unless someone talked? And who knew of it but Heddy and I and Yachty and Bookman and you?
Oh, now you gotta listen to me, Demetrius. What are you getting at, eh? How can I talk? I'm as deep as everyone else?
You might have been open to offers, Mazzotti. Someone talked. Someone.
What about those two Poles, the Yachties you had with you that night? In a case Ridgway is too hard to handle, eh?
They're out of the country 12 hours later. Who talked, Mazzotti?
Oh, Maria Mia, Demetrius, you don't think that I could...
You're as white as a sheet. What are you afraid of?
I swear that I'm a take care of Keen when he comes to the club, but I don't say nothing.
Well, it so happens that I believe you. But the margin's too narrow for you to make any more mistakes, like engaging Margaret Ridgway as your cigarette girl, or letting Sally Jones get away from you, or having people like Jelly Boy Boone on your staff. Understand, Mazzotti? I'll get back to your flat. Empty it of everything that could possibly give Keen a line on your whereabouts. And tomorrow night, you're coming here to the sanatorium to live. That's all. Get out of here now. And be here by midnight tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. I'm a get out now.
Yachty? He's just left the sanatorium. Whether he dropped something to Keen or not, he's cracking. We can't afford to include him any longer. He'll be at his flat in about an hour. Yes, go there tonight, and make certain.
Poor Mazzotti. He went to such pains to get to the sanatorium that night to tell Dumetrius about our threats, only to find he was already suspected and couldn't say a word. But he wasn't dead yet, not by a long chalk. He came closer than anyone yet to stripping the veil from Dumetrius.
Mazzotti escape his assassin? Listen to the next chapter in the story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
When we set Eustace Mannerly to work in the Soho underworld, spreading his lies about Tony Mazzotti, we put our first wedge into the solid structure our mystery man Dumetrius had built up around him. Mazzotti showed signs of cracking, and he had good reasons for it. Because we were the only people who knew Peter Ridgway was alive, Dumetrius must have been certain that someone of his gang had pointed the finger at Jotty Bloom for Ridgway's supposed murder, and who was a likelier prospect than Tony Mazzotti. So we had him shadowed. We expected him to try to get in touch with Dumetrius, and he did. But then we struck trouble. Mazzotti gave us the slip. I was at the embankment with Colonel Fentress when the word came through, and that was the last straw. I was completely fed up. It didn't seem to matter which way we turned. Dumetrius was always there ahead of us. Unseen, unknown, shadowy, omnipotent. So I left our headquarters and made for Harrington Gardens. Heddy would be at her flat. I wanted to talk to her.
But, Keen, why was it so terrible for your men to lose Mazzotti?
Well, I can't give you chapter and verse of the affair, Heddy. But if Mazzotti managed to tell Dumetrius what we were intending to do, the whole structure of a scheme of mine's fallen flat on its face.
Well, I can't help you if you won't tell me anything, darling.
No one can help me.
Then let's talk about something else. Did you know Margaret Ridgway was waiting for me when I came home last night?
But she was with me till after midnight. What did you want?
She accused me of learning who she really was when she was working at the Red Feathers Club, and then betraying her to the men who kidnapped her.
Oh, yes, I know.
She hates me, Keen.
I know.
But do you know why?
Oh, because of her brother Peter, I imagine.
Oh, no. Not because of her brother Peter at all.
Then why?
Because she's in love with you. That's why she hates me, Keen. And that's why she'll do anything to make you believe dreadful things about me.
Oh, as though this affair wasn't complicated enough already.
But you won't believe her, will you, darling? Promise me you won't let her make you believe anything about me.
No one can tell me anything about you, Heddy. Do you remember what I said to you one night, here in this room?
You said you'd trust your life to me.
So I would. Why not stop worrying about Margaret Ridgway?
Keen, does she mean anything to you at all?
No.
Where is she now?
I've no idea.
I'm afraid of her, Keen. I'm afraid of what she might do to you and me. I would be happier if I knew where she was this minute, and who she was with, and what she was doing.
Listen, Margaret, was that a knock at the door? Yes. This will be Digby Mitchell. One moment. Come in, Mitchell, my dear fellow.
Hello, Bonnet.
Margaret is here already. Make yourself comfortable. Pour yourself whiskey soda.
No, thanks, Bonnet. Hello, Margaret.
Hi. How is Peter?
Oh, he's perking up. That female doctor person, Susan Marlowe, says they'll be letting him up for a few hours a day in a couple of weeks. He said give you his love.
I am anxious to see him well again. With Dumetrius and his men thinking Peter dead, we will have use for him, eh?
Keen will probably want to make use of him, too.
I saw Keen last night, before I went to that Bergner creature's flat.
You went to Heddy Bergner's flat?
Well, why not? Keen keeps her guarded. How could anything happen to me at her place?
You should have more sense just the same, Margaret. Hang it all, you've been in Dumetrius's clutches once. How many more times do you want to try it?
Mitchell is right. Now then, Let us get down to ways and means for the future. First of all, are we agreed on this? What we formerly suspected about the Bergner girl, however strongly we now accept as a fact, we say quite certainly she is one with Dumetrius.
Oh, of course she is.
Good. Now then, of Yachty Bloom, we can find no trace, so for the time being we must abandon our search. So, what ways have we left of getting at her man Dumetrius?
Tony Mazzotti and Heddy Bergner.
Heddy Bergner is guarded by Keen. I say, let us transfer our attention to Tony Mazzotti.
Just what do you mean by attention, Bonnie?
Listen to me, both of you. By now you should have no doubts of the ruthlessness of this man Dumetrius. Men have been killed. Margaret here was to have been forced, mark you, to give them information so that they could go and dispose of her brother. Then they did try to kill him. And why? Just because he knew a little too much about a girl called Heddy. They are men without mercy, without pity, without compunction. And for what? Not for an ideal, not for duty, not for their country, oh no. For their own gain, for loot taken from the coffers of murdered families by the Gestapo, for booty that is drenched with blood already. That is what they are after. That is what they will butcher to get.
Yes, but Bonnie...
Yes, but nothing, my friend. Would you have them succeed? They must know where the treasure they came for is hidden, so one day we will find them gone. No one will know where, out of our reach forever.
Keen swears that although Dumetrius got into the country, he'll never get out again.
With £1 million sterling, my friend Mitchell, you could get in and out of Hades itself. You are an honest man. But if you were a ship's captain or a flyer once with the RAF with your own aeroplane, would you say no to £50,000 and no questions to get me out of this country, would you?
Yes, it's quite a point. One wouldn't have to look back with 50,000, ever.
You see. So, knowing that soon it may be too late, knowing that time for us and for Major Keen and his MI-5 is running out, how much longer can we afford to go on as we have been doing?
Well, I know what Bonnet's driving at, and I hate it. But I really don't see how you're ever going to get at these ghastly people by stealth.
That is commendably French of you, mademoiselle. We are logical people.
I'm not being logical. I'm thinking of Peter going into the river that night in the fog, with Yachty Bloom's knife in his back.
So what it boils down to is this. We get hold of Mazzotti and we keep at him till he talks, is that it?
Would Tony Mazzotti have anything to complain of if we did?
Yes, but confound it all,
We're not on your playing fields now, Mitchell. We will never be this close to Dumetrius again, never. Keen knows it. Keen has his methods. But so far they have failed. I say let us strike at Mazzotti tonight.
I think Margaret had better be kept out of it.
Not on your life. I can drive jolly well. Surely you can give me something to do.
Drive you shall. Now, here is the plan of campaign I have worked out beginning at 11 o'clock at the Red Feathers Club. This house of mine in Beetle Lane is no palace, but it is quiet and the cellars are deep. They will make an excellent dungeon for Monsieur Mazzotti. But we have to be sure of getting him here, so?
Just a minute. If we're not making a move till 11, well, it's just possible that we might be messing up something of Keen's. Didn't he hint to you, Margaret, about forcing Marzotti's hand?
Yes, but hints were all.
I'm going to see if I can get hold of Keen before we go to the Red Feathers.
Why?
Because apart from his fixation on Heddy, the man's no fool. We'd all have been better off if we'd thrown in our hands with him before.
Perhaps you are right. Very well. See Major Keen. But do not let him turn us away from our plans. When and where shall we meet again tonight?
Here, say about 8.
I shall be waiting. Margaret can stay with me until then. But I want you to understand, Mitchell. And I want you to understand it well. I have hunted Dumetrius too long to hold my hand now. I can be as ruthless as he, and so I will be. And if in the last resort I must be too ruthless for you to take part, then I shall go on alone. Nothing must stand in my way now. So, learn what you can from Gregory Keen, and good luck.
So there you have it, Mitchell. We scared the life out of Mazzotti, and I'm pretty sure it would have worked.
But he gave you the slip and got to Dumetrius.
Yes, it looks very much like it. We haven't heard from him. We've certain characters going about saying that Marzotti is responsible for us being after Yachty Blum.
It was a good stunt, I'm bound to admit that. You expected one of two things to happen. Either Marzotti would crack, or Dumetrius and his chaps would come after him. Either way, you were going to bust the whole affair wide open.
But it depended on Marzotti being kept from communicating with Dumetrius and telling him what we were up to.
Looks as though we'd better let Bonnet go ahead.
That's my last resort, you know. But now we've a new problem on our hands. Where to find Marzotti.
Disappeared, has he?
Completely. Hasn't been sighted since that truck turned round in front of Tom Coutts' car last night.
Look here, Keen. There's something been puzzling me for quite a while. Since you've known what Dumetrius came here for, why hasn't this thing become a routine police inquiry instead of a case for MI-5?
Because of Carl Scammell. Because it started with the DP forged papers racket, and because although the traffic from the continent stopped, the system is still working and people we've our eye on are getting out of the country.
That's what Paul Bonnet's afraid of. But Dumetrius will grab that Gestapo loot and escape for good and all. Well, what's your next move?
I tell you frankly, Mitchell, if we can't find Marzotti, I haven't a clue.
Who have you know?
Have I?
Yes. Heddy Bergner.
Now, look here, I'm getting heartily sick and tired of this Hello? Keen speaking. Yes? Yes. What time? Unless you tell me what time, I can guarantee you nothing. All right. You'd better be there if you value your life. And keep out of sight, completely out of sight, till I arrive.
Well, what's up, Keen? Who was it?
Marzotti. Tony Marzotti's the first rat to leave the ship to save his own hide. And he'll be at his flat at 11 o'clock tonight. When I left the embankment that night with Coutts and Digby Mitchell, I thought we were coming to the end of the affair at last. I thought that at last I'd come face to face with Dumetrius, the man who, when I finally learned the truth, actually didn't exist at all.
What takes place between Gregory Keen and Tony Marzotti when they meet? Listen to the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius.
A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
Just when we decided that our stratagem to force Tony Marzotti to betray Dumetrius had failed, when Marzotti had disappeared and we thought he'd gone into hiding with the rest of the gang, the whole picture changed in one instant. Digby Mitchell and the Frenchman Paul Bonnet were rather more than interested in Marzotti at the time. They'd intended taking him to Bonnet's house in Beetle Lane off the West India Dock Road and forcing something significant out of him. But before they could do anything about it, Marzotti took things into his own hands. He phoned me to say that he would phone again, as he was uncertain whether he was being watched or not. Our stunt had come off, after all. Mitchell and Coutts were in my office on the embankment when the call came through. Coutts.
Yes, sir.
Get a trace on this call at the double. It's Marzotti.
Yes, sir. Are you still there, Major Keen?
Yes. Where are you ringing from?
Public phone box.
Yes, but where?
They're after me, Keen. I'm telling you, they're after me.
Who's after you?
You know who.
Well, tell me where they get at them, you fool, before it's too late.
They think I give your diploma away.
Get a grip on yourself, man. Just tell me where to get my hands on Dumetrius.
Not till I know what's happened to me.
If I don't get to them before they find you, you'll never know what happened to you. Where are they, Mazzotti? Quickly.
I'll be at my flat tonight, 11 o'clock. Then I tell you, Keen.
But if they get to you first...
They don't find me. 11 o'clock, my flat.
Mazzotti, listen. Where is Dumetrius hiding? Mazzotti. Hello? Hello? Mazzotti. Oh, the raving fool. Just a minute, Mitchell. Coutts! Coutts!
Come in, sir.
Did you get it, Coutts?
Phone box in the foyer of the Odeon Cinema, sir. Leicester Square.
All right, get a car and an alarm out. We might just be able to pick him up.
2 cars on the way to Leicester Square already, sir.
Good man. Although I don't give them much chance in the crowd at this hour of night.
Well, that's why Marzotti's phoning from there, sir. Yachty Blum and them couldn't get at him in the cinema queues like they...
How many exits to the Leicester Square Odeon? Coutts, any idea?
Oh, 7 or 8 at least, sir.
Yes. Well, Marzotti's reasonably certain of getting away from the place at 10 to 11 if he's hiding there till he meets us.
Why couldn't he give him away on the phone, though? That's what I'd like to know.
Men like Marzotti, Coutts, in fear of their lives, always want to make a deal. Marzotti's going to try to trade us Dumetrius for his own life tonight. I'll lay you 1,000 to 1 on it.
Oh, if Dumetrius doesn't get to him first, sir.
Marzotti's one of the gang. If he doesn't know how to dodge Yachty Blum, no one does.
What's our move now, sir?
Get my car round. We're making a beeline for Marzotti's flat in Burn Street. This will be one occasion when I won't mind waiting for the chap. Come on, Mitchell, grab your hat. My Godfrey, I think we're on our way at last. We don't know where Dumetrius is this minute, but with luck we'll have him by morning.
How did you get here to the sanatorium, Heddy? If Keen's men followed you
I
here...
had to come. I've taken hours and hours getting here, but I knew I threw them off. Do you know what's happening? Keen's been working on Tony Mazzotti.
Yachty's hunting for him now.
So you know.
I only know that Mazzotti has to be got rid of. He was here last night.
But what's Keen doing?
Listen, Mazzotti was here last night, and I asked him who might have let something leak out about Yachty and Peter Ridgway. He went ashen. That's when I made up my mind that he had to be got rid of. You, Rubenstein, Yachty himself, or Mazzotti must have let something drop among the poles because Ridgway is dead, and no one else knows what happened down by the river that night.
Didn't he say anything to you about Gregory Keen?
Not a word. How much did Keen tell you?
Only a little. Only enough for me to know that he was expecting Mazzotti to betray us.
That settles it, then. Must have been Mazzotti. I could see he was breaking under the strain.
Well, where is he now?
Well, he didn't go back to his flat last night. And he hasn't been near the Red Feathers Club today.
But where is he now?
You must keep your nerve, Heddy. Yachty's fellows picked him up hours ago. He should have remembered that we knew all his haunts. Yachty's close to him this very minute.
Oh, tell me, please.
He's been in the crowd in the foyer of the Odeon Cinema at Leicester Square for the last half hour. Yachty will make his opportunity soon.
But Mazzotti may have told Keen about this place already. They might even be on their way here now.
Mazzotti hasn't been near a telephone for 4 hours that we know of. If he'd communicated with Keen already, it would be too late.
If the worst comes to the worst, where will we go? To the ship?
No, to Rubenstein. We can leave at 30 seconds' notice. The car's ready in the back drive with petrol for 300 miles. If the worst comes to the worst, we'll pick up Rubenstein, take what we can of the loot with us, and head for the Northumberland aerodrome we know about.
I knew we could never do it. I told you it would come to this.
So far, Heddy, it's come to nothing. Mazzotti has told Keen nothing, nor will he. Yes? Yes, Yachty. What about the others? All right, then. Go to his flat. He'll have to return there sometime. He has money there, and he hasn't been to the club. Heddy and I will be at the Rubenstein Galleries. Get in touch with us there.
Well, what's happened?
They lost him. Get out the car quickly. We can rely on Rubenstein here, but we can't take the risk of staying if Marzotti's escaped from the poles. And you'd better drive, Heddy. I may want both hands free of while chase.
Well, there's Marzotti's flat, Mitchell. Up on the 4th floor. That one on the corner with the balustrade outside the window.
Oh. Yes, sir. No light shown, though.
Well, what about it, Coutts? Can we get in, do you think?
Oh, unless he bars his door on the inside and leaves by the window, we'll get in, Major.
Well, it's only just after 9, so there's no hurry. Now, listen, both of you. When we get in, I want you, Coutts, to stand behind the door. so you'll be hidden to whoever comes through it. It may not be Mazzotti. I'll have a look round up there. And you, Mitchell, can get in another room out of sight, but with the door slightly ajar.
Mm-hmm.
All right? I'll be the reception committee. Right, let's get going. And the sooner we're inside waiting for Mazzotti, the better I'll like. Oh. No luck, Coutts?
This one might do the trick, sir. There we are.
Now stand aside when the door opens. I'd hate to walk into anything. All set?
All set, sir.
In we go, then. Me first. Where's your torch, Coutts? All clear. All clear by the look of it. Yes, in you come. Now, take a quick look round, Coutts. No lights, then we'll settle ourselves. Oh, this is the window we saw from the street. Venetian blinds. All right, Coutts?
As far as I can see, sir.
Right. Now all we have to do is wait. Too bad we can't smoke, but it'll be worth it.
No one in the street outside. No one in the entrance to the block. No one in the corridor. Looks like I make it okay. 5 minutes to 11. Maybe I better get into the flat.
Mazzotti? Alone?
Yes.
I'll walk over here and sit down. I don't expect you're looking for trouble, but you're covered from 3 sides.
I never wanted trouble less in my life.
Good man. All right, Coutts, let's have the lights on. It's getting stuffy in here. No, leave the blinds down. They're horizontal, so we'll get some air. All right, Mazzotti, don't let's waste any time. Dumetrius is after you, and you're at the end of your rope. What can you tell us and make it brisk? I want Dumetrius tonight.
You're gonna want Dumetrius tonight? I can tell you where to get him. But first, what happens to me?
Yes, I thought so. You want to make a deal. Well, I can only tell you this. 4 men have been killed, and you're in it up to the neck. If we get our hands on the rest of the gang, and you give evidence against them, you'll get life imprisonment instead of the scaffold.
I hand to you Dumetrius, and you put me in prison forever?
Would you rather hang, or walk the streets till you get one of Yachty's knives in you?
If you get me out of the country, back to Italy, maybe, I tell you everything right now, eh?
You don't seem to realize you can't bargain now, Mazzotti. Whatever happens, you'll never walk out of this room a free man. Where's Dumetrius? Who is he? Who else is involved with him? Where's the loot hidden he came to London for? Come on, Mazzotti. You've your life to gain and nothing to lose. Your life, man, your life. That'll get you sooner or later, even if we did let you go.
No. You're not to put me away the rest of my life.
But you have to tell us. They're hunting for you, aren't they? And for what? Where are you going?
I want to stand by the window. I want some air. No, Maria Mia, what'll I do?
Well, turn around so I can see your face. Now, listen, man. They're hunting for you now, and for what? What's your life to Dumetrius? You didn't give Yachty Blum away, but would they believe you?
No, they'll not believe me.
To save your life, Mazzotti, where is Dumetrius?
Yeah, I do nothing, but they try to kill me. All right, Keen. I'ma tell you. Yeah, I tell you. You want Dumetrius? You go now to...
Well, come on, man, where? Mazzotti. What's the matter with you, Mazzotti? Mazzotti, don't lean back against the blind, you fool. Answer me. Coutts.
It's no good, Major. He's dead.
There was someone on the balustrade outside the window, and they stabbed Tony Mazzotti to death with a hatpin through the Venetian blind. So we were back where we started. We'd lost the game again.
Margaret Ridgway makes a vital discovery about Heddy in the next chapter of this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. In his room on the Thames embankment, Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
Well, we finally broke Tony Marzotti's nerve by whispering it about that he'd put us onto Yachty Blum for the murder of Peter Ridgway, who hadn't been murdered at all, of course. And to cut a long story short, Marzotti had arranged to meet us at 11 o'clock that night in his flat. He was going to give Dumetrius away, if we agreed to smuggle Marzotti out of the country in return. We turned up at his flat early and settled ourselves. Mitchell, Coutts, and myself. The room we waited in had Venetian blinds and a small balustrade outside the window. Marzotti arrived and tried to make his deal with us. We could only promise him his life, and he decided to talk. He said, "All right, if you want Dumetrius, go to..." and stopped. His eyes staring at nothing, glazed. His face rigid, mouth open as he stumbled back against the Venetian blind. Marzotti! Don't lean back against that blind, you fool. Answer me. Where's Dumetrius? Tell me, where is Dumetrius?
It's no good, Major. He's dead.
He's dead? Well, get him away from that window. Get the blind up.
Help me lay him down. Good Lord. When you look at that, sir...
Never mind, Marzotti. Get that blind up. Can you see anything?
Not a thing, sir. Street's empty.
Mitchell, get down the street and grab the first constable you see.
Right.
Oh, how could I have been such a fool, Coutts? Just tell me that, will you? They must have had someone out there in the balustrade waiting for him.
Probably all the time we were waiting right here in this room, sir.
And while Marzotti was talking to us, whoever it was just calmly stabbed that thing into the back of his neck through the Venetian blind. What is it?
Looks like a hatpin to me, sir.
Yachty Blum, the expert, eh? Before Marzotti had a chance to tell us a word. So the gang's breaking up, and Tony Marzotti was the first to go. Oh, I don't know, Coutts. I really don't know. Maybe we'd better hand this business over to someone else.
Oh, you've done as well as anyone could, sir. And Dumetrius is still in London. He hasn't got his loot yet, sir. And he's still right here somewhere. We'll get him yet.
Not like this, we won't, Coutts. Well, come along, there's work to do. Where's Marzotti's phone? Better get hold of Inspector Frayne.
No word from Yachty, no word from Bookman. I don't like it, Heddy.
And we have to sit here in Max Rubenstein's apartment and wait and wait.
Yachty was at his flat, we know that. If Marzotti went back to his flat...
Oh, but he wouldn't go near his flat.
He had to, I tell you. He had money there.
If Rubenstein discovers the position we're in, he'll have us in the hollow of his hand.
Rubenstein will discover nothing. Why can't Yachty get to a telephone?
I said we should have taken what we could from Max Rubenstein and gone. We've no chance with Gregory Keen. He's like one of those dogs that never let go. He'll hound us no matter where we run to. You hear me? We'll never escape from him. And do you know why? Because one day he's going to learn the truth about me, and he'll follow you to the ends of the earth. He's not just a policeman after a criminal.
What is he, Heddy?
He loves me. He loves me, and he can never be sure of me until you've been caught. And now look. Tony Marzotti was one of your original 3 men. Yachty Blum, Rudolf Bookman, and Tony Marzotti. But Keen broke his nerve. Who will be next?
Keen's not even aware of Rudolf Bookman's existence, Heddy.
How do we know that? You used Bookman's car the night you faked the attempt on my life, didn't you?
I tell you, Gregory Keen does not know Bookman exists.
Unless Tony Marzotti has told him.
If Tony Marzotti had told him, we would have heard from Yachty Blum by now.
No, I can't go on. I can't go on like this. If we escape this time, what's next? Yachty has to find someone who can substitute for Max Rubenstein. And then there has to be another killing. And then we have to get the treasure out of these galleries, and then we still have to escape.
And so we shall. Now be quiet. Be quiet and get a grip on yourself. Ah. Yes, of course. Well, tell me what happened. You're quite sure? Then come here at once. And Yachty, permit me to congratulate you on an excellent job of work. Well done. You see, Heddy, it really doesn't pay to lose one's nerve. I wonder if Tony Marzotti had time to realize that before Yachty, quietened him. Yes. We'll have to arrange for a little bonus for Yachty. I declare the fellow's worth his weight in gold.
Well, there doesn't seem to be much more we can do here. I wouldn't have believed it possible, would you?
No.
I suppose if he hadn't gone and leaned against the blind of his own accord, the fellow outside in the balustrade would have shot him. Do you realize, Marzotti said to me, if you want Dumetrius, go to... And they were the last words he spoke in his life.
Yes.
Oh, well, back where we started, I suppose. Come on, Coutts, let's make a move. You can drive.
Do you want me any more tonight, Major?
Well, I don't expect so. Why? Off you go. Take the car if you like. I'll be at the embankment till 3 or so. I want a few hours to myself.
All right, you are, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, Coutts.
For your own sake, Major Keen, I think it's just about time I started out on my own like. I can see we're never going to catch Dumetrius while you're passing the word along to Miss Heddy Bergner, so that's the first job for tonight. Where's Miss Bergner been? And what was she up to? I'll bet a pound to one of me Aunt Minnie's pork pies she wasn't in her flat.
Yes, Rubenstein. By all means, let him in. Yachty's arrived.
And do I have to sit and look at him? He turns my blood to ice.
And keep your back to him. Ah. Come in, Yachty, come in. We're very pleased with you tonight, aren't we, Heddy?
You don't have to include me in this conversation.
What's the matter with her?
Heddy's a little upset at our narrow escape. Tell us exactly what happened at Marzotti's flat.
It was easy. I'm waiting up in the balustrade outside his window.
Yes, how did we get up there? Marzotti's flat was on the 3rd floor.
I don't go up from the street. I don't act that stupid. I come down from the roof. It's easier, a lot easier.
All right, what next?
I'm already there when Keen and Coutts and this fellow called Mitchell come in. They even fixed the blind for me. What you call it, you know, little slats going across, so...
Venetian.
Yeah, Venetian. Tony Marzotti, he likes things in his flat nice and pretty. He's having those blinds. He's coming in about 11 o'clock. He's saying to Keen, I tell you how to get Dumetrius. You're letting me off. I'm going back to Italy. He don't go to Italy. We know where he's going, eh, Dumetrius?
Oh, isn't it enough? You've got rid of him. Isn't that enough without making jokes about it?
It is finding your rather primitive sense of humor disturbing, Yachty, so just confine yourself to the facts. Did Marzotti tell Keen anything significant?
Nearly, but not quite.
You're sure?
I'm hearing every word.
Just how did you contrive it?
I'm going to shoot him. There's no other way. And I do not like it. The noise makes it so hard for me to get away. Then Marzotti says he wants some air and leans against the blind. It's too good to be.
Another of those parachute knives.
No, the special ones. Marzotti doesn't make a sound, just stands there.
Oh, how ghastly.
It didn't used to worry you, Heddy. Maybe Marzotti was right. Maybe you're getting in love with this Major Keen, eh? Getting soft, maybe.
All right, Yachty, that'll do.
No, it doesn't do. Keen, you don't see many like Keen. He's with her all the time, isn't he? How are we finishing up if maybe Heddy thinks she's doing better with Keen than with us, eh? What's happening
I
then?
told you, Yachty, that'll do.
For years I'm letting you do things, Dumetrius. You say, Yachty, do this, I do it. Never making any mistakes. Not even making mistakes tonight when Mazotti's giving us all away.
Yachty, you're surely not getting delusions of grandeur, are you?
Tonight is too close for comfort, maybe. 4 more words from Mazotti and we're finished. Like that, kaput. Now Heddy's not liking it because we don't let Mazzotti hand us all over to Major Keen.
Without Heddy, we'd never have known what Keen was doing to Mazzotti. I suggest you confine yourself to your job, Yachty. Leave the thinking to me, do you understand?
Maybe I'm telling you one day.
Do you understand, Yachty?
Yeah, I'm understanding.
Then get out of here. Go back to the sanatorium and don't come out of it again until I tell you. That's about all.
Yeah.
I don't know, Heddy. Gregory Keen is far more formidable opponent than I gave him credit for.
I've told you over and over again.
Much more formidable. He's never seen me. He doesn't know Bookman exists. He's in love with you. He's hunting Yachty only for a murder he cannot be sure about, and yet, being no closer to us than that, he's tearing us all apart, little by little. Slowly. So slowly. We're coming apart, Heddy, separately as a group.
No, don't say that. What do you mean when you say that?
Just for a moment, Heddy, I found myself wondering if perhaps Yachty wasn't right about you. Now, do you see what I mean? But of course, Yachty was wrong. Wasn't he, Heddy?
I refuse to answer.
No. There's really no answer to a thing like that. Well, look at the clock. I think you've been here long enough, Heddy. It's time we went back to the flat.
There you are, cabby. Good night.
Night, miss.
Good evening, Miss Bergner.
Coutts. What are you doing here? What do you want?
I've been waiting for you quite a while, Miss Bergner. Quite a while. Come with me now. There's someone who would very much like to see you. To ask you where you've been tonight.
It was odd that Coutts should have chosen just that night to go after Heddy on his own account. Mazzotti had made them desperate. She'd had to get to Dumetrius. She hadn't been so careful as usual, and we began to pay a little more attention to Max Rubinstein. And soon, there was only one more place for Dumetrius to hide.
Dumetrius draws Max Rubinstein into a trap in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
The murder of Tony Mazzotti, before our eyes in his own flat in Burn Street, just as he was about to pronounce the words that would have given us Dumetrius, set us back almost to where we had started in our hunt for the mystery man. It seemed as though he had some sort of second sight. No matter what moves we made against him, he was always there with the counter for them. And there were times when I wondered if we were hunting a creature of flesh and blood or a spectre. This was one of them. But Dumetrius was no spectre. At that very moment, he was in his hiding place, the private hospital of whose existence we knew nothing, and with Mazzotti out of the way, he was going ahead with the next step of his plans for acquiring the Gestapo hoard. Dumetrius had learned long ago that criminals hide best behind the facade of respectability.
Yes, he might do. What's your name? Nick Gastner. Age 46. Own teeth, yes. Dark complexion, thinning hair. Weight, yes, that's about right. Height 5'10". Yes. Well done, Yachty. I think you'll do very well, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, listen, Gerstner, Yachty here tells us that you can be trusted. No, I don't want to hear you say a word. Just listen to me and answer when you're spoken to. Have you ever heard of a man named Max Rubenstein?
Nein.
Well, Max Rubenstein is an art dealer with galleries in Old Bond Street. Now, you're here because you bear him a superficial resemblance. Tomorrow you will be taken to see Rubenstein, or Rubenstein will come here. No matter what you hear him say, you will take absolutely no notice. Are you clear on that?
Yeah.
If Rubenstein comes here, you will be lying on a cot in one of Dr. Bookman's private rooms here in the sanatorium. You will be perfectly normal, but Rubenstein will be told you're drugged and unconscious. You will be expected to act as though you are. Then in a day or two, you will drive with Rubenstein and Yachty and myself to a quarry near a house in Norfolk. There, certain things will take place, and afterwards you will be paid. I need scarcely say that your life thereafter will depend on your silence. And for £5,000, it shouldn't be hard to forget that you ever saw any of us. You will stay here until your job is completed. Yachty will show you where to sleep. That's all for now. You can both get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, we have to speed things up, Bookman. Keen came too close for comfort with Tony Mazzotti. We can't expect a second deliverance by such a narrow margin. How's the time? After 2 a.m. Well, if you'll pour another glass of that brandy, I think we might well let matters rest till tomorrow.
Thanks very much, sister. I can see you've been looking after him marvelously. Well, Brother Peter, how do you feel? Sick of lying about in hospital?
Hi, Margaret. Actually, I feel jolly good. What have you got there?
10 or 50, cork tips.
Oh, good show. I say, you didn't manage to smuggle in any grog, did you?
No, I did not.
Oh.
And I've told Digby Mitchell to look out if I catch him bringing you anything to drink, too. Dr. Marlowe distinctly told
Oh, all right. So I just have to sit here perishing for want of a really decent slug. Well, now, tell me, what's going on?
Well, you've read about Tony Mazzotti, I suppose.
Yes, but I refuse point blank to weep for the blighter.
No one's asking you to weep for him. I say, do you know what? I'm having a couple of dresses made.
So what?
From a certain Madame Reynaud. Oh, very French, very chic.
Now listen, Margaret. Do I have to listen to stories about your dressmaker?
Well, the point is, Peter, darling, she's not just an ordinary dressmaker.
I'm irresistibly fascinated by talk of tucks and gussets, but just what's so extraordinary about your Madame Reynaud?
She happens to be Heddy Bergner's dressmaker.
Well, no, isn't that ducky?
As a matter of fact, I've an idea there's more to Heddy's visits to Madame Reynaud than meets the eye.
Oh?
Yes. You see, either the police or MI-5 have her telephone tapped, and she's followed everywhere she goes. Gregory Keen tells her it's for her own protection. Well, she'd have to be a fool to believe him, but there it is anyway. And the point is, the only time she's out of their sight is when she's being fitted at Madame Reynaud's.
I can't see what's so terribly fishy about that.
Well, Keen just happened to mention it to me one day, and purely on a hunch, I thought I'd look into it. And do you know, she spends absolutely hours and hours and hours in there. There's something funny about it, unless she's having a trousseau made.
Oh, maybe Gregory Keen's gone the whole distance and asked her to become his lawful wedded wife.
Oh, he had not. Don't be such an utter idiot.
Well, you don't have to snap my head completely off.
Keen marry that dreadful creature. Oh, it's unthinkable. Listen to me. I think Heddy might go to that dressmaker's just to get rid of the people who follow her.
What, you mean there might be a back way out of the place or something?
Of course.
So you're buying dresses from Madame Reynaud?
Yes.
Now, you be careful. By Godfrey, Margaret, you be careful. We've had one escape by the skin of your teeth. We don't want another.
Look, Peter, I don't care what risks I run. I'm going to find something about Heddy Bergner and wave it under Gregory Keen's nose if it's the very last thing I do. I'll force him to admit she's a crook. She belongs to Dumetrius, and she's been the cause of him not being able to get anywhere in this thing.
Since when have you found it necessary to do MI-5's job?
Since I met the man.
Oh? Good grief. Don't tell me you've gone overboard for the chap.
Gone overboard? Peter, dear boy, I'm going to marry Major Keen. You just watch me. Now relax and listen, and see if you can find any flaws in what I'm going to do. And hand over a cigarette. Just because I bring you 50, you needn't think you're going to get the lot.
Well, I'll be hanged.
Oh, there you are, Rubenstein. I took the liberty of helping myself to wine. It's not very good.
Please accept my most profound apologies. You have news?
Good news. We found the man who will pass for your body in the bottom of the quarry.
You have? Where is he?
In a drugged stupor at the sanatorium of Rudolf Buchmann.
Will the resemblance be sufficient?
You may judge that for yourself tonight.
So now, at last, we share our treasure. Just the two of us. $500,000 each, Dumetrius. $500,000 each.
And made possible by me, don't forget that.
When do we go to the quarry?
But I thought tomorrow. I want to waste as little time as possible. I've already had to deal with one of my people.
Mazzotti.
Quite so, Mazzotti. We've already spent too much time here, and London has never agreed with me.
What is our exact procedure?
Well, first let us decide on yours. I've given the matter a very great deal of thought, and one important detail suggests itself at once. After we have disposed of our unfortunate victim, you can scarcely return here to your galleries to collect the money and the jewels, because the victim must be taken for you.
I have been waiting for you to bring that up. What do you suggest we should do with our spoil?
Can you think of a safer place than Buchmann Sanatorium? It should be moved tonight.
Leaving you free to kill me and escape without sharing it at all? And do you take me for a fool, my dear Dumetrius?
When you talk like that, it's quite evident that you are.
And what would there to be to prevent you?
The fact that you would quite obviously protect yourself.
How?
In your place, I should do this. I should draw up an account of our whole transactions with every last scrap of information you have about me. I should address it to Major Gregory Keen and leave it with a trusted confederate. You must have one person you can trust. Mademoiselle Dupont, perhaps.
I see you have made very thorough inquiries about me.
Did you think she was your secret, Rubenstein? Well, to proceed, I should leave this sealed package for Major Keen with Mademoiselle Dupont. Now, then, she'd have instructions that unless she heard from you to the contrary, within a certain specified time, she would forward the packet to Keen, who, of course, would then be able to arrest me within an hour. You see? After finding the body of our victim, you would be presumed dead. But unless you were very much alive, you could betray me. That's how I would protect myself, Rubenstein.
Permit me to congratulate you on your intelligence. That is precisely what I have done.
As I knew you would. So now do you agree to bring the money to the sanatorium tonight?
I see no reason why not. But I warn you, Dumetrius, if I am not alive 12 hours after we leave for the quarry in Norfolk, and if there is not a published account of my death in the press, then your game is up.
Oh, my game's not up, my dear fellow. Oh, no. We're going to share £1 million sterling, you and I. Let's begin now by sharing the remains of this bottle.
We'll drink to success. But one thing. This man whose body used to become mine, what is his name?
Do you know, my dear Rubenstein, I haven't the faintest idea. I completely forgot to ask.
Good evening, Miss Ridgway. May I come in? Thank you. Shut the door, would you?
What is it? Will you come in and sit down, Major?
Look, Miss Ridgway, I must warn you. You and Digby Mitchell and Paul Barnet will find yourselves in serious trouble if you don't keep well out of this affair in future.
But I thought you wanted our help.
Not this kind of help. Do you think I don't know about you haunting Madame Reynolds, the dressmaker where Heddy gets her clothes? Do you think we're utter fools on the embankment? There is no back way in and out of Madame Reynolds' establishment. Heddy spends a lot of time there because she's buying a lot of dresses, and I have seen them.
Have you really come here in this state to glow at me about Heddy Bergner's clothes?
Now, just tell Mitchell and Bonnet that they have 1 hour. I want her within the hour, Miss Ridgway, and I'm not fooling.
I've not the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, look, I've no time to stand here admiring your wide eyes, girl. Get hold of your chums and tell them they've an hour.
Major Keen, kindly tell me what all this is about. They've an hour to do what?
Do you mean you don't know?
Oh, of course I don't know. What's happened? Oh, do tell me, please. I'm not lying to you, Major. Really, I'm not.
Someone got hold of Heddy Bergner last night, and she hasn't been seen since. I thought Mitchell and Bonnet had her, because with Mazzotti dead, they thought she was their last lead to Dumetrius. And I thought that if it wasn't Mitchell, it must be Dumetrius. But I was wrong. We were all wrong. And there were terrible things about to happen because of it.
Who kidnapped Heddy Bergner? Listen to the next chapter in this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
In his room on the Thames embankment, Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
At the time when Heddy Bergner disappeared, the situation in the affair of Dumetrius was about this. Peter Ridgway was still in hospital, thought by everyone but us to be dead. Digby Mitchell, Paul Bonnet, and Margaret Ridgway were pretty deeply involved, too deeply for my liking, and we were still after Yachty Blum for murder, but he hadn't been seen for more than a week. We'd learned very little about the expatriate art dealer Max Rubenstein, and Tony Marzotti had been stabbed at the very instant when he was about to betray Dumetrius and the gang. And as for Dumetrius himself, well, he was as shadowy a figure as ever. And there matters stood when we went over the affair again with Colonel Fentress, my chief, Tony Barker, Coutts. There were 4 or 5 of us altogether at the embankment.
So now this girl Bergner's disappeared into thin air, hasn't it, Keen?
That's about the size of it. I've tackled Margaret Ridgway, who swears it's nothing to do with Mitchell or Paul Bonnet.
And that would appear to leave Dumetrius.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now listen, you other chaps. Keen here has turned up something that I think rather odd. Pull that map down, will you, Keen?
Yes, sir.
Well, there we are. An ordinary half-inch to the mile map of metropolitan London. Now then, from time to time since this fellow Dumetrius killed Karl Scammell in Berlin and came to London, we've had people followed. People concerned in one way or another with Dumetrius. On dozens of occasions, we tailed Yachty Blum before we had the warrant out for him. You know, for the supposed murder of Peter Ridgway. We tailed Tony Marzotti. We were after that taxi chap, George Klein. And if we lost any of these people at all, we always lost them in a certain area. Right, Keen?
That's right, sir.
Now, Keen was looking at the dossier and jotting down the actual spots where these people disappeared and realized that they make a half-mile circle on the map, round about here. Now, just what was it you told me about that, Keen?
Well, sir, I said to myself, is there any address, any name that's come up in this Dumetrius affair that we can fit into that circle on the map?
And there was something, eh?
Some time ago, an attempt was made on Heddy Bergner's life. They used a heavy, expensive car. It had been reported stolen about an hour before the actual attempt was made, and it belonged to a certain, I have the name here somewhere. Yes, a Dr. Rudolph Martin Bookman, Petunia Road, Hampstead Heath. And if you'll take a look, you chaps, you'll see it's almost in the middle of our circle on the map.
Yes, so it is. Very interesting.
So I think we can draw a pretty strong conclusion. Dumetrius is operating from somewhere within that circle.
Any comment? All right. Now, here's what we're doing. Every constable on the beat out that way is being put on his toes. We've several fellows going round the rounds of all the tradesmen with reproductions of our painting of Dumetrius, the one we had made from Peter Ridgway's description. Because after the murder of Marzotti, you fellows, something simply has to be done. Now, this Dumetrius is no ordinary criminal. He can get people in or out of the country at will. Now, there's a leak somewhere. The chap's in close touch with us, and it has to stop. It has to stop, and we have to find how it is that Dumetrius manages to forestall every move we make. So get on with it. We're up against time. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Keen, you stay for a moment, would you?
Very well, sir.
You know, Keen, I don't know if it's occurred to you, old chap, but it's very lucky for you this girl's been seized. You realize that?
No, I can't say that I do. I'd give my right arm to know where she is. And I tell you, Colonel, when I get Dumetrius, it's going to be a personal matter. I think we'll call it resisting arrest.
It won't do, old chap. That sort of thing simply does not do.
This time it will do. This thing with Dumetrius isn't routine for me anymore. I'm after him.
Oh. Only hope you're in time to help the Bergner girl. Where did she get?
Is that you? Who is that? Well, thank you for the light. Yes, I thought so. What are you going to do with me? Oh, speak, can't you? Are you dumb? How much longer am I going to be kept here? Oh, look, what's this sense of this utterly ridiculous performance? I don't know whether you've taken leave of your senses or whether you think this is amusing. Let me go and I won't say anything. You wound that clock this morning. And you don't have to stand it right in front of my face. Oh, look, just say something. If you don't say something, I'll go crazy. What am I here for? Tell me. Tell me. Oh, tell me. I don't want that clock so close to my ear. If something's going to happen in a certain time, get that clock away from me. Oh, please, please. Please, what's the meaning of this? In the entrance to my flats, you tricked me into coming with you. You tricked me. And now you'll pay for this. You'll pay for it. Oh, if only you wouldn't just stand there and watch me. If only you'd speak. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? I can't stand this. I can't stand it. Something will snap if it goes on much longer. But I know what he wants. He wants me to let something drop, and I mustn't. I have to hang on somehow.
Well, my young friend, you'll be out of this hospital and up and about in a week, or my name is not Paul Bonnet.
It's about time, isn't it?
Haste never pays. When we have you on your feet again, we want the old Peter Ridgway, because there will be work for us to do. But one of my plans has come adrift.
What plan was that?
I was going to show you alive to Miss Heddy Bergner. The shock could quite well have been enough to make her betray herself. But now she has disappeared. Well, what can we do?
Has she really disappeared?
Gregory Keen burst in upon your sister Margaret like a wild man. So either she has been kidnapped, or she has gone into hiding with Dumetrius.
Who the devil would want to kidnap her?
Ask yourself. Who is devoted to Major Keen? Who sees Major Keen ruining himself and his career heading downhill to disgrace because he is blinded with love for Miss Heddy Bergner? Who thinks that the affair might quickly be solved if Miss Bergner could be made to betray herself? Or who says perhaps if he kidnaps her, Dumetrius will come out of hiding in desperation? Who?
Well, the only chap I can think of... Why, yes, of course.
Coutts, Tommy Coutts. Coutts has Heddy Bergner. And I am asking myself, will it be good thing or bad thing if we interfere?
How will it bring Dumetrius out of hiding unless he knows Coutts has Heddy?
What is to prevent Coutts telling him?
But how? Come on, Bonnet, you know all the ins and outs, but how in the world could Coutts get a message to Dumetrius?
Through the informer Eustace Manningley, who would tell someone, who would tell someone else, who would in turn tell someone else again, who would tell one of the Poles, who would tell Yachty Bloom.
So Coutts is taking him on single-handed, eh? Good for Coutts.
That is my guess, and that is why I am offering my services to Sergeant Coutts tonight.
Oh, if only I could get out of here. Things coming to an end, I can see that, and I'm going to miss it.
No, do not be impatient. We're still a long way from Dumetrius, still a long way. Well, I must be off.
How do you do, Bonnet? Hello, Ridgway. Bearing up?
Hello, Keen.
I suppose you two know all about Heddy Bergner.
Yes, we've just been discussing her. It's our guess that she's gone back to Dumetrius because she can't keep up the act with you any longer.
Listen, the pair of you. I'm not here to crack jokes. Anyway, it's Bonnet here I've been trying to get hold of.
Oh, you do me an honor, Major.
A few days ago, a fellow came to see me who said he was being blackmailed. He said he couldn't give me any information about his blackmailer unless I guaranteed him political asylum. I told him that was impossible, and off he went.
Political asylum from where?
France. That's why I've come to you. Tell me, Bonnet, have you ever heard of a man named Max Rubinstein?
Never.
Well, here's a photograph we snapped of a man calling himself Max Rubinstein in the street yesterday. Have a good look. It may not be his name at all.
This is supposed to be a Max Rubinstein?
Yes.
It is nothing of the kind. This is a picture of a man I will never forget. His name is Reuben Janus, who is supposed to be dead. And Janus was a Nazi informer, collaborator, a traitor to France, a friend of Levinsky. And it was Levinsky, the Pole, who told me that the treasure had come to England as he lay dying from the knife wound given to him by Yachty Bloom.
Bonnet, I think it's about time we had another word with Max Rubinstein. Only this time we'll be calling him Janus. And if he really wants his political asylum, he'd better have something to say. But Monsieur Rubinstein had other business in hand when we arrived at the Rubinstein Galleries. And he had a partner, Dumetrius. At least, that's what he thought he had at the time.
Peter Ridgway takes a hand again in the next chapter of this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
Heddy Bergner disappeared from the entrance to her block of flats at something after 2 o'clock in the morning. And 12 hours later, we still hadn't the slightest idea what had become of her. But in desperation, I'd been hunting about for Paul Bonnet, and I finally ran him to earth at the hospital with Peter Ridgway. Margaret Ridgway had vowed and declared that neither Digby Mitchell nor Paul Bonnet had had anything to do with Heddy's disappearance. I was prepared to believe her about Mitchell, but not about Bonnet. But then at the hospital, I played a hunch. Silly thing to do generally, but this time it came off. I asked Bonnet if he'd ever heard of a man called Max Rubinstein. He hadn't, but he recognized a picture of Rubinstein as that of a Nazi informer and traitor named Reuben Janus. And what with other things he told me about this Janus, it looked very much as though our friend Rubinstein was the man who was holding the Gestapo plunder Dumetrius had come to London to get. We acted at once. Coutts, Bonnet, and I headed for the Rubinstein Galleries in Old Bond Street. Now listen, both of you.
Rubenstein knows me, but not you two. I'll ask to see him, and you two keep in the background. He's still a French citizen, of course, and we may be making a mistake, so we'll have to tread gently. But if he's really this character, Janice, there may be some action. This is the galleries on our left. Turn round and park as close as you can.
You're very good at your own particular job, Yachty. I'm perfectly happy to concede you that, but of brains, my dear fellow, you have none. Do you actually think Max Rubenstein is falling in with our scheme?
He's bringing the money and the jewels here last night, isn't he?
Yes, and very trusting of him.
I don't understand these things. He thinks we kill Nick Gassner and leaves the body to be Rubenstein's in burning car.
I find it helpful to put myself in other people's positions. And do you know what I'd do in Rubenstein's place, Yachty?
No one ever knows what you do, Dumetrius.
Then let me enlighten you. I propose to take into account every possible move Max Rubenstein might make to turn the tables on us. We're robbing him of £500,000, he thinks. And the man who was capable of getting that Gestapo plunder in the first place isn't going to turn round and hand over half of it to the first person who asks him kindly. So tonight, Yachty, when we leave with Rubenstein and Gassner, I'm afraid you'll be having a very uncomfortable ride.
How is that?
Because Rubenstein will be unaware of your presence. You'll be in the trunk of Rudolf Buchmann's car.
I am riding to the quarry in Norfolk in the trunk of Buchmann's car.
Yes, Yachty. It's a big trunk. We'll make you as happy as we can.
But why? Why don't I ride in the car with you and Nick Gassner?
Because, you fool, if Rubenstein has the sense of a Mongolian idiot, he'll have someone there waiting for us. He'll wait till we've soaked the car with petrol and pushed it over the quarry with Gassner's body in it. Then he'll signal his confederate, whose job will be to kill us, so that Rubenstein will be free to come back here and take the money and jewels. And in safety, Yachty. In safety. Because we will have provided Rubenstein with the body to be taken as his own.
Yeah, I see that.
So now you know why he will ride in the trunk. What we have actually in store for Rubenstein tonight, only you and I. Yes? Yes, speaking. What's that, Rubenstein? Keen, Coutts, and... Well, have they seen you yet? Well, get out of the galleries somehow and come straight here. Yes, don't whatever you do let Keen get hold of you. We're acting tonight, you fool, and we can be on the high seas by tomorrow. Yes, you must come here at once.
That was Rubenstein?
Yes. Keen's at the galleries now with a man Rubenstein says may know him as Ruben Janis.
I don't like this, Dumetrius.
No. We must make no mistakes tonight, Yachty. This is what we came for. We've overcome every difficulty so far. We mustn't fail tonight.
We don't fail tonight.
No. But I want Heddy here. Where in the world has she got to? She knows how to get rid of people. She could have gone to that dressmaker's of hers. Not again. Hello. This is for you.
Yeah? Yeah? Franz Werfel? Where is he getting this? And him? Where is he getting it then? Yeah? Justus Manningley. I know Justus Manningley. Yeah, stay there, Franz. We may be needing you.
What is it?
Maybe we're not on the high seas tomorrow, Dumetrius. Me, I'm not having any brains, nein. I'm telling you many times, I'm telling you, watch out for Heddy.
What is it, you fool? What is it?
Coutts. It's a message from Coutts. He's taken Heddy away from Major Keen. She's hidden, and she doesn't go till she talks, or we come and get her. How do you like that, Dumetrius?
So, he wants us to come and get her, does he? We can be forced into the open so easily, he thinks. Heddy won't talk, Yachty. Have no fear of that. But what a pity we'll have to leave her behind. It really is a terrible pity.
Well, Major Keen again. You must have taken quite a liking to this hospital.
They seem to have done rather well for you, Ridgway. When did they let you get up and dressed?
Today, for the first time. It feels jolly good, I can tell you.
Mind if I sit down?
No, do, by all means.
Look here, Ridgway. I've just come from the Rubenstein galleries. I went there to see Max Rubenstein, and the chap wasn't there. But from what Paul Bonnet told me earlier today, we might be able to get at Dumetrius through the fellow.
And it sounds so good, I don't want anything to go wrong with it.
Well, why come to me?
You see, if we fall down with Rubinstein, I don't know where we'll go next. And I've a feeling that time's running out. I want you to tell me something honest.
Well, don't go round and round, Keen. Come out with it.
I know how you and Mitchell and your sister Margaret stand about Heddy Bergner.
Well, shouldn't I? I almost lost my life because they thought I could persuade you to see through her. What else did they knife me for?
Oh, look, old man, I haven't time to start running round and round that particular squirrel cage with you again. I just want to know. Have you or Mitchell or Bonnet anything to do with her disappearance?
No, Keen.
Could Bonnet have taken her without your knowing?
Well, I can't answer for Bonnet. I'd say no, definitely.
Look, I'm up against it, Ridgway. I'm at the end of my rope.
God help you when you come to your senses, Keen.
You definitely don't know a thing about her whereabouts.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, if only there was some rhyme or reason to it. If only I could see a little light somewhere.
You've always professed to believe that Dumetrius tried to kill her, or have her killed, that night a car nearly ran her down. Why shouldn't Dumetrius have grabbed her this time?
The fellows who were watching her said it was impossible. Whoever she went with, she went willingly. She walked into the flats, but we know she couldn't even have stepped into the lift. Oh, I won't give you the details, but there were people about. And all we know is that Heddy walked into the block, didn't go upstairs, and about a minute later, 2 men walked out. One a good deal shorter than the other. Now, you explain it. Where is she, and where did she go?
It's way over my head, Keen. If you were overboard for anyone but that girl, I'd have all the sympathy in the world for you.
Ridgway.
Yes?
You'd better be telling the truth, old chap.
Why shouldn't I be telling the truth?
Oh, I can think of reasons. That knife in your back, for one. But don't make any mistake. If anything happens to Heddy and you've been a party to it, you'd better watch. This has become a personal thing, Ridgway.
As though I couldn't see it. No, look. No hard feelings, for heaven's sake. Why don't you go and talk to Margaret? Might get your mind off this business for an hour or two.
The only person I want to talk to is the one who kidnapped Heddy Bergner. And sooner or later I will. Well, cheerio, old chap. I'll be seeing you again.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone quite so desperately wrapped up. And just to look at Heddy, you can't blame him. That's what makes it so darned awful. A girl who looks like that, capable of the things she is. I wonder if we could break her down tonight. She thinks I'm dead. And if Bonnet was right and Coutts has grabbed her, yes. Why not? Why not? Hey, sister! Nurse!
Yes?
Nurse Beer, darling. See if you can't get Dr. Marlowe to come and see me for a minute. And while we're waiting, you can get some of my things out of that wardrobe. Much as I hate to say it, pretty well, I'm getting rather tired of your lovely hospital. You're quite right. I'm going out.
Before you go, Mr. Ridgway...
Look, Coutts, don't argue. It might give her such a shock she'll drop everything. I've wangled my way out of the hospital. I've lied myself blue in the face to your Major Keen. Doing this thing, you're in pretty deep water yourself. And you have to remember that she's perfectly certain I've been dead for weeks. Now, have you got that recorder thing switched on so we can get every word she says?
Uh-huh.
Well, keep your fingers crossed. Here comes a ghost to have a word with Miss Heddy Bergner.
Is that you again, Coutts? Oh, how long does this business go on? And for heaven's sake, switch on the light. Coutts? Who's that standing there? I can see you in the doorway.
It's not Coutts this time, Heddy.
Who is it?
Would you really like to see me?
I thought... Oh, who is it? Switch on the light.
Well, all right. Yes, darling, it's me, Peter Ridgway.
Heddy had been in the attic of Tommy Coutts' house for about 24 hours when Ridgway walked in, and to her, he was a ghost. Yes, looking back on it now, it's almost unbelievable that things turned out the way they did. But that was because Dumetrius and Rubinstein and Coutts and Ridgway, yes, and me too, everyone was against everyone else. But they all had good reason for it. All of them but me.
And I'm the man who sits now in the silent room.
Dumetrius regains control of the situation in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
In his room on the Thames embankment, Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
So Max Rubenstein, the expatriate art dealer with the galleries in Old Bond Street, was Reuben Janis, the collaborator, the Gestapo informer, the traitor. And his associate had been Levitsky, the man who'd told Paul Bonnet, as he lay dying, that the Gestapo horde had been transported, he didn't know how, to London. Yes, we wanted Max Rubenstein. We were sure now that he was the man who held the spoil, the man Dumetrius had come to London to rob. But that wasn't all. Someone had seized Heddy Bergner. That was the thing that was driving me crazy. It couldn't have been Dumetrius. We knew she must have left her block of flats willingly, so it was someone she knew and had confidence in. Ridgway swore he knew nothing. Neither Digby Mitchell nor Paul Bonnet was responsible. I sat in my room at the embankment trying to find a way of linking Heddy with Rubenstein. How could I find Rubenstein, and where was he? And where was Heddy? Where was Heddy? Where was she? By whom had she been taken?
Well, Heddy, surprised to see me? I really am Peter Ridgway.
Oh, no, you're dead. They killed you.
They obviously didn't. Demetrius told you I was quite definitely dead, didn't he?
Coutts.
Coutts?
It's not a scrap of use appealing to Coutts. You're at the end of your rope, Heddy. You'd better take it quietly and give up.
What do you mean I'm at the end of my rope? Coutts will go to prison for this.
Coutts brought you here with the idea that Demetrius might come after you. Coutts thinks rather a lot of Major Keen, and he thought this was the only way to break you down. It has, you know. You've been in this attic only 24 hours. And in those 24 hours, your life as you know it has come to an end.
My life has come to...
Yes. Demetrius and Yachty Bloom were captured an hour ago. It's all over, Heddy.
I don't believe you, Ridgway. I don't believe you.
It'll be in the morning papers. How Tommy Coutts took you from your flat. How he brought you to this house. How you were kept in the attic. How he managed to get a message to Demetrius. How Demetrius and Yachty came out of hiding and tried to get into this house.
Well, where's Major Keen? If this is true, where's Major Keen? That's all. Peter Ridgway, it couldn't be true. Where's Keen?
Right here, Heddy.
Keen. Oh, Keen, is it true? Ridgway says...
Don't move, Ridgway.
Tell me, Keen, is it true?
Is what true?
Is what true? It's not. Oh, Keen, you were just in time. Ridgway's crazy. Oh, Keen, darling, how did you get here? Take me out of here. Please take me out of here.
So you were lying, Ridgway?
No. What I told you in the hospital was true. I didn't know a thing. Coutts brought her here. Only Bonnet worked it out that she couldn't possibly be anywhere else. As you apparently did, too.
Yes, as I did, too. Come here, Heddy. Where's Coutts?
He's downstairs working the wire recorder. If you hadn't got in here somehow without disturbing him, in another 5 minutes we'd have had the truth out of her on record.
Listen, fellow. When you're completely on your feet, I'm going to take you somewhere, and you're going to get the worst going over you've ever seen.
Because I'm not a mutton-headed idiot? And because I've too much sense to fall for the coldest-blooded female since Messalina?
No, Keen, not now, not now.
Look here, Ridgway. I'll put up with just so much. I don't care whether you've had a knife in your back or not.
Oh, get out of here, Keen. Get out of here and run yourself into the ground with her as quickly as you like. When you've nothing else to do, just shut your eyes and listen hard. That cackle you'll hear will be Dumetrius laughing and laughing when he's not whistling his tune. Go on, Heddy, whistle it for us. You must have heard it 1,000 times.
Please, Keen, get me away from here now.
I'll see you tomorrow, Ridgway. And you and Coutts will have some accounting to do.
I understand, do you, Gassner? Max Rubenstein's here at the sanatorium now. In a moment, he'll be here in this room to have a look at you. We've told him you're in a drugged stupor. See that you play your part.
Sure.
All right. I'll get down on that cot. Rumple it up well, and yourself, too. Yachty, go and bring Bookman and Rubenstein. And remember, Gassner, you're not to listen to a word uttered by Rubenstein. He's under, shall we say, a misapprehension about what's going to happen. You know, Yachty, Bookman, and I know, but Rubenstein does not. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Here they are. Come on in. Ah, Rubenstein. Well, I think you'll agree we've done rather well. Come and see what you think.
Is he conscious?
My dear fellow, Bookman here surely told you he's under the influence of some drug. Chloral hydrate, you said, didn't you, Bookman?
Could he be, turned over?
Certainly. Yachty, a little more. There you are. Well, what do you think?
His age and height are correct. Perhaps he is a shade heavier. Hair? Are his eyes the same shade? Yes. Yes, there is quite a resemblance, though not a flattering one, I must say.
After he's been over the edge of a quarry in a burning car, my dear fellow, I don't think there will be any quibble. When he's found, you will be presumed dead. Have you brought the things to put in his pockets?
My watch? A valuable one.
You can buy yourself another out of your £500,000. What else?
My cigarette case? A unique piece. Readily identifiable. My wallet? Some papers in it may survive the burning. This ring? Also unique. My, cufflinks. And, of course, a complete outfit of my clothes.
That should do very well.
Only one question still remains to be finally settled. When do we leave for Norfolk, and when do you actually kill him?
We leave for Norfolk in an hour. We should arrive at the quarry about an hour after midnight. We make use of Gassner the moment we arrive. Then we return at once, collect our booty, and go our own ways. I expect to be headed for Portugal within 24 hours, and while I should be delighted to offer you an easy way out of the country, I really don't think you'd accept.
Since you bring the matter up, I shouldn't. I am such a poor swimmer.
Yes. It would be a temptation to help oneself to the other $500,000. I'm sorry to be in such haste to get away, but certain complications have ensued.
Oh, the fact that Gregory Keen is looking for me and has probably identified me as Reuben Janus?
Not only that, although it does make you an encumbrance. No, Keen's man Coutts has seized Heddy. He's holding her in an attic in his house, presumably in the hope that she will betray us or we will come to her rescue like a troop of Boy Scouts. It really is very naive of him.
You can't take this so calmly.
My dear fellow, I know Heddy. There'll be nothing they can get from her.
But what becomes of her?
Well, much as I regret it, she'll have to be left behind. Even when she learns we've gone, she will hardly be in a position to say anything. Her neck will be forfeit. I assure you we've nothing to fear from Heddy. Nothing at all.
Would it be too much to ask how you propose to leave England?
Yes, I'm afraid it would.
So there remains nothing now but to drive to Norfolk and conclude our work.
Correct. Bookman here will drive his car behind us. You and Gassner. Our victim's name turned out to be Gassner, by the way. You and Gassner and I will travel in your car, which, of course, will hardly be serviceable when we're finished with it. Then we'll return here in Bookman's car, leaving poor Gassner at the bottom of the quarry.
And what about Yachty Broom? Where will he be?
Yachty? Oh, Yachty will remain here. I like to think we have someone on hand at the sanatorium to keep an eye on our treasure. You may have friends, Rubinstein, who could conceivably call for it in our absence. I'm sure you understand.
I am bound to admit your arrangements could scarcely be improved upon.
I completely agree with you. Now, if you'll lead the way, Bookman, I thought we might have a brandy or two. We've a busy night in front of us, and our project is almost finished. So why not relax for half an hour? We've a good deal to congratulate ourselves upon, don't you think? I'm perfectly certain I do.
Try to calm yourself, Heddy. You're back in your own flat now. Just tell me how Coutts managed it.
I trusted him implicitly. He said I was to do as he told me. The instructions came from you.
Yes, but how did he get you out of the flats?
Well, there is a closet under the stairs in the foyer, a large one. My hair is short, and if you remember, I was wearing slacks last night. He had a hat and a coat, a man's hat and coat. He told me to put them on in the closet, and we waited there for maybe 5 minutes and then just walked out.
Leaving the two fellows I had watching you flat-footed, eh? What happened then?
He took me to his house. There was an elderly lady there.
Ah, his Aunt Minnie.
And Sally Jones, who worked in the Red Feathers Club once. They brought me meals and everything, but soon I realized I was a prisoner. Oh, Keen, is everyone mad but me and you? Coutts said he thought Dumetrius would come and get me. What is the matter with Peter Ridgway and his sister and Mitchell and now Coutts? Are they mad? Why must they think I work with this dreadful Dumetrius? And why did you tell even me that Peter Ridgway was dead?
You know why, Heddy?
Yes, I suppose I do. Oh, Keen, I adore you, you know that, but how much longer must this go on?
Not much longer. We're coming to the end now. We're after Max Rubinstein.
The art dealer?
Yes. He, too, has disappeared. Dropped out of sight 12 hours ago. When he turns up, we'll take one more step for...
Oh, just a minute, Keen, darling. Yes? Yes, just a moment. It's for you.
Hello? Yes? What's that? Well, have you been out to local police to see if he's there? Phone you back in an hour, eh? Right, I'll come along straight away. Goodbye. I have to go, Heddy. We've learned about a house in Norfolk and the man who owns it. He may be hiding there, and he's the man who brought Dumetrius to London. You know who I mean, don't you?
Who?
Max Rubinstein. We were on the way to Norfolk within the hour, but I felt as though only half of me was there. 10 years I'd had Tommy Coutts right there behind me, but that night I felt I was alone. And although I didn't know it, I was keeping a rendezvous with Dumetrius. He was on his way to Norfolk, too.
Max Rubinstein attempts a double-cross in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
It was obvious, really, when I came right down to it and thought the thing out. Coutts was the only logical person to have seized Heddy, so I went round to his house. And sure enough, there she was, locked in an attic. Coutts had taken her off his own bat. His idea was to force Dumetrius into the open out of desperation or something. I don't know. I suppose it was gallant of him, but I only knew I loved Heddy to desperation. She'd become an obsession with me, and no one, not even Coutts, was going to lay hands on her. No one but me. I took her out of the attic without even seeing Coutts, and back we went to her flats. We couldn't find Max Rubenstein, but we had every available man on the hunt for him because we thought he could lead us to Dumetrius, and we were right. Then at 9 o'clock that night, word came through that Max Rubenstein, alias Reuben Janis, the informer, had a house in Norfolk under an assumed name. We waited at the embankment for the local police to find if Rubenstein was hiding there. He wasn't. At that moment, he was in that certain house in Hampstead Heath, behind its high stone wall set back in its hidden grounds. Dumetrius was there, too, and a man who looked like Rubenstein called Gassner, and Jotty Blum. They were all there, while Colonel Fentress and I waited at the end of the long corridor on the embankment.
Don't look too good, Keen. What's the matter with you?
Coutts.
What are you going to do about him?
Well, he'll have to be relieved, of course. I'm not going to come down on the chap. I just want a new fellow to work with.
Coutts was only doing what he thought was right.
I can't help that. I don't want a man who goes about kidnapping people just because he's got an insane obsession.
It couldn't be you who had the insane obsession, could it, Keen?
I've been on this job a long time, Colonel Fentress. In some ways, I'm not bad at it. And if I'm wrong about Heddy Bergner and everyone else is right, I'll resign my commission and walk out of here on the spot.
That's all very well. But we're not going to catch Dumetrius by fellows resigning their commissions. Now, look here. Coutts had a microphone wired into a recorder in that house of his aunt's, didn't he?
Yes. A portable unit he took from here.
Where's the recording now?
Oh, Barker took the spool from him. It's down in the file room now.
Why don't we have it played back?
For what possible reason?
My dear chap, be sensible. Have you any reason for not wanting me to hear it?
That's absurd.
Very well. Adams.
Yes, sir?
Bring up a portable player and the spool of wire Coutts made of Heddy Bergner. You know what I mean.
Yes, sir?
The Norfolk police are taking their time about looking into Max Rubenstein's house. What do you make it now?
9:40.
Yes. Old man, what are you actually going to do about the Bergner girl?
The day I take Dumetrius, I'm going to ask her to marry me.
You remember my saying that if I thought you took a personal interest in her, I'd put someone else onto this affair in your place?
Yes, I remember.
Well, if you don't get hold of Max Rubenstein pretty damn soon, that's just what I'm doing. I'm sorry, but you've been missing your cue somewhere.
I've missed nothing.
Now, be a good chap, don't argue. Yes? Oh, good man, Adams. Just plug the thing in and get it going as quick as you can, will you? From the beginning. I want to hear it all if we have to sit here all night.
Very good, sir.
I'm particularly interested in the way she carried on when Ridgway walked in.
She thought Ridgway was dead and her nerves were breaking.
Oh, I'm glad you at least didn't let her in on that particular deception, old man.
All ready, sir?
Right you are, Adams. Switch it on.
Coutts. Coutts, really, how long's this absurd charade going on? Well, you can at least speak to me. Where am I? Where's Keen? Oh, you... Look, Coutts, I can't imagine what this is all about, and I'm sure it's nothing to do with Keen. What possible sense is there in keeping me locked up in this attic? Probably trying to prove in some fantastic way that I'm mixed up with Dumetrius. Margaret Ridgway and that man Bonnet are a pair of lunatics. Oh, Coutts, say something, can't you? For heaven's sake, don't just sit there looking at me. Well, what are you waiting for? Coutts, speak to me, speak to me! Oh, what am I going to do?
Does that sound like a girl who's mixed up with Dumetrius?
Scarce expect her to give Coutts chapter and verse just because he sat and stared at her.
Do I have to sit here and put up with this?
Yeah, if you'd be so kind, old chap, listen.
I'm out of cigarettes. Give me one, would you? Give me a cigarette! Oh, if this doesn't come to an end soon, I'll go crazy, do you hear me? Do you want me to tear your eyes out, Tom Coutts? Because that's what I'll do now. Get your hands off me. Leave me alone. All right, I'll sit down and be quiet. Just get your hands off me.
Switch that thing off. I'll switch it off.
Steady on, Keen.
Somewhere Dumetrius and Rubinstein are going ahead. They're going ahead with everything he came to London to do, and we sit here and listen to a record of a girl's nerve being broken.
And we're going to listen further.
Oh, why the devil haven't we heard from Norfolk? What's become of Rubinstein? Is he in London with Dumetrius, or where the devil is he? I must get hold of Rubinstein soon.
Well, Rubinstein, I think it's about time we made our move. Yachty, get someone to help you down to the car with gas now. We're leaving in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'll drive your car, Rubinstein.
I would prefer to drive myself. I know the way.
So do I, and I'll drive. Don't let's have any discussion. We'll be at the quarry a mile or so from your house in, let's say, 2.5 hours. We'll be there no more than 10 minutes. When we leave Gassner's body, we'll be in the burning car at the bottom of the quarry, and from that moment you will be officially dead.
What about Rudolf Buchmann?
I've already explained to you, Rudolf Buchmann will be 5 minutes behind us in his own car. And since we don't want the tracks of 2 cars to appear at the top of the quarry, he'll wait for us on the main road. It's only 500 or 600 yards. We'll walk back when the job's finished.
And Yachty Bloom stays behind here at the sanatorium?
Yes. And that reminds me, excuse me a moment, would you, Rubinstein, my last instructions to Yachty. Help yourself to another drink. I shan't be more than a minute or two.
Before you go, my friend, let me remind you once more that any attempt to double-cross me, as they say, any attempt will be fatal to you. I must be alive 12 hours from now, and a report of my death in the accident at the quarry must have been published. Or a full account of your identity and where you may be found and the whereabouts of the treasure will go to Gregory Keen.
I'm not a terribly trustworthy fellow, Rubinstein. Not usually. Only when I have £500,000 at stake.
I am glad you take that view.
Excuse me, I shall only be a moment. Yachty?
Yeah.
When you've taken Gassner down to the car, come up and show yourself to Rubinstein. Then we'll go down. Wait till we're both in the front seat with the motor going. The lid of the trunk will be open. When I light a cigarette, get in.
Yeah.
When we get to the quarry, wait for the same signal before you show yourself. And I hope your ride is not too unpleasant. I've an idea I'll need you. Your discomfort will be well worthwhile. Yes, I think that's about everything. Poor Rubinstein. What a shock he's going to get in a couple of hours.
Well, where's Major Keen? If this is true, Ridgway, where's Major Keen? Peter Ridgway, it couldn't be true. Where's Keen?
Right here, Heddy.
Keen. Oh, Keen, is it true? Ridgway says Dumetrius has been captured.
Don't move, Ridgway.
All right, Adams, switch the thing off. I've had enough. So that's when you came on the scene, up there in the attic. Rather intriguing moment, that. When Ridgway walked in, the girl started to scream.
Well, why not? Ridgway was supposed to be dead and buried.
Mild astonishment I could have understood, but not that frenzied hysteria.
Colonel Fentress, the girl had been in that attic without a clue to what was going on for 24 hours.
I'm not saying anything about the girl, Keen. I'm only saying I'm not satisfied you're competent to carry on the hunt for Dumetrius.
May I ask why?
Peter Ridgway told Heddy that Dumetrius had been taken, and the game was up. You should have kept the story going long enough for her to crack if she was going to. But you couldn't wait to see it. You had to come to her rescue like a knight in some sort of armor. No use, Keen. When people like us get involved personally, it's time for someone else to take charge. Now, you better go home. As far as you're concerned, you can forget about Dumetrius.
No, I won't have it, sir.
My dear chap, I'm giving you an order.
Order? What's to prevent me carrying on unofficially?
The fact that I'm ordering you to keep out the way.
If it costs me my career, Colonel Fentress, I'm not stepping out now. I started the hunt for Dumetrius, and I'm going to finish it. I don't care if it takes me the rest of my life. And if you want my crown, you'd better say so now.
Now you're talking like a fool. Yes, what is it, Adams?
A message from Chief Constable in Norfolk, sir.
Well, let's have it.
Oh, why couldn't he have phoned it through?
He thought we were still listening to the recorder. Well, this is something.
What is it, sir? Is Rubenstein at the house?
No.
Well, confound it, sir. Where is he?
Just a minute. Adams?
Yes, sir?
Get on to the Norfolk people and tell them to send some men to Max Rubenstein's house. When he arrives, they're to hold him on any pretext at all and bring him back here at once.
Right, sir.
Right.
Where's Rubenstein now?
In his car. He just passed through Hoggle End, driving fast. And Hoggle End's on the way to his place. There was another man in the car, Keen. And it could be Dumetrius.
It was. And 5 minutes later, I was headed for Norfolk. But there was a third car behind me that I didn't know about. If there hadn't been, I wouldn't be here in the silent room now telling you this. Because that night, for the first time, I came face to face with Dumetrius.
What happens at the lonely quarry in Norfolk? Listen to the next chapter in this story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
I suppose it had to happen sooner or later. After listening to the wire recording Coutts had made of every word uttered by Heddy Bergner while he had her locked up in that attic of his, Colonel Fentress let the blow fall. I was ordered off the hunt for Dumetrius. But things had gone too far. I was after Dumetrius till I found him. Orders or no orders, I had to prove I was right about Heddy. It was while Fentress and I were arguing the point that word came through about Max Rubenstein. The Norfolk police had reported his car passing through Hoggle End, a village about 20 miles from his country house and on the way to it. I set out for Norfolk within 5 minutes, because there was another man in the car with Rubenstein, and it could have been Dumetrius. Well, it was. There were 3 of them. The third man was Gassner, who looked like Rubenstein, and who was part of the plot to dispose of him. And while I was heading northeast at 90 miles an hour, Rubenstein and Dumetrius had reached their destination, a deep, disused quarry well off the main road.
Well, I think this is close enough to the edge. I'll start the engine again in a moment. Get out, will you, Rubenstein?
What about the unconscious man in the back?
Oh, we'll attend to him almost at once. You know this quarry, Rubenstein. Is this the deepest drop from just about here?
As far as I know.
Very well. I see no reason for any delay.
Neither do I. But, you'll forgive me if I introduce a slight variation of your plans?
There will be no variations, Rubenstein.
I admit it's very late in the day to make changes, but changes there are. I must ask you to stand exactly where you are. Don't move.
Why not?
Because if you do, you'll be shot. Honore?
Here.
You have him covered?
Oui, he is covered.
Ah, you will see Dumetrius.
So you decided it would pay you to turn the situation to your own account?
It rather obviously has. Did you actually think that I, Max Rubenstein, or Reuben Janus, take your choice, did you really think I would hand over to you on your demand this spoil I risked torture and death 100 times to get? Did you? Oh, from your reputation, I expected you to know better.
You had a confederate waiting here at the quarry for us,
His name is Henri. He is a very good shot, and he is standing in the trees on the other side of the road.
It would be interesting to know your intentions.
Really, I should have thought they proclaimed themselves. You, Dumetrius, have very thoughtfully provided me with a body to be taken for my own. When it lies in my burned-out car at the bottom of this quarry, that part of my plan I will follow. But then Henri will shoot you. We will return with your body to your friend Bookman's car, where we will shoot Bookman. We will take his car, get rid of you and Bookman where it suits us. We'll return to Bookman's sanatorium in London, get your man Yachty out of the way, recover our booty, and vanish. It is quite flawless, Dumetrius. And I am amazed at how easily you can be dealt with.
Are you?
Yes.
I must congratulate you. May I smoke?
It is the usual thing for those who are about to be dispensed with. Do so by all means. It will be your last, and it is rather a pity. You know, there have been times when I almost enjoyed your company.
Thank you. Tell me, Rubinstein, when did you decide on this course of action?
When you so kindly showed me how to outwit my confederates and keep the entire treasure to myself, instead of being content with my 5th share of it. And, of course, when I saw a victim who lies in the back of the car, Gassner. Did you say his name was Gassner?
Nick Gassner. So I presume you had no need to take those precautions we spoke of that night at your galleries,
Precautions?
The sealed envelope that was to have been your insurance, shall we say? The envelope with information about me that was to have been delivered to Gregory Keen if events didn't go according to plan.
I see no reason to deceive you now. I left no information for Gregory Keen. It was not necessary.
You must have been very confident of your success here at the quarry.
I had good cause for confidence. See for yourself. What can you do now?
I've already done it, my dear Rubinstein.
You have done what?
Given the signal.
What bluff is this? I warned you.
It's too late. And I finished my cigarettes. I have a horrible shock for you. Take him, Gassner, now.
Henri!
I'll have the pistol. That's right. Yachty, all right?
Yeah, he's fixed.
You see, Rubinstein, Gassner was far from unconscious, and Yachty didn't stay behind at the sanatorium. He came with us in the trunk of your car. He can move very quietly when he wants to. And 5 minutes ago he emerged and went to keep your man Henri company, while Gassner moved round behind you. I took my time about giving him the signal, the lighting of my cigarette, remember, because I had to be sure you hadn't addressed that packet to Major Keen.
But Gassner was the victim.
Gassner was never the victim. He was never intended to be. He was merely the window dressing to persuade you to fall into my scheme.
But we were going to put him in my car.
I'm trying to explain to you, when your car is found at the bottom of the quarry, the body in it will be taken for yours. And do you know why?
No. Listen to me.
It will be taken for yours because it will be yours. And not even Gregory Keen of MI-5 will be able to find fault with that. Amusing, eh, Rubinstein?
Miss Bergner?
Yes?
My name's Fentress. May I come in?
I suppose so.
Thank you. I am Gregory Keen's immediate chief, Miss Bergner. And not long ago I heard a recording of a scene that took place between you and a certain Peter Ridgway.
Last night?
Yes, last night.
So, Coutts was making a record of everything I said. Of course, Keen's spoken of you. You must be Colonel Fentress.
Yes, Miss Bergner.
Then, perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me what sergeants of MI-5 are doing, kidnapping people, holding them prisoner, and making a record of every sound they utter.
Perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me why you're taking no action against us.
I have a good reason.
Care to tell me?
It's because I don't want to make trouble for Gregory Keen.
No, I'm afraid that won't do. Coutts held you in that attic of his aunt's house, not Gregory Keen. There's nothing in the world to prevent you taking action against Coutts.
All right, I just don't want to. He didn't hurt me, and I know why he did it.
Do you?
Of course I do. Coutts and some other people seem to think I'm mixed up with Dumetrius. It's quite the most fantastic thing, but it doesn't seem to matter what I do or don't do. They go on believing it. It's driving me insane, Colonel Fentress.
Was that why you screamed your head off when Peter Ridgway walked into the attic last night?
I was in such a state I'd have screamed if Father Christmas had walked in. And Peter Ridgway was supposed to be dead.
But Peter Ridgway should have meant nothing to you.
I can't help it. I'm mixed up in this business and everything that happens affects me. You don't believe what Margaret Ridgway and her brother and Coutts say, do you, Colonel?
Would you be moving about London free if I did?
Oh, I don't know what to think. None of you do anything obvious. You suspect people, but you leave them alone. I don't know where I am or what I'm doing. I can't make head nor tail of anything anymore.
It's really not necessary for you to upset yourself, Miss Bergner.
Well, I am upset. Why did you come to my flat? Where's Major Keen? Oh, if only Keen would come here now and tell me what's going on in this horrible business.
Major Keen's no longer officially concerned with the case. He's been relieved, and I'm handling it in future myself. And this has been my first move. I decided it was high time I made your acquaintance and, formed some opinions about you.
What do you think about me?
I think you'd better come with me, Miss Bergner, to our headquarters on the embankment for further questioning.
No, where's Keen?
Keen can't help you now, Miss Bergner. He's gone to Norfolk, after a man named Max Rubenstein. Come along now. If you've really nothing to hide, why make such fuss about it?
Hey, you there. My name's Keen. I'm not sure of my bearings. This is Hogglestock, isn't it?
Aye, that it be.
Well, how far along the road is the turn off for Crabtree?
You be going to Crabtree?
Just tell me where the road turns off.
It'd be about 2 miles further on.
All right. Thanks.
But, mister, be careful of old quarry by Crabtree Road.
What's that?
Be careful of quarry by Crabtree Road. Dangerous it be.
Oh, I'll watch out.
Oh, you must forgive me, Rubenstein, but I can't think when a man tried as hard as you to be clever, only to succeed in making things more and more difficult for himself.
Just tell me one thing. Did you ever have any intention of planting a body to be taken as my own?
My dear fellow, of course not.
So, from the first I've been marked down.
From the first. Yachty, what's happening now at the car? Have you splashed the petrol about inside it?
Yeah.
Good. Well, this is goodbye, Rubenstein. I shall think of you from Havana or Port of Spain and the £1 million contribution you made to my welfare.
Will you, Dumetrius? Look behind you.
Behind? Oh, no. One's not taken in by old tricks.
This is no trick, Dumetrius. There is a car coming. You can see the lights. It is coming along this road.
And I was driving it. But although I came face to face with Dumetrius that night, I didn't know what was happening with Colonel Fentress and Heddy at the embankment. And I didn't know about the car that had followed mine. I thought I was alone that night. Fortunately for me, I wasn't.
Who was driving the third car on the Crabtree Road that night? Listen for the next chapter in this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
Several events led up to the wild drive I took to Norfolk that night I came face to face with Dumetrius. We discovered that Max Rubinstein was custodian of the Nazi loot Dumetrius had come to London to get. And then, when he disappeared, we learned that he had a house in the country, owned under an assumed name. Then Coutts held Heddy Bergner in the attic of his aunt's house and recorded on wire every word she said. I came on the scene just as she was getting over the shock of Peter Ridgway's appearance and took her away. Oh, I admit I should have waited to see what was going to happen, but all I could think of was the girl. And on the strength of that, Colonel Fentress decided it was time he put someone else on to handle the affair. But then we had word that Max Rubinstein had been seen driving towards his country place. I didn't care tuppence for orders or anything else at that moment. I headed straight for Norfolk, as hard as 150 horsepower could take me. At a village called Hogglestock, where I stopped for directions, they warned me about a dangerous spot on the road. It curved round the top of an old quarry. They didn't know just how dangerous it was that night, with Dumetrius and his two thugs and his victim Rubinstein already there, and seeing the lights of my car approaching.
Another car coming. Yes, Rubinstein was quite right before you knocked him out. I have to make a quick decision here, Yachty. Now, you two get Rubinstein into the car.
Yeah.
How long have we?
3 minutes. 4?
3 minutes. 3 minutes. Now we'll carry on. All right, Yachty? You know what to do. The car must go over the quarry with the gears and top and his ignition switched on, and with Rubinstein and his man Henri in the front seat.
We push the car over now?
No, start the engine. We haven't all night.
Yeah.
Then I'll do the rest. Now stand back, you two. I want the engine to carry it to the edge. If we push it, we'll leave footprints.
The other car's coming, Dumetrius.
Yes, it's some distance off yet. Stand aside there. Here it goes. Over. Now look out, it'll burst into flames the moment it strikes the bottom. Farewell, my friend Rubinstein. You shouldn't have tried to betray us to Gregory Keen.
It's no use, Miss Ridgway. We've lost him.
But I don't see how he possibly could. He stopped for directions at Hogglestock, so he must have turned off somewhere around here. Do you think he knew we were following him?
I don't think so, miss.
You haven't forgiven me for forcing myself on you tonight, have you, Coutts?
Now look, miss. Major Keen's been kicked off this case because I tried to get something out of Heddy Bergner. But I didn't want to get him in Dutch with Colonel Fentress, like.
Oh, everyone knows that, Coutts.
Now he rushes off to lay his hands on Max Rubinstein against orders. I come after him because I think that if he finds Rubinstein tonight, there's going to be a fight. And what would you be doing at this house of Max Rubinstein's when the shooting starts? Tell me that, Miss Ridgway. Hopping in me car at the embankment.
We haven't even found the house yet. Oh, don't be terse with me, Coutts. When you rushed out of your headquarters just as I was coming in and said you were going out after Keen.
And that's another thing. Just why should you be so interested in Major Gregory Keen? Enough to go tearing about the countryside in the middle of the night.
Look, Coutts, there's strictly no percentage in carrying on this discussion. Let's go back to Hogglestock and start from there again. We simply must have missed a turn-off somewhere. Oh, what's that?
What?
There. No, further round. There was a sudden flash. Coutts, yes, it is.
Oh, it's a sudden fire, all right. But a mile away. Maybe a bit more.
What do you think?
Don't look right to me, miss.
Where are you going?
I'm heading straight for it, on foot. Now, you scout about in the car and see if you can find a road going in that direction.
Be careful, Coutts.
You too, miss. Can you work a lugger?
Yes, Peter showed me how.
Well, you'll find one loaded in the cubby box. If you can't find a road, come back and wait here.
Yes, Coutts. Oh, what is going on round here tonight?
Well, whoever it is, Yachty, keep quiet and out of my sight to my left.
Ja.
The moon's gone under a cloud. You can't see him yet, can you?
Nein. But he is alone.
Well, let's watch for a moment. The minute our presence becomes known, Max Rubenstein's death is no longer an accident. We have to remember that.
Oh, what a crash. Anyone down there? Is there anyone down there in the quarry? No, quite impossible. Anyone down there was incinerated 5 minutes ago, and my name's not Gregory Keen. How the deuce did it happen, and who was it? Better have a look round, I suppose. Get the torch out of the car. Skid marks. Came around too fast by the look of it. Oh, but I don't know. Looks as though the car pulled up here by the edge of... Hello. Hello, what's this? Freshly spilled petrol on the ground. Skid marks that stop on the edge of the quarry, a car at the bottom burning like a torch, and fresh petrol on the ground. Just what goes on here? We're not going to find a body down in that car we're supposed to take for Max Rubenstein's, are we? I think I'll climb down and see what's to be seen.
What do you make of it, Yachty?
I'm not seeing him too good yet. Some ways, he's looking like I'm seeing him before. Just a minute, Dumetrius. It's... Yeah, it is.
Well, who is it?
Gregory Keen.
Keen?
It's Keen here. What do we do?
You and I and Gastner can handle him, can't we?
Yeah.
After your stupidity passes the understanding of man. Rubenstein's dead. Bookman's waiting for us on the main road with a fast car. The treasure's hidden at Bookman's sanatorium, and the ship is ready to sail whenever we wish to leave. If Keen's alone, can you suggest one solitary reason why we should not leave him alive?
Nein, not one.
Then wait here. You and Gastner both. Wait here.
Well, I can't get any closer than this unless I want to fry. Two of them in the car, as nearly as you can tell. Who's that? Who's that, I say? Speak up. Speak up or I'll shoot.
Oh, it's you, is it, sir? I had an idea it was, but I was keeping it covered just the same like. In case.
Coutts, eh? And you were keeping me covered.
That's right, sir. This car and the blokes in it are a proper mess, sir. Any idea who they might be?
Suppose you tell me how you came to be here, Coutts.
I come by car, sir.
Yes, I didn't suppose you came in a double-decker bus. What are you doing here?
Well, I thought there might be a bit of a scrimmage if you found Max Rubenstein, sir. I'd hate to have missed it. Knowing how rough these blokes can play.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll talk about it later. Not much we can do here at the moment.
This is Max Rubenstein's car, sir. See the number? Paint's not burned off yet.
Yes, but is that Max Rubenstein in it, Coutts? Come on, we'll pay a call on the Chief Constable of Norfolk. Get those bodies somewhere where the pathologist can have a look at them and generally see if we can't get some action.
I thought you'd got the boot, sir. From this case, I mean.
What? Good Lord, I'd completely forgotten. Oh, well, let's get going and report this anyway.
Well, I have to meet Miss Ridgway at the moment, sir.
Miss Ridgway? Margaret Ridgway?
That's right, sir. She came too.
Well, of all the darned harebrained notions...
No, it's not that at all, sir. Miss Margaret Ridgway don't want to see you get in any more trouble either, sir.
Either? Oh, yes, Coutts, I see what you mean. Look here, Oh, hang it, let's get back to my car.
Is that the Hogglestock police station? Oh, what's that? Oh, stop yawning, man. I'm sorry if I woke you up, but I'm trying to find my way to Crabtree. Well, in what direction? Yes. Yes, I've driven past there twice already. What? Oh, I see. Well, thank you, Constable. I'll find it this time. Yes, good night. Turn left 200 yards past the bridge to cross over the Y. Oh, how the dickens could I have missed it?
Well, come on, Coutts, in we get. You'd better drive. That's unless you particularly don't want to.
Suits me, sir.
Well, we'll either meet Margaret Ridgway on this road or she'll be waiting for you back on the highway. Start her up. Listen, Coutts. Have you felt anything odd while we've been here?
Can't say I have, sir.
Well, I'll be glad to get away from that quarry and burning car. Since I pulled up, I've had the feeling that there's someone else about. Someone watching, you know. Probably my imagination.
Oh, no, not your imagination, Major. Not your imagination at all. So we meet at last. Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Dumetrius.
There we sat in the front seat of my car. I was looking down the barrel of Dumetrius's pistol, and on the other side of the car, Coutts was looking down Yachty's. Two sitting birds, like a brace of teal in a duck blind. And there was absolutely nothing we could do, nothing. Nothing at all.
Margaret Ridgway turns left on the Crabtree Road in the next chapter of the story of suspense, Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
It might have been better if I'd obeyed Colonel Fentress's orders to get out of the Dumetrius affair and stay out. All I'd done was to hand myself over to Dumetrius, and Coutts, too. We were trapped. When the word came through that Max Rubenstein was heading for his country place in Norfolk, I went after him as hard as I could go. I arrived at the quarry by that lonely country road, just in time to find Rubenstein's car burning at the bottom of it, with Rubenstein's body and another inside. But Coutts had chased my car all the way from London, and when we'd met down in the quarry and seen there was nothing we could do, we decided to make for the Norfolk police and carry on from there. You know, the moment I stepped out of my car there on the Crabtree Road, I had the feeling there was someone else about, watching. I was right. I started the motor and let in the clutch. And then...
So we meet at last, Major Keen.
But...
Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Dumetrius.
And I suppose that's Yachty Bloom on the other side of the car, eh?
Of course. Reach forward slowly and switch off your engine. If Coutts moves a muscle, Yachty, shoot him.
Yeah.
So you're the chap who came from Berlin on the plane that day. Well, you've managed to cover quite a lot of ground.
I hope I haven't inconvenienced you and your organization on the Thames Embankment, Major.
Not at all. We generally deal with bigger fry and leave your sort of fellow to the police. But in your case, we made an exception.
Oh, I'm flattered. But it must have irked you to see me building up an organization of my own here in England while I worked from Berlin.
You'd have been wiser to stay in Berlin. Do you actually imagine you'll ever get out of this country now you're in it?
Let me assure you I shall. But let's deal with the immediate present. Much as I regret it, Major Keen, I'm afraid we'll have to leave you and Coutts here.
It won't make any difference, you know. There are plenty to take my place.
Possibly. But how untidy to leave loose threads behind.
Is that Max Rubenstein down there in the burning car?
It was Max Rubenstein.
And Coutts and I are to join him.
Well, I'm trying to make up my mind just how and where it would be best to deal with you. Rubenstein had an unfortunate accident. He always drove too fast, you know. But 2 accidents at the top of the same quarry on the same night would hardly be accepted, do you think?
Well, we're sorry to put him to so much trouble, aren't we, Coutts?
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't let it concern you. You may have noticed at the moment we're in need of a car. I simply detest walking. Major, would you mind giving us a lift for a short distance?
In which direction?
In any direction I wish to go. You're surely not going to argue.
Yes, it would be rather futile at the moment, wouldn't it?
Completely. Yachty, get into the back seat.
Yeah.
I'll start your engine, Major. I shall be watching your hands. When I get in behind you, drive off towards the main road in the direction of Hogglestock. If you exceed 15 miles an hour, you and Coutts will both be shot. Do you understand?
I imagine so.
Very well. Gassner.
Gassner? Are there 3 of you?
Like any good tactician, I always keep part of my forces in reserve. Well, don't stand about all night, Gassner. Get in. Now, I warn you, Keen, do exactly as I say. And remember, I'm right behind you. Now, when we get to the main road, I may still decide to leave you live, both you and Coutts. But if you decide to be difficult now, so let's have no complications. Life can be so much simpler when people do as they're told. The ignition switch, if you please, Major, and drive slowly.
Excuse me, Miss Bergner. Ventures? Oh, yes, what's happening there now? Well, look here. Rubenstein was definitely heading towards that house of his. His car was seen not 15 miles from it. Oh, what the devil became of him? How many men have you waiting at the house itself? I see. No sign of Keen? Ah, Hogglestock. That's about 5 miles from Rubenstein's house. Keen asked for directions in Hogglestock 55 minutes ago. Yes. All right, keep in touch. And don't forget, if any of your men get hold of Keen, he's to report back here to me at once. Goodbye. And now, Miss Bergner.
Yes, Colonel. I still would like to know just why you've dragged me here to the embankment. Keen knows everything there is to know about me. You have men who follow me from morning to night. My telephone is tapped. You have a record of everything I've done for weeks and weeks and weeks, and yet you still say I have something to do with a man I've never even seen, Dumetrius. Why?
I don't say you have, Miss Bergner. But here in the dossier, there are still certain things that need explaining.
Oh, I'm sick and tired of hearing about the dossier. And I have explained everything 50 times already.
And yet we can't get away from the fact that you came to London on the same plane as Dumetrius, when he was supposed to be Karl Alexis Scammell. And yet you said you could give us no description of him. Dumetrius found Godowsky, the American flyer, 12 hours after he arrived in London, when Godowsky himself hadn't known where he would be staying until 5 minutes after the plane took off from Berlin.
But I only asked him his address so I could see him again.
You were the only person in London besides Ridgway who knew that address, Miss Bergner.
I can't help that. Oh, it's driving me out of my mind. I'd never even been aware of Godowsky's existence.
And then you arranged to meet Peter Ridgway. He kept his appointment, and Yachty Bloom tried to take his life in the underground.
How do you know it was Yachty Bloom?
Paul Bonnet was following him.
The appointment, I would have been there, but Keen wouldn't let me.
And then there was the kidnapping of Margaret Ridgway. Now, how did they know she was working at the Red Feathers Club? And how did they learn who she was?
I don't know. When she was taken, I was outside the club with Gregory Keen.
Oh, yes, we know about that. But how simple it would have been if you were the person who kept in constant communication with Dumetrius, who saw Keen at every opportunity to find out what was going on. And that's what we have to consider, Miss Bergner. How did all those things come about if you hadn't a hand in them?
It's your job to find the answers, not mine. It is only my horrible misfortune to be mixed up in it at all.
Do you know Max Rubenstein?
I have only heard of him from Keen. Oh, Colonel Fentress, tell me. Tell me, please, what's happening in this affair now? Even Keen won't tell me what's going on anymore.
He should never have told you anything at all. That's why he's been relieved. Officially. Cast your mind back to when you were with the entertainment unit in Germany, Miss Bergner. Now, yes. In March of last year, you were in Dortmund?
Yes.
I see. In May, Berlin?
Yes.
In August, Hamburg?
Yes.
In September, Frankfurt?
Oh, they moved us about all over the place, wherever there were troops.
And from October until the time you came home to London, you were back in Berlin? Yes. It's remarkable. As a matter of fact, it's extremely odd. And no one's noticed it before.
No one's noticed what before?
Tell me, young woman, while you were in Germany, did you ever know a man named...
What's the matter? Who am I supposed to have known?
Well, it's of no consequence, I expect. All right, you can go, Miss Bergner. If we find that we've been quite wrong to question you, well, my apologies. But you must realize it's very necessary. Good night, Miss Bergner.
Good night.
You'll find Adams waiting for you at the end of the corridor. Good night. Fentress here. Give me a direct line to Barker. I'll hang on. Should have seen it before. By now, the trail may be cold. Oh, yes, Barker. Yes, now listen. You're going to Berlin in the morning. Yes, tomorrow morning. Now, you're to find out if the Bergner girl knew or was known to, or ever at any time had anything to do with Karl Alexis Scammell. Right. Yes, that's right. I'm hanged if I can make up my mind about her. But if she knew Scammell... Yes, absolutely. Why aren't I sending Keen? Because, you fathead, Keen's out of this thing officially. And at this moment, the chap's running about Norfolk against orders after a fellow called Rubenstein.
Yachty, how far away from the main road?
Round the next corner.
All right, Keen, pull up here. Now give me the pistol you took from Rubenstein, Yachty.
Yeah, here.
Now, much as it pains me, you'll be found here, Keen, both of you, shot down by Max Rubenstein with his own pistol as he escaped from you.
Just like that.
And as usual, there'll be nothing to connect me with tonight's events. I happen to know this weapon can be traced to Rubenstein.
What's the matter? Has Yachty run out of paratroop knives?
Rubenstein didn't use paratroop knives, my dear fellow. Now get out of the car. Right, and Coutts.
Do as he says, Coutts.
Righto, sir.
Now keep your backs turned and your hands above your heads. Yachty, and you, Gastner, keep them covered. It's only my passion for thoroughness that compels me to do this, Keen, but since I plan to be out of England within 24 hours, I would prefer you dead. It should hinder the pursuit a little, if there is any.
Oh, rest assured, there will be. Since this seems to be the end of the road, tell me something. Who are you, actually?
I've told you, and so have others. I'm Dumetrius. Oh, believe me, there's nothing personal in this, Keen. Now walk to the edge of the ditch across the road. Yachty, watch Coutts.
Yeah, I am watching.
That's far enough. Well, goodbye, Keen. This is the end.
I stood there by the ditch in the moonlight, not feeling a thing and wondering why. The second I stood there seemed an eternity. And then I realized that Dumetrius hadn't fired those shots at all. I'd completely forgotten who'd been with Coutts when he followed me all the way from London. I'd completely forgotten Margaret Ridgway.
Does Gregory Keen escape from Dumetrius and his thugs? Listen for the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
I'd been in some sticky situations in my time, and so had Coutts. But this was the worst. We'd chased Max Rubenstein's car to that quarry by the road leading to his country house. But we only arrived in time to find him dead in his burning car at the bottom of it. Then, as we were leaving to get hold of the Norfolk police, the complications set in. Dumetrius, Yachty Blum, and another thug were there at the quarry too. And after what Coutts and I had seen, the death of Max Rubenstein couldn't be made to look like an accident anymore. So, just as we were about to drive off, Dumetrius made his appearance, with a gun, at the window of my car with Yachty on the other side. Coutts and I couldn't do a thing. Dumetrius and the others got into the back of the car and told us to drive off in the direction of the main road. Then he stopped us and told us to get out. He walked us across the road to the edge of a ditch and made his farewell speech. I can feel the muscles of my back crawling now when I waited for those shots. And then they came. 4 of them. But I didn't feel a thing. I stood there for a second that seemed like an eternity, and then...
Keen, make a run for it. Run for it.
Get them, Yachty. I'm not seeing them.
Coutts, get Dumetrius. Never mind the others, get Dumetrius.
Yachty, where are you, Yachty? Here's one of them.
Don't let them get away. Where are you with that gun? Don't let them get away, Coutts.
No, I can't see a thing, sir. They've made a bolt for it. All but this one.
Who is it?
It's Gassner. She got Gassner.
Dead?
Yes, sir.
Which way did the other 2 go?
They were making for the road, sir.
Well, into the car, quickly. Come on.
What about the other car?
Margaret Ridgway.
Yes, but what about the other car?
Never mind about that. We'll pick it up later. Get into this one.
All right.
Quickly.
All right, coming.
How the devil did you come to be here, Margaret?
Coutts and I came down from London together. He gave me this pistol.
Yes, I know that, but how did you happen to be there just at the right moment?
Oh, I should have done better. I missed them. Oh, if only I'd been able to shoot this rotten thing.
You got one of them.
Yes, but the wrong one. Coutts told me to be terribly careful, and when I saw the lights of your car coming, I pulled off the road and waited. Then I caught a glimpse of you driving in the moonlight, and with the other men in the back, so I followed you with my lights out.
She saved our bacon, Coutts.
Oh, that she did, sir.
The moon went under a car just as I was taking aim. I heard every word they said. They were going to shoot you in that ditch like dogs.
Keep your eyes open, Coutts. See anything of them on your side?
Nothing this side, sir.
Where are we going now?
Hogglestock Police Station. They can't get out of this area on foot, and in 15 minutes we'll have the roads blocked for miles around.
Are you frightfully annoyed with me, Keen? Oh, there they stood in the moonlight, and I had to take 6 shots, but only hit one of them. I was terrified. I thought I might hit you or Coutts.
Annoyed with you for pulling us out of that? Oh, no, we're not annoyed with you, Margaret.
Come into the main road now, Major. Should we stop and have a look around?
No time. They burned Rubenstein's car, so they must have another one somewhere about. We'll go full steam for Hogglestock and hope we're in time to head them off. Hold on now. I want to be in Hogglestock in 5 minutes, so here we go.
Bookman! Bookman.
Yes? Everything all right?
No, get going. Get going, man. Keen and Coutts turned up. We were going to get rid of them. Did you hear the shooting?
Yeah. What happened?
Someone started shooting us from the trees on the side of the road. We couldn't see a thing. Had to run for it. Gaston was shot. Now listen to me. Keen will know we have a car somewhere and block the roads. We may just have time to get out of the area before they set their blocks up. It's going to be touch and go.
I'll drive to the junction of the Crabtree Road and go on past the quarry we've just come from. We'll cut across to the trunk road where we can travel fast. We're not stopping. We're not stopping for police or anything else, not now. Rubenstein's dead, Gassner's dead, the loot's at the sanatorium, and we can sail with the tide early in the morning. So I don't care how many county police we have to shoot, we're getting to London tonight. Here's the corner for Crabtree Road. Turn right here, Bookman, and drive as hard as you can.
That's right. Yes. Now listen, if you get your blokes up quickly, you're bound to head them off. All right. Yes, but cover every road out of the district, major or minor. Get a call out in the air if possible. And warn every man concerned that these fellows are desperate and won't hesitate to shoot on sight. All right. Our headquarters are right here at Hogglestock Police Station till something happens. Well, there's not much we can do now for a minute or two except wait.
Huh.
Well, what's the matter with you, Coutts?
Just thinking, sir.
Come on, out with it.
Well, you're here taking charge, sir. According to Colonel Fentress, you didn't even order beer at all, sir.
I'll worry about Colonel Fentress after I know whether Dumetrius has escaped or not. Oh, when I think of it. There he was for 10 minutes, not 18 inches from me. And from you, Coutts. And there wasn't a thing we could do.
I know you're blaming me.
Oh, are you still here?
Of course I'm here. Where the deuce did you expect me to be?
Sorry.
Well, if you're trying to say what an unutterable fool I am not to be able to shoot 3 men dead with a pistol I've only handled once or twice before, why don't you say it?
Look, girl, all I know is we had 3 of those thugs, Dumetrius, Yachty Blum, and the third chap, right in the hollow of our hands.
You were about to be shot in the back, so you tumbled into the ditch.
But when you started blazing away, good Lord surprises everything. With any sort of luck, Coutts and I should have been able to turn around and grab the 3 of them.
All right, I let you down. It's my fault you haven't this Dumetrius person here this minute. I'm sorry. Do you hear me? I'm sorry. And the next time I go shooting to save your beastly life...
Yeah. What the devil's the matter now?
Yeah. Here they are with Gassner's body, sir.
Oh, do they have to drag the chap in here? Listen, you fellows, can't you take him anywhere else?
Is that the man I shot?
Of course it is, girl.
Oh.
Grab her, Major.
But, Coutts, why don't you tell me to have some sense occasionally? The girl's fainted.
Yes, sir. Maybe she's not used to shooting guns in the middle of the night, sir.
What we all need, perhaps, is a drink. See what you can do, will you, Coutts, while I look after Miss Ridgway? Oh, if only that damned phone would go with news of some sort. They can't escape. They can't. They're in this area and they can't escape. We have to get them tonight, Coutts, and do you know why?
Maybe I do, sir.
They killed Max Rubenstein, so they must have his loot. And with his loot, there's nothing left to keep them in the country. We have to get them tonight, Coutts.
You need a drink as much as Miss Ridgway, sir. Dumetrius isn't going to get away from us. Not tonight, or any other night.
Well, I hope you're right. By Godfrey, I hope you're right. Oh, Coutts, do get a drink, will you? I'm strung up like a fiddle string. Get a drink somewhere, will you? There's a good...
Stop here a minute, Bookman. Yachty?
Yeah?
Up ahead there. What do you make of it? A car drawn up across the road?
Yeah.
All right. Get out. We'll give you 10 minutes to get into position. Then we'll switch on our lights as we drive towards it. 10 minutes. And don't make any mistakes. Because we get away... or we stay in this country forever, depending on whether or not we get past that roadblock. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm understanding.
All right, get out now. I'll be covering them in case they make it difficult for you. 10 minutes.
I fix them.
All right, Bookman. I suggest a cigarette. One needs steady nerves on a night like this. Who could it have been shooting from cover back there in the quarry? That's what I'd like to know. Who was it shooting from cover?
I'm all right, Keen. Has anything happened yet?
Not yet. You'd better take it easily. Well, I shouldn't have hacked at you just now.
It wasn't you. It was the sight of that man they brought in, Gassner. I hadn't realized I actually shot someone. Oh, Keen.
Yes, this is a rotten business from first to last, Margaret. You should never have been in it. You should never have gone to the Red Feathers Club, and you should never have come with Coutts tonight. What the deuce possessed you? There's no affair for you to be mixed up in.
But I want to be mixed up in it. You're innocent, aren't you, Keen?
Too deep.
You'll keep after Dumetrius, no matter what they do to you at the embankment, won't you?
Yes, till I catch him.
Because of Heddy?
I suppose so.
Do you really love her?
Look, Margaret, what sort of subject is this in a country police station at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Do you love her?
Well, yes, I do. Why should it matter to you?
Oh, you blind fool. What do you think I came chasing after you with Coutts for? You should know. I've shown you over and over again. If only you had the sense to see.
You don't know what you're saying.
I know what I'm saying only too well. Oh, Keen, what's going to happen to you when you do get this gang and learn the truth about it?
I know the truth about Heddy. I won't listen to any more of it, not now or any other time. That's why I have to pin that butcher down, to prove I'm right, and that I've been right all the time.
That's why you're going on like a caged animal now. You're waiting to hear from your roadblocks that they've caught him.
We have to get him tonight. He has his loot, and we don't even know where he's been hiding. We have to get him tonight, Margaret. He got into the country, and he knows how to get out of it again. Yes, what is it, Coutts?
Car just came in from the trunk road, sir.
Well?
Dumetrius and 2 other men showed up at the roadblock outside Ambleside, sir. They got through. And it was half an hour ago, so we'd better face it. We've lost him. Again.
That was a little after 2 o'clock in the morning. By 2:30, I was on my way back to the embankment with Coutts and Margaret Ridgway, with Colonel Fentress waiting to know why I'd gone counter to orders and let Dumetrius slip through my fingers as well. Yes, it was a bad night all round. But there was someone else waiting for us, too. Eustace Manningley, the informer, was waiting, with the information I'd been after above everything else. Dumetrius hadn't escaped yet.
Does the informer tell Gregory Keen? Listen to the next chapter in this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
There was only one chance left the night I drove back to London from Norfolk with Coutts and Margaret Ridgway. We'd escaped with our lives by the merest chance, thanks to Margaret Ridgway. And now I had to face the music with Colonel Fentress, because they weren't too satisfied at the embankment with the way I'd handled the whole affair. And you couldn't very well blame them for that. I had absolutely no standing in the hunt for Dumetrius at all. I was on my own. Colonel Fentress was waiting at headquarters on the embankment, waiting in that room at the end of the long corridor.
Shut the door, will you, Keen? Where are Coutts and Miss Ridgway?
Coutts has driven her home, sir.
You're in hot water. Up to here.
Yes, sir.
You went careering off to Norfolk to grab this fellow Rubinstein against my express orders.
That's right, sir.
You didn't have the sense to take 2 or 3 cars and some men. You saw fit to go alone.
I was relieved. What men could I have taken?
You had no business to go at all. Our information led us to concentrate our chaps at Rubinstein's house. We didn't even get to the house. You've done away with at this quarry place. And you, Keen, actually had to walk straight into Dumetrius's hands.
Let me assure you, Colonel, I took no pleasure in it.
You're supposed to be able to cope with situations like that. How the devil would you and Coutts have got on if this Ridgway girl hadn't used her head and come on the scene at just the right moment?
I wouldn't be here.
And then after she'd recovered the situation for you, you still had to let the fellow slip through your fingers, and Yachty Bloom, too. You know what happened at the roadblock?
Yes, sir.
2 constables badly knocked about, one not expected to recover. Dumetrius disappeared into thin air again. No description of the man driving the car he escaped in, not even the number of the car.
Look here, I can't be held responsible for what took place at the roadblock.
You can be held responsible for not taking precautions. You can be held responsible for gross dereliction of orders in going after Rubinstein at all. And you can be held responsible for neglect of duty and not making a proper investigation into Heddy Bergner.
I know everything there is to be known about that girl. Past, present, and future. I know where she's come from, where she's been, and where she's going.
Do you?
Well, what's shown up in the last 24 hours that I don't know about?
I'll tell you that when Nicholas Barker gets back from Berlin.
Just what has he gone to Berlin for?
Do you mind not questioning me, Keen? I've news of another sort for you. You're taking a month on half pay. And you're relieved of all duty here in London. Now keep out of the way. Go fishing or something. You'll report here 1 month from tomorrow morning. You'll probably be posted back to Berlin for routine duty with ANG.
And suppose I refuse to be left out of it? Suppose I carry on after Dumetrius on my own bat?
Keen, I'd hate to see you end up in front of a court of inquiry. Have some sense. Get this Bergner girl out of your head. Get Dumetrius out of your head. Yes, and for a month you'd better get MI-5 out of your head, because they'll be after your scalp if you don't. Well, that's all. Now clear off. Don't let me hear of you for 4 weeks, you understand?
Oh, you'll hear of me, Colonel. I'm in too deep to stop now. Good night, sir.
No. Yes, Keen, I'm very much afraid we will. Barker comes back from Berlin with the news I think you have. Not going to be too good for you at all. Why in the name of fortune did a chap like you had to fall in love with the Bergner girl? That's all I'd like to know. Oh, well. Where's a chap to get a whiskey and soda at this hour?
Can I give you a lift, Major?
Why, yes, Coutts, you can. Get Margaret Ridgway home all right?
Oh, I took her where she wanted to go, sir. How did you get on with Colonel Fentress?
Well, officially I'm out. Back to Berlin next month. Listen, I thought you were going to leave the car at my flat and go home yourself.
Well, I thought I might as well wait and pick you up, sir.
Well, that's decent of you. You'll probably be working with Nick Barker from now on.
Will I?
I told you I'm out, this time definitely.
Well, in that case, I'd better be out too.
No, don't be a fool.
You wouldn't expect to be left on your own now, would you, Major?
They'll have your hide.
Oh, I'm getting a bit fed up with the service anyway.
You serious, Coutts?
You're not taking a back seat now, you know that. And if you're still going after Dumetrius under your own steam, so am I. Look at this.
What is it?
I took the liberty of helping myself to a copy of the dossier. I thought it might come in handy, like.
Good man.
And I thought you might get back to your flat before I got back from seeing Miss Ridgway home, so I called in at your place. This was waiting for you.
Oh, who's it from?
Eustace Manningley.
Manningley, eh? Let's see what it says. I will be at the... Oh, put on the lights, will you, Coutts? I will be at the Cottontail Club in Green Street at 4 o'clock, and I need £20. What's the time? 20 to 4. Well, what do you say we get going? In the direction of Green Street?
Yes, sir. But this was at your flat, too.
Well, hand it over.
Why don't we go to Green Street first?
Hand it over. Thanks. It's from Heddy. Drive to Harrington Gardens, Coutts.
We don't want to miss Manningley, sir.
We've 20 minutes. We won't miss Manningley. Drive to Harrington Gardens.
Just as you say, Major. Harrington Gardens it is.
So, they killed Rubenstein and you lost them, Keen. Oh, how awful.
You knew I'd gone after them, Heddy.
Colonel Fentress told me. But, Keen, if they really have their loot, as you tell me, they'll go. They'll leave England the same way they came, and you'll never catch them.
That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid they're already on their way this minute.
Oh, no. No, they couldn't be.
Well, what's to keep them here? From the moment he arrived in London. In all likelihood, for a long time before, Dumetrius has known how to escape from England whenever he wanted to.
But they couldn't go yet. They couldn't just go.
Well, why not? Oh, what's the matter, Heddy? You're as pale as a ghost.
Oh, it's nothing. Oh, Keen, it's been dreadful the last few days, not seeing you, not knowing what's going on. And that cold Colonel Fentress.
I'm as desperate as you are, Heddy. In a few moments, I'm seeing a man with information for me. And if that turns out to be worthless, then, as far as I can see, the game's up.
What sort of information?
He's trying to find out where Yachty Bloom disappears to when he goes in the direction of Hampstead Heath.
What does it matter?
Oh, we've a fair idea he goes to Dumetrius's headquarters.
But it still won't matter if Dumetrius has Rubenstein's loot and leaves England.
It's the only chance we have left to get our hands on him. Listen, Heddy, what is the matter with you tonight? I've never seen you like this before.
Oh, it's getting the better of me, Keen. Being under suspicion from everyone but you. And never having a chance to clear myself if Dumetrius gets away.
If Dumetrius goes and you stay, that will clear you, won't it?
Go now, Keen. Please, I can't stand any more of this tonight.
I've still a few minutes before I go to Green Street.
I want to be left alone now. Go now, Keen. Try to understand me.
All right, darling. This is a grim sort of time for all of us. Oh, why did I have to meet you with this affair hanging over all our heads?
But you have, and there's nothing we can do about it now. Keen, if this man you're meeting tonight, if he has good news, ring me and tell me, will you? I must know, darling. I can't bear the suspense. It goes on and on and on, day after day. Will you let me know what happens tonight?
Yes, I'll let you know. Goodbye now, and whatever turns up, I'll telephone you later on.
I do love you, Keen. You know that, don't you?
But I'd like to be shown. Yes. Like this.
I'll be waiting, darling.
Goodbye.
They've killed Rubenstein. And I know the treasure's at the sanatorium, so why haven't I heard from him? He's going to leave me here. He's going to leave me. Oh, Somehow I have to get to the sanatorium tonight. I have to.
See him anywhere, Coutts?
There he is, sir. Just coming in. We have to hand it to Mr. Manningley. He must be about the best-dressed informer in London.
Don't make any sign. He's seen us. Yeah. What do you make of that?
Well, I think we might wander over and take a seat at the bar, sir.
You wait here. I'll go over. Well, Manningley, business must be good.
There's a quite perfectly horrible man over there who knows me. Can we make out we're strangers?
That'll be a pleasure. What have you for us?
I said 20 in my note. I've had time to think. The price has gone up. It's 50.
I haven't 50 on me, but you'll get it if I think it's worthwhile. Now, come on, cough up.
Is it a deal at 50?
You've always had it before, haven't you?
Oh, in my line, Major Keen. Careful soul that I am. One always has to be sure.
Do you want to sit here and natter all night, or have you some information?
Oh, dear. Such impatience. All right, then. If you won't woo me. You remember Tony Mazzotti, who used to run the 4 Red Feathers Club before someone stabbed him that night?
What about Tony Mazzotti?
He used to trade in dope. I'm charging you 50 to say where he got it.
Where?
From a crooked psychiatrist called Martin Rudolph Bookman.
who has a private sanatorium.
Bookman.
At 16 Petunia Road, Hampstead Heath.
Martin Rudolph Bookman. I'd heard that name. And yet he always disappeared in Hampstead Heath. This time Manonley had really delivered. And within 24 hours, for the first time, we had Dumetrius on the run.
Major Keen pays a call at Bookman's Sanatorium in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
In his room on the Thames embankment, Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
It had happened at last. It came from Eustace Manonley, the informer. And the amazing thing was, Manonley hadn't the faintest notion about the significance of his information. He said, and these are his exact words, Tony Marzotti used to get his dope from a crooked psychiatrist called Martin Rudolph Bookman, who runs a private sanatorium in Petunia Road, Hampstead Heath. I can see that dive now. Manonley and I were sitting on a couple of stools at the bar, and at first what he said didn't quite sink in. But when it did, I made a beeline for Coutts.
Martin Rudolph Bookman. Petunia Road, Hampstead Heath. Well, what if Marzotti did get his dope from this bloke, sir? What about it?
Let's get out of here. Let's get out to the car. Don't you realize, Coutts? Listen, I'll tell you outside. We'll get going straight away and stop at the first public phone. I want to ring Heddy about this. This is the thing we've been waiting for, Coutts. This is it.
I must. I have to get in touch with him at the sanatorium. They have Rubinstein's loot, but it's 3 days now, and I haven't had a word from him. I can't use my telephone. I listen to every word. If I go to a public box, they will want to know why. If I leave here, I'm followed. Where will it end? Where? They're going to leave me. I know they are. With Rubinstein dead, why should they stay here? Who's this? Oh, why, of course, Keen. Hello? This is Heddy.
It's Keen here, darling. Good news at last.
You learned something from Manonley?
I certainly did. I know where their headquarters are, Heddy.
You know where they are?
Yes, definitely.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry. Just sit tight and wait till you hear from me again.
But don't hang up yet.
I can't wait, Heddy.
No, please tell me. Where are you going and what are you going to do?
I'm going to the sanatorium of a man called Rudolph Bookman to take Dumetrius dead or alive. Heddy. Are you there, Heddy? Heddy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I'm just frightened for you. Take every care.
I'll phone you from the sanatorium when it's all over. Don't worry, I shan't miss this time. Bye.
What shall I do? If I warn them, they'll kill Keen. If I don't, I'm handing us all to the hangman. No, I have to warn them. I can't hang. It's Keen or me. I have to warn them. But how?
Well, that's that.
Got to let the girl know what's going on, Coutts. When I called at her flat earlier this evening, she was half out of her mind.
What about Colonel Fentress, sir? Why don't we go to this sanatorium place with 20 men and make sure, sir?
I'm going alone or with you. You're under no obligation, you know that.
Well, I say we should take some men, sir.
Nothing doing. I'm supposed to have made a mess of this affair. All right, let's see what we can do about it.
Oh, you're the skipper, Major Keen. But, first of all, would you mind telling me why you're so sure we've hit on Dumetrius' headquarters? Manley said that's where Tony Mozzotti got his dope. Why should that say...
Listen, where's that copy of the dossier? No. Switch on the car lights and I'll show you. Now then, do you remember when someone tried to run Heddy down with a car outside her flat in Harrington Gardens?
When will I forget?
Whose was the car? Look, page 24. The car was reported stolen that night by Dr. Martin Rudolph Bookman. Now, Mazzotti was one of Dumetrius's fellows. And tonight we find out that he was getting his dope from Bookman. And just call to mind that map we made, showing where Yachty Blum and the others always disappeared when they were being tailed by our chaps. Well?
Petunia Road, Hampstead Heath. Oh, chase me, Auntie Fanny. That'd be right in the middle of all those streets.
Rather too much of a coincidence, wouldn't you say, Coutts? The dope, the stolen car, the beeline Yachty Blum and various other poles were always making for Hampstead Heath. Yes, what do you say? Shall we go and have a look at this place?
I'm ready when you are, Major. And if we strike Yachty Blum, would you mind leaving him to me?
Just so long as you leave Dumetrius to me. Right. Start her up.
If I don't think of something soon, I'll go crazy as sure as my name's Heddy Bergner. Keen's on his way to the sanatorium, and there's no way I can warn them. There's no way. There just isn't. Oh, if only I could use my own telephone without giving myself away. Who's at my door at this hour? I'm coming to the end of my rope. I can't go on. I'll have to go, I suppose.
Good evening, Miss Bergner.
Good evening. What is it?
Well, I hope I'm not being a frightful bore. I'm your neighbor across the way.
Oh, yes, of course. I've seen you.
I'm just going to turn in, actually. I can't bear to turn in without the last cigarette sort of thing. Light has gone completely on the blink.
Oh, you want a light?
Frightfully sorry to be a bore.
Just a minute. Here we are.
Thank you. It's terribly decent of you. Good night, Miss Bergner.
Oh, just a minute. I've just thought of something. My telephone's out of order, and I was just going down to the street to the box. Could I possibly use yours? Do you think the call's quite important, and I do hate going out when it's as late as this?
Yeah, it'll be a pleasure. Come along, use my phone any time you like. I should charge in and put your phone out of action altogether, by God. Just hang on while I get my key.
Wait a moment, Dumetrius. I'll answer it. This is Dr. Bookman speaking.
It's Heddy. Is he there?
It's Heddy. For you.
Heddy. All right, give it to me. Where are you ringing from?
My phone's out of order. I'm ringing from one of my very kind neighbors across the corridor from my flat. Listen, I didn't want to worry you at this hour, but I was speaking to Gregory a few minutes ago, and he's coming to see you. He's on his way this minute, in fact.
Are you out of your mind? Keen coming here?
Yes, alone.
How did you find out?
From an old friend of his. You might know him. Eustace Manningley?
Who else knows?
I think Gregory kept it to himself.
Hang up, Heddy.
When will I see you?
Hang up. We have arrangements to make here at the sanatorium for Keen's reception.
Well, just don't forget me, that's all, dear. Wait till I give you this number. What is it, by the way? Grosvenor 3257. Grosvenor 3257.
Well done, Heddy. Wait there till you hear from me, and don't leave your flat.
Where would I go without you, dear?
I'm sure you know what I mean. Good night.
Bookman.
Yes?
Keen is on his way here.
What?
Yes.
No. There's been enough killing. It has to stop. Keen will have men. Now listen to me. My reputation is unassailable. I can get rid of Keen if there's no sign of you.
No, what do you suggest?
The ship will not sail without the tide. At 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon or 4 thereabouts, early in the morning of the following day. Get out of here now. Your personal things are packed. In 10 minutes there need never be anything to show that you ever lived here. Now get out. Go to the ship and wait.
And the loot? How should we transport the loot so quickly?
It is hidden here where they will never find it. Wait for me at the ship.
Bookman, are you certain there's nothing here, absolutely nothing for Keen to fasten on?
There is nothing. At any time before they become aware of your identity, they could have come here. That's why the sanatorium was chosen. You could have been a patient, don't you see? But now that Keen has seen you, now that he knows you from your encounter at the quarry, you must stand and fight. Or hide. And we cannot stand and fight. Keen would not be such a fool as to come here alone. Others at MI-5 must know about this place, too.
Yes, you may be right, Bookman.
I am right. Go now. Take the small car and go to the ship. I am not a man of action, but I am a man of standing in my profession. Keen will go away mystified. We may even have to wait a day or two. But what is a day? What are several days? Take Yachty and go. Now.
Very well. We'll hide on the ship. But remember, Bookman, I am still in control, and the loot is still mine. Mine, Bookman. Never forget that. Never forget
it. All right, Coutts. We'll get out here. And I don't think any sort of subterfuge will pay. We'll go straight in.
Surprise, eh, Major?
I think so. Got your Luger ready?
And a few other things for luck.
You don't have to include yourself, you know. Sure you don't want to pull out?
After you, Major.
Good man, Coutts. There's the gate. Let's see what goes on inside the Bookman Sanatorium. Oh, and don't forget, Dumetrius is mine. We'd come a long way. We'd pieced together a lot about Dumetrius since the day he left Tempelhof Aerodrome in Berlin. We knew why he was in London. We knew most of his associates. But even then, when Coutts and I walked into the sanatorium to take him, and when I walked in to prove I'd been right about the girl I loved, even then we didn't know who Dumetrius really was. And we didn't find out that night, either.
Rudolf Bookman makes a mistake in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.